In Nanling, at the foot of verdant mountains, a young man clad in fine garments lay battered and bruised, blood pooling around him, yet still clinging to life, a testament to his resilience. Before him stood a girl in simple attire, her expression devoid of warmth, her mind echoing with a persistent, clamorous voice. "Dear host, bind yourself to me. I am exceedingly useful, capable of infusing your life with boundless possibilities, enabling you to rise above the masses and radiate brilliance. You have yet to experience my true merit. Just a fleeting moment of engagement will reveal the wonders of 09. Before you lies a splendid opportunity. A mere flick of your finger could bestow upon you a remarkable buff." Boring. Susu stepped over the nearly lifeless body without a trace of hesitation. But at that moment, the young man, clinging to life, reached out and grasped the hem of her skirt. Simultaneously, 09 erupted in a shrill outcry. "Hey, hey, hey, don't go. Don't you wish to know if he dies without your aid?" The insistent voice echoed in her mind, causing her head to throb with irritation. "Just simulate it. If you merely simulate for a brief moment, I shall cease my chatter and provide you with a life-restoring elixir. One sip, and even the king of hell could grant you 3 more months." This time, it had laid all its cards on the table. "Help me," 09 rejoiced. "Truly, if you experience just a fleeting moment, I shall remain silent." It was well aware of her skepticism compared to the promise of a life-extending potion. She yearned more for its silence. But it matters not once she experiences it. She will undoubtedly choose it. "All right," Susu sighed, easing the tension in her brow. "But remember, after you've experienced it, you must remain silent. This past month has been unbearable." "Understood. Let us enter the simulation interface." Beep. "Would you like to use an experience card for simulation?" "Dear host, it's entirely up to you to decide." The voice of 09 continued to guide her. Susu followed its instructions and selected yes. "You chose not to save him. He will bleed excessively and perish, resulting in chaos and carnage across the land. And you, too, shall regret this for all eternity." Beep. Simulation concluded. Please select from the following rewards. A grade 9 life-extending pill top tier, capable of snatching souls from the grasp of Yama, reviving the deceased. The first volume of The Overbearing Prince Falls in Love with Me. Is it possible to receive both? Susu inquired. 09 cleared its throat twice. Typically, that would not be permitted, however. This time is a special exception for your unique experience, so you shall receive both. The virtual screen before her illuminated, and in an instant, 2 items appeared in Susu's hands. A small vial containing the elixir and a book. "Now you may administer the elixir to him," 09 coaxed, resembling a tutorial for novices in a game. "Administer it, and you shall receive rewards." Yet Susu paid no heed, directly stowing the elixir away. Hey, aren't you going to give it to him?" 09 interjected, attempting to halt her. Susu lifted her foot and nudged the young man. "Didn't you say that saving him was sufficient? There's no need for that elixir." And indeed, she was capable. With that, she produced a silver needle and swiftly plunged it into the young man's crown. Simultaneously, the system interface underwent a transformation. "Congratulations, host is bound to the super divine level Heavenly Path Restoration Simulator System. Host Susu. Original values. Talent, medical skills. Realm, master. Reputation, 1000. Cultivation method, none. Rewards upon completion of simulation. Kindness, 5. Medical skills, 20. Character affection, 100. Congratulations, esteemed host, on unlocking the simulation feature. From now on, you may choose to exchange your various values for simulation opportunities. 009 twirled joyfully in Susu's mind. Each experience will yield splendid rewards. "Welcome, esteemed host, to try it out." Susu furrowed her brow as she gazed at the numbers on the interface. What on earth was this peculiar contraption? Casually, she swept the young man into her arms, and in that moment, Another message popped up on the system interface. Stamina, 20. Chapter 2. Just a fingerprint will suffice. 2 months later, in Shangha village, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, surrounded by verdant hills. The houses stood in harmonious order, and the roads were numerous, resembling a paradise on earth. In a modest courtyard near the Bian River, a young girl dressed in simple white garments, rolled up her sleeves, was feeding a dog by the fence. Despite her plain attire, her extraordinary beauty could not be concealed. Not far from her, in a pavilion, sat a blind youth, a strikingly handsome young man. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Clad in coarse fabric that was slightly ill-fitting, adorned with several patches, exuding an air of poverty. Nevertheless, even in his humble state, he radiated an undeniable noble aura. As Su tended to the dog, the system interface continuously displayed notifications. Character affinity, 100. Character affinity, 200. Character affinity, 300. The messages poured forth as if they were free of cost. 09's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! Indeed, the host possesses an irresistible charm. I have never witnessed such a rapid increase in character affinity before. Soon, you shall accumulate numerous points for simulation. By the way, would you like to simulate the emotional trajectory with this young gentleman? There are rewards to be earned." "How tedious," Su replied, flipping through her book with resolute dismissal of 09's suggestion. Just as she stepped through the door, the system interface flashed another notification. Character affection level, 500. A quarter of an hour later, Su stepped outside and approached the blind youth. In a gentle voice, she spoke, "In 3 days, your eyes will be healed." The melodious tone of the girl's voice was more enchanting than the gentle breeze in the mountains, and a faint floral fragrance wafted from her. The blind youth smiled softly, exuding warmth and elegance. "I shall never forget your life-saving grace, and I will surely repay you. My lady, words alone are not enough," Su declared, slapping an IOU onto the table beside him. "Sign this." Were it not for his handsome appearance and the luxurious attire he wore, she would hardly bother with him. How could a man donned in a golden-threaded four-clawed dragon robe possess such a shabby jade pendant? Would his death truly plunge the world into chaos? Su remained skeptical of the simulated outcomes provided by the 009 system. The blind youth leisurely lifted the teacup beside him, elegantly skimming off the tea foam. "I am but a solitary being, devoid of any wealth. Your life-saving grace cannot be repaid, so why not consider offering yourself in return?" "Offer myself?" Su crossed her arms and replied coolly, "You certainly know how to manipulate a situation. With your frail body, you might not last a few years. Are you hoping to cling to me for a long-term free physician?" She scoffed at the thought of offering herself. Given his fragile condition, she couldn't even be sure of his longevity. She preferred tangible silver instead. Su glanced at the promissory note in her hand and raised her gaze towards him. "In the village of Qingya, at the foot of Tsangyun Mountain, I saved your life. In return, I shall be compensated with a fortune of gold. All you need to do is affix your fingerprint. Let us be precise about the time, place, and persons involved. To be clear, the exchange must be fair and just." He, being blind, had never seen her face. What if he mistakenly rewarded the wrong person when the time came? Or what if he suffered from amnesia and denied the debt? There had been numerous such occurrences documented in the tales of 009. What if, upon regaining his sight, he misidentified her and bestowed his gratitude upon another? She would be at a significant loss, though she wasn't enamored with him to the extent of the heroines in those stories, who loved to the point of despair and heartache. A sum of 10,000 gold pieces was not an insignificant amount. The blind man seemed to struggle for words, as if he was about to utter some nonsense. Su, however, preempted him, declaring, 2 copies, 1 in Braille. The blind man sighed. "Have you truly left no room for mercy?" Chapter 3. Clearly priced, waste not. Content with her contract, Su handed him a copy in Braille as well. Breakfast awaited her on the stove, and she would retrieve it shortly. Every day at this hour, she ventured into the city to offer her medical services, for she was but an ordinary person in need of coin for sustenance. The silhouette of the young girl gradually receded, disappearing among the verdant hills and flowing waters, while the large yellow dog tethered by the fence continued to relish the sweet fruit before him. It was peculiar, for reasons unknown. This dog had an odd preference for sweets over meat. After a while, De Huang ceased his joyful munching on fruits, abruptly lifting his head, his gaze turning fierce. Woof! Woof! Poison-tipped darts surged from all directions towards the youth seated in the pavilion, while the mountain breeze stirred the bamboo curtain, creating a gentle clattering sound. De Huang barked anxiously, tugging at the leash that bound him with all his might. Yet the youth in the pavilion appeared oblivious, leisurely raising his teacup to sip his tea. The coarse tea leaves, worth mere coins per pound, felt to him as if he were savoring an exquisite treasure. In the next moment, dozens of sword-wielding black-clad guards collapsed to their knees in the courtyard, lamenting their tardiness in coming to their master's aid, pleading for mercy. The blind youth set down his teacup, let out a slight sigh, and waved his hand dismissively. He exuded an air of authority that was far removed from the earlier awkwardness he had displayed while bargaining with Su. He commanded respect without raising his voice. Yes. The black-clad guards responded in unison. Following orders, the blind youth discarded his cane and strode confidently towards the courtyard entrance. If Su were to witness this, she would undoubtedly mutter a curse under her breath. Usually reliant on his cane, he clumsily bumped into things daily. How peculiar it was that he had now misplaced it. As if he could see everything around him. After walking a short distance, he paused, startling the guards behind him, who feared their lord had further instructions. The youth's thin lips parted gently, his voice as clear as the mountain breeze. Make sure the courtyard is cleaned, and pack the food from the stove for me. Every grain of rice he had consumed was meticulously accounted for. Nothing must go to waste. The black-clad guard. The carriage had long departed, yet Su, who had just arrived in town, remained blissfully unaware of the events that transpired in the courtyard. She believed it to be an ordinary day. Casually purchasing a pancake and savoring it as she made her way to her clinic, greeted warmly by passers-by. In recent decades, the world had been far from peaceful, with chaos and unrest rampant. 3 years prior, she had fled here with her master during tumultuous times, though the world was beginning to stabilize. This place had been plagued by floods and epidemics. The local authorities, overwhelmed, contemplated setting the village ablaze as a means of eradication. Her master, unable to bear the thought, engaged in negotiations with the government for half a month and ultimately succeeded in curing the townsfolk of their affliction. From that point onward, they established their home here. Regrettably, her master's advanced age proved a hindrance. The fierce epidemic took a toll on him, and he succumbed to illness, unable to endure. Chapter 4. 009's disastrous setback. In her mind, the incessant chatter of 009 echoed, employing every tactic from pouting to playful antics. Host, you know how capable I am, right? I am incredibly useful. As long as you accept the task and assist me in mending the narrative, I can offer you immense benefits. It even transformed into a soft, fluffy orb of light, nudging against Su. Yet, she remained utterly unfazed, engrossed in the pages of her book, diligently studying the text in her hands. With few patients today, and the young apothecary in the back diligently preparing medicine, she found a moment to indulge. This particular storybook was quite intriguing, far more engaging than those she had perused previously. The novels available in the market are all tales of romantic encounters, elopements, and celestial beings, filled with infatuated men and resentful women. Merely a collection of fleeting romances, often culminating in a predictable happy reunion, utterly mundane. Unlike this particular narrative, which feels as though it has perished in obscurity. Observing Su's captivated demeanor, the entity known as 09 transformed into a luminous orb and sprang into action, proclaiming, "Esteemed host, I possess the next volume. Moreover, I have an abundance of such tales. If you desire to read them, I shall provide them all to you. All I ask is that you undertake my tasks to amend the storyline. With each simulation completed, you shall receive corresponding volumes." Su paused momentarily while flipping through the pages, a flicker of interest igniting within her. Sensing the potential, 09 eagerly continued, "Esteemed host, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Divine Restoration Simulator System, codenamed 09. I have come to this realm to mend the celestial order, as this world ought to regain its unity after decades of turmoil, allowing the populace to live in peace. However, anomalies have arisen, causing the world to unravel, and the common folk are suffering greatly. I require an executor to assist me in restoring the celestial order and saving humanity. And you, esteemed host, are the chosen one. Yet, Susu interjected while perusing the pages without lifting her gaze. The chosen one you speak of is not me, but that young girl who perished in a collision 3 years ago. With that single remark, she left 09 utterly speechless. How could she possibly know such a thing? Susu spoke softly and soon began to engage in a monologue, leading to an untimely demise. She had traveled extensively with her master, healing numerous individuals. Yet she had never encountered anyone who could return to life after drawing their last breath. Initially, she presumed it to be a case of resurrection. But the eyes of the resurrected were typically clouded and indistinct. In stark contrast, the young girl's gaze was remarkably clear and lucid, driven by curiosity. Susu approached to take her pulse, and in that moment, a strange entity transformed into a radiant light and entered her wrist, leaving behind a silver-gray mark. Despite perusing thousands of medical texts, she could not identify the nature of this entity, even delving into the esoteric realms of the I Ching and other mystical tomes. Yet its origin remained elusive. 3 months prior, the mark had begun to emit a faint glow. Subsequently, a peculiar image appeared in her mind. She surmised that the original host had perished, and in a twist of fate, the entity had descended into her being. Susu's conjecture was astute. 09, on its inaugural mission, had met with catastrophe when the chosen executor refused to cooperate and perished in a tragic accident, thus compelling the entity to inhabit the first person it encountered, spending 3 years in a dormant state before awakening. Chapter 5. Gains and Losses. The relationship between the host and the system ought to be symbiotic. As the highest-level system issued by the Time-Space Management Bureau, it was unprecedented for it to activate its self-preservation protocol in the event of the host's demise, allowing it to remain in this world. However, the new host it had attached to proved to be quite challenging. Despite possessing remarkable abilities, she languished like a stagnant fish in this remote locale, primarily engaging in the healing of ailments and indulging in tales of romantic escapades. Do tell, what is it that you wish for me to do? Susu inquired, casually flipping through her notebook. 00, filled with elation, replied, Very well, I shall comply. Susu closed the notebook and continued, May I now receive the second volume? 00 cleared its throat and said, that cannot be permitted, esteemed host. You may acquire it during your subsequent use of the simulator. Oh, and by the way, this simulator allows for the utilization of fame points and experience cards obtained through task completion to exchange for simulation attempts. For instance, you presently possess a starting affection level of 1000, which grants you the opportunity for 10 simulation experiences. However, your fame points are earned through your medical expertise. Should your fame points be insufficiently low, it will result in a decline in others' trust in you. So please use them judiciously. 00 felt a surge of delight. It was the first time encountering a host with such a high starting level of fame. What a profitable venture. The intricate nature of human relationships quantified. Trading self-consumption for opportunities and advantages. Wherever there is gain, there is loss. Essentially, this is a pact with the devil. As Susu listened, a faint smile graced her lips. How intriguing. This was the first instance 00 had heard Susu express such sentiment, yet it suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. Indeed, it was a celestial repair system, and for an ordinary individual, it was akin to possessing a golden key. In other realms, there were those who, upon receiving such gifts, became greedy like gamblers, merely seeking to plunder. Naturally, there are those who rejoice at their arrival, eagerly accepting tasks and subsequently reaping rewards. For the first time, someone astutely pointed out the principle of gain and loss. However, 09 did not wish for Susu to harbor such a dismal impression of it. The transformed orb of light brushed against her nose, proclaiming itself as the Tao of Heaven's system. dedicated to benevolence. Oh, dear host, please do not compare it to a devil. While it is true that one must sacrifice to gain, its purpose is to uphold the world and stabilize the narrative. It truly considers the well-being of all living beings. Susu chose not to engage in further argument. Setting aside her book to check the pulse and inquire about the ailments of Granny Sunday. In her mind, 09 incessantly inquired whether she needed a simulation, only to be silenced by Susu's firm decree. The advantage of their bond is that she can explore the system's myriad functionalities, such as silencing it when she yearns for tranquility and allowing it to speak when boredom prevails. Does a mere consultation truly require simulation? She was not blind to the fact that not only its so-called narrative of heaven required mending, but the system itself was in need of repair. 3 months prior, that mark had been dull and lifeless, yet after a single simulation, it gleamed significantly brighter. Likely, by enticing her to utilize its capabilities, it too could gain certain benefits. Meanwhile, a luxurious carriage adorned with the insignia of the Su family from the imperial capital passed by on the street. Susu prepared medicine for Granny's son, offering her precautions when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the carriage's rear. In her master's dying moments, she had sworn that unless absolutely necessary, she would not step foot into the cloud capital, distancing herself from the imperial city. Yet now, being possessed by this entity could be deemed a necessity. Thus she felt it was not a breach of her vow. Chapter 6. The host has gone mad. A package of dog food for the big yellow dog and a package for the blind one. She brought herself a box of lotus pastries and some sweet plum fruits from the Wong family shop in the east. However, upon reaching the entrance, she sensed something amiss. In the courtyard, there was a faint trace of blood. Although sandalwood incense had been lit to mask it, an ordinary person would not have noticed, yet Susu could. She kicked the door open, and the big yellow dog, curled up in its kennel, rushed out, wagging its tail and barking incessantly. Susu could not decipher the dog's language and was unaware of its intentions, but she broadly inferred its meaning and tossed both packages of peach pastries toward it. Fortunately, it had signed the IOU. Susu observed the courtyard, which had been tidied up even more than when she had left. She strolled toward the pavilion, appreciative that someone had taken the effort to clean. Otherwise, when she found him, she would have certainly demanded a few thousand taels in compensation. The big yellow dog, having received the 2 packages of peach pastries, ceased barking and bent down to enjoy its treat, its tail wagging joyfully. As Susu reached the pavilion, she noticed a piece of paper resting on the stone table, inscribed with the words "Until we meet again," beneath which lay a jade pendant worth less than 3 taels of silver, adorned in brocade embroidered with golden thread. It concealed such a modest piece of jade at its heart. Susu raised an eyebrow at the pendant's intricate patterns, sensing a story behind it. Disinterested in cooking, she opened her food box and sat by the stone table, indulging in the lotus pastries while perusing a book. However, it was not long before a series of knocks echoed from outside. At the same moment, a dialogue box from 009 flickered in her mind. Commencing main quest. Please spend 100 reputation to initiate simulation. Is there a hint of coercion? Susu arched her brow, on the verge of closing the dialogue box when she was halted by 09. Dear host, this pertains to your ability to enter the main storyline. It would be prudent for you to make a selection. There are rewards to be claimed afterward. Thus, Susu acquiesced and clicked to confirm. The Su family has located you, believing you to be their true daughter. They inquired about your age, which matches that of the true daughter. However, you lack the necessary proof of identity. Eventually, after extensive investigation, they ascertained that you were not the true daughter. You were framed by Su Yunru and expelled from the capital. Simulation concluded. Please select from the following rewards. Script: The Overbearing Prince Falls for Me, Volume 2. The purple jade pendant placed on the true daughter by Madame Su at her birth. Susu chose the script. Host: Have you lost your mind? Was it not agreed that we would bind ourselves to the main storyline and accomplish tasks? You would forsake the purple jade pendant to select the script. In a decade of chaos, floods, plagues, and wars, tens of thousands of lives lost in the southern county, a young girl adrift among the refugees, utterly defenseless. Do you truly believe she could safeguard the pendant bestowed upon her at birth? Susu, holding the script, spoke with an air of indifference. her mind teeming with skepticism towards the simulator system. Awaiting someone to seek her out while clutching the pendant seemed far too coincidental, an invitation to suspicion. What justified her expulsion from the capital? She found it hard to believe that anyone could orchestrate such a meticulous scheme against her. 09 fell into an extended silence, pondering what to do when the host was utterly uncooperative. Chapter 7. I am your elder brother. At that moment, a young man knocked and entered. Su stood in the pavilion, with the verdant mountains of Nanling and the vast evening glow behind her. The golden-red light cascaded onto the delicate shoulders of the young girl, while the autumn night breeze fluttered her garments, accentuating her ethereal beauty. The young man was momentarily entranced, and tears glistened in his eyes as he murmured, "Fourth sister, I have finally found you." Su furrowed her brow slightly, gazing at the handsome figure before her. "Who are you? Is it so simple to confirm that I am your sister after all this time?" The young man took a couple of steps forward, bowed slightly, and smiled. "I apologize for my abruptness, fair maiden. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Yunan, and I am your elder brother." Su remained silent. Continuing to approach, Su Yunan inquired, "You were born in Nan County, and you are not yet 15 this year, correct?" Su nodded. "I am not yet 15, but I cannot confirm my birthplace." "You fled from Xuanyang to here 3 years ago?" he continued. Su nodded again. "Remarkable. You indeed fled from Xuanyang to this place. There can be no doubt. You must be my sister," Su Yunan concluded confidently. However, Su found his assumption hasty and cautioned him. "There are tens of thousands born in Nan County, and among the countless refugees who fled from Xuanyang 3 years ago, there were not less than 800. How can you be so certain that I am the one you seek?" Su Yunan smiled, exuding an air of confidence. Although there were numerous individuals born in the southern counties, the number of women who matched the specified age was barely over 100. Furthermore, those who had fled from Fuyang were even fewer. "I have meticulously examined all the other women, and you bear a striking resemblance to my mother in her youth, 7 parts alike. There is no doubt you are my sister." 7 parts alike? Su was taken aback. Could this be mere coincidence? Su Yunan stepped forward, grasping Su's hand, his excitement palpable. This left Su momentarily dazed, pondering in her mind. "Did you alter my memories, 09? She was certain she was not a daughter of the Su family. How could she possibly resemble the matriarch of the Su family so closely? 09 was equally perplexed, responding, "Not at all." It, too, was unaware. As Su was merely an ordinary person it had reluctantly inhabited, in its narrative, she held no significant identity and did not feature in the main plot. After a brief moment of confusion, Su quickly regained her composure. Perhaps it was true that many in the world bore resemblances to one another. After all, beauty was common, increasing the likelihood of similarity. It was also possible that Su Yunan was overly confident, projecting her appearance onto his mother. With this reasoning in mind, she decided to proceed to the imperial capital and address the matter further. Su Yunan, still holding the bewildered Su, urged her to sit down. Recalling something, he inquired, "But I haven't asked yet. What is your name, dear sister?" Su. Subsequently, Su Yunan fully embraced his role as an elder brother, incessantly whispering tales of the Su family into Su's ear, while also inquiring about her recent circumstances. Su, in turn, shared what she deemed appropriate while withholding certain details. After all, her profession as a physician was well known throughout Shanga County. Chapter 8. The Disobedient Disciple. The following day, Su did not rush to embark on her journey with Su Yunan. Instead, she visited the county town after enjoying breakfast. She still held a position at the medical clinic, and it was imperative to inform Master Qiao of her whereabouts. Otherwise, he would be worried. After briefing Master Qiao and handing over her recent medical records, Su Yunan, who had been following closely behind, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude upon witnessing his long-lost sister's poised demeanor. His heart swelled with pride amidst the chaos of the world. His sister not only survived but also became a physician at just 15 years of age, truly remarkable. Having settled matters pertaining to Shanga County, Su set forth with Su Yunan on the road to the capital. Inside the carriage, Su lifted the curtain to gaze at the distant Emerald Hills. Atop those hills, another young lady clad in red leaned against an ancient banyan tree, cradling a jar of bamboo leaf wine. She turned her head towards the meticulously tended grave beside her, murmuring, "Master Nangong, your disciple is indeed quite disobedient." Years ago, Master Nangong had urged her to steer clear of conflicts and remain hidden from the world, compelling Su Su to vow never to enter the imperial capital. Yet, she had done so regardless. No wonder the inscription on the monument read, "The disobedient disciple." Ah, truly unfilial. On the official road, Su Yunin observed Su Su gazing wistfully at the verdant hills, mistakenly believing her reluctance stemmed from an attachment to the locale. In an attempt to console her, he spoke gently. Su Su remained silent, yet Su Yunin was unperturbed. With a radiant smile, he petted the head of the large yellow dog, appreciating how splendidly his sister had cared for it. Its coat was soft and smooth, a pleasure to touch, devoid of the foul odor typical of the dogs found in ordinary farming households. As the autumn breeze caressed them, the strands of hair falling over Su Su's forehead danced lightly, while Su Yunin, mounted on horseback, brimmed with exuberance and joy. In stark contrast, the large yellow dog, gripped by a fear of heights, nestled into Su Yunin's embrace, whimpering softly. It was frightened and pleaded to be let down to run alongside, lamenting that its head was being petted nearly bald. 2 days later, news reached the Su family in Yunjing. In their courtyard, 2 towering crabapple trees, each standing 4 to 5 meters tall, were transplanted. The clamor of digging and channeling was deafening, yet the matron of the household was present, energetically directing the chaos with fervor. "Shifted a bit to the east, yes, and don't forget the swing set. Assemble it for me." The din of renovation echoed far and wide, rousing the lady of the Jichuan courtyard and causing the young girl practicing her calligraphy in the Furong courtyard to frown in annoyance, listening to the rain. "What is happening outside?" Before she could voice her concern, a female voice called out from outside, "Fourth sister?" Su Yushu paused slightly at the sound, suddenly recollecting the matter at hand, her complexion paling. She recalled from her previous life that her elder brother had scoured the entire Nanjun, only to find a desolate grave. In the narrative, the true Miss Su Si had long since passed away. A figure approached, her pallid complexion betraying her distress. Su Yinshu covered her lips and chuckled softly, her voice delicate. Although she was not the legitimate daughter of the Anping Marquis, she undeniably bore the bloodline of the Su family, unlike her, a mere illegitimate child. In the 9th chapter, titled Past Lives and Present, we find the tormented heroine, Su Yurua, engrossed in deriding Su Yunshu, eager to witness her humiliation. Yet, she remained oblivious to the turmoil and astonishment swirling in Su Yunshu's eyes. This was not Su Yunshu's first existence in this world. She had traversed through the pages of a novel, The Long Night Unending, where she was the protagonist. Regrettably, it was a tale of suffering. In the original narrative, Su Yinshu was the adopted daughter of the Su family, whose tragic fate unfolded due to her love for the third prince, Rong Hang. Despite being a prince, Rong Hang was frail, and his mother's lowly status precluded any chance of ascension to the throne. Yet, Su Yunshu's unwavering affection for him led her to insist on marrying him, causing the entire Anping Marquis household to rally behind Rong Hang. However, within a mere 6 months, Rong Hang was deposed. The Su family, having gained considerable power, was easily accused of treason and met with a brutal execution. Su Yinshu and Rong Hang endured a harrowing and tumultuous love affair, culminating in her tragic suicide in the Weiyang Palace. Thus, upon assuming the identity of Su Yinshu, she endeavored to evade any association with Rong Hang and shunned participation in various palace banquets. Yet, in a twist of fate, she found herself enamored with Chu Zichen, a wealthy merchant, far removed from the political arena. She believed that by marrying him and distancing herself from Yunjing, she could circumvent the impending tragedy. She had no desire to be subjected to torment. However, unbeknownst to her, Chu Zichen was also a pawn of Rong Hang, viewing her merely as a stepping stone to ascend the social ladder. Within a year of their marriage, he began to take concubines, and following the deaths of her father and brothers in battle, he became increasingly unrestrained. Ultimately, she succumbed to despair. Heaven has granted her another chance to start anew. Yet, why has there been a deviation in this lifetime? Neither in the book nor in her previous life was there a mention of Su Si. In the narrative, the character of Miss Su Si is merely brushed aside, noted to have perished amidst the chaos of war. In her former existence, she distinctly recalls that it was at the age of 15 when her elder brother discovered Su Si's lifeless body. Thus, in both the book and her past life, she is recognized as the esteemed Miss Su Si of the Anping Marquis, the true legitimate daughter of the Anping Marquis. But why has the genuine Su Si surfaced now? If that is the case, how ought she to navigate her own existence? In an instant, Su Yunshu felt a wave of panic. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. So what? Her mother and brothers have cherished her dearly, and they have shared a tangible bond for 15 years. She is indeed the renowned Miss Su Si of the capital. How could anyone compare to her? I shall not trouble Sister San with concerns. If Sister San finds her thoughts too burdensome, she might as well pay a visit to Second Aunt. I heard that second uncle spent the night at the residence of the charming Chun Feng, boasting about redeeming her. You. Upon hearing Su Yunshu invoke her father in the conversation, Su Yuru's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, and she bit her teeth, declaring, I am eager to see how long you can maintain that smile. A glint of coldness flickered in Su Yunshu's eyes. Yet her expression remained serene as she picked up the brush to continue her calligraphy practice, calmly stating, Sister San, do not worry. When Miss Chunfeng enters, I shall surely smile and extend my heartfelt congratulations on your joyous occasion. At this point, Su Yuru could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, You wildling! My father is at least the second master of the Su family, the younger brother of the Anping Marquis, and yet you spew such vile words. I shall tear your face apart. As she spoke, she lunged forward, and in an instant, the two were entangled in a fierce struggle, turning the courtyard of Furong into a chaotic scene. In another corner, Madame Su was fervently directing the servants to tidy up the yard, having just instructed them to position the swing beneath the begonia tree. At that moment, she spotted her daughter Su Yunshu's maid, Tingyu, rushing over in a state of disarray. Tears streaming down her face as she cried, It's terrible, madam. The third miss has come to Furong courtyard and has struck our young lady. Tingyu's outcry caused several workers to pause in their tasks, glancing towards the commotion. With a cold voice that instantly elevated her presence, Madame Su declared, If anyone dares to utter a word about today's events, I shall make them regret it. Upon hearing her command, everyone bowed their heads, feigning ignorance and diligently returning to their work. Madame Su left her maid, Xinhong, to oversee matters and followed Tingyu to Furong courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, a loud slap echoed through the air, followed by Su Yuru's voice, and as they stepped inside, they were met with a scene of disarray. Su Yunshu's delicate profile bore a distinct handprint, which had swollen almost immediately, yet despite this, she remained stubbornly tearless. With her back turned to the entrance, Su Yuru remained oblivious to Madame Su's arrival, venomously stating, Well then, after you've paid your dues, it's best you pack your things and leave swiftly, so as not to linger in my home, consuming my resources. With these words, the tears Su Yunshu had valiantly held back finally fell. I was unaware that the Duke of Anping's household had undergone such a change in leadership. Madame Su's voice, laced with a palpable chill, echoed from behind. The smile on Su Yuru's face froze at the corners as she stumbled back in panic. And Madame Su regarded her with a measured indifference, remarking that it seemed the third miss had been neglecting her studies lately, forgetting the principles of filial piety and sincerity. Su Yuru's countenance turned pale. She acknowledged her rudeness and implored her aunt for forgiveness. Bring forth the family discipline. Madame Su disregarded her pleas for leniency, seizing the rattan switch offered by a maid and striking her hand. It appears your second brother has been preoccupied with business, neglecting the upbringing of his children. As your aunt, I shall take it upon myself to instill some discipline. Su Yuru gritted her teeth, enduring 5 strikes, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Once the punishment was administered, Madame Su stowed the switch away and instructed a nearby maid. Take the third miss to the ancestral hall and have her diligently transcribe the analects. She shall not be permitted to dine until the task is complete. In the entire Su household, save for the matriarch, none dared to oppose Madame Su. Moreover, as the esteemed matriarch of the Su family, it was within her rights to discipline the younger generation. Balu naturally did not dare to defy her, assisting her mistress as they exited. Just as they stepped outside, Su Yunshu, tears glistening in her eyes, knelt and bowed to Madame Su in contrition, her voice trembling with emotion. "Mother, it is my fault. I should not have quarreled with Sister Yuro." Madame Su sighed, helping Su Yunshu to her feet and reassuring her, "It is she who is at fault. What do you have to apologize for? She has simply been neglectful of her duties." The third young lady is a domineering figure, known for her ability to discern and manipulate others. Unexpectedly, she has now intruded upon the Furong courtyard, although not by blood. She has been cherished and nurtured for over a decade, sharing daily life and affection. Lady Su harbors deep feelings for Su Yunshu. Chapter 11. A mother's love. Su Yunshu lifted her gaze towards Lady Su, tears brimming in her eyes, unable to be contained any longer. "Mother, my third sister is correct. It is I who have occupied the nest of the magpie for so many years, resulting in my fourth sister wandering outside, enduring countless hardships. It is my fault." Lady Su sighed upon hearing this, gently patting her head with a smile. "Silly girl, what does this matter have to do with you?" Su Yunshu bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes as she spoke with a choked voice. "I am merely someone who does not know who my parents are. I do not deserve the love and care of a mother, father, and brothers." As Lady Su spoke, she retrieved an ice pack to soothe Su Yunshu's face, her movements tender. "In those tumultuous times, your father was entrusted with a critical mission to defend Pingcheng, with chaos surrounding the city. Should the city fall, the marauding forces would march directly to Chang'an. He ordered the soldiers to escort the women and children out first. But it was during that moment that I went into labor, accompanied by many wives of the military leaders, in such disarray. It was then that the children were mistakenly swapped. The maids meticulously tidied the chaos of the outer chamber, while within, only the gentle voice of Lady Su could be heard. So, regardless of who your biological parents may be, they must be great heroes who defended our homeland. But my dear, you were raised by me, and you will always be my daughter. If you so wish, you shall always remain the fifth young lady of the Anping Marquise. Yinan and Yunqing will continue to regard you as their younger sister, just as before. Shall we not treat her well together, as one family should?" Madame Su's voice was exceptionally gentle, and the tears in Su Yunshu's eyes ceased as she smiled and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Shui will treat Sister Su as her own elder sister." Madame Su appeared quite satisfied, gently stroking her head before saying, "Very well. Let us rest for a while. Your mother shall stay here to watch over you, and soon the doctor will arrive. Such a lovely little face of yours must not bear scars." Madame Su waited until the physician arrived, administered the medicine, and ensured Su Yunshu was properly treated before she departed. However, once Madame Su left, Su Yunshu, who had been resting, opened her eyes. She touched her swollen cheek and lowered her gaze slightly. After this visit, her mother would surely consider her feelings when compensating for Su Si in the future. On the day Su and Su Yunan arrived in the imperial capital, it was already late September, with the crispness of autumn in the air, and the leaves of the poplar trees lining the roads began to turn golden. Su Yunshu stood beside Madame Su, with the second house's matron, Lu Shi, also present. Su Yuro peered curiously into the distance, occasionally casting resentful glances at Su Yunshu, which filled her with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 12. Marriage. The carriage glided slowly down the streets of Chang'an, while a young man in splendid attire stood by the window of a second-floor private room. He held a sandalwood hairpin in his hand and spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. "What does it mean that she was not found, Your Highness?" "The young lady you mentioned left Ling in half a month ago," replied the attendant. "When we searched for her, we found no trace, neither of her nor even of a dog." The young man furrowed his brow, pressing further. Where did she go? After spending 2 months together, he recalled that she had no intention of leaving. Her daily routine consisted of reading those tedious novels and feeding the dogs, occasionally exchanging playful banter with him. Life had been rather pleasant. Observing his master's expression, the attendant hesitated before speaking, I traced her to the medical clinic registered under the name of Miss Sue. The elderly physician there informed me that she was taken away by her lover. She is married. Impossible. The young man gritted his teeth, his countenance darkening. What lover? Which family does he belong to? Have you clarified this matter? His piercing gaze bore down upon the man kneeling before him, exuding an air of disdain for their incompetence in uncovering such a trivial detail. The attendant broke into a cold sweat and stammered. It is the Sue family, the eldest son of the Anping Marquis, Sue Yunnan. In recent years, the crown prince had always presented himself with gentleness, rarely showing such a grim demeanor. The young man paused momentarily, his brow furrowing deeper. He recalled that Sue Yunnan had been betrothed for over a year to the daughter of the Liu family, Liu Wan. Could it be that the deceased woman had fallen in love at first sight, unaware of his reputation as a promiscuous man already engaged? Is this woman truly foolish? After spending 2 months in his company, can she still find favor in Sue Yunnan? What sort of perception is that? In his moment of frustration, he caught sight of the carriage passing below. Could it be the Sue family's carriage? At that very moment, an individual inside the carriage lifted the window and glanced outside. In an instant, their eyes met, each taken aback. Sue gazed at the elegantly dressed young man standing by the window above, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. How fortuitous. The first person she encountered upon arriving in the capital was him. Just when she was at a loss about where to seek assistance, he appeared as if summoned. Beyond Chang'an Street lies the Sue residence, and at this hour, her mother must have been waiting at home for quite some time. The large yellow dog in the carriage wagged its tail excitedly, barking joyfully, as though reveling in this new environment, the scent of meat in the air becoming more pronounced. Above, the young man stepped out. Your Highness, where are you going? The guards, momentarily bewildered, reacted instinctively and followed him. What has come over His Highness lately? The carriage halted at the entrance of the Sue residence, where Madame Sue awaited anxiously, promptly instructing someone to fetch a small round stool to place beside the carriage. Sue lifted the curtain of the carriage and descended. In that fleeting moment, those stationed at the entrance were momentarily stunned by her beauty. The young woman possessed exquisite features, her skin as smooth as jade, brows like ink, eyes resembling glazed porcelain, and lips naturally flushed. Her long hair was casually gathered behind her, adorned only by a silver ribbon, devoid of any other embellishments, her ethereal presence radiating an otherworldly grace. For many years, the fourth Miss C had been wandering alone, and when she was finally found, she was still residing in the countryside. One would expect her to resemble a weathered and unrefined rural woman, yet to everyone's astonishment, she was strikingly beautiful, her skin fair and delicate, and her eyes sparkling with life. Moreover, she bore a remarkable resemblance to Madame Sue, particularly in those captivating eyes. Chapter 13. The mother and daughter with 7 parts resemblance. Madame Sue gazed at Sue, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sue, in turn, looked at Madame Sue, utterly bewildered. The resemblance was undeniable. This was no mere similarity between beauties, but a genuine likeness between two individuals. It was no wonder that Sue Yunnan was so certain upon seeing her that she was his fourth sister. Now even she found herself questioning her own identity. Stepping forward, Sue Yunnan saluted Madame Sue with a smile gracing his face. Madame Sue embraced Sue tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, "My child, you have suffered so much all these years." Sue Yunnan also approached, taking Sue's hand with grace, saying, "Sister, you have endured hardships out there. Mother, and we have always been concerned for you." The moment her hand touched Sue's, the system interface emitted a notification. Unlocking key character, Sue Yunnan. Character profile, adopted daughter of the Sue family, the female lead of the dimension, a talented individual from Yunjing, heavily infatuated, a pawn in Rong Hang's ascension, and one of the pivotal figures in the Sue family's downfall. Also a significant factor in the nation's demise. Please pay close attention to this character. Host. Sue Yunshu's favorability, -50. Sue lifted her gaze towards Sue Yunshu. The woman before her possessed a captivating beauty, delicate as a willow bending in the wind, resembling a pristine lotus blooming in a tranquil pond. Could she truly be one of the sparks igniting chaos in the realm? Beside her, Madame Sue continued to dab at her tears, while Lu spoke up at an opportune moment, noting the throngs gathered outside the Su residence due to the family's recent upheaval. Madame Su wiped her tears, and thus, a large crowd pressed into the Su household. After a round of pleasantries, Madame Su introduced Su Su to the household staff. Old Lady Su and Old Master Su had 3 sons. The eldest, Su Jingqi, was Su Su's nominal father, the Marquis of Anping, who had set forth to battle the Northern Di at the end of last year and was soon to return victorious. The second son, Su Yuning, merely 18 years of age, was a disciple of a renowned scholar from Tsangyun Mountain, graceful and refined, yet currently abroad for studies. As for the youngest son, Su Yunqing, just past 16, he was deemed unrefined in both literary and martial pursuits, notorious in Yunjing City for his waywardness. In addition to the main branch, there was an adopted daughter, Su Yunshu, mistakenly swapped at birth during Madame Su's delivery. In contrast, the second branch of the family was far simpler. Second Master Su Zhengze lacked both martial prowess and scholarly talent. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by the Emperor's trade edict, he plunged into the world of commerce, only to face frequent financial losses due to his fickle nature. Consequently, the second household was often fraught with unrest, with the couple frequently embroiled in disputes. Nevertheless, due to Old Master Su's decree against taking concubines, Su Jing's mischief was ultimately restrained, all tightly held within Lu's grasp. Chapter 14. The favorability of Su Yunshu -10. Su Lao Yi has been unable to father a son and has 3 daughters with the second Madame, Lu. Currently, the eldest and second daughters are married, leaving only the youngest daughter, Su Yuru, who remains in the family home. The Su family's second branch resides in the western garden of the Su residence, having attained their wealth through the military achievements of the Anping Marquis. Thus, their influence within the Su family is not particularly strong, and generally, they coexist peacefully. Su Sanlao Yi, Su Jingxi, has been a scholar since childhood, achieving success in his youth as a jinshi. He is currently serving as an official alongside his third wife and has 1 son, who is regarded as the 4th young master of the Su residence, though he is not present at home. Therefore, the only ones currently residing in the household are the 3 members of the second branch of the Su family, along with Madame Su and her son, as well as the adopted daughter, Su Yunshu. After introductions were made, Su Yunshu took a box from a maid and handed it to Su Su, her voice gentle and soothing. "This is the colorful gilded hairpin my grandmother gifted me when I was 7. I now pass it on to you, dear sister, in hopes that you will cherish it." Upon opening the box, Su Su discovered a golden hairpin, weighing approximately 2 taels, adorned with a ruby that might be worth around 200 taels. Su Su smiled and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." However, in the next moment, a notification from the system appeared. Su Yunshu's favorability level, -10. Su Su, should I accept this golden hairpin or not? After a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to accept it. She had already expressed her thanks, and after all, it was worth 200 taels. Meanwhile, Su Yuru was taken aback by Su Yunshu's gesture. Was she still expected to give a gift? No one had informed her of this. Lost in her thoughts, Lu stepped out from the side, producing a box. She had yet to prepare the 4 treasures of the study, yet Lu had anticipated her need. Upon catching sight of the inkstone, Su Su instantly recognized it as a superior Longwei inkstone from Huizhou, a smile blossoming in her eyes as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt." She truly cherished these 4 items. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Su joined everyone for a meal. Indeed, the hospitality of the Marquis' residence in Yunjing surpassed that of the county town in Nailing. Su Su mused to herself that had she known such comfort awaited her, she would have arrived much sooner. It begged the question, why had her master insisted she vow never to approach unless absolutely necessary? After the meal, Madame Su finally led Su Su into the meticulously arranged courtyard. The Su residence was vast, winding through archways and garden bridges until they arrived at a quaint courtyard. Though not overly large, it was beautifully adorned. Upon entering, one was greeted by a small artificial lake, where lotus flowers flourished in a charming arrangement, and the crystal-clear waters occasionally revealed koi swimming gracefully. The main building was a 2-story loft, which Su Su immediately took a liking to. The corridor opened up generously, Ideal for placing a small wooden table in autumn for tea brewing while listening to the wind. A delightful prospect indeed. Chapter 15. Gifts on either side of the loft. 2 stout begonia trees flourished, their blooms perfect for the September season. A swing hung beneath the trees, swaying gently in the breeze, while the courtyard gleamed with cleanliness. Where 7 or 8 maids stood in the center, attentively listening to instructions. Madame Sue observed the maidens in the courtyard and personally addressed them, stating, "This is the 4th young lady of the Sue family, your future mistress. You are to serve her with utmost diligence. Should you attend to her well, I shall reward you. However, if any of you dare to be lazy or insubordinate, do not blame me for selling you off." The group bowed in response, pledging, "We shall serve the young lady faithfully." Satisfied, Madame Sue nodded and called out to a nearby young maid, "Songji, come forth and pay your respects to the 4th young lady." Songji approached, bowing gracefully before Su. "This servant greets the young lady." Madame Sue instructed Su, "If you require anything, summon Songji. Should any maid or servant disobey, you are to deal with them directly." As she spoke, she handed Su a small box, which contained their contract of servitude. Su accepted it with a grateful nod. Madame Sue affectionately patted her head, saying, "Today, you shall rest and recuperate. Tomorrow, I shall take you to explore the city." Her daughter was exceptionally beautiful, yet her attire was rather plain for her age. Such a young girl ought to be adorned splendidly. After giving numerous instructions, Madame Sue departed from the small courtyard. Su instructed Songji to prepare warm water for her to wash up. After freshening up, she lay on her bed, yawning, but before she could drift off to sleep, she was startled by the commotion outside. The cacophony of barking dogs made it impossible for her to remain unaware of the disturbance. Holding the leash of the large yellow dog in one hand and a substantial wooden doghouse in the other, Su Yunin cheerfully called out to Su, "Sister, I've brought De Huang over for you." Not only had he brought the dog, but he had also purchased a cozy kennel for it. Upon hearing that De Huang had arrived, Su leaped off the couch and dashed out of the house. A woof woof. De Huang barked in discontent. Yet Su Yunin simply raised the doghouse in his hand and casually tied De Huang's leash to the swing set. "Su, where do you think would be the best spot for De Huang's new home?" When they had left, Su had insisted on bringing De Huang along with her. Despite the initial reluctance of Su Yunin, who believed that traveling with a mutt would be quite troublesome. However, the journey had fostered a deepening bond between him and De Huang. Glancing around the small courtyard, Su pointed to the large crabapple tree nearby. Right there. The tree's expansive canopy provided ample shade, allowing the afternoon sun to filter through perfectly, which De Huang adored for basking in warmth. The siblings joyfully set up De Huang's kennel, while the dog wagged its tail and barked excitedly. As they passed the small courtyard, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Su Yunshu's face. During this lengthy outing, not only had she received no gifts, but he had also not spared her even a glance. Wholly engrossed in Su. Chapter 16. The Country Girl. Her delicate fingers, as pale as freshly peeled scallions, curled slightly, and a glimmer of dark intensity flashed in Su Yunshu's eyes. The finest snow garden of the Su residence was bestowed upon her, and those 2 begonias were painstakingly excavated by her mother from the western outskirts of the city, not to mention the koi in the lake, which were exceedingly rare to procure. While it is understandable that her mother held her in such high regard, even her elder brother, neither in literature nor in her past life did a figure named Su ever emerge. What unforeseen circumstances could have transpired in this lifetime? Observing her demeanor, she bore no semblance to a mere rural woman. Could it be that she too had traversed through time? Her life had already been fraught with challenges, and should she confront such a rival, it would likely worsen her plight. No, she must find an opportune moment to probe further. As dusk approached, Su Yunshu was practicing her calligraphy in the hibiscus pavilion when a youthful lad, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, bounded in with exuberance. Clad in a deep blue long robe, he possessed a countenance as radiant as jade, resembling Su Yunin by about 50 to 60%, albeit with a slightly more juvenile appearance and a demeanor that was decidedly more frivolous. In his hand, he carried a box of hibiscus cakes, cheerfully exclaiming as he approached, "Fourth sister, look what I've brought for you." Upon hearing this, Su Yinshu set down her brush and rushed toward the boy, taking the offering from his hands with delight. "Is this Chun Ji's hibiscus cake?" she exclaimed. "Indeed, you guessed correctly." The boy playfully flicked her nose with his hand. "My fourth sister is truly clever, far superior to that fierce individual, Su Yuru." Su Yinshu felt a shadow pass over her eyes. Yet she managed to force a smile and spoke. Su Yuncheng, upon hearing her, felt a flicker of joy, but it was quickly replaced by a frown. He had grown accustomed to referring to his fourth sister as a Shu. Su Yinshu, noticing his furrowed brow, spoke up again. Su Yuncheng shot her a glare, questioning her assertion about the misplaced child. "You were but an infant in swaddling clothes when the mix-up occurred, completely unaware. What concern is it of yours?" he retorted, gently ruffling Su Yinshu's hair. She quickly waved her hands, insisting, "No, no. Third brother, you mustn't misunderstand. Fourth sister is quite well." Such ambiguous responses only served to reinforce Su Yuncheng's suspicions. The young man rolled up his sleeves, revealing his delicate, pale arms, and strode toward the snowy courtyard. Despite Su Yinshu's repeated calls for him to stop, he did not respond, leaving her with no choice but to chase after him. Meanwhile, Su Su was feeding De Huang. As she sampled the crisp and delectable golden pastry, she couldn't help but exclaim once more that, being in the imperial capital, the delicacies truly surpassed those of Nanling. At that moment, a furious figure came rushing towards them. Chapter 17. Angrily biting off the belt. A thought popped into her mind. It seems someone is here to stir trouble. Should the host simulate a response? There are rewards involved. After all, the prestige accumulated in Nanling holds little value. Why not attempt the simulation? The rewards are exceedingly generous. Host, isn't your original text nearly complete? I have plenty more here. As Su Su pondered that her storybook seemed to be nearing its conclusion, she promptly tapped yes on the interface. Su Yuncheng is coming to reprimand you. And Su Yinshu has followed suit. The large dog, De Huang, was attracted to the lotus cake held by Su Yinshu, and having not secured its leash properly, it lunged forward. Su Yinshu was startled, and De Huang was taken away. Simulation complete. Please select from the following rewards. Long Night Unending. The Emperor's Demise Volume 1. You may choose one person for A. What is A? Su Su decisively selected the storybook. Ding. The reward you selected, Long Night Unending, The Emperor's Demise, has been credited. Please check your account. 009 felt a sense of impending doom. Dear host, based on the simulation results, the outcome is quite unfavorable for you. We must swiftly devise a strategy to avert De Huang's departure. After a moment of contemplation, a plan emerged. For the sake of caution, let's secure the dog leash tightly. However, in the next instant, Su Su raised her hand and yanked the bow tied to the wooden post, thereby unfastening the leash. 009 exclaimed, Host, are you out of your mind? What are you doing? We had an agreement to complete the task. Su Su playfully patted De Huang's rear and instructed, Do you see? If you wish to enjoy the fruit preserves in the future, bite that man's rear and keep your distance from that woman behind. Do not let her touch you. De Huang barked twice in response, indicating comprehension. Su Su added, But don't actually bite, just give him a scare. Having raised a dog for 1,000 days, she felt an unwavering trust in De Huang. As Su Yunqing stepped into the snow courtyard and ascended the wooden bridge, before he could traverse even halfway, a large yellow dog, nearly half his height, lunged towards him. Ah, help! The lad, merely 16 or 17 years of age, who had seldom applied himself to martial arts or studies, found himself toppled to the ground by the exuberant canine. The dog, having retained Su Su's words, unleashed a flurry of affectionate licks upon him. A soft, sticky sensation enveloped his face, while the air was thick with a sweet, pungent aroma. Struggling to open his eyes, all Su Yunqing could discern were the dog's sharp fangs. Someone, quickly, assist this young master pull this filthy dog away. The latter part of his plea had yet to escape his lips when the massive tongue of the dog swept across his mouth, nearly depositing saliva within. Thus, a piercing scream reverberated through the air. You beast! That was my first kiss. I shall have your head. Braised. Dog meat hot pot. As if comprehending his words, the dog let out a furious bark and promptly severed his belt. At last, Su spoke, and upon hearing her command, the dog dashed towards her, obediently settling at her feet, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yunqing. Rising to his feet, disheveled and drooled upon, he clutched his belt in dismay. You wild girl! How dare you unleash this beast upon me? Chapter 18. The wild girl from the countryside with a smirk that barely concealed her amusement. Su gazed at Su Yunqing. Third brother, tread carefully with your words. For now, she bore the identity of his beloved sister. If she were to be labeled a wild girl, then what was he? However, Su Yunqing was momentarily at a loss, glaring fiercely as he exclaimed, Do you dare to threaten me? And who is your third brother? This country girl was utterly exasperating. She couldn't even compare to his dear sister, Su Shu, and he would never acknowledge her as his sister. Just as Su Yunin arrived at the snow courtyard with Su Yunlin to identify someone, he overheard Su Yunqing's uproar. Before he could utter a word, Su Yunshu, panting heavily, stopped and called out to him, Elder brother. Su Yunin nodded at her, choosing not to elaborate further. He took a couple of steps forward and, addressing Su Yuncheng with an icy demeanor, inquired, What did you just say? Repeat it. Upon hearing his elder brother's voice, Su Yuncheng felt a chill run down his spine. Aside from their father, he feared his brother the most. Yet, recalling the grievances he had suffered, he hastened to Su Yunin, pointing in Su Shu's direction, sobbing uncontrollably, Elder brother, she instigated that beast to harm me. Before he could reach his brother, Su Yunin swiftly grasped the younger sibling's hand and sidestepped, causing Su Yuncheng to miss and tumble onto the grass, landing in a most undignified manner. Su Yunshu was about to assist him when Su Yunin intervened. Do not help him. Let him lie there. Having never witnessed Su Yun'an's fury before, Su Yunshu dared not oppose her elder brother, her hand suspended in midair, caught in a moment of indecision. Su Yunin spoke coldly, while Su Yuncheng, with a bruised face, tears and snot mingling with the yellowish drool, lamented, Elder brother, why don't you inquire how that wild girl treated me? As he entered the courtyard, having yet to take any action, she commanded that beast to humiliate him. A grudge was forged today. As long as he remained at the Su residence, that wild girl would know no peace. Su Yunqing clenched his teeth, seething with indignation. Preposterous. Su Yunin rebuked sharply, chastising him for referring to Su as a wild girl, for she is your sister. You ought to cherish her, having been spoiled at home since childhood. Su Yunqing found himself in an argument with Su Yunin, retorting, I have no such unreasonable sister. I have only one sister, and that is a Shu. Su Yunshu's complexion paled as she interjected, Third brother, please do not say such things. Su Yunqing coldly scoffed, It is the truth. That wild and unreasonable girl from the countryside cannot be compared to you. He had witnessed her untie the beast's leash and overheard some words, though unclear. They certainly were not kind. It was she who incited that creature to humiliate him. Given the chance, he would have that beast turned into a hot pot, avenging today's disgrace. Su Yunin's forehead throbbed with anger as he commanded, Someone, take the third young master to the ancestral hall to copy scriptures and reflect upon his actions in solitude. The eldest son of the Marquis spoke with authority, and immediately, a servant stepped forward to drag Su Yunqing away. Su Yunqing protested vehemently, clutching his backside, Elder brother, if you wish to punish me, so be it. But that wild girl must also be punished. She incited that beast to conspire against me. Her intentions are utterly despicable. Chapter 19. A misstep in the cycle. Just as Su was about to speak, Su Yunin did not grant her the opportunity. My sister Su has always been well-mannered and knowledgeable. Do you really think she would stoop to your level? Your malice is simply despicable. De Huang has always been sensible and never bites indiscriminately. It merely wishes to frolic and grow close to you. How could you so unjustly slander your own sister? It is truly contemptible. Su Yunin dismissed Su Yunqing's words entirely. De Huang had been cradled in his arms throughout the journey. Not only was it sensible and clean, but it also knew how to bathe itself. What an astute little dog. And then there is Su. a miraculous healer who saved an entire city. Her heart is pure, her character benevolent, and her demeanor gracious. It is undoubtedly the unfounded slander of the unworthy A Chung that tarnishes her reputation. Bring the third young master away. Copy Master Huang's Ming Ru Shui 10 times. Not until it is completed shall he be allowed to sleep. Su Su said nothing, watching as Su Yunqing was dragged away, her eyes fixed on him with a glare of intense resentment. As long as I remain in the Su family, I shall certainly deal with you. Su Yunqing continued to shout defiantly, but Su Yunin, exasperated, declared, "Dare to provoke again? Add 10 more." At this, Su Yunqing fell silent, merely glaring furiously at De Huang. Su Su raised an eyebrow as she observed Su Yunqing's retreating figure. TSK, how pitiable. Once Su Yunqing was dealt with, Su Yunin finally turned his attention to Su Su. Speaking gently, A Chung has always acted recklessly, but his heart is not wicked. He did not frighten you, did he? Su Su shook her head, a smile dancing in her eyes. I am quite all right. My only concern is for De Huang, should it attract unwanted attention. Su Yunin gently patted Su Su's head, offering reassurance. Rest assured, as long as I remain in the Su household, I shall protect De Huang. Does that ease your mind? Su Su bowed gracefully, adhering to proper etiquette. Then I shall thank you in advance, dear elder brother. Su Yunin lightly flicked her forehead, saying, We are all family. What is there to thank? Su Su rubbed her forehead. It had been a long time since anyone had playfully flicked her forehead after her master departed. As Su Yunin spoke, he nudged Su Yunlin, who stood at his waist, forward. When Su Su arrived home during the day, Su Yunxin and Su Yunlin were not present, thus they had not yet met. In contrast to the third-born, Su Yunxin, who was older, the merely 10-year-old Su Yunlin appeared notably composed. Bowing to Su Su, he said, Greetings, fourth sister. Upon seeing this soft, cherubic child, Su Su felt a surge of joy. She pinched his chubby cheeks and, from her sleeve, produced a pouch of plum candy, offering it to Su Yunlin. Sister, please enjoy some candy. A smile graced Su Yunlin's face as he bowed once more. Thank you, sister. It must be said, Su Yunlin was truly charming, with his round, plump cheeks resembling a little dumpling, exuding a delightful scent of milk. De Huang, too, was delighted, nuzzling against Su Yunlin. Noticing the little one was unafraid, it wagged its tail exuberantly, rubbing against him. It seemed to have realized that in this new home, these individuals were formidable allies, and cultivating a good relationship was essential. Su Yunlin reached out to stroke the head of the golden dog, its fur soft and gleaming. Su Su, dear sister, truly cares for this dog. She tossed a piece of fruit to the golden dog, which leapt into the air to catch it before it even touched the ground. The dog was quite picky, having been raised in a pampered manner. Su Yunlin found it fascinating that it relished sweet fruits. He had never seen a dog with such a preference. Shouldn't it favor meat and bones? Su Su, intrigued, spoke up. Su Yunlin squatted down, joyfully petting the golden dog's head. I shall bring it sweet fruits from the West Market when I return from school tomorrow. Chapter 20. Defying Fate. Su Yunsu, the young master of the Su family, had always been indifferent. At such a tender age, he showed no interest in anything beyond his studies, rendering him rather dull. This was the first time Su Yunin noticed his younger brother displaying such curiosity about matters outside of academia. Thus, he remarked, Ah Qian, you may come to visit the golden dog often after school. Su Yunlin nodded happily, and the golden dog seemed to understand human speech, wagging its tail joyfully. However, Su Yunsu, standing nearby, felt an increasing chill within her heart. What had gone awry? In both the book and her previous life, her younger brother was an eerily indifferent individual, not only distant towards her, but also towards their parents. Although intelligent, he resembled a person afflicted by autism, speaking little and appearing pitifully withdrawn. Where had things gone wrong? Su Yunsu subconsciously gathered her jade-like hands beneath her wide sleeves. In the narrative, she had met her end in the Weiyang Palace, and in her past life, she had perished under the cruelty of Chu Zichen. Was it truly the case that she could not escape a dismal fate, no matter what? No, she cannot resign herself to fate, since heaven has granted her another chance. She resolutely refuses to repeat past mistakes, she will fight against destiny. Su Yunin noticed that Su Yunshu beside her seemed somewhat unwell, so she turned to inquire, "Sure, what troubles you?" Perhaps it was the lingering effects of a recent cold. Standing for too long had made her feel dizzy. Su Yunin was well aware of her sister's frail constitution. Understanding her condition, Su Yunin said, "The weather has turned cooler. You shouldn't dress so lightly. During this year's spring hunt, I captured 2 silver foxes, and I shall have them made into cloaks for you." And Su. Hearing this, a smile blossomed in Su Yunshu's eyes as she replied, "Thank you, elder brother." Su Yunin chuckled softly, saying, "There is no need for such politeness with your elder brother." While speaking, Su Yunin's heart was also contemplating. It is best for the two of them to coexist peacefully. Moreover, Su has never been one to hold grudges. And as for Shu, though she was spoiled since childhood, her heart is not unkind. Su Yunin felt confident that they would become excellent friends. After exchanging a few pleasantries among the siblings, they were soon summoned by Madame Su to join her for dinner, albeit missing one sibling, Su Yunqing, who was punished with lines. Thus, once again, Su Yunqing noted down an entry against Su in his small notebook. Meanwhile, in private, Su Yunin met with Madame Su. "Mother, this is what I found at the pawn shop in the town where Su stayed in Nanling." Su Yunin presented the purple cloud jade pendant to Madame Su. As she caressed the pendant in her hands, tears welled in her eyes. Poor Su. She looked up at Su Yunin and asked, "How has she fared since you found her?" Chapter 21. The Emperor is still well. Su Yunin assisted Madame Su to sit down and spoke. Though Su seldom mentions her past and tends to treat it lightly, in this chaotic world, as a young girl possessing remarkable medical skills, the hardships she has endured are known only to her. Mastering the art of medicine is no simple feat. It is not merely a matter of memorizing texts or studying illustrations. During the plague 3 years ago, she witnessed countless deaths in perilous circumstances, and her efforts to save lives were akin to gambling with fate. Presently, Su appears calm and untroubled, yet what trials has she truly faced behind that serene facade? In over a decade of turmoil, she has been but a young girl. Madame Su's heart ached at the memory. For had it not been for her mistake in switching the children, Su would not have endured years of hardship and separation. The night breeze rustled through the trees, casting dancing shadows, as the waning moon hung high in the deep blue sky. The big yellow dog, having just eaten, lay in its bed, half asleep and yawning. Su also dismissed Songji and the others. She preferred not to have too many people around her. Moments later, a figure appeared before her. Su, calm and collected, brewed tea as if she had anticipated this arrival. When the tea was perfectly steeped, she performed the ritual of washing the leaves, pouring the tea, and serving it, all in one fluid, graceful motion. A bowl of fragrant tea was thus placed before her visitor. The young man sat before her, lifting the tea to his nose to savor its fragrance. After gently swirling the froth with the lid, he took a sip. Before he could utter a word, a faint voice from across the table echoed, 30 taels. At the sound of those words, he nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. 30 taels. Are you robbing me? This woman was utterly deranged. Su glanced up slightly, wondering if she had come to repay a debt. The young man tossed a silk pouch towards her. Here, not a single coin less. Su promptly opened the pouch and began counting, while the young man stole a glance at her and continued sipping his tea. Do you think I could deceive you? Su, listening, raised her gaze to him, filled with skepticism. This palace? The emperor is quite fond of this title, is he not? I have never heard of such a thing. Could it be that her unfamiliarity with the capital's customs was to blame? Yet, when she had rescued him, he had been adorned in a dragon robe, the 4-clawed golden dragon, which, according to protocol, should only be worn by princes. The young man noticed the confusion in Su's expression and, with a clenched jaw, remarked, Haven't you seen the jade pendant I left for you? I have, Su replied. But it's just an inferior jade, worth at most 3 taels of silver. This woman was truly obsessed with money. The young man inhaled deeply. My name is inscribed upon it. Only then did Su retrieve the jade pendant from her waist and scrutinize it, softly uttering the 2 characters carved upon it, Rongzhe. To bestow grace upon the world, to nourish all beings. What a splendid name, she remarked, pausing slightly to look at Rongzhe. In today's world, the crown prince is known as Rongza. He is indeed the crown prince? Su slowly lifted her gaze to him. Not merely a consort, but the crown prince? Rongza regarded her with a composed demeanor, inquiring, "Since you are aware of my status, is there something you wish to express?" Su initially shook her head, only to follow with a nod. Yes. Rongza inclined his chin, encouraging her to speak freely. Su began, "I have heard that a year ago, 2 blood lotuses were presented to the court from the western regions, and they are currently within the palace. Could you possibly grant me one?" Such a rare medicinal herb had occupied her thoughts for quite some time, yet within the confines of the palace, she found herself at a loss. Chapter 22. The young maiden gestured with her fingers. Rongza inhaled deeply upon hearing this. Is that all? Here he stood, a dashing nobleman, the future sovereign of the realm. And she had no further demands? Su paused, then added, "It would be even better if you could also bring me the immortal fire Ganoderma that His Majesty gifted to the deposed empress." Rongza, this woman is undoubtedly blind to opportunities. Since she did not mention it, he would certainly not offer her a second chance. He would await the moment she wed that libertine Su Yunan and subsequently faced abandonment, left to weep in solitude. At that time, he would resolutely remain unmoved. With that thought, the crown prince rose to depart. Such a woman, beyond redemption. Wait, Su called out to him. Rongza felt a surge of delight. Could it be that this woman was beginning to awaken? He turned to her, looking down with an aloof expression. What is it? Do you have further business? Su poured herself a cup of tea. If the poison within you is not resolved, you shall surely not survive beyond 3 years. At these words, Rongza was momentarily taken aback. Did she truly know of the poison coursing through his veins? Su lifted her teacup, brushing aside the tea froth, and took a delicate sip. Life was extinguished, leaving nothing behind. Thus, he had remained in a state of unconsciousness for a full fortnight before awakening. Yet, the poison within him was too unpredictable, which was why she had failed to discover a remedy. For now, it was merely a matter of prolonging his existence. Rongza turned to Su, his voice grave as he inquired, "Can you cure the poison within me?" "It is worth a try," Su replied lightly, "though it comes at a different cost." Rongza fell silent. Autumn had already arrived, and the night breeze was slightly cool, with stars flickering in the sky. Su set down her teacup and beckoned to Rongza, "Come here. Sit down." The girl gestured with her hand, and the young man reached out. Su lifted her hand to touch him, her brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, the depths of Rongza's eyes, as profound as the ocean, finally shifted. "Are you saying that you can resolve this poison?" "I have a 50% chance," she replied, "but it is not yet the right time. In a few days, I will prepare some pills for you to take in the meantime." His body was in a state of utter decay. Had it not been for her care over the last 2 months, he would not have made it through this year, let alone 3. The poison was fierce, and to recklessly attempt an antidote could cost him half his life. While an ordinary person might endure such a risk, he, most likely, could not. As Rongza was about to speak, he sensed a chilling presence behind him, prompting him to rise and carry Su away. Simultaneously, Su kicked over a teapot, directing it towards the incoming longsword. A figure, akin to a hawk, swooped down from the eaves, moving with such swiftness that his actions were barely discernible, swiftly bringing an end to the confrontation. With a single strike to the throat, the carotid artery was severed and blood erupted, splattering across the floor. Su frowned, clearly displeased by the sanguine scent staining her abode. Rongza's voice turned cold as he admonished, "Qinghu, do not soil the ground." Upon hearing this, Qinghu shifted his technique, countering the sword attack with the hilt of his weapon, rendering the assailant unconscious. With a swift motion, he lifted the remaining 3 cloaked figures as if they were mere chicks. Chapter 23. The Prince with the Cleaning Cloth. This lightness and movement was indeed extraordinary. Su gazed at Qinghu's figure, unable to suppress her admiration. How young could he be? Perhaps only 18 or 19. Yet he possessed such formidable martial prowess, indicative not merely of innate talent, but likely the result of relentless diligence and perseverance that remained unspoken. Rongza observed Su's expression and instinctively picked up a nearby cloth to wipe away the bloodstains. "Your Highness," he remarked, acknowledging his princely status. which typically rendered him too precious for such menial tasks. However, Rongzhe tossed the cloth back to him, instructing, "Be sure to dispose of it later." "Understood," Qinghu responded, once again taking flight with a nimble leap. Su Su raised her gaze and commented, "Your guard seems rather dull." A hint of amusement danced in Rongzhe's eyes as he replied, "Qinghu has been by my side since childhood, cloaked in shadows, seldom engaging in conversation." Su Su ignited the incense of agarwood in the censer and turned to him, saying, "You shall pay for this agarwood." Rongzhe, propping his head lazily, replied, "Very well. Once you cure the poison within me, I shall pay you in full." Su Su, unperturbed by the prospect of him defaulting, casually stirred the incense, covering the intricately carved bronze censer with its lid, and stated, "As for the blood lotus and the 10,000-year fire Ganoderma, I shall consider them a deposit. I kindly request His Highness to deliver them to me promptly. Within 3 days, I shall provide them to you," he responded, lowering his gaze slightly. His eyes, as dark as the night, fixed upon her. "In light of the fact that you once saved my life, I must remind you that Su Yunin has been betrothed to Lu Wn, the granddaughter of Master Lu, for over a year. In the aristocratic circles of the imperial capital, lineage is of utmost importance, and even if Su Yunin were to momentarily charm her, he could not escape the decree of his parents." His seemingly disjointed words left Su Su somewhat bewildered. "Oh," she nodded, realizing that Su Yunin was indeed engaged. But what did that matter to her? She had no affection for him. "You do not care about this at all?" Rongzhe, somewhat vexed, was taken aback by her complete lack of reaction. Did she truly harbor feelings for Su Yunin? Such a lack of discernment. "Take heed," Rongzhe exclaimed, rising in frustration. And without another word, he stormed off. Qinghu, maintaining a stoic expression, turned and followed suit. Su Su found herself perplexed. What had provoked this outburst? Just then, a notification from the system interface popped up. Rongzhe's affection level, 10. Su Su remarked, "The increase this time is truly minimal." Moreover, the system interface displayed the character information card for Rongzhe, Crown Prince of the Great Wei, 17 years of age, the eldest son of the Emperor and Empress. Yet due to being raised by the deposed Empress Yun since childhood, he is held in low regard by his mother. Physically frail, he met his demise in the winter of the 13th year of the reign of the Martial Emperor. Presently, it is the 11th year of the Martial Emperor's reign, and his death in the winter of the 13th year implies that this event is 2 years hence. Su Su's fingers tapped rhythmically against the table. Although the Martial Emperor is the founding sovereign, having risen from humble beginnings, he has not been devoid of leveraging familial connections throughout his ascent. Initially, he wed his childhood sweetheart, the esteemed Miss Chui Wanwan, daughter of the local magistrate. Subsequently, in a bid to consolidate power, he demoted his wife to a concubine and took Yun, the niece of Duke Lu Yong, as his spouse. Once the realm was unified, he honored Yun by elevating her to empress. In the same year, he conferred the title of Crown Prince upon his eldest son, Rongzhe. Chapter 24. A rarely simple task. 2 years later, the Martial Emperor, citing the Empress's failure to bear children, deposed her, leading to Empress Yun's seclusion in the Yuyang Palace. In that same year, he honored Chui with the title of Empress. Empress Chui, being the Martial Emperor's childhood companion and true love, naturally enjoyed a harmonious relationship with him. However, at this juncture, the presence of Crown Prince Rongzhe became somewhat superfluous. Despite his scholarly disposition, even Empress Chui found it challenging to bridge the emotional distance. It is indeed a lamentable situation. The Crown Prince, a legitimate offspring of the Empress, harbors within him a multitude of toxins. The toxins within Rongzhe are not singular, but rather a mixture of several non-lethal substances, resulting in his outwardly frail condition. The role of the Crown Prince in the Eastern Palace is fraught with difficulty, particularly when the Emperor is in the prime of life. While he himself remains inexperienced and is surrounded by numerous brothers. Commence side quest. Please complete the exploration task within 10 days, visiting 3 bustling locations in Yunjing. Upon completion, you shall receive the following rewards. 1. Volume 2 of the Celestial Treasure Talisman Record 2. 1 Beauty Elixir. Host, do seize this task promptly. The rewards are quite generous. Before Su could close the page, she was startled by the shrill cry of 009, exclaiming that the rewards included such precious items as the celestial treasure talisman record. Moreover, there was the beauty elixir, a supreme cosmetic treasure of our interstellar realm. Even if one were the paragon of blandness, consuming it could instantly transform them into a stunning beauty. Do accept it, esteemed host. Merely visiting 3 locations within 10 days will grant you the rewards. This is an unparalleled opportunity for an uncomplicated endeavor. Su, how tiresome. What is this celestial treasure talisman record? It sounds utterly uninteresting. As for the beauty elixir, she was already a great beauty. Did she truly need it? The incessant chatter of 009 echoed in her mind, causing her head to throb, prompting Su to silence it. The following morning, Su was roused by the cacophony of the large yellow dog. Shortly thereafter, Songji entered the room, bowing respectfully. Fourth miss. The madam wishes for the eldest young master to take you and the young ladies out for a stroll, as well as to procure some items. With her eyes half closed, Su propped herself up with one hand on the book she had perused for only a few pages. Songji gently urged, "Miss, it is time to rise. The 5th young lady from Furon Courtyard has already gone to pay her respects to the madam." In the Grand Wei dynasty, governance was rooted in propriety and the principles of filial piety, with rituals observed at dawn and dusk. Su propped herself up and rose, soon attended by a multitude of maids who prepared her washing water, presenting it to her in turn. Following this was the selection of attire. Songji hung all the garments Su had brought into the wardrobe, alongside several new dresses gifted by Madame Su the day prior. "Miss, why not try on the new dresses from Madame?" Although their young mistress exhibited impeccable demeanor, the clothes she had brought were rather plain, failing to reflect her current status. Chapter 25, Completion of the Exploration at Cayenne Pavilion. Su glanced around and pointed to a pale blue wide-sleeved fairy dress, saying, "I'll wear this one." Though modest, it exuded an air of elegance. With a smile in her eyes, Songji assisted Su in changing into the dress, then fetched a jade pendant to adorn her, beginning to style her hair. Having grown up under the guidance of her master, Su excelled in the healing arts, but was otherwise indifferent to the intricacies of feminine hairstyles. In her youth, her master would often craft beautiful hairdos for her. But after turning 12, she had to manage on her own, often settling for a simple silver ribbon to tie her hair back, which was quite convenient. After all, her beauty rendered any casual hairstyle appealing. Songji's deft hands quickly fashioned Su's hair into a cloud bun, subsequently adorning it with an array of pearls and gold hairpins, seemingly without restraint. After a while, she was dissatisfied once more, removing 2 hairpins and replacing them with golden ones, before handing Su a lip balm. The entire process of grooming and adorning herself consumed a full quarter of an hour, leading Su to reflect that while the hairstyle was indeed exquisite, her single silver ribbon was far more convenient. Once she had completed her preparations, Su was escorted by Songji to the main courtyard of Madame Su. Upon her arrival, she found Su Yunshu and Madame Su, mother and daughter, preparing to dine. Noticing Su's presence, Madame Su immediately beckoned her to sit beside her. As Madame Su gazed at Su, adorned in a flowing fairy dress made of shoe brocade, her heart swelled with pride. "My Su is truly beautiful. This flowing fairy dress suits you perfectly. Later, I shall have your elder brother take you out for a stroll." Although the notion of taking a stroll was mentioned, it was, in truth, an invitation for Su to purchase some items, as she had just arrived in Yunjing and was woefully lacking in clothing and accessories. After breakfast, Madame Su instructed Su Yunin to accompany Su and Su Yunshu outside, along with Su Yuru. Su Yunin led the 3 of them directly to the largest ready-to-wear store in the capital, Cayenne Pavilion, stating, "Feel free to choose whatever you like. It will be charged to the account of Duke Onping, my father." Meanwhile, Su Yuru, with keen interest, engaged Su in conversation. However, upon surveying the garments displayed in the ground floor hall, she wore an expression of indifference. "Fourth sister, the styles here are rather mediocre, primarily catering to the slightly affluent commoners. Let us ascend to the 2nd floor." Susu also cast a glance at the apparel arranged in the hall below. To be frank, she found them quite appealing, yet it seemed there must be even finer selections above. She ascended to the second floor alongside Suyurua, her eyes immediately drawn to several exquisite items, which she unceremoniously pointed out for the attendant to wrap up. Suyurua, too, spotted 2 trendy garments and instructed the shopkeeper to package them. Su Yunshu was no different, selecting a substantial haul, and in a generous gesture, Su Yunin gifted each of the 3 girls with an identical cloak, truly a master of serving. As the group emerged from the Kaiyun Pavilion, their arms laden with parcels, a notification chimed in Su's mind. Ding! Exploration of Kaiyun Pavilion completed. Exploration task completed 1-3. Su furrowed her brow, pondering when she had undertaken such a trivial task. Chapter 26. The 4th young lady of the Onping Marquis Mansion, 009. Annoyed, she called out to it. But 009 feigned ignorance. Oh, so now it could play dead. With a cold laugh, Su elicited a shiver from 009, which promptly switched to a cutesy voice, attempting to charm her, proclaiming that the task was exceedingly simple and the rewards exceptionally generous, urging her not to miss out. However, before it could finish its endearing monologue, Su silenced it, deftly navigating to the simulator's settings and disabling the system's automatic task acceptance feature. 009. How did she uncover this function? How could there exist such an uncooperative host in the world? With such intellect, why not apply it to completing tasks? I weep. As for 009, it was the foremost simulator system in the universe, extraordinarily intelligent. It had even granted her additional privileges. Yet, she was utterly disobedient. In the midst of fervent tears, Su found herself at another grand establishment in Kyoto, the renowned Jin Yugo. The gilded characters and jade plaque truly embodied the essence of Jin Yugo, and merely gazing upon the sign instilled a sense of immense value. Su Yunin, akin to a tour guide, led the way, beckoning Su to enter. This establishment was indeed a favored haunt for the young ladies of the imperial capital. In the future, 4th sister could frequently visit, purchasing any items she fancied and simply charging them to the Ho residence's account. While her expression remained placid, Su Yunshu's heart felt a twinge of discomfort at her elder brother's evident fondness for Su. Suyuro, however, remained largely unaffected. Despite the 2 branches of the Su family residing together, their finances were managed separately. Her father, though lacking in accomplishments, was offset by her mother's wealth, which rendered them indifferent to such trivialities. Upon entering Jin Yugo, it was no surprise that they emerged with an array of parcels. Su even cradled a jade Buddha in her arms. As the items became too numerous to carry, Su Yunin generously rewarded the shopkeeper, requesting that a servant deliver their purchases directly to the Su residence. Nearby, 2 aristocratic young men stood by the window of a private room on the 2nd floor of Mingyu Lu, observing the commotion below. One of them remarked, "Which noble family do these young ladies belong to? They certainly are making quite the purchases, it must be said." The girl clad in a flowing azure gown was undeniably beautiful. Jin Yugo had indeed struck a lucrative deal today, reaping substantial profits. Another individual, having received a fan, chuckled softly. The green-clad youth, the first to speak, momentarily paused, unable to respond. Simultaneously, Rongzhe, seated at the round table, slightly faltered in his grip on the teacup before silently placing it down and appearing at the window, gazing at the person beside the carriage below. Rongzhe's sudden presence startled the green-clad youth, who exclaimed, "Oh dear, Your Highness, how did you walk so quietly?" However, Rongzhe disregarded him, focusing instead on Su below, inquiring, "Lu Xian, may I ask, who is she?" The named Lu Xian raised an eyebrow lightly, while the green-clad youth frowned, hastily interjecting. Chapter 27. Current location not within side quest. Due to his agitation, the green-clad man nearly leaned into Lu Xian's face. Disdainfully, Lu Xian pushed him away with the fan, maintaining his distance, his final words laced with a hint of contempt. After all, he, Chun Ziyu, was the reputed mastermind behind the Jinyuch and Kaiyang, famously well-informed. Recently preoccupied with matters in Jiangnan, he had indeed overlooked the news from the capital. As Qin Ziyu pondered, he scratched his head, muttering. Yet, suddenly recalling something, his eyes brightened. Ah, you sly Lu Xian. I have been absorbed in the post-disaster reconstruction in Jiangnan, while you, instead of diligently attending to your duties in the Shaowei camp, are engrossed in these trivial familial affairs. Moreover, I am tasked with overseeing the secret department and gathering intelligence. My attentiveness is a mark of professionalism, while your behavior borders on negligence. Lu Xian cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ziyu, clearly dismissing him with indifference. Thus, would he be unaware of this matter? Su Yuan sought out his younger sister to express gratitude. Had it not been for his subordinate encountering an individual strikingly resembling Madame Su in a town within Nanling, she might have remained elusive. Qin Ziyu. How could he have forgotten this detail? Infuriating. The moment Su Su exited the Jinyu Pavilion, a notification resonated in her mind. Ding! Exploration of Jinyu Pavilion completed. Exploration task progress. 2-3. Dear host, upon completing the exploration of one more location, we shall accomplish the task. Truly, there will be splendid rewards awaiting you. We can undertake any tasks that come our way, and who knows, we might even attain divinity and ascend to become a deity. Each time the system interface failed to present a notification, 09 would incessantly lift the silence ban, buzzing around Su Su's ear with relentless chatter. Yet, Su Su felt that this troublesome task was far from straightforward. Indeed, as she emerged from the grandest tavern in Yunjing Minghui Tower, the system remained silent. Logically, after exploring 3 locations, she should have completed the task: Kaiyan Pavilion, Jinyu Pavilion, and Mingyu Tower, the 3 most emblematic sites of Yunjing. This seemingly simple task was anything but easy. Concurrently, a message box appeared on the system interface. Day 1, Exploration Location, Kaiyan Pavilion. On the first day, the exploration location was the Golden Jade Pavilion. The Mingyu Pavilion was not part of the side quests. Stamina, -6. Current stamina, 6. The host still had the opportunity to explore 3 more locations. To enhance the likelihood of successful exploration, the host could spend 100 reputation points for a simulation. There were countless places in Yunjing to explore. But if she chose the wrong one, she would lose her advantage, and the mission would fail. Who knew what consequences would ensue? This cursed system offered rewards that were rather useless, yet the pitfalls were substantial. Su Su took a deep breath and selected yes. Chapter 28, Ajio's Heartbreak. On the second day, you chose to laze at home. Stamina, 1. On the third day, you continued to be idle. Stamina, 1. On the fourth day, you finally rose at the urging of Ling Ling, yet failed to find the last location for the side quest. Stamina, -2. Throughout these 7 days, you did not visit Qinyan Temple to worship, resulting in a failure of the main quest. The simulation completed. Please choose one of the following rewards. Concealment Talisman, capable of masking a living being's presence for a brief period. Death-like Potion, after consumption, one appears lifeless. Normalcy returns after 3 days, without harm to the body. Su Su gazed at the rewards, frowning slightly. Was there truly such an enigmatic item as the Concealment Talisman? She could concoct the death-like potion herself. Without hesitation, Su Su chose the Concealment Talisman. Oh dear, congratulations to the esteemed host for acquiring the Concealment Talisman. This talisman possesses the remarkable ability to obscure the presence of a living being, granting a fleeting quarter of an hour where one's aura remains undetectable. In this city teeming with formidable experts, such an artifact is most fitting for a host devoid of martial prowess. However, it is evident that this radiant orb, compared to its pre-simulation form, has expanded slightly. Dear host, please do not be so fierce with me, Su Su playfully asserted, as she placed her foot atop it. Her tone casual, akin to how one would address a playful kitten or puppy. You require my simulation because it is essential for mending your own ailments, am I correct? Lacking more suitable terminology, she resorted to the term ailments for the moment. 09, taken aback, felt a surge of energy as the orb beneath her foot swelled momentarily before contracting to a diminutive size. I cannot comprehend what you are saying, dear host. 09's voice remained unchanged, yet internally it was in turmoil, having never encountered such a vigilant host before. How unfortunate it was to face such a challenging host on its very first mission, each one more uncooperative than the last. Ah, I lament. I am so disheartened. Before 09 could extricate itself from its sorrow, it found its ethereal form once again subjected to relentless pressure. Oh, dear host, I was mistaken. I assure you. I will divulge all that I know. It cried out, overwhelmed by the host's remarkable intelligence, which allowed for the swift identification of its flaws to counteract it. How utterly vexing. Why could it not simply adhere to the narrative and fulfill the mission in a proper manner? Su, undeterred, maintained her stance, awaiting 09's own admission. Indeed, I am the foremost artificial intelligence system of the Temporal Management Bureau, possessing an innate simulator as a reward. My arrival in this dimension was destined to mend the narrative. You are aware that my initial subject refused to cooperate, opting instead for self-destruction, which compelled me to inhabit the form of my dear host. There exists no precedent within the Bureau for a system to persist in this realm following the demise of its host. Thus, I activated my self-repair function to transfer to my dear host, resulting in a prolonged slumber of 3 years. Although I have now awakened and entered into a contract with my dear host, the prior damage remains unhealed, necessitating that she engage in simulations to accrue reputation points and other metrics, completing tasks to obtain further energy. As time progresses, the voice of 09 diminishes, as it has come to subsist through her existence. In the ensuing days, Su remained sequestered within the snow courtyard, perusing the book she had recently acquired. Long night unending, the Emperor's grief, twice over. However, with each reading, an unsettling sense of dissonance grew within her. The protagonist of the story bore the name Su Yunshu, who coincidentally had a cousin named Su Yuru, in addition to being the adopted daughter of the Anping Marquis, with 3 elder brothers and a younger brother. Curiously, the male lead was named Rong Heng, sharing the name of the current third prince. The narrative commenced with Su Yunshu being cast into the Cold Palace, with the Su family facing extermination, an immediate obliteration at the outset. The intricate power struggles are merely glossed over, leaving her with no opportunity to glean insights in this world. Su unusually called out to her seemingly useless system. 009 emerged, shimmering with a faint light, bouncing around excitedly, exclaiming, "Oh dear host, you are truly a reincarnation of fortune. Your luck is extraordinarily splendid. You have chosen the original narrative of this world." Original narrative? Su furrowed her brow. Are you implying that I am within a story? Indeed, 009 replied, bouncing with enthusiasm. I understand that this revelation may be difficult for you to comprehend, but in this vast universe, the extraordinary is commonplace. The world you currently inhabit is established upon this narrative. Although the male protagonist, Rong Heng, is portrayed as a scoundrel, he is also an admirable emperor. After the death of his beloved, Su Yunshu, he remains diligent in his efforts to stabilize the realm. However, an anomaly has occurred. The third prince, Rong Heng, has not ascended the throne. Instead, he has been murdered by the second prince, who is expected to be defeated. Following this, the tyrannical second prince has seized power, ruling with cruelty and incompetence, leading to widespread bloodshed and debauchery. The newly unified realm has once again descended into chaos, with famine rampant and sorrow echoing throughout the land. Your mission, dear host, is to preserve the stability of the realm by eliminating all sources of unrest, especially the second prince. 009 emphasized. Su, however, frowned slightly. What about the crown prince and the conflict between the second and third princes? 009 nudged Su gently. According to the original historical records, the crown prince perished in the autumn of the 11th year of Emperor Wu's reign. The subsequent events are unrelated to him. As Su turned the pages of the book, her hand paused slightly. The autumn of the 11th year of Emperor Wu's reign. Wasn't that this year? 009 continued. Had the host not intervened to save him at that time, the crown prince would not have survived. Thus, due to the host's affectionate interference, the narrative has already begun to deviate from its original course. The system detected that both the crown prince and the third prince were excellent choices for a benevolent ruler. The host may choose to support either one. This presents a moderate level of difficulty. since the system does not impose restrictions on the choice of monarch. Should the host desire, they could also activate the Empress mode, accumulating prestige to take their place. This is classified as a challenging mode. Yet the rewards will be correspondingly greater. However, I firmly believe that the esteemed host possesses the capability to undertake this challenge. Monitoring indicates that the host harbors immense potential, exuding the aura of a formidable empress. As for the simple mode, it involves directly assassinating the second prince, Rong-yi, thereby eradicating him from existence and preventing the ensuing struggle for the throne, thus averting the chaos that would ensue among the populace. 009 glimmered with kawaii anticipation, convinced that the clever host would undoubtedly opt for the more challenging mode. After all, it is a god-tier system, aside from mending the heavenly order. It also offers various nurturing modes for the host. Should the host and 009 join forces, the world would surely be theirs. Yet, at that moment, Susu's mind was already calculating how best to eliminate the second prince. Chapter 30. When three walk together, there will be conflict in early October. With the crisp autumn air invigorating the senses, Susu sat in the carriage of the Su family alongside Su Yunshu and Su Yuru, making their way toward the nearby Qingyan temple. Today, Susu donned a pale azure dress, cinched at the waist with a silver ribbon, adorned with cloud patterns at the collar, exuding a refreshing charm. Her hair was partially gathered, and a golden hairpin embellished with fluttering colorful butterflies adorned her cloud-like bun, adding an air of nobility to her usual ethereal beauty. She resembled a celestial being that had descended from the misty clouds, surrounded by treasures of gold and jade, radiating opulence. Beside her, Siyuro and Su Yunshu were similarly attired, though compared to Susu, Siyuro sported 2 additional golden hairpins, while Su Yunshu opted for a more understated elegance, dressed in a pale blue gown with a touch of subtle makeup, her hair adorned with only a few jade ornaments. In previous times, onlookers would have surely admired their grace and refinement, yet in the presence of Susu, they appeared somewhat diminished, eliciting a perception of simplicity, too simplistic. Siyuro's eyes darted between Susu and Su Yunshu before she popped a piece of lotus cake into her mouth from the table before them. Today, Su Yunshu had truly miscalculated. Her attire was so plain that it evoked a singular impression: poverty. She straightened her posture, adjusting the golden crown and hairpins of her cloud-like hairstyle with her unoccupied hand. Although she may not possess Susu's beauty, at least she did not look destitute, a stark contrast to Su Yunshu, who exuded a certain lowly demeanor unworthy of the occasion. Suyuro could not help but express her disdain. Their visit to Qingyan Temple was meant for worship, and one should not be adorned in excessive finery. Did not their second aunt teach the third sister that one should approach the divine with sincere humility, rather than dressing flamboyantly like a gaudy pheasant? Listening intently, Suyuru gritted her teeth. After all, honoring Buddha did not necessitate a monk's garb. Why must one adorn themselves in such a plain and desolate manner, akin to mourning? If Sister Yushu found herself in financial straits, she could always seek assistance from me. I would never allow you to suffer in silence while fabricating excuses. Su Yushu, unwilling to yield, retorted that if Sister Yuru had an abundance of wealth with no outlet, she might as well donate it to the benevolent hall for the reconstruction of homes for the disaster-stricken. Perhaps she could even gain the Emperor's commendation, which would undoubtedly facilitate her matchmaking endeavors. After all, did not Suyuru aspire to wed a fine gentleman from the capital? Alas, she was merely the daughter of a merchant. Their exchange was quite captivating. Susu picked up a pastry from the table, nibbling absent-mindedly while glancing out the carriage window at the scenery. It was autumn, and the fields in the countryside were neatly tended, with farmers methodically sowing wheat. As far as the eye could see, the farmland appeared orderly, with well-established paths. Compared to Lingnan, the land outside Yinjing seemed even more prosperous. When they arrived at the foot of Qingyan Mountain, the carriage came to a halt, and the 2 sisters of the Su family ceased their verbal sparring, rushing over to speak with Susu. The first to address her was Su Yuru, 4th sister. The fortune-telling talisman from Master Wuxiang at Qingyan Temple is the most accurate. I shall take you to see it shortly. Susu smiled politely, replying, "That would be most kind of you, 3rd sister." Just as Su Yuru was about to speak, Suyushu interjected coolly, "We have come to Qingyan Temple to assist Mother in offering incense before the Buddha. Let us not lose sight of our true purpose." Chapter 31. The monks of wine and meat. When should offerings of incense cease? It was primarily Aunt's intention to find an excuse for Su to take a stroll. After all, she cherished her own daughter dearly and worried that her child would feel stifled at home. Thus, she cleverly devised a reason for her daughter to venture outside. Although it appeared rather unperceptive. Accompanied by 3 servants, they entered Qingyan Temple, guided by a young monk at the entrance. Suyushu was the first to kneel on the mat in the main hall, displaying a posture of piety and grace, leaving no room for criticism. Suyuru followed suit, reciting fervent prayers, imploring the Buddha to bless her family with health and longevity, and to grant her a virtuous husband with whom she could grow old together. Observing the towering statue before her, Susu too knelt on the mat. Throughout her life, she had never placed faith in deities, and this act of worship was merely a concession to the moment. Yet, having knelt, she felt compelled to make her supplication meaningful. With a sincere expression, she uttered, "May the Buddha bless me to soon be free from 009. If not, then at least grant me control over it. 009. My dear host, do you not love me?" After completing her prayers, Suyushu offered a donation of incense money to the Buddha in the hall, with Suyuru promptly following her lead, placing a banknote into the merit box. Susu rarely visited temples. Her only prior experience had been in childhood, when she accompanied her master to dismantle a merit box and take the money within to assist disaster victims. Indeed, she has come today to pay homage, rather than to augment the merits of the Buddha. Thus, it is only fitting that she contributes to the merit box. Consequently, Susu slipped a small denomination banknote into it. After all, the Buddha does not extend his grace to the impoverished indiscriminately. To seek assistance from others inevitably requires expenditure, even when beseeching the divine. Upon exiting the main hall, the trio inexplicably found themselves separated. Suyushu wished to remain in the main hall to continue her devotions, while Suyuru opted to draw a fortune slip for love. Susu, disinterested in both pursuits, concocted an excuse to wander the temple and appreciate the scenery. The sun hung high in the sky when a bell was struck, emitting a deep and melodious resonance. Its sound echoed far and wide, mingling with the pure tones of the Buddha's teachings. As Susu circled the temple, she failed to trigger any side quests. By chance, she was captivated by the surrounding scenery and, without realizing it, followed the path to its conclusion, entering a grove of crimson maple trees. Deep within the grove, an elderly man with a white beard was engrossed in a game of chess, playing against himself with both hands, the purpose of which eluded comprehension. Susu found him familiar and, uninvited, took a seat before him, observing the intricate maneuvers of the black and white pieces with a raised eyebrow. A battle of endgames? It turned out he was not playing against himself, but had arranged 2 in-game scenarios, engaged in a contest to determine which side had the greater advantage. The old man lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Susu's countenance, stroking his goat-like beard. "Little girl, this is not a place for you. You ought to heed your master's counsel." Susu tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and met his gaze. The clarity in her youthful eyes starkly contrasted with the murkiness in his, and her cool, rebellious tone inquired, "Why this same old admonition again? I still believe this is not a place for you. After all, it is a temple. How can a wine and meat Taoist like you occupy their territory to play chess?" Chapter 32. The red star awakens. The old Taoist chuckled softly, raising his hand to tap Susu's forehead. You. I merely passed through the imperial capital and sensed a change in the heavens, thus I stayed to investigate. Moreover, Master Wuxiang of Qingyan Temple is an old friend of mine, so I am but borrowing a few days' respite. It is far from what you claim, occupying their territory. As he spoke, he gestured towards the chessboard. "Let me test your skills. If you achieve victory within 3 moves, I shall grant you an oracle." The teachings of Buddhism and Taoism differ, yet the Taoist embraces non-action and possesses the ability to open the heavenly eye. The oracles of the Venerable Huangsong are known to be fortuitous yet elusive. Susu raised her hand to rub her forehead, turning her gaze towards the chessboard. In this endgame, the old Taoist played with the white pieces while Susu took the black. The black dragon clung to life precariously, while the white dragon had yet to fully unfurl its wings. In the midst of their disadvantageous entanglement, it seemed they were both on the brink of destruction. Susu placed a piece on the board, and in that instant, the black dragon appeared to come alive, exuding an air of dominance. Yet, as the old Taoist placed his piece, the previously unformed white dragon instantly gathered its strength, soaring with renewed vigor. The wind rustled through the trees, stirring the yellowed leaves that drifted down, brushing past the young girl's shoulder before falling silently to the ground. The old Taoist sat resolutely like a mountain, his white hair occasionally lifted by the breeze, embodying a noble grace akin to a crane. When both players made their final moves, the game ended in a draw. Having lived for so many years, the old Taoist was far from uninformed. In the realm of chess, he ultimately held a slight advantage over Susu, though it was merely a marginal one. Some individuals inherently possessed the upper hand. The venerable Huang stroked his beard, remarking that he had lived 50 years longer than you. If he did not win, then it was tantamount to losing. Nonetheless, he would offer you an oracle. As he spoke, he gathered the chess pieces, sweeping his long sleeves, and the distinct black and white pieces gracefully fell into the jade chess jar. Subsequently, he produced 3 seemingly shabby copper coins and began to toss them. Susu glanced at the jar containing the go pieces, then at the chessboard made of inked jade, a chill creeping over her. From which dubious source did you acquire this treasure? She mused, recalling the old man's prior schemes of deceit. Huang, the aged Taoist, widened his eyes at her words. Yet his hands remained busy. Little girl, mind your tongue. This was a gift from the esteemed Luo Taifu's household in the west of the city, who sought my guidance and graciously offered this in return. He continued, shifting the position of the copper coins. It is known that my divination is seldom solicited. Even your master once sought my counsel. Yet here you are, a mere child, unaware of the vastness of the heavens. In that instant, the coin settled, and the oracle was formed. Susu turned her gaze towards the Taoist, her tone casual, yet laced with curiosity. Is it determined? Huang clicked his tongue. Ah, little girl. The red phoenix stirs. At this, Susu sat up straight, a spark of intrigue igniting in her eyes. Was her romantic destiny approaching? This was indeed significant. The little girl's romantic fate was imminent. A noble gentleman, captivated by her charm and utterly devoted, would fall deeply in love with her, destined to cherish only her throughout this life and beyond. Huang Laodao fiddled with a coin and spoke in a low voice. Although the young girl possessed a modicum of malevolent energy, it had significantly diminished over the years. The divination indicated that within 3 years, she would surely have her wishes fulfilled. While he remained oblivious to the girl's intentions for coming to the capital, one thing was abundantly clear: she would attain what she desired. This was the essence of the divination's revelation. Susu brushed her sleeve and, adhering to the customary etiquette, presented Huang Laodao with a golden hairpin, smilingly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Master, for your divination. This was music to his ears, and according to tradition, it warranted a monetary token. Her master had a considerable history with this old man. Thus her calling him Uncle Master was indeed a matter of propriety. Chapter 33. The pursuit of the supernatural is unwise. Huang Laodao, however, was incensed, puffing his cheeks and raising his voice by several notches. Call me Master Uncle. I am older than your master. He is the one who precedes me. Furthermore, what did this little girl take him for? To think she would present him with gold. Such vulgarity! As he grumbled, he reached for the golden hairpin. Just as he was about to grasp it, he seemed to recollect something, pinching his beard as he cautioned. Ah, dear child, the divination also mentioned that while you are currently favored by the auspicious star of romance, you are also accompanied by the ominous presence of peach blossom calamity. A moment's carelessness could endanger your very life. Moreover, your romantic journey will be fraught with difficulties. Even if mutual affection exists, external forces will surely impede you, leading to perilous outcomes. Be prepared. As these words fell, the gold that had been within reach was whisked away, leaving his hands empty and cold, replaced by the chilling breeze of the mountains. Huang Laodao abruptly lifted his head, only to behold the young maiden gracefully reinserting her golden hairpin into her hair, elegantly sweeping back her loose strands with a flourish. Then, lowering her gaze upon him, she spoke with utmost seriousness. Uncle Master, While it is said that supernatural forces are to be avoided, should you find yourself truly idle, do feel free to inform your disciple, for I can procure more books for your reading pleasure. Huang Laodao's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Susu for an extended moment. Until she bowed and took her leave, his throat constricted with pent-up indignation. How shameless! She dared to imply he was uneducated, to suggest he should read more. The old man gritted his teeth in fury, utterly appalled by her audacity. This insufferable girl was the spitting image of her master. When it came to flattery, she would offer mere trifles of silver and gold, yet never part with a substantial gift. Conversely, when her words turned harsh, she boldly accused him of dabbling in the supernatural, of being a charlatan. Such disgraceful conduct! The two of them, master and disciple, were equally shameless. Just then, as Susu emerged from the maple forest, she looked up to see ominous clouds gathering. Moments ago, the sky had been clear, but in the blink of an eye, thunder began to rumble. A jagged bolt of purple lightning cleaved the sky, followed by a series of deafening roars, as the heavens opened and rain began to fall. Huang Laodao, observing the torrential downpour from within the maple grove, showed no fear whatsoever. He leisurely gathered his belongings, donned his raincoat, and ambled deeper into the woods. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice that despite the heavy rain, not a single drop had touched the hem of his garments. Meanwhile, Susu dashed into a nearby wooden cabin, seeking shelter from the storm. As soon as she entered the room, a palpable aura of menace pierced through the air towards her. Susu swiftly sidestepped. And at that precise moment, she heard an urgent voice call out, "Qing Hu, sheath your sword." The blade narrowly grazed Susu's neck, and with a slight furrow of her delicate brows, the silver needle she had deftly launched instead merely nicked the boy's sleeve, embedding itself into the wooden post behind him. Rongzhe strode forward, casting a concerned glance at Susu, his eyes reflecting genuine worry. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Susu shook her head, her gaze flitting between Qing Hu and the incongruous wooden cabin surrounding them, sensing something was amiss. The cabin was unusually pristine. Given its location on the desolate mountainside of Qingyan Temple, it should not have been maintained to such meticulous standards. Although there were some haphazardly placed items within, they were surprisingly free of dust, lacking any unpleasant scent of decay. Instead, there lingered a faint hint of blood, a subtle trace, yet discernible to Susu's keen senses. "Has a murder occurred here?" Susu ventured to ask. Qing Hu immediately turned to her, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. However, Rongzhe nodded thoughtfully and replied directly. "A scout from the Sioux, New Jersey, Ing.S. met his demise here yesterday." He had always been candid with Susu. Chapter 34. Host unresponsive. Humanitarian catastrophe imminent. The Sioux, New Jersey, Ing.S. was an intelligence and assassination agency established by the current emperor prior to his ascension. And following the unification of the realm, it was entrusted to the crown prince. After all, being the firstborn son and the legitimate offspring of the primary consort, he had been raised under the queen's watchful eye since his infancy, despite his tender age of 17 or 18. The crown prince has been by the emperor's side since he became aware of the world, emerging from the tumultuous battlegrounds of a chaotic era. Moreover, Crown Prince Rongzhe is currently the only prince actively participating in court affairs. Susu's gaze swept across the wooden cabin, landing on the azure crane, before she approached the scarred table and tapped it twice, inquiring, "How skilled are the members of the Xianying division?" Rongzhe raised an eyebrow in response, stating, "Not inferior to the azure crane." Just as Susu was about to speak, a crimson alert flashed in her mind. Warning: a key figure is gravely injured and in critical condition. The host must immediately enter the main quest to provide assistance. Outside, torrential rain poured down, accompanied by the roar of thunder, when suddenly a purple lightning bolt struck a nearby crooked tree, charring it black. Under such conditions, who would willingly venture out to rescue someone? Susu decisively chose to disregard the warning. However, to her surprise, 3 minutes later, the notification reappeared. Warning: a key figure is gravely injured and in critical condition. The host must immediately enter the main quest to provide assistance. The alerts became increasingly frequent, and the final one transformed into a dark red warning. Host unresponsive. Humanitarian destruction will commence in 3 seconds. Host, make a choice quickly, or we will both explode. The frantic cries of 09 echoed in her mind. Gritting her teeth, Susu cursed under her breath, ultimately clicking confirm at the last possible moment. Main quest initiated. The host must arrive at the Sigwa cliff within 15 minutes to rescue the key figure, Ronghong. Upon successful completion of the task, the following rewards may be obtained. Simulation Experience Card. 1. Spiritual Seal of Gathering. This technique is tailored to the host's inherent abilities, hoping to enhance the host's combat prowess to prevent untimely demise. Should the task fail, half of the host's life force will be deducted. Current life force, 100. A decrease in life force signifies a decline in the host's health. Upon reaching 0, humanitarian annihilation will automatically commence. To ensure the successful completion of the task, would you like to spend 100 points of reputation to engage in the simulation? Susu. Damn it. Is this a form of coercion? She once believed herself to be abandoned, only to discover that there exist far more unscrupulous entities in this world. With no alternatives, Susu clenched her teeth and selected yes. She realized that this so-called simulation served as a means of foresight, allowing her to make choices to avert potential disasters. However, the accuracy of this foresight was rather dubious. You, clad in a raincoat, rushed to the cliff of reflection. A multitude of cloaked figures surrounded you and Ronghang. Without martial prowess, you were unable to fend off the assault of the cloaked figures, and the poison dust at your disposal had already been exhausted. The cloaked figures have slain you and Ronghang. Task failed, resulting in a fatal outcome. Simulation complete. You may choose one of the following rewards. Moonshadow Stealth. Upon learning this, your evasion speed will be enhanced. Brick, a celestial brick, capable of varying in size, easily manipulated. Susu. What are these ridiculous options? Rongzhe gazed at Susu, who stood frozen in place. Sensing something amiss, he approached her and called her name. Just moments ago, she had been inquiring about him, seemingly intent on deducing the identity of the culprit. Now, however, she appeared utterly dazed. As he extended his hand to gently shake her from her stupor, Susu unexpectedly seized his wrist. Chapter 35. A Warning. The life of a key character hangs in the balance. Come with me to save someone, Susu exclaimed, swiftly draping a nearby raincoat over his shoulders and pulling him out the door. Rongzhe, momentarily taken aback, found himself being dragged outside. The torrential rain poured down, and instinctively he gathered his inner strength to shield them from the deluge, wrapping the raincoat around Susu and holding her securely in his embrace. Save whom? He inquired, his mind racing as the esteemed prince struggled to comprehend the situation. Susu replied, we must go to the Thinking Cliff to rescue the third prince, Ronghang. Observing the gravity etched upon her serene face, Rongzhe propelled himself forward, leading her towards the cliff. Qinghu, the ever-silent aide, naturally followed his master, channeling his own inner strength to keep pace. At the Thinking Cliff, a group of 10 or so cloaked assailants besieged the central figure of Ronghang, a youth of 17 or 18 who was surrounded and had already sustained several wounds, nearly drenched in blood. Not far off, Xianshu struggled under the weight of her umbrella, making her way toward the cliff. She had carefully considered her options. If she could not avert a tragic fate, then it would be better not to have avoided Ronghang from the outset. By saving him, at the very least, he would remember her kindness. He would fall in love with her, even if it could not withstand the weight of imperial power, yet in the end, he would never bring her harm. In comparison to Chu Zichen, Ronghang was 1,000 times better. On the cliff of remorse, clad in a simple white garment, Ronghang was still desperately holding on, his youthful mind flashing through the myriad of events in his life, filled with unwillingness. His mother, of noble birth, had been oppressed from the moment of her birth. Enduring in silence for many years, was she destined to die here without understanding? Yet in that very moment, a long sword pierced through his chest. When Susu arrived, this was the scene she beheld. She immediately hurled the brick in her hand at the figure in black who had stabbed Ronghang. The assailant was struck squarely on the head by the brick, resulting in an instant shattering of the skull. Qinghu, save him. As the words fell, Qinghu, positioned behind Rongzhe, dove forth like a hawk, wielding a long sword that cut through the autumn waters, the falling raindrops capable of inflicting harm. The black-clad guards, upon seeing Qinghu and Rongzhe suddenly appear on the cliff, exchanged glances and charged toward Rongzhe. Rongzhe firmly shielded Su Su. And though these assailants were no weaklings, every one that charged was met with death at the hands of his sword. This left Su Su with a renewed impression of the prince, recognizing his formidable skills, on par with those of his guards. Thus, who had forced him into such a dire situation during their first encounter? Soon, Qinghu dispatched the majority of the black-clad men on the cliff. At the opportune moment, Rongzhe spoke. "Qinghu, leave a few alive." Qinghu immediately obeyed, the blade shifting to disable the last two assailants, additionally dislocating their jaws and extracting the poison pouch from their back molars. Under the urgent prompt of the system's red warning, Su Su hurried to Rongheng's side, using silver needles to seal his vital points and dragging him to a nearby cave. The piercing cries of 09 echoed in her mind. Warning: critical individual. Rongheng's life is in jeopardy. Please attend to him promptly. Host: Rongheng has only 3% of his blood volume remaining. If he does not receive treatment within the hour, we shall face punishment together. Quickly, spend your reputation points to simulate an exchange for the divine medicine to save him. Su Su dismissed the clamorous 09, finding it utterly useless, even less effective than the direct alerts from the system interface. Chapter 36. My calculation. Su Su was not accustomed to making frequent bargains with devils, so she devoted all her attention to Rongheng. At that moment, Rongzhe and Qinghu entered, bringing with them a captured man dressed in black. The captive, deprived of his limbs and jaw, could only glare furiously at Rongzhe, his eyes burning with an insatiable fury. Rongzhe paid him no mind, and instead approached Su Su, inquiring, "How is he?" He was unaware of why Rongheng had appeared in this place, but as a prince of the Great Way, he could not allow him to perish here without understanding the circumstances. As for the reason behind his presence, an explanation would be due once he regained consciousness. Rongheng's upper garments had been torn away by Su Su, exposing the wounds that bled profusely, filling the air with the metallic scent of blood. Su Su deftly inserted the final silver needle into Rongheng's acupoint, then retrieved a pill from her medicine vial and placed it in his mouth. Unlike their earlier experience in Nanling, where the medicinal resources were abundant, the conditions atop this cliff were rather meager. Fortunately, Rongheng's injuries were not grievous. Simultaneously, the alarm in her mind ceased. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. Please claim your rewards. Simulation Experience Card. 1. Spirit Gathering Seal. This technique is tailored to your abilities, hoping you can enhance your combat prowess to avert untimely demise. Reputation. 5. Medical Skill. 5. Affection for Rongheng. 3. Su Su exited the system interface, only for Rongzhe to inquire, "How did you know Rongheng would be in danger?" At the same moment, a voice in her mind, 09, cautioned, "Dear host, the existence of the system must remain a secret from anyone in this world, else it may trigger a humanitarian catastrophe or even obliterate the entire dimension. The system's existence is a matter of utmost confidentiality for the Temporal Management Bureau." Su Su lifted her gaze to meet Rongzhe's, tilting her head with a smile that exuded an indescribable allure and breathtaking beauty. "I calculated it. Do you believe me?" Rongzhe chuckled softly, warmth in his eyes, and without hesitation replied, "I do." However, Qinghu remained skeptical. Su Su's charm and striking beauty failed to sway him. Thus, the typically stoic and emotionless aide interjected, "Your Highness, I do not believe her." He found this woman to be exceedingly peculiar. Su Su furrowed her brows slightly and uttered 4 words, "Believe it or not." What concern was it of hers? As long as her words held weight, that sufficed. Qinghu was about to say something, but suddenly, a commotion of footsteps and screams erupted outside. He turned to look first, just as a thunderous bolt descended from the heavens, striking right before him. Meanwhile, Su Yushu, who had just climbed up the Sigua cliff, was startled by the sight of the corpses and the pools of blood. The very next moment, her gaze fell upon Qinghu, drenched in blood and wielding a sword, causing her to faint in fright. "Qinghu, Su Su observed Su Yunshu lying in a pool of blood outside the ravine, her brows slightly knitted. Wasn't she in the grand hall praying to the Buddha? How did she end up here? At that moment, Ling Lingjiu appeared to assert his presence, explaining, "Dear host, the original male lead of this world is Rong Hang, and the female lead is Su Yunshu." According to the previous storyline, Su Yunshu indeed encountered the severely injured Rong Hang while on a pilgrimage to Qing Yin Temple, thereby forming a fateful bond. Yet, whether this bond is fortuitous or disastrous remains uncertain. Chapter 37. Lust overpowers reason. Rong Zhe glanced at Su Su and inquired, "Do you recognize her?" Su Su nodded and addressed Qing Hu, "Bring her in." Qing Hu cast a glance at Rong Zhe, who gestured for him to comply. After all, with his formidable martial prowess, he could summon a layer of internal force to shield against the rain. Thus, even though only Su Su donned a raincoat among the three, she was the only one whose clothing bore the marks of dampness. As Su Yunshu was drawn in by Qing Hu, she lay beside Rong Hang. Su Su administered some medicine to her, ensuring she would sink into a deeper slumber. The circumstances surrounding her presence in this location were not meant for public knowledge. Glancing at the unconscious Rong Hang, Su Su remarked that remaining here would be detrimental to his injuries. Rong Zhe observed the relentless downpour outside, his brow furrowing slightly. The terrain of Thoughtful Cliff was perilous, making it impossible to bring the carriage up. Furthermore, given Rong Hang's current condition, it was ill-advised to move him in such weather. Su Su spoke, noting that the rain was too heavy to cease momentarily. She proposed sealing his major acupoints and having Qing Hu escort him down the mountain to seek refuge at Qingyan Temple, where more medicinal supplies were likely to be found. With Qing Hu's stamina, he should be able to transport him swiftly. Very well, Rong Zhe nodded. Su Su draped a raincoat over Rong Hang. Qing Hu, ever obedient, immediately hoisted Rong Hang onto his shoulder at Rong Zhe's command, preparing to set off. However, Su Su called out to him, pointing at the fainted Su Yunshu on the ground, insisting that she be taken along as well. Carrying two individuals should present no challenge for him. Qing Hu felt an urge to disregard her, yet his master's infatuation rendered him powerless. Thus, Qing Hu, the loyal aide, lifted Su Yunshu as well and soared towards Qingyan Temple. Following suit, Rong Zhe enveloped Su Su in a thin layer of internal energy, encasing them both as they descended the mountain. Within the confines of the monastery, a nameplate bearing the identity of Rongza allowed several individuals to gain easy entry into the Zen temple. At that moment, Su Yurua, having already partaken of the vegetarian meal, observed Su Yunshu, whose clothes were drenched, with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. The fifth Miss Su had inadvertently wandered into the cliff of reflection, becoming startled and fainting. A monk, supporting the unconscious Su Yunshu, entrusted her to Su Yurua's care, mentioning the inconveniences associated with his monastic status and requesting her assistance. As he released his hold, the fainting Su Yunshu nearly toppled over Su Yurua. Gazing at the disheveled figure of Su Yunshu, Su Yurua pursed her lips. Questioning the wisdom of her sister, who had purportedly come to the temple for spiritual devotion yet had strayed to the cliff of reflection. What business did a virtuous young lady have running amok within the temple grounds? Perhaps she had foreseen her path, drawing the fate slip only to seek the elusive Master Wuxiang. Although her search bore no fruit, it did not impede her from escaping the rain entirely and enjoying the monastery's delectable vegetarian fare. "Master, I have also come with my fourth sister. May I inquire if you have seen her?" she asked. The monk bowed respectfully and replied gently, "Miss Su is in the Maple Grove's secluded garden. The rain is quite heavy. She will arrive shortly." Su Yurua nodded in acknowledgement and added, "Would you kindly prepare some warm water for me? My fifth sister has always suffered from ill health, and now that she is soaked, I must assist her with her ablutions." She recalls that when parting ways with Su Su, she headed towards the direction of the crimson maple forest, becoming ensnared there, which was not entirely erroneous. Chapter 38. Open-minded Folk. In the maple forest Bun, Su Su retrieved the silver needles sealed within Rong Hang. She composed a prescription and instructed her subordinates to procure the necessary herbs. As Rong Zhe exited the inner chamber with her, Su Su produced a vial of medicine and tossed it to him, saying, From today onwards, take one each morning and evening. Rongzhe shook the vial, inquiring, "Is this for me?" Su pondered for a moment. 500 taels. Rongzhe chuckled. "Are you considering me a fool?" He noted her silence regarding asking Rong Hang for money. With her arms crossed, Su retorted, "You should consider whether your life is worth such a price. The life of a crown prince, undoubtedly, holds great value." Rongzhe accepted the medicine, suddenly relieved he had not broached the subject of Rong Hang again. Sensing that she might hold him accountable for any debts, the Blood Lotus and the 10,000-year Fire Spirit Mushroom are in the Eastern Palace. In a couple of days, I will have Qinghu deliver them to you. They were supposed to be sent yesterday, but due to an incident at the Mingjing Division, it was delayed. No rush. Su replied, "I can also go to your Eastern Palace to collect them in a few days." Rongzhe was taken aback. She intended to visit the Eastern Palace? Although the customs of Dawei were relatively liberal, it was still uncommon for an unmarried woman to visit a man's residence. Did she mean to? No. She was still young and naive. He could not allow that. Rongzhe cleared his throat, his ears slightly flushed. "Let me deliver them to you instead. It would not be too late to visit the Eastern Palace another time. They must wait until their engagement is established. His affection for her necessitates adherence to propriety, and he must not treat her lightly." However, Su remains unaware of Rongzhe's profound contemplation. She simply observes that his health has improved and desires to administer acupuncture for detoxification for the first time. Yet, she is acutely aware of the limitations of her circumstances. Suspecting that the conditions within the Eastern Palace would be more favorable. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, it seems that if he has been afflicted by such severe poison, it is likely due to those surrounding him. The palace is rife with eyes and ears, perhaps rendering it an unsuitable place for detoxification. Once you have completed the medicine I provided, we shall find a suitable location for your detoxification. Su's voice resonated softly by his ear. Rongzhe paused slightly upon hearing this, while Qinghu, standing behind him, suddenly brightened with excitement, breaking his 3-day silence to utter the longest sentence he had spoken since meeting Su. "Can you cure the prince's poison?" Su cast him a sidelong glance, exuding an air of expertise. "When he lay broken and barely alive at the cliff's edge, I managed to revive him. How difficult can it be to dispel poison? Had it not been for his frail condition requiring careful recuperation, she would have long since extracted the toxins from his body." Due to the rain, the accompanying coachman and maidservants were ushered inside. However, the coachman was arranged to stay in the front courtyard, while the 3 ladies were accommodated in the rear courtyard. Inside, the sound of rain accompanied the gentle ministrations of Yu, who was wiping Su Yunshu's forehead. Having been caught in the rain, Su Yunshu felt a slight fever and was now engulfed in a nightmarish reverie. Chapter 39. She is an anomaly. Do not. Su Yunshu's eyes were tightly shut, her forehead beaded with cold sweat. "Do not hit me. Do not hit me. Spare me. I beg you." Tingyu observed her mistress's furrowed brow and recognized that she was once again ensnared in a nightmare. She called out gently, "Miss, wake up." In the next moment, Su Yunshu jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath. She turned to Tingyu, tears glistening in her eyes, and embraced her tightly. Regardless of the original narrative or her past life, Tingyu had always been the one who treated her with utmost kindness. In her previous life, she had suffered torment at the hands of the beast, Chu Zichen, in order to protect her, ultimately leading to her demise. "Tingyu, I will surely protect you," Su Yunshu murmured. Tingyu, accustomed to such moments, simply offered solace to her mistress. Ever since Su Yunshu awoke from her near drowning a month ago, she had occasionally exhibited peculiar behavior. She spoke of a dream in which she perished while trying to protect Tingyu, often waking up to hold her tightly, vowing to safeguard her. Although Tingyu did not fully comprehend her mistress's fixation on this dream, it deeply moved her. "Miss, I will also protect you," Tingyu assured her. Su Yunshu gradually calmed down, rubbing her forehead. "How did I end up here?" She pondered. She distinctly remembered going to Qingyan Temple to pay her respects. Then it dawned on her that she had ventured to the thought-reflecting cliff to seek out Rong Hang. Today was supposed to mark the day of their first encounter. She should have been at the thought-reflecting cliff, rescuing the gravely injured him and afterwards, he would repay her kindness with malice. In order to escape the fate of her previous life, she felt compelled to take such actions. With nearly 7 years remaining before the annihilation of the Su family, she had ample time to thwart this impending calamity. Regardless of the circumstances, Rongheng was destined to be the future monarch. Only by holding him close to her heart could she secure her own advantages. However, matters took an unexpected turn. Instead of encountering Rongheng, she found herself face to face with a harbinger of death, a chilling figure wielding a blade, his visage stained with crimson as the thunder rumbled from the heavens. Overwhelmed by fear, she fainted, only to awaken in this unfamiliar place. Had there been a deviation in this life? Today was meant to be the day of her meeting with Rongheng. In both the text and her previous life, today was marked by torrential rain that rendered the roads impassable, compelling her to seek refuge in Qingyan Temple. According to the original narrative, she was supposed to rescue Rongheng and spend the night with him on the cliff of reflection, helping him cool down. Suddenly, Su Yushu recalled an anomaly. She turned her gaze towards the corridor outside. As Su closed her umbrella, she found herself face to face with Su Yuru, who approached her directly. In that moment, their eyes locked, and she perceived animosity within Su Yuru's gaze. Su Yinshu regarded Su, clad in pristine green. Her concealed hand clenched into a fist beneath the blanket. Indeed, it was her. In both the narrative and her prior existence, there had been no mention of her presence. Was she truly the biological daughter of her mother and father, or merely an impostor, an interloper? Or perhaps, like her, she too had traversed through time? No. She must find an opportunity to probe this mystery. If it were not so, then it would be as it is. However, should it be so, she absolutely cannot permit anyone to usurp her fortune. Chapter 40. The long-standing thought of devotion in her subconscious. Su Yushu regarded Su as the instigator of her misconnection with Rongheng. Yet, in reality, it was merely the butterfly effect at play. Were it not for 09's embodiment in Su, she would not have taken the detour to the cliff's edge to rescue Rongzhe. Had Rongzhe not been saved by Su, he would not have appeared at Qingyan Temple today to investigate. Furthermore, had the previous world not collapsed, 09 would not have inhabited Su, drawing her into this chaotic affair. The collapse of the former world might also be intricately linked to Su Yunshu's choices at that time. Su paid no heed to Su Yushu and instead walked towards Su Yuru. "Have you eaten, fourth sister?" Su Yuru approached, taking Su's hand. Su was seldom this intimate with others, and it was evident that Su Yuru's warmth stemmed largely from her discord with Su Yushu. It resembled a child's game of house, attempting to form alliances to isolate another, rather somewhat juvenile. Nevertheless, Su was disinclined to shatter this illusion. She merely smiled gently and replied, "Not yet." Upon hearing this, the amusement in Su Yuru's eyes deepened. While pulling Su further inside, she exclaimed, "Then fourth sister shall join me for vegetarian fare. You have yet to partake, have you? The vegetarian meal at Qingyan Temple is truly unparalleled." Why? After the turmoil of war, does Qingyan Temple stand alone in prominence within Yunjing? Su Yuru believed it was somehow linked to the exceptional quality of their meals. After enduring decades of turmoil, how many of the esteemed individuals in the imperial capital genuinely appreciate a simple meal of plain tea and rice? They have long since had their fill. Still, the allure of Qingyan Temple captures the heart. Su, having partaken in the vegetarian meal prepared by Su Yuru, could not help but marvel at its exquisite flavor. This meal kindled within her a desire to engage in long-term devotion at Qingyan Temple, though, regrettably, such aspirations were rather impractical. On the following morning, Su Yunan personally arrived with a horse-drawn carriage to escort the three of them. Su Yushu, having been caught in yesterday's rain, had succumbed to a slight chill, her complexion pale and her strength waning. Observing her frail state, Su Yunan felt a surge of concern. After years of companionship as siblings, he was acutely aware of her delicate health. A mere chill could escalate into a severe illness, rendering her bedridden for an extended period. He assisted Su Yushu into the carriage first, followed by Su, cautioning her about the slippery road. Su then entered the carriage, and soon after, Su Yuru stepped in as well. The moment she left Qingyan Temple and entered the carriage, a notification flashed in her mind. Ding! Exploration of Qingyan Temple completed. Exploration task completed 3-3. Congratulations, host, on completing the exploration task. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. The voice of 09 chimed in, congratulating the host on successfully completing the task, stating that she now possessed a plethora of rewards. She could view her rewards in the inventory, and items obtained through the system could be accessed at any time, essentially providing her with a free personal space for convenience. Upon reaching a certain threshold of points, you may exchange them for desired items at the Timespace shop and even unlock the system's storage function to safeguard all your possessions. Chapter 41. The current host's diligence value is 0. Furthermore, dear host, you can peruse your various attributes at any time in the Attributes panel. Upon achieving specific scores, these values may trigger side quests, bestowing upon you unexpected benefits. Listening intently, Su raised an eyebrow. This so-called system not only required her to mend the narrative, but also activated side quests based on the varying values, presumably analyzed in accordance with her capabilities? How intriguing. It appears to analyze initial values and subsequently distill those values from various tasks to assess a task executor, thereby identifying the most suitable path for her to fulfill the narrative repair. This bears a striking resemblance to predictive algorithms. 009, sensing Su's contemplations, felt a shiver run down its spine. What is happening here? This slothful host, instead of directing her energy towards completing tasks, has begun to scrutinize them. Fortunately, this is merely an antiquated realm. Had it advanced to millennium, the system would likely resort to a humanitarian annihilation, even in the event of dimensional collapse. The secrets of the Timespace Management Bureau must remain concealed from all. Following 009's guidance, Su opened her backpack and beheld the rewards she had currently acquired in her inventory. The rewards she received remained largely untouched, save for the half of the 9th grade life-prolonging elixir, which she had pried open to investigate its herbal components. After extensive examination, she could only identify a few of the ingredients. This potion was crafted through an exceptionally ingenious method, blending the medicinal properties harmoniously at an exceedingly high temperature. Infused with a fragrant aroma that was utterly enchanting, merely inhaling it brought a sense of comfort. This experience led Su to entertain a degree of belief in this so-called system, and she was convinced that this medicine likely did not originate from her world. Although she had always been skeptical of deities and spirits, her conviction began to waver at this moment. Following the instructions of 009, Su accessed her attribute interface, revealing the system's overall assessment of her capabilities. Character, Su. Talent, medical skills, realm, master. Reputation, 710. Life, 100. Skill, none. Please learn the Gathering Spirit seal promptly. Character attributes, kindness, 80. Wisdom, 180. Physical strength, 78. Beauty, 200. Diligence, 0. Current diligence value of the host is exceedingly low. Su. Am I not diligent enough? This system is insatiable. In the vast ocean of consciousness, 009 transformed into an adorable kitten, nuzzling Su's feet. Meow. It purred. The diligence value pertains to the host's cooperation with the system. To enhance your diligence, dear host, kindly collaborate more with the system and actively engage in the narrative repairs. Su, however, was unperturbed. She considered herself quite industrious, attributing the issue to the system. Ignoring 009, she redirected her gaze to the character events section. Upon opening it, she discovered several pivotal events and characters she had encountered. The unlocked characters included Rongzhe, Rongheng, and Su Yunshu. By clicking on their names, she could view their portraits and character summaries, in addition to their affinity levels towards her. Notably, Rongzhe held the highest affinity for her, reaching a remarkable 4-digit figure, while Rongheng possessed a modest score of 10, likely due to her act of saving him. In contrast, Su Yunshu's affinity for her was the lowest, falling into the negative. Adjacent to the affinity score, a small note read, Chapter 42. May I ask my sister for assistance with medical care? The affinity merely reflects the character's personal sentiment towards the host and the inconsequential development of subsequent side quests. The host need not strive to artificially enhance this score. Su mused that this arrangement exhibited a hint of humanity. The events displayed two quests, one being the exploration of Yunjing and the other, the rescue of Ronghang. Outside the side quests, an additional task to rescue Rongzhe was highlighted in red. Su furrowed her brows, while Lingling 9 timely began to explain. The system's task assignments are based on the main storyline of the original text. And since Prince Rongzhe does not appear in that world, this task was chosen by the host herself, altering the trajectory of the entire world, hence marked in red. Su understood. Thus, even the system cannot predict the current world's direction, only offering her revelations through subplots related to the original text, allowing her to explore and mend this realm. Therefore, her degree of freedom remains quite high. Outside the realm of consciousness, the carriage sped along the road. The spacious interior easily accommodated 3 individuals, along with Su Yunshu's personal maid, Tingyu. Hearing Su Yunshu's persistent cough, Su turned her gaze slightly. Su Yunshu, clutching her chest, weakly spoke, "I heard that you are a doctor. Could you please take my pulse?" The delicate voice reached Su's ears, prompting her to look over. Outside the carriage, Su Yunan echoed, "Yes, Su, please check on Yunshu." After all, Su is a miraculous healer who has saved thousands of refugees in Nanling. Approaching, Su took Su Yunshu's wrist, feeling for her pulse. Su Yunshu gazed intently at Su, hoping to discern some flaw on her face. Su Yuru also curiously observed Su, pondering that the art of medicine is indeed the most challenging to master. Typically, those skilled in healing are seasoned physicians of advanced age. As for Su, she had never believed she was a doctor. In rural areas, under harsh conditions, even a young assistant helping to dry herbs could be referred to as a doctor. Indeed, Su merely felt the pulse for a brief moment before withdrawing her hand and speaking. Upon hearing her words, Su Yunan exhaled in relief and remarked, "Then I shall rest easy." However, Su Yuru sensed that Su Yunshu had indeed caught a chill. Her persistent coughing and flushed face were evident to anyone with eyes. It was a simple matter to prescribe a few doses of medicine, a statement she could easily make, for it did not require her to write the prescription herself, an endeavor devoid of any technical skill. In her estimation, Su was merely a quack doctor, akin to a Mongolian healer, far from the miraculous figure her elder brother had portrayed. Yet, Su paid no heed to the opinions of others, choosing not to draft a prescription for Su Yunshu. After all, the level of goodwill Su Yunshu held for her was palpable, with an almost imperceptible hostility that she had certainly sensed. She was not the type to seek unnecessary trouble. Along the way, Su Yuru continued to vent her frustrations about Su Yunshu to Su, remarking that she had always been somewhat frail, easily susceptible to the slightest breeze, and often feigned illness to elicit sympathy from her elder brother and aunt. She questioned whether this instance was yet another act. Su wore a faint smile, her exterior seemingly fragile, as the cold wind penetrated her being, suggesting that it was not mere pretense. Chapter 43. Allow me to impart a lesson, as your brother Su Yuru did not comprehend Su's remark, dismissing it as an instance of feigned understanding and trivial boasting, choosing to ignore it entirely. What did it matter? Over the years, she has cunningly occupied the nest, feigning illness to garner sympathy. This time, with her falling ill, it is likely that she will once again divert Aunt's attention. Su Yuru's eyes darted around, and with a handkerchief covering her mouth, she leaned close to Su's ear and whispered, "Fourth sister, you must be cautious. Do not be deceived by her innocent appearance. Beneath that facade lies a world of treachery." Su remained silent, merely listening and occasionally nodding. Finally, she smiled and replied, "Thank you for the warning, third sister." A smile danced in Su Yuru's eyes as she affectionately patted Su's shoulder. What is there to thank? After all, we are bound by blood and must not aid outsiders. The term outsider clearly referred to Su Yunshu. It was not until they reached the entrance of her courtyard that Su Yuru reluctantly bid farewell to Su, suggesting they go watch a play together in a couple of days. Just as Su had parted ways with Su Yuru and had taken but a few steps, a youth emerged from the thicket nearby, his body adorned with branches and leaves. "Ayu, I knew you were no good," conspiring with Su Yuru against Ashu. The boy, clad in a pale green cloud-patterned short shirt and holding a cage meant for crickets, was none other than Su Yuncheng, the least academically inclined member of the Su family. Su glanced over, her voice calm as she retorted, "When did I ever conspire against your Ashu? I would advise you to choose your words more carefully, third brother." This boy was a year older than her and merely 2 years younger than Rongzhe. Yet he appeared so foolish and immature. "I heard everything you said to third sister." Su Yunqing pointed at her fiercely, asserting that he could not assist outsiders, for they were bound by blood. "Let me tell you, Ashu is not an outsider. She is my sister, the sister of our elder and second brothers, and the elder sister of a Qian. She is our mother's most cherished daughter. If you dare to bring her harm, I will ensure you face the consequences." As Su listened, a flicker of emotion stirred within her usually placid heart. Fortunately, she was not the true Miss Su Si. Had she been, the sting of Su Yunqing's words would have been unbearable. What a reckless and indiscriminate young lord he was. Su narrowed her eyes, causing Su Yunqing to take 2 steps back. "Hey, what do you intend to do?" Since their initial clash, he had harbored a slight fear of this tenacious girl. Moreover, the dog in her courtyard had thwarted his attempts at revenge on multiple occasions, leaving him too intimidated to confront it. Today, however, he had finally encountered her. He was determined to teach her a lesson. With that thought, Su Yunqing rolled up his sleeves to bolster his courage. After all, she was merely a little girl, hardly taller than his eyebrows. What was there to be afraid of? "You, who have grown up in the countryside without proper upbringing, shall receive a lesson from me. Your elder brother." As he spoke, Su Yunqing approached her with the grasshopper in hand, but as he stepped forward, Su swiftly kicked him in the knee, causing him to stumble and fall towards her. Just as he was about to crash into her, she deftly sidestepped and, with a swift kick to his backside, sent him tumbling into the nearby lake with a resounding splash. Though Su may lack martial prowess, she has roamed the world alongside her master for many years, rendering her capable of easily outmatching most thieves and bandits, let alone the inept Su Yunqing. Chapter 44. Vowing not to rest until this grudge is settled. Gurgle. "You wretched girl, how dare you plot against me?" Su Yunqing floundered in the water, the dirt and debris accumulated from chasing grasshoppers now transformed into mud. His jade crown askew upon his head, a most pitiful sight. Standing on the bank, Su observed him with a cold gaze, a smile gracing her lips. Perhaps the sweltering heat had muddled Sanji's mind, prompting him to utter reckless words. It would be wiser for him to remain in the lake to cool off. Having said this, she chose to ignore Su Yunqing's splashing and turned to leave. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Su Yunqing, in a panic, called out to Su, "I can't swim." "Gurgle, are you trying to harm your own brother?" Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. No sooner had he uttered these words than he began to sink. How could such a feckless scion be so utterly incompetent, unable even to float? In irritation, she kicked a wood post that had yet to be collected from the side of the path toward him. Grasping the wood, he managed to keep himself afloat. The post arced through the air in a perfect parabola, landing squarely before Su Yunqing and splattering water once more upon his face. "You." Su Yunqing glared at Su, utterly incensed by her audacity. Yet Su remained indifferent, merely observing him with a frosty demeanor. Realizing that Su had no intention of taking further action, and fearing that he might truly drown, Su Yunqing exerted immense effort to cling to a wooden post, slowly wriggling towards the shore like a worm. After nearly a quarter of an hour, he finally managed to haul himself up by the stones at the water's edge. Completely drenched and with a significant amount of water in his belly, he gasped for breath as he glared at Su, gritting his teeth, vowing silently that this enmity would not be forgotten. "Just wait for me." Su looked down at him from her elevated position, playfully remarking, "Third brother, have you not yet had your fill of lake water?" This single statement silenced Su Yunqing. The early autumn breeze carried a chill, causing Su Yunqing to shiver and sneeze. Seeing that he was unharmed, Su turned to leave. Su Yunqing watched the graceful silhouette of the girl retreating, gritting his teeth in determination. He swore that he would not rest until he avenged this humiliation. Su, just wait. In his lifetime, Su Yunqing had never suffered such a significant loss at anyone's hands. Rongheng awoke around midday, just after the bells of Qingyin Temple had rung. Within the temple, it seemed that Rongzhe had somehow summoned 2 maidservants to attend him. "Your Highness, you are awake." Upon seeing Rongheng regain consciousness, one of the maidservants approached to assist him, while the other hurried out to relay the news. Rongheng gazed at the woman before him, slightly closing his eyes. Before losing consciousness, a woman's figure had flashed before him, accompanied by the lingering scent of herbs. "Where am I?" Upon awakening, his voice bore a hint of raspiness. The maidservant presented a cup of water to Rongheng and spoke. Upon hearing the words "His Highness the Crown Prince," Rongheng's countenance paled. How could it be the Crown Prince? Yet, this change was but fleeting. He swiftly regained his composure, smiling as he remarked, "I must express my gratitude to my royal brother for saving my life." While he spoke thus, his mind was already a tempest of thoughts. In another part of the palace, Rongzhe was perusing case files in the Mingjing Bureau when he received a letter from Qingyin Temple. Qingtong stood behind him like a statue, utterly still. In stark contrast was his deputy, Su Junsheng, the head of the Mingjing Bureau, who, while sifting through the documents, teasingly remarked with a smile, "I say, Your Highness, those 2 stunning beauties in your residence were bestowed upon you by the Empress. Are you not pained to part with them?" The Empress, noticing the lack of feminine presence in his eastern palace, had specifically sent him 2 maidservants. Though labeled as servants, their beauty was such that they could easily be mistaken for noble consorts. Meanwhile, Qingtong internally rolled his eyes, pondering what there was to lament. The prince's heart belonged solely to that little enchantress. During the time the 2 maidservants were present, they were relegated to menial tasks within the eastern palace. Whether scrubbing the latrines or sweeping and trimming the gardens, not even permitted to enter the main hall. Nevertheless, Rongzhe concealed his true feelings and replied calmly, "The Eastern Palace is modest. It is a blessing for them to attend to the gravely injured and ailing third prince." Utilizing 2 unknown spies to gauge Rongheng's depths was indeed a clever move. Furthermore, it served a dual purpose. On that day at Qingyin Temple, he was not merely rescuing people. First, the spies from Mingjing Division fell there. And then he discovered a great number of assassins along with Rongheng at the Cliff of Reflection. This matter, in any perspective, appeared to be quite intricate. Su Junsheng clicked his tongue in disbelief, lacking an appreciation for the nuances. Their Highness, though admirable in many respects, was utterly oblivious to the subtleties of sentiment. Before him, on the rice paper, an incongruous pattern sprang to life. This was the tattoo discovered on the assassin yesterday, and 3 years prior. A group of individuals adorned with the same tattoo had pursued her. Hence, she and her master had fled with the refugees to Nanling, seeking refuge in a mountain village. It was also due to this group that her master had succumbed to illness. Before departing this world, her master had implored her not to investigate, let alone seek vengeance. Yet, she found it impossible to abide by such a command. A fleeting coldness crossed the girl's otherwise tranquil gaze. Such deep-seated enmity, how could it remain unavenged? Is the host going to assist the Crown Prince in solving the case? Observing the absence of others, 09 once again transformed into a glowing orb, nestling against Susu's shoulder. This time, perhaps due to entering the main storyline, the little entities formed within the orb seemed to possess a few more strands of fur, resembling a luminous ball of yarn. Susu, non-committal, lazily inquired, "Can your system detect this entity?" 09 shyly responded, "Dear host, my understanding of this world is limited to the original text-long night unending, the Emperor's sorrow, and there is no mention of this mark within it. After all, the original work is a tale of palace intrigue and forced love, utterly devoid of any ties to assassins or their machinations. The long night lingers." Susu furrowed her brows, retrieving the book beside her to flip through a few pages. Yet, despite her efforts, she found little of substance, tales of Lu Fei's deceit, Xia Zhao Yi's feigned stumble, and the story of a forsaken empress kneeling in the snow all night, having suffered a miscarriage. Moreover, there was the so-called divine doctor, Mu Xiaohong, who audaciously deemed himself a healer, employing talismanic waters and conjuring stone arrays to summon spirits. Such bizarre and supernatural methods hardly qualify him as a physician. Rather, He seems more akin to a charlatan. Chapter 46. The charlatan's techniques. Su Su seized upon the original text, indulging in a tirade of critiques, particularly directed at this so-called divine doctor. This was merely the first volume. What awaited in the subsequent parts? Raising the book in her hand, Su Su inquired, "Could you possibly grant me this?" The little companion, 09, danced upon Su Su's shoulder, speaking in a sweet, melodious voice. "Dear host, this is a simulation reward, obtainable only through the simulator. However, each item produced is recommended by the system based on the host's values, and should you choose to simulate now, the outcome will be random." Flipping to the conclusion of The Long Night Lingers, Su Su found nothing of use. It merely recounted Su Yunshu's harrowing night in the snow, teetering on the brink of life. The next volume was likely to follow the same melodramatic trajectory. Although she relished such tales, the system's unpredictable nature cast doubt upon what might unfold. Thus, Su Su resolutely abandoned the thought of simulation. 09, sensing her reluctance, nuzzled against her shoulder, suggesting, "Dear host, let us instead study the techniques provided by the system to enhance our martial prowess. There exists a lingering sense of danger in the actions of the host, and within the realm of Yunjing, a lack of sufficient martial prowess is exceedingly perilous. It cannot bear the thought of losing the host once more, as that would render it utterly ineffectual." This time, Su Su refrained from contradicting 09 and instead produced the tome of spiritual gathering bestowed by the system. She too recognized the necessity of augmenting her martial capabilities. However, upon opening the book, the first word she encountered struck her with alarm: spiritual gathering upon the talisman, capable of both taking life and granting salvation. The talisman of withered wood encountering spring requires 2 taels of vermilion, drawing pure spring water into ink, enabling the dying to flourish like withered wood reborn. With the talisman, ailments are banished. Su Su's eyes twitched. Was this not the charlatan's technique from the text? A wretched practice? What a worthless book! She dismissed it outright. Employing talisman paper to save lives. Was this not the very essence of a quack? And the notion that it could cure all ailments was surely a preposterous claim. Suddenly, 09 erupted in agitation upon her shoulder, exclaiming, "Host, this is a divine-grade technique, a rare treasure to behold. It is perfectly suited for someone as clever yet indolent as you to achieve rapid advancement. The spiritual gathering technique intricately weaves the strokes of the talisman and the formations of arrays into hand seals, harnessing the ethereal energy of heaven and earth for one's own utilization." Yet, as she delved deeper, she found a multitude of blank spaces, as though obscured from her view. A frown creased Su Su's brow. What she could perceive from the book was merely what it allowed her to see. The young girl lowered her long lashes, concealing her contemplative gaze. After a moment, she redirected her focus to the first page of the tome. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to give it a try. If it could be illustrated and proved useful, it would affirm the existence of enigmatic individuals like Mu Xiaohing in this world, and perhaps beyond it. Countless parallel worlds await discovery. Resolutely, Su Su immersed herself in her room over the next few days, diligently studying the spirit-gathering technique. With her relentless research, a stream of notifications began to emerge on the system interface. Chapter 47. The Green Tea Dog. No one was aware of Su Yunqing's mishap by the water. He likely understood that reporting would lead to dire consequences, thus opting instead to covertly provoke Su Su whenever he had the opportunity. Over the past few days, he had surveilled the snow courtyard multiple times, only to be repeatedly thwarted by De Huang, who would always engage him in a playful confrontation. Strangely, Su Yunqing seemed to gain confidence from these setbacks, even managing to spar with De Huang for a few rounds. This situation initially favored Su Yunqing, but unfortunately, De Huang spotted Su Yunlin first and promptly fled, stumbling dramatically as if to feign a fall, which allowed Su Yunqing to catch up and land several playful jabs on the dog's head. Naturally, this was deemed troublesome behavior on Su Yunqing's part. And once again, the third son of the Su family, known for his lack of scholarly pursuits, found himself summoned to the ancestral hall to transcribe the Analects. Before departing, he spat at De Huang's head, exclaiming, "Green Tea Dog." He found it curious how this typically agile dog had suddenly tripped and fallen, thinking it utterly foolish. Little did he know, it was merely a ruse. This crafty green tea dog was indeed a clever creature. Meanwhile, Rongzhe had also delivered the blood lotus and the Millennium Fire Ganoderma that Su Su had requested. As for Su Su, she presented him with a vial of new medicine. Upon uncapping it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, captivating the senses. What is this? Su Su, with utmost care, stored away the blood lotus and fire Ganoderma, responding, "It is for nourishing the body." Before detoxification, she needed to prepare his body to its optimal state. Delighted, Rongzhe accepted the medicine, placing it close to his heart. "Have you ascertained the details? Why did Ronghang appear at Qing Yin Temple?" Su Su queried softly. Rongzhe replied gently, according to him, as the anniversary of Su Mei Rin's passing approaches, he went to light a perpetual lamp for his mother. While traversing the maple grove, he noticed a monk behaving suspiciously, so he followed him. The next thing we witnessed was his ambush. He paused, contemplating. Indeed, these past few days mark Su Mei Rin's memorial, yet within the palace, apart from Ronghang, it seems no one would particularly remember. Su Su raised an eyebrow slightly. "What about the monk? Have you located him?" Rongzhe's eyes sparkled with amusement, though they held a tenderness that could drown a soul. "There is indeed a missing monk. This morning, a corpse was discovered in a well behind the Cliff of Reflection, poisoned to death." Su Su listened intently, deep in thought. Poisoned? And discarded in a well? Unless time constraints necessitated hasty action, it suggests a malevolent intent to orchestrate a significant incident. Poisoning a well could spell doom for Qingchan Temple. Furthermore, such acts within a Buddhist temple could easily cause a public uproar. Seemingly deep in thought, Su Su inquired once more, "Have you investigated the tattoos on the assassin?" Rongzhe replied, "They belong to a clandestine organization known as the Rakshasa Pavilion, which has existed since the previous dynasty." Su Su furrowed her brow upon hearing this. The Rakshasa Pavilion? From the previous dynasty? How could they possibly appear in Yunjing? This organization had supposedly perished 2 decades ago due to internal strife. In these turbulent years, numerous factions have emerged in the martial world. And while I have heard whispers of the Rakshasa Pavilion, it has been nearly 20 years since its demise. If my memory serves me right, the current emperor had once sought to eradicate the remnants of the Rakshasa Pavilion when he first rose to power. Chapter 48. Master and servant Rongzhe left behind this singular piece of information before hastily departing, for he was a prince with numerous responsibilities awaiting his attention. Meanwhile, Su Su pondered over the blueprints in her hands for a considerable time. She had no connection to the Rakshasa Pavilion, so why were they pursuing her? Along the way, Qing Hu, unusually, spoke to Rongzhe. "Your Highness, have you not conversed excessively with that woman? You exhibit no caution at all. Moreover, given the numerous suspicions surrounding her, how did she come to know that Ronghang was under assassination? This alone provides grounds to question her motives." Rongzhe, listening intently, regarded Qing Hu with a serious expression. "Qing Hu, she has saved my life." Qing Hu frowned at this, remarking, "Indeed, she has saved your Highness. But one cannot dismiss the possibility of ulterior motives. Who's to say she is not biding her time to ensnare a larger prey?" Rongzhe, however, merely scoffed. "And if she is, I would welcome it." Qing Hu raised his head suddenly. Could it be that His Highness has already deduced the truth? In fact, His Highness was well aware of this woman's intentions all along. What he is doing now is merely a form of subtle manipulation. Rongzhe touched the medicine bottle at his heart, a smile dancing in his eyes. Naturally, she harbors affections for him. Yet, her bashfulness prevents her from voicing it. Rest assured, he shall not keep her waiting for long. Once he resolves his current matters, he will petition his father for her hand, to betroth her as his royal consort. What does it matter that she saved Ronghang? One only needs to observe the stark differences in their rescues to discern the truth. And as for Ronghang, he casually took Qing Hu away. In terms of appearance, talent, and power, he utterly surpasses Ronghang. Rongzhe held a firm confidence in himself, convinced that Su Su was indeed enamored with him, albeit too shy to admit it. Otherwise, why would she care so deeply about his well-being and go to such lengths to ensure his recovery? Yet, Qing Hu regarded Rongzhe's inscrutable demeanor and nodded, indicating understanding. A long line is cast to catch a great fish. His Highness has always been one of profound foresight. His concerns, it seems, were unfounded. Rongza patted his shoulder, relieved to see he comprehended. Su is destined to be his future mistress, the future royal consort. Qinghu nodded earnestly. Rongza felt a surge of satisfaction. The master and servant were not on the same wavelength, yet each had gleaned the answers they sought from their conversation. The Wen family has a long-standing tradition of scholarship, deeply rooted in this imperial city, having once fallen into decline during times of turmoil, which is why Lady Su formed a bond with the Marquis of Anping. One is the venerable patriarch of the Wen family, Wen Hong, who is also the father of Madame Su, currently serving as the deputy minister of the censorate. The other is Madame Su's elder brother, Wen Qi, who now holds the position of deputy minister in the Ministry of Personnel. With the establishment of the new dynasty, a multitude of endeavors awaits revitalization. The emperor has issued new policies aimed at fostering growth and recovery, and the status of scholars is subtly elevated above that of military officials. The Wen family is modest in size, with only Wen Qi as the sole male descendant of Madame Su's generation. He and his wife, Lin, have 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Wen Wuxia, has just reached his coming-of-age ceremony and has successfully passed the provincial examination, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to participate in the spring examination after the new year. The eldest daughter, Wen Ro, has recently entered her adolescence, a few months older than Su, and has just become engaged to the young master of the Shao family. There is also a younger son, of the same age as Su Yunlin, who is studying at a distant mountain academy on the outskirts of the city, already attending classes alongside Su Yunqing. Chapter 49. Ma Yuyao has returned. The old residence of the Wen family is situated here, though the household is not large. The estate is more expansive than that of the Su family. As they meander through the winding paths, Madame Su leads Su along with the doorman, cheerfully reminding her, "Today is your grandmother's birthday. Remember to wish her well later. This will be your first meeting, and though your grandmother may appear stern, she is truly very kind-hearted." Su Yunshu follows closely behind, her expression filled with concern as she reassures Su, "Grandmother is a wonderful person. Dear sister, do not be afraid." However, Su Yunqing, who trails behind, lets out a cold snort, remarking, "Grandmother values propriety above all. She detests those lacking in decorum." With a gentle smile gracing her lips, Su kindly reminded, "Third brother, one must be mindful of propriety. Let us not add to grandmother's distress on this joyous occasion." The Wen family, renowned for their scholarly pursuits, had celebrated a remarkable achievement in recent years, with both father and son attaining the highest honors in their examinations. Their erudition had fostered friendships with many noble families in Yunjing, leading to a multitude of guests gathered to celebrate the matriarch's longevity. Upon entering the inner chamber, they found the elderly matriarch of the Wen family seated in a simple yet elegant attire, her hair touched with gray, flanked by her daughter-in-law, Madame Xia. The moment she laid eyes on Su, her jovial demeanor faltered, her expression frozen as if she were attempting to see beyond Su to someone else. The matriarch gazed intently at Su for a prolonged moment, her lips quivering slightly as she murmured 2 barely perceptible words, "You." Madame Su, taken aback by this, stepped forward to gently pat the old lady's back, whispering soothingly. The matriarch, regaining her composure, smiled warmly at Su and said, "Ah, it is you, Su. Come closer, let your grandmother have a good look at you." Su nodded and took a few steps forward, performing a deep bow as she respectfully greeted, "I have come to pay my respects to grandmother. Wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountain." The elderly matriarch quickly assisted Su to her feet, her eyes glistening with tears of joy as she affectionately stroked Su's head, exclaiming, good child, you have endured much hardship over the years." Su shook her head, a smile illuminating her face. "I have not suffered, for my master has raised me well. He has treated me with great kindness." Perhaps due to a resemblance to someone, coupled with Su's gentle demeanor and graceful conduct, the venerable matriarch, Grandmother Wen, took an immediate liking to her. She promptly removed a blood jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it upon Su Su's hand, inviting her to dine at the main table alongside her. This act inevitably cast a shadow over Su Yunqing, who, unwilling to be outdone, approached grandmother when to pay his respects, proclaiming, "Grandson wishes his esteemed grandmother long life and health." Grandmother then turned to Su Yunqing, a smile dancing in her eyes, yet her words were sharp. "You rascal. Today is the first time I have witnessed such decorum from you." At her side, her granddaughter, Wenro, stifled a laugh, remarking, "Third cousin has always been carefree and unruly. This is my first encounter with such propriety from him as well." Su Yunqing shot her a fierce glare, muttering, "You chatterbox." Among his grandmother's household, he found Wenro to be the most irksome. Although her name suggested gentleness, this girl possessed none. She often carried herself with the airs of a young lady, appearing knowledgeable and courteous to outsiders. Yet she was the most troublesome of all. The exchange did not go unnoticed, eliciting laughter from both Grandmother Wan and Madame Wan, while Madame Su cast a disapproving look at her son, acknowledging that among her many children, he was the most mischievous. Madame Wan interjected to ease the tension. "Ah Chung is still young, and youthful minds are often fickle. It is natural for him to be lively. Let us refrain from teasing him." Su Yunqing felt a surge of gratitude, thinking to himself, "And is truly kind." With a gentle raise of her brow, she teased him once more, implying that her cousin believed their grandmother was not well. Su Yunqing straightened her neck and shot a glance at Wenru, remarking on her sharp tongue and penchant for wordplay. "If only you possessed even half of Aunt's grace and gentleness, it would do justice to your name," she thought, feeling unworthy of it. Just as it seemed the two were about to bicker again, Su Yinshu interjected, respectfully greeting the elderly matriarch and wishing her a joyous birthday. The matriarch, no longer teasing Su Yunqing, smiled at Su Yinshu and urged her to rise. Su Yinshu stood and presented a jade Buddha she had procured from Qingyan Temple as a birthday gift for her grandmother. The matriarch nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging, "You were thoughtful. My dear Yinshu." The Wen family had numerous customs, and this girl, who had traditionally kept her distance, surprisingly showed such earnestness at the birthday celebration. Yet, within Su Yunshu's heart lay ulterior motives. The Su family had once been mere country folk, incomparable to the profound heritage of the Wen family. The late Su patriarch had dedicated his life to scholarly pursuits without success, ultimately relying on his son's valor in battle to attain nobility. Although a marriage alliance with the Wen family had been formed, it was merely a stroke of fortune, saving the Wen family's eldest daughter from bandits during her travels, leading to a swift romance and the subsequent union. Even the second son of the Su family had only ventured abroad for study due to the connections of the Wen family. Had it not been for the chaos of the past decades, the two families would have remained worlds apart. Moreover, the current majesty places even greater importance on the elegance and character of literati. Whether in the original text or in previous lives, the Wen family has remained unaffected, even soaring to new heights. In the narrative, the later Wen Wuxia ascends to the position of prime minister, serving as a chief advisor to the new emperor. Even now, the venerable elder of the Wen family still occupies the esteemed position of inspector general. Cultivating a favorable relationship with the Wen family is undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Numerous guests have arrived, and Madame Wen has proceeded to the main hall to entertain them. In the inner chamber, only close acquaintances remain. The matriarch of the Wen family engaged in lengthy conversation with Su Su before reluctantly allowing Wenro to escort Su Su and Su Yunshu to the gathering of young ladies. Su Yunqing and Su Yunlin were also ushered to the front courtyard where the young gentlemen were seated. The autumn wind swirled around, carrying fallen leaves and a touch of chill. At the pavilion in the lake, many young ladies from scholarly families were present, engaged in a poetic exchange, with the losers facing a penalty of wine. Upon seeing Wenro, a young lady in a pale yellow gown exclaimed, "Aro, we have finally seen you." Wenro, accompanied by Su Su and Su Yunshu, took her seat with a gentle smile, addressing the guests, "Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience." Su Yunshu, being a familiar face in the imperial capital, elicited little surprise, though nearly all eyes turned to Su Su, the newcomer. May I inquire to which esteemed household you belong? One lady asked. Unfazed, Su calmly introduced herself. My father is the Marquis of Anping. You may call me Su. Instantly, whispers of discussion spread through the pavilion. Su Yinshu wore a smile as she began to explain herself to the young lady adorned in a pale yellow gown. Song Chengxian listened intently, a dawning realization illuminating her features. No wonder the girl appeared both unfamiliar and familiar. It suddenly struck her that this visage bore a striking resemblance, 6 or 7 parts alike, to that of Madame Su. She recognized her as the 4th Miss of the Anping Marquisate. While she did not dwell on the implications of Su Yunshu's words, the other noble ladies discerned the underlying sentiment. What use was it for the 4th Miss of the Anping Marquisate to possess such beauty when she had been raised in the countryside for so many years? Surely, her upbringing and manners were lacking, leaving her merely a pretty face with little substance. Wen Rou, listening to these remarks, maintained her composure, though her brows furrowed ever so slightly. With a gentle smile, she spoke with poise, emphasizing the word only with clarity, causing Su Yunshu, who stood behind her, to change her expression ever so slightly. Today was the Wen family's domain, and the gathering of noble ladies would not dare to voice their thoughts aloud. Instead, they smiled and shifted the topic, suggesting, well, since we've had our drinks, let us give you a chance. The new round of poetry competition shall commence with you. Wen Rou did not decline, for today was her grandmother's birthday celebration. As the eldest miss of the Wen family, she naturally chose a celebratory theme and recited her first line of poetry, inviting the other ladies to continue. Su Yunshu's fingers, hidden within her sleeves, clutched the edge of the table. This Wen Rou was most irksome. In the original narrative, her relationship with Wen Rou had been fraught with animosity, and upon her rebirth, she had not escaped the disdainful glances directed her way. In her previous life, she had expended considerable effort to mend their relationship, yet ultimately it proved futile. Even when she found herself ensnared in the residence of Chu Zichen, pleading for salvation, she refused to extend a hand, disregarding years of familial ties. Truly, she was devoid of compassion. As for the cause of death, it remained a mystery to her. All she recalled was the ostentatious spirit banners and the streets awash with paper money. Indeed, she was the eldest daughter of the Wen family, the betrothed of the esteemed Xiao Marquis, departing this world in a manner befitting her status. Meanwhile, as she set down her teacup, Wen Rou cast a disdainful glance at Su Yunshu, her heart brimming with contempt. It was one thing to be arrogant and disrespectful in the past, but now she had devolved into such pettiness. The poetic challenge made its rounds until it reached Su. Lacking an affinity for poetry, Su found the soft, insipid verses utterly meaningless. Thus, she raised her wine cup and declared, I am no poet. I shall self-impose a drink. The assembly of noble ladies regarded Su with a newfound prejudice, confirming her as merely a pretty face, a featherbrain. Wen Rou raised her hand to offer Su a piece of rib, her voice gentle. Drinking on an empty stomach is harmful. You should eat something. Su murmured her thanks and began to eat at a leisurely pace. Chapter 52. The Prince at the Birthday Banquet. The poetic challenge continued to circulate, and once more it arrived at Su. She found the fruit wine at the table rather tasteless and sought an excuse to retreat from the lakeside pavilion. Song Shuyu, observing Su's departing figure, teased, Your sister is indeed striking. Has a marriage proposal been discussed? With her presence, even the so-called first beauty of the imperial capital, Su Yunshu, was eclipsed. Regarding the aura of this individual, merely standing there seems to overshadow her with an air of gentleness, quite remarkable indeed. With a cold glance, Wen Rou regarded her momentarily. Song Chengxian raised an eyebrow, pondering that they were both women. What could she possibly scheme? Wen Rou snorted softly, stating, You know very well in your heart. While others may not recognize Song Chengxian, she was certainly aware of her own identity. As the sole daughter of the esteemed Song Taifu, she was a catch worthy even of the crown prince, and numerous aspiring scholars were eager to win her favor. Yet, she lingered, often finding time to visit the Yichuan courtyard to enjoy music and tea with the ladies. Seizing the opportunity while retrieving pastries from her table, Song Chengxian teased Wen Rou in a voice only they could hear. Perhaps your sister may take a liking to me? Your refusal only reveals your rigidity. Do not disrupt the happiness of others. Winra chose to ignore her. Just as Su exited the lakeside pavilion, she received a notification from the system. Key character detected. Please conceal yourself. It is advisable to use the concealment talisman. As she turned the corner, a fleeting figure caught her eye, prompting her to swiftly apply the so-called concealment talisman. Truth be told, she harbored some skepticism towards the items provided by the system. However, in that moment when the passing gentleman did not even glance in her direction and boldly approached, Su found herself convinced. Just before the male lead was about to collide with her, she took a slight step back, successfully evading the encounter. A voice resonated in my mind, echoing the system notification. Ding, the concealment talisman is currently in use. Remaining time, 30 minutes. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the subplot involving the prince at the birthday banquet. Key character unlocked. Rongyi. Character profile. The son of Consort Shun and the Emperor. 18 years old, known for his obstinate and malevolent disposition. He was destined to perish on the battlefield in the winter of the 15th year of Emperor Wu. Yet in the autumn of that year, he suddenly descended into madness, committing patricide, matricide, and fratricide, slaughtering 137 members of the Rue Wang Manor, leading to widespread chaos across the realm. The host is advised to pay close attention to this individual. Friendly reminder, please do not deviate from the main storyline. Strive to achieve the task of restoring peace to the world as soon as possible. If necessary, eliminate all unstable elements. The notion of direct eradication resonated profoundly with Su's intentions. She advanced with purpose, while the system remained discreetly silent. After a few steps, she spotted Rongyi, clad in an ink-colored robe adorned with crane patterns, pausing beneath a begonia tree in the pavilion. Soon after, a young maiden in a powder blue dress approached them with haste. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Wenro. Wenro gazed at Rongyi, her expression far from pleasant, yet she still adhered to the protocols of reverence. Bowing slightly, esteemed Prince Yi, I did not realize you graced us with your presence. May I inquire what brings you here? Rongyi turned to her, his brow furrowed, eyes reflecting a hint of wounded emotion. Is it that unless I seek you out, you will never wish to see me again? Ah, perhaps he was right. Perhaps she had no desire to encounter him either, if it were not for his words to her maid, stating that should she fail to come and meet him, he would directly attend the birthday banquet of the old matriarch to propose marriage. She likely would not have come at all. Her presence was merely a consequence of fearing his impulsive wrath might disrupt her grandmother's celebration. Chapter 53, activating key characters. Gentle's gaze lowered slightly, her emotions meticulously restrained. Her voice soft, yet chillingly cold. Your Highness, I have already been betrothed to the Shao family. As Rongyi listened, his fists clenched tighter beneath his sleeves. So what? If he desires, he can ensure that the young man from the Shao family meets a fate without a grave. In that case, she would no longer have a fiancé. Gentle lifted her eyes, meeting his gaze directly. The noble consort Shun has already chosen a princess for you. Once the selection of the crown princess is finalized, your Highness may wed. That was chosen by my mother, not by me. Rongyi reached out, eager to take Gentle's hand, but she deftly evaded him. Aro. The youthful tone carried a plea. There will be a way. Gentle, however, merely smiled and shook her head, ruthlessly shattering this hope. Your Highness, Consort Shen's ambitions extend far beyond this. Once the struggle for the throne is involved, my grandfather, father, and elder brother will staunchly support the crown prince. Her words were piercingly direct, devoid of hesitation. The crown prince is benevolent, wise, and decisive, embodying both literary and martial virtues. As the firstborn son, in terms of both lineage and capability, he is the undisputed choice for the heir. The Great Way has only recently stabilized, and with the Emperor's new policies, we can ill afford another struggle for the throne. Rongyi let his hands fall limply, acknowledging the obstacle that lay between them. After gently speaking, he turned to Rongwei, remarking that the Wen family was indeed too insignificant to warrant a visit from His Highness, and requested that he depart promptly. With that, she took her leave, leaving Rongyi alone, enveloped in disappointment. The invisible Su observed this scene unfold, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. It seemed that this infamous second prince possessed a romantic inclination. However, the outlook appeared rather bleak. 09 spoke up, indicating that there was no mention of a romantic interest for the host in the original narrative. It merely depicted the valiant second prince, renowned for his prowess in battle, who, following the death of the crown prince, petitioned the emperor and remained stationed at the borders, ultimately meeting his demise in battle, with little elaboration on his personal life. Su, lost in contemplation, pondered over Wenro. Suddenly, 09 transformed in her mind into the form of a book, flipping through its pages with haste. The eldest daughter of the Wen family, Wenro, well-versed in literature and recognized as a talented woman, was betrothed at 15 to the heir of the Xiao family. Married at 16, and tragically died in childbirth at 19. Following her death, the Xiao heir remained a bachelor for life, and the Xiao lineage ultimately perished. However, in this distorted world, she did not succumb to childbirth but rather to an accident. 09 reformed into a sphere of light, explaining that due to the proximity of her actual time of death to the originally designated time, the system deemed her a non-essential character. Su furrowed her brow and suggested, "I propose that you elevate Wenro to a pivotal character. It is evident that Rong-yi has a connection with her, and he is, after all, the source of turmoil." 009 twirled twice in the air, and thus, the existence of a Jiao is solely to serve the host with affection. The system has designated gentleness as a key character. Ding, activating key character, gentleness. Character profile, gentleness, eldest daughter of the Wen family, wife of Xiao Jingyu, perished during childbirth in the winter of the 15th year of the martial emperor, while the timeline of the collapsed world marks her death in the summer of the same year. Affection level for gentleness. 10. The host can also modify the significance of characters within the system's main interface and add individuals to the relationship chart, facilitating a deeper exploration of events. Chapter 54. Are you instructing me on my tasks? Su opened the relationship chart on the system's main interface and beheld the intricate web of connections that 009 had described. The chart delineated character relationships, profiles, and their intended life trajectories along with their respective death dates. This represented the original timeline, and the host could swipe right to view the timeline of the collapsed world. As Su swiped right, she saw the gray images of Rong-zhe, Rong-heng, Rong-yi, and gentleness. The chart indicated the death dates of Su Yunqiu, gentleness, and Rong-heng, along with that of Rong-zhe. There were no events to note, only the 4 gray images against a backdrop of crimson depicting Rong-yi. She gleaned a general understanding. It seemed that within the collapsed world, the system possessed scant information. Further swiping right revealed the relationship chart of the current world, illuminated by the presence of Rong-zhe, Rong-heng, Rong-yi, as well as gentleness and Su Yunqiu. While no death dates were indicated, several occurring sub-events were annotated. On the relationship chart, Rong-zhe is delineated with a golden line, while Rong-yi remains marked in red. At an opportune moment, 09 elucidates that the host's affectionate actions have irrevocably altered the trajectory of Prince Rong-zhe's life. Furthermore, given that Rong-zhe is a person of great fortune, the system postulates that his likelihood of ascending to the throne is paramount, hence the golden line. Regardless of whether in the original narrative or the disrupted world, Prince Rong-zhe faces but one fate, an untimely demise. His death serves as the catalyst for the struggle for the throne and heralds the onset of chaos in the realm. The host's affectionate presence has transformed the conclusion of his death, addressing a significant portion of the underlying issues at their source. Yet, the revolution remains unaccomplished, and the host must persist in her endeavors. Su withdrew the relationship chart, redirecting her gaze to the frozen figure of Rong-yi. He stood motionless, and so she remained there, observing him. The youth was utterly still, his visage marred by sorrow and helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, Rong-yi clenched his fists and suddenly soared into the air. Su watched the retreating silhouette clad in deep blue brocade, raising an eyebrow in admiration. How delightful it is to fly. 09 fell into silence for a brief moment, then inquired, "So, has the host practiced the spirit gathering seal today?" Su replied. After a moment's reflection, Are you instructing me on my duties? Her voice, light and airy, nonetheless sent a shiver through 09. To instruct her? It dared not. Avoiding confrontation was its only recourse. Susu clicked her tongue and stepped toward the back garden of the Wen residence. With the invisibility duration yet unexpired, she decided to meander about the Wen estate. Later, the realm was firmly established, and the noble heritage of the past century still held its distinguished presence, naturally securing a place in the new dynasty. Unbeknownst to her, Susu found herself standing before a courtyard, its door locked yet impeccably clean. Curiosity stirred within her, as if some unseen force beckoned her forward. In the next moment, the young girl leaped gracefully, her hands pressing against the courtyard wall, using it as leverage to vault over effortlessly. Chapter 55. Warm sunshine. The door outside was secured, yet the inner courtyard was remarkably pristine. In front of the main house stood a tall phoenix tree, its leaves tinged with yellow as autumn approached, occasionally swept down by the wind, drifting gently to the ground. Susu stepped into the house, where every arrangement was meticulously organized and spotless. Not far from a tea table, a beautifully embroidered screen stood. Upon the screen was the likeness of a woman, adorned in a light azure robe, a purple cloud jade pendant hanging delicately at her waist, her long, dark hair styled in a cloud-like updo. Without any makeup, she radiated an extraordinary beauty, her features strikingly reminiscent of Susu. Indeed, they resembled each other to an astonishing degree. "Mother," Susu called softly, her eyes reflecting a complex and enigmatic emotion. She had always known of her origins, yet the full truth eluded her. Her master, the renowned healer Nangongyu, was the most skilled physician on the continent, and she had lived with him since childhood. Her master had rescued her when she was on the brink of death, using a sprig of perilla as a medicinal catalyst, and thus named her Susu. Until she turned 12, her master had refrained from discussing her lineage, instructing her only to keep the birthmark on her wrist hidden. Until 3 years ago, she inadvertently revealed the birthmark on her wrist, after which both she and her master found themselves inexplicably pursued. She understood well that those assailants were after her. Yet, her master remained silent about the reasons. It was only at the brink of death that he disclosed to her the identity of her mother, Wen Qing, the eldest daughter of the Wen family in the imperial capital. Her master conveyed that her mother had loved her dearly but had passed away long ago. He urged her not to dwell on her lineage and remain silent regarding her father, merely advising her to conceal the birthmark and live a secluded life in the mountains. He insisted that she vow never to step into the imperial capital unless absolutely necessary, nor to probe into her origins. Her master claimed that her father was merely an unknown individual, and her mother regretted abandoning her family to be with him, feeling guilt towards both her kin and her. Thus, in the chaos of war, she entrusted her to him. At that time, Susu believed him partially, though doubt lingered. His words were a mix of truth and deception, and she sensed he was concealing something. Moreover, having been by his side since childhood and well-versed in medicine, she knew that her near-fatal condition in infancy was not due to a natural deficiency. Someone had deliberately damaged her meridians while she was still an infant, rendering her incapable of martial arts. An infant with severed meridians would typically not survive long, but she encountered her master, the renowned divine physician Nangongyu, who saved her life. Nonetheless, even with his care, her health was frail in her early years, and it was only through her master's meticulous nurturing over the years that she appeared no different from ordinary individuals, though the reality was far from it. Susu gazed at the portrait of her mother before her, yet her eyes were filled with contemplation as she murmured to herself, "What circumstances led my mother to entrust me to my master? Who is my father? Why does the mere revelation of my birthmark incite attempts on my life? Who seeks to extinguish my existence? Is it your adversary, or perhaps my father S?" The girl's thick lashes quivered, her eyes brimming with inquiry. Had it not been for Su Yunin's intervention and the inexplicable system that appeared, she might have adhered to her master's wishes, never setting foot in the imperial capital, choosing instead a life concealed within the mountains and fields. The resemblance was striking, so much so that it could lead one to mistakenly believe she was indeed her daughter. With this layer of identity as a guise, she felt a momentary sense of security, Even upon arriving in the imperial capital, it was unlikely that anyone would pursue her. Yet, who were those that sought to end her life all those years ago? Chapter 56. Who are you? Those individuals bore the insignia of the Southern Yang Prefecture soldiers. And the commander of the Southern Yang forces at that time was none other than Marquis Anping. This was one of the reasons she had come to the Su family. However, just days prior, she had also discovered the emblem of the Rakshasa Pavilion. Those individuals bore tattoos of the Rakshasa Pavilion. The more she pondered, the more convoluted the situation became. Who truly sought her demise? What connection did this have to the mark on her wrist? Just as Su was deep in thought, the lock outside clicked open. The countdown for the invisibility charm on the system interface was nearing its end. Su hastened to the courtyard wall, using it as leverage to leap over. As she departed, an elderly lady clad in a deep blue garment entered through the door. The birthday celebrant, who ought to have been in the main hall, was inexplicably present in this location. She walked directly into the room, pausing before the screen. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and tears glimmered in her murky eyes as she softly murmured, "Oh, Yuya, after all these years, where are you now?" Just at that moment, as Su climbed over the courtyard wall, a notification tone chimed within the system. "Time's up, the concealment charm has expired." Following the recollections of her arrival, Su made her way toward the pavilion in the middle of the lake. However, as she passed through the garden, she encountered Rongzhe. Alongside him was an elderly gentleman, approximately in his 60s, clad in a red robe, standing tall, with his white hair meticulously tied back, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. The three of them collided head-on, leaving Su no time to evade, forcing her to bow in greeting. Upon noticing Su, Rongzhe raised an eyebrow slightly, followed by a flicker of understanding in his eyes. She was the granddaughter of the Wen family, and it was customary for her to be present at the 60th birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Wen family. Yet, a sense of doubt crept into Su's heart, as she found the situation rather peculiar. The Wen family, despite their historical prominence, had long since fallen from grace. Although the Wen father and son had secured the top 3 positions in the imperial examinations, they were not esteemed veterans who had risen alongside the new emperor, holding no significant official rank. It was understandable for Rong-yi to attend out of affection for Wen-ro, but how could the crown prince himself be here today? The elderly gentleman regarded Su with astonishment, his steps faltering slightly, and he inquired, "Who are you?" His voice trembled slightly. With just a glance, she surmised his identity. No one else of his age and standing could be her grandfather, the current Minister of Justice, Wen Heng. Su raised her gaze, her tone gentle and respectful. Su pays her respects to grandfather. Wen Heng collected his thoughts, realizing the truth of the matter. So she is Ai's daughter. No wonder she bears such a striking resemblance. "You may rise," Wen Heng said, raising his hand and regarding Su with a serious expression, his tone laced with mild reprimand. "How can you be so unrefined, wandering into the main hall instead of remaining in the back courtyard?" Su lowered her head at his words and softly replied, "I am visiting the Wen residence for the first time and got lost." As she raised her gaze, she met the amused eyes of Rongzhe. Wen Heng furrowed his brow and immediately summoned a young servant, instructing him to escort Su away. Clearing his throat, Wen Heng caught the light-hearted laugh of Rongzhe, whose voice was as refreshing as a mountain breeze. "I must say, I find Miss Su quite delightful. She is unlike those debauched scions of high families, lacking virtue. Our crown prince has always been upright, embodying the dignity of royalty." He did not truly believe that the crown prince was enamored by Su's beauty, yet there was undeniably something reminiscent. Old Master Wen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Enough. All the daughters in our family are beautiful. The Qing was already so. Not to mention how much Su resembles you. After all, the crown prince was still in his youth. Praising a young lady's beauty was hardly. For Su, this moment was merely a prelude. As she approached, a gentle voice greeted her, "Su." In her heart, she mused, "Of course, I was eavesdropping on your conversation." On the surface, however, she wore an expression of embarrassment, her voice soft as she admitted to being lost. The gentle listener immediately guided her to a seat, acknowledging, "It seems I have not been considerate enough. You ought to have someone accompany you." Susu smiled faintly and shook her head, replying, "I am not well versed in poetry or literary compositions. Simply listening here would only be a source of tedium. A solitary stroll would serve as a distraction." As they conversed, they overheard the passing of flowers reaching Su Yunshu, who, with her delicate lips parting, spoke in a soft yet distinct tone imbued with a hint of pride. "Why should one concern themselves with pale greens or deep reds? I am, after all, the finest among flowers." Simultaneously, Susu and the gentle listener turned their gazes toward her, noticing several noble women displaying admiration and offering praises. What a splendid poem! Yet, to think it would emerge from her lips, they mused. It had always been known that her aunt cherished her, indulging her to the point of arrogance. Yet little did they realize she possessed such literary talent. Though Susu was no adept in poetry, she found the lines spoken by Su Yunshu quite pleasing to the ear. Feeling that such grandiloquent verses were beyond the capabilities of someone from her modest background, naturally, a trace of curiosity flickered in her gaze regarding the original female protagonist. With a glimmer of mirth in her eyes, Su Yunshu extended the flowers toward Susu, saying, "Sister, after evading leisure for so long, it is time we hear your masterpiece." Susu refrained from accepting the flowers. Instead, she lifted a cup from the table and drank deeply, declaring, "I am not skilled in poetry. Thus I shall punish myself with a drink." It must be noted, the wine was remarkably devoid of flavor, and one could likely imbibe from day until night without succumbing to inebriation. However, Su Yunshu remained exceptionally resolute, smiling as she deftly prodded with her metaphorical dagger. Who among us is unaware that she is a talented woman from Nanling? She has previously saved numerous lives in the epidemic zone. Such modesty seems to suggest a disdain for engaging with us in mutual discourse. Upon hearing these words, Wenra furrowed her brow. The young ladies below began to murmur among themselves. While it is one thing to be called a talented woman, to save lives in an epidemic zone appears somewhat ostentatious. The name Susu sounds diminutive and unremarkable. Chapter 58. Host. What other surprises remain unknown to me? Su Yunshu gazed at Susu, determined to compel her to speak. If she were a time traveler, her words would undoubtedly reveal her nature. Having pushed her to this extent, it would be inappropriate for Susu to remain silent. Susu lifted her gaze to meet Su Yunshu's, her eyes reflecting confusion. She recalled that she had never wronged her, even if there was a dislike. Resorting to such juvenile tactics to undermine her seemed rather childish. At that moment, the voice of 09 chimed in her mind. "Host, would you like to use your reputation points for simulation? Current host reputation points, 710. You can simulate 7 more times. The system may randomly drop items to assist the host in overcoming challenges." Challenges? What does this even constitute as a challenge? Susu scoffed internally. Yet 09 continued to tempt her. There is also a possibility of acquiring the latter part of the long night unending, the Emperor's grief, as well as the ink for the immobilization talisman that the host has been researching fervently for the past few days. This talisman can hold enemies at bay for a quarter of an hour. The art of runes is indeed challenging, yet the host of their family possesses an extraordinary intellect, mastering it almost instantaneously. However, a talisman drawn with ordinary ink can only immobilize the great yellow beast for a mere 2 minutes. The outcome may differ with specially crafted ink. Indeed, Susu has also discerned the shortcomings of talisman paper. It is useful, yet its efficacy is fleeting, rendering it rather impractical. Consequently, in exchange for the randomly dropped ink, she acquiesced to the proposal of 009. Immediately, a message materialized on the system interface. "Do you wish to spend 100 reputation points for a simulation?" Susu clicked yes, and subsequently, a series of messages appeared. "Su Yunshu is intent on troubling you, demanding that you compose poetry. You are unfamiliar with poetry and unable to produce any. Persisting in your refusal has incited the displeasure of the noble ladies in the capital. Rumors spread that you are an unsophisticated country girl, resulting in a reputation decrease of -200. Susu. It even deducts reputation points? This system is truly infuriating. Simulation complete. Please choose one reward from the following options. Selected anthology of Tang and Song poetry. Comprising 300 poems, can be used to resolve the current predicament. Dragon's Blood Ink 1, Special Ink. Can enhance talisman drawing. Moonshadow Stealth Step. 009 was beside herself with anxiety, exclaiming, "Hurry, dear host. Choose the selected anthology of Tang and Song poetry. Trading 200 reputation points and your future status among the noble ladies of the capital for Dragon's Blood Ink is not worth it. Besides, Dragon's Blood Ink may drop again in the next simulation. Now is the prime moment to humiliate Su Yinshu." Yet, Su, with an impassive expression, selected the Dragon's Blood Ink. 009. "Host, have you lost your mind again?" Su ignored him, reaching out to take the flower, and spoke softly. "The autumn wind rises, the white clouds churn, the grass withers, and the wild geese return to the south." The title is autumn, not flowers. One could say that the flowers of autumn may naturally evoke the scenery of the season. At this, the smile on Su Yunshu's face froze. The erratic 09 also came to a halt. "Oh my goodness. Host, what other surprises do you have that I do not know about?" "This host, how can you compose poetry?" He had not detected it. The poem recited by the younger sister was indeed quite good. He wished to hear more. Just because she disliked poetry and prose did not mean she was incapable of it. It was merely the pretentious and futile lamentations that she found distasteful. However, she was quite eager to hear Su Yunshu recite another verse. Chapter 59, System Task, Joining the Red Leaf Poetry Society. Su Yunshu listened to Su's words and, with a stiff motion, took the flower in her hand, forcing a smile. After a brief pause, her thin lips parted. "When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom, killing all others. The fragrance rises to the skies, enveloping Chang'an, the entire city adorned in golden armor." She once again spoke of flowers, the flowers of autumn. As the final word fell, Su raised her hand to applaud, her eyes twinkling with laughter, genuinely praising. "This poem is truly exquisite. Especially that line, 'My flowers bloom, killing all others.' What audacity!" The poem was commendable, yet it hardly seemed to originate from this person. A suspicion arose in Su's heart. Did the system possess a collection of Tang and Song poetry, and was Su Yinshu similarly gifted? Yet the noble ladies behind her failed to grasp this deeper layer, echoing praises of Miss Su Wu as a true literary talent. Such eloquence, if not embraced by the Hongya Poetry Society, would surely be squandered. Many noble women engaged in discussion, and among them, a lady in green rose to present a book invitation to Su Yunshu. "Miss Su, I extend an invitation to you to join the Hongya Poetry Society as its vice president. You must grace us with your presence at the poetry gathering to be held at Haitang Bun in a few days. Thank you, Miss Gu, for your kind consideration." "I shall not disappoint," Yunshu replied, casting a subtle glance in Su's direction. She was well-versed in poetry, having memorized nearly 80 to 90% of the verses spanning from Han Yuefu to Tang poems and song lyrics. If this Su were indeed a time traveler, her verses would surely be more familiar. Yet, she had never heard that particular line, leaving no trace in her memory. Could it be that she truly was not a time traveler? Who, then, was she? Moreover, why had she suddenly appeared in the Su household, bearing such a striking resemblance to Madame Su? A slight frown creased Su Yunshu's brow as a sudden thought struck her, tightening her grip on the cup in her hand. Could it be that she was a reincarnation? Su, observing Yunshu's shifting emotions and subtle gestures, remained impassive. Wenru also regarded Su Yunshu, a look of confusion dawning in her eyes. How could she produce such exquisite poetry? Had her prejudices against her been too severe? After more than half a year apart, it seemed she had made significant progress. A single birthday banquet had catapulted Su Yunshu to fame, earning her an invitation to the Hongya Poetry Society, something many noble women in the capital could only dream of. In the recesses of her mind, the exuberant voice of 09 urged Su, "Come on, host, compose another poem and surpass her. Become the foremost talented woman in the capital." Her host, undoubtedly, possessed literary prowess that rivaled even that of Su Yunshu. Let us achieve this modest goal. It will earn you a wealth of prestige. The system's interface then displayed a new notification, new task. Join the Red Leaf Poetry Society and accumulate no less than 100 prestige points. Su was exasperated. She could not harbor even a sliver of hope for this insufferable system that incessantly burdened her with tasks. What relevance did this hold to the main quest? She inquired. Wishing to decline, 09 frolicked in her consciousness, insisting, meow, while completing the main quest, dear host must also progress along the main storyline. How can you connect with the court if you do not approach the center of politics? Therefore, dear host must strive. Su retorted. The Red Leaf Poetry Society is merely a venue for the talented women of the capital to exchange poetry and prose. What political relevance could it possibly have? Chapter 60. The family banquet in the Dai dynasty. There existed no precedent for women to meddle in politics, especially among the noble ladies of the capital. Ignoring Su's protests, 09 continued to tempt her. By actively completing tasks, you can earn diligence points. Once your diligence points reach 10, you will unlock the interdimensional shop. In the transcendent shop of time and space, one can exchange prestige points for anything one desires, including but not limited to dragon blood ink, millennium fire ganoderma, and exquisite snow lotuses. Su, humph. I wouldn't believe you if you were the last person on Earth. This wretched system must have its pitfalls. After the midday banquet, due to her status as a lady from the One family, Madame Su retained Su Yunshu, and Su Yunqing for dinner. Su Yunan, having concluded his duties at the Yamen, also arrived, accompanied by Su Yunlin. The evening gathered the One family's elder and his kin, along with the Su family, totaling over 10 individuals. Aside from the Onping Marquis, who was away on military campaigns, and the second son of the Su family, Su Yuning, who was studying abroad, the remainder of the family was present. Elder Wen and Madame Wen occupied the seats of honor, flanked by Madame Su and Wen Qi, the father of Wen Rou. Following Madame Su were Su Yunan, Su Yunqing, Su Yushu, and Su Yunlin, while at Wen Qi's side sat his wife, Madame Xia. Next in line were the eldest son of the Wen family, Wen Wuxia, and his granddaughter, Wen Rou, followed by the youngest son, Wen Ran. The recently come-of-age eldest son, Wen Wuxia, donned a dark green long robe that accentuated his tall and graceful figure. He cast a smile towards Su, recognizing her as his cousin. Su nodded in return, her face adorned with a gentle smile, greeting him with hello, cousin. Wen Wuxia, caressing his wine cup with his thumb, remarked that he had heard of his cousin's service as a physician in the upper river, where she had saved numerous lives in an epidemic zone, which was indeed commendable. Su Yunan, transformed into an ardent admirer of his sister, lavished praises upon Su, exclaiming that it is not an exaggeration. Throughout the entirety of Shangha County, the villagers regard Su as a divine healer. In his eyes, no woman in the world possesses her remarkable prowess. When Wu Xiao raised an eyebrow, poised to speak, when her grandfather interjected with a dismissive tone, expressing disdain, humph, what use do young ladies have for such trivial pursuits? Can she even be well-versed in propriety? The coldness in the old man's voice hinted at a touch of aversion. Su turned to look at him, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. For a moment, the reception room fell into a silence so profound that the drop of a pin could be distinctly heard. Before anyone else could utter a word, the old man barked, "Bring her a seat beside me." As soon as the command left his lips, someone hurriedly brought over a chair and added a set of utensils next to the elder. At the longevity banquet of the matriarch, it was only natural for Su to comply with the elder's wishes. She rose and made her way to her grandfather's side. Faced with his apparent ire, she felt a twinge of trepidation. However, when Wu Xia maintained her smile and reassured her, "Cousin, do not fear. Grandfather actually holds affection for you." Chapter 61. The connections to attend school. Su approached her grandfather, first bowing respectfully before taking her seat beside him. He regarded her with a neutral expression and remarked, "You possess quite the fine appearance, reminiscent of your mother in her youth." Madame Wen set down her teacup, declaring, "Today is my birthday. Do not create any disturbances." This remark evidently served to bolster her granddaughter. As the elders conversed, Miss Xia dared not interject. Lady Su smiled, while Old Master Wen emitted a cold snort, remarking that had she not just demonstrated her courage by venturing into an epidemic area to save lives? Such prowess, how could she be intimidated by me? Hearing this, Madame Wen subtly adjusted her teacup, which clinked gently against the pearwood table. Old Master Wen cast a glance at her, letting out a light snort before turning his attention back to Su Su. She, disinclined to argue, remained silent. It became apparent to her that Old Master Wen was quite the traditionalist. No one in the hall dared to contradict him. Su Yunshu, relishing the moment, observed Su Su, knowing that her grandfather was indeed the epitome of conservatism. In his view, a woman should adhere to the tenets of domesticity, diligently study and refine her skills. All else was deemed inferior. For Su Su, a woman studying medicine and seeking the spotlight was, in his eyes, rather improper. However, Old Master Wen continued, I have an acquaintance at Mingda Academy. I shall write him a letter tomorrow. In a few days, you shall attend Mingda Academy to study and learn the principles of propriety. His voice was cold and stern, yet his words left the assembly in astonishment. Old Master Wen despised those who relied on connections to gain entrance to academic institutions, referring to them as parasites, unworthy of respect. Even when it came to his own grandchildren, he never offered assistance. They had all earned their places through merit alone. At that time, Su Yinning was studying abroad, and he merely penned a letter to inform an old friend, requesting assistance in overseeing matters, while emphasizing that any decision regarding the acceptance of disciples should solely depend on one's own abilities, urging fairness without bias due to the correspondence. Yet, at this moment, he found himself engaging in actions he deemed beneath him for the sake of Su Su. Everyone was taken aback, including the Wen siblings, Wen Wuxia and Wen Rou. And even Madame Su could hardly believe it. She understood her father all too well. His stubborn nature was notorious, and once he had made up his mind, it was unlikely to change easily. To think he had acted on behalf of Su Su, leveraging connections? Initially, she had wished for Su Su to pursue her studies, but she was concerned about her foundation after years away from home, contemplating hiring a private tutor. However, what could an ordinary tutor offer in comparison to Mingda Academy? Lady Wen listened, nodding in satisfaction, and comforted Su Su, saying, Do not mind your grandfather. He simply lacks the gift of conversation. Nevertheless, attending the academy to study is undoubtedly beneficial. Su Su, you must obediently go to Mingda Academy and study diligently. Madame Xia chimed in, agreeing, indeed. If Su Su spends some days studying at Mingda Academy, it will certainly be advantageous for her future prospects in marriage. Even if she later finds herself lacking in scholarly pursuits, a good family would still be within reach. However, Old Master Wen merely scoffed, stating, My granddaughter, Wen Heng, is only unworthy of others who would find her unsuitable for marriage. He paused, glancing at Wen Wuxia, who was seated and sipping water, and remarked coolly, If all else fails, there is still Wuxia. Chapter 62, graceful, yet not excessively so as when Wuxia was sipping water. His grandfather's audacious words nearly caused him to choke. He stifled a laugh, composed himself, and gently set down his teacup, replying, Wuxia shall heed grandfather's counsel. His gaze drifted to Su Su, who sat beside Wen Heng. The young girl possessed a porcelain complexion and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that shimmered like autumn waters. Such a beautiful cousin would not be an unworthy choice for marriage. However, Xia Shi was not as composed. She placed her teacup down with a chuckle, saying, Father, please do not jest. Wuxia and Su Su are siblings. Moreover, it was customary in the Wen family for men over the age of 40 to take concubines only after having produced male heirs. Clearly, grandfather's words suggested he had no intention of allowing this wild girl to become a concubine. Absolutely not. Yet, Old Master Wen remained unfazed, responding, What of siblings? They are not blood relatives, merely cousins. You and Wen Qi are also cousins, are you not? Wen Qi regarded Su Su with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, affirming, indeed, if Su Su were to wed Wuxia, I would find it most agreeable. After all, they are family. Su Su would not be mistreated. Xia sure felt thoroughly cornered by both her father-in-law and her husband. She could discern that both men held a fondness for the young girl, and any further dissent on her part would surely provoke their displeasure. Reluctantly, she fell silent. Upon hearing her father's remarks, Madame Su turned her gaze toward Wen Wuxia, acknowledging, "Wuxia is indeed an admirable young man. My nephew has always been intelligent and composed, a fine figure to behold. If Su Su were to marry him, I would be at ease." Old Master Wen observed and increasingly found the proposal plausible, wishing fervently to finalize the engagement at that very moment. Lady Wen coughed softly and remarked nonchalantly, "You seem quite enthusiastic. Have you inquired about Su Su's opinion?" A group of people gazed fondly at their own children. She was fully aware of her grandson's character. While he appeared charming, he harbored a multitude of deceitful thoughts. Aside from his handsome exterior, he possessed none of the admirable qualities of his father and grandfather. She could not rest easy about Su Su marrying him. Old Master Wen turned to Su Su and, with a fierce demeanor, asked, "Would you be willing to become engaged to your cousin?" Su Su gracefully rose and bowed, her voice sweet and soft. Upon hearing her words, Mrs. Xia was infuriated, nearly losing control of her composure at the dinner table. How dare that girl treat her son as a backup? Such arrogance. When Wu Xiao paused slightly, his hand caressing the jade ring on his thumb, and a smile graced his face. His cousin was truly remarkable. Lady Wen nodded in agreement. "I believe Su Su has a valid point. However," Old Master Wen snorted coldly, "that short-sighted girl. Wuxia is a paragon of virtue. Should you miss this opportunity, you shall surely regret it." Su Su glanced at Wen Wuxia and concluded that while he was indeed a gentleman with grace, such qualities were scarce. Old Master Wen regarded Su Su once more, pausing for a moment to critique her name. Su Su, Su Su, it hardly sounds like a serious name, does it, Ai? Old Master Wen called out to Madame Su and began, Chapter 63, Comparing Three Families. Madame Su nodded in agreement, turning to Old Master Wen with a smile. "I share the same sentiment. Su Su belongs to the Yun generation of the Su family. Please, Father, bestow upon her a name." Old Master Wen paused for a moment before responding, "Let it be Yun Lang. Lang signifies beautiful jade." Madame Su turned to Su Su, seeking her opinion. "Su Su, what do you think?" Su Su nodded and obediently replied, "I defer to mother and grandfather's judgment." Su Yinshu observed the harmonious scene before her. Though her clenched fist hidden within her sleeve betrayed her unease, her palms damp with cold sweat. Even her indifferent cousin, who typically displayed a lack of interest in matters, was willing to marry her. Moreover, wasn't grandfather particularly fond of her cousin? Did he not usually disapprove of women pursuing medicine or martial arts, deeming them lowly pursuits? Yet, he insisted on her cousin marrying her. And most astonishingly, her cousin had consented. Old Master Wen, seated at the head of the table, nodded in approval at Su Su's demeanor, recognizing her semblance of a well-bred young lady. At the very least, she was obedient. Su Su, appearing demure, had already discerned Old Master Wen's inclinations even before finishing her meal. He favored compliant and dutiful descendants. Su Yushu, with a smile, remarked, "Langhua. 1,000 dots illuminate the cold mist. Grandfather has truly chosen a splendid name." Old Master Wen nodded in satisfaction. "Recently, your calligraphy skills have indeed improved." Su Yushu turned to Su Su and said, "Sister Yunlang, shouldn't you express your gratitude to our grandfather?" Slowly, Su Su set down the cup she had just grasped and replied, "Of course I must thank grandfather. However, I have grown accustomed to the name Su Su. And as for the name inscribed in the family genealogy, let our family continue to call me Su Su." Upon hearing this, Su Yunshu's expression faltered slightly. Old Master Wen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share this sentiment. After all, this girl has borne this name for 15 years. A sudden change would be quite disconcerting." The intention behind this name was merely to provide her with a respectable identity as a member of the Su family when in public. When Wu Xiao approached to assist Su Su and her companions onto the carriage, seizing this opportunity, he turned to Su Su with a smile in his eyes. "Sister Su Su, this new name suits you remarkably well. Perhaps you should refrain from seeking other suitors in the capital. Once you come of age, as grandfather has suggested, Why not marry me directly? The more he looked at his cousin, the more he felt an affinity with her. Su, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, replied, "Cousin, do not be hasty. How can one ascertain the best option without comparing several?" She added, "Once I have explored all possibilities and find no suitable match, then marrying you would not be too late." When Wu Xiao raised an eyebrow, "While you are busy exploring your options, are you not concerned that I might be snatched away by another woman?" Su arched her brow. "That would merely signify that fate has deemed us incompatible in this lifetime." Their playful banter continued, each unable to truly decipher the other. The carriage of the Su family gradually receded into the distance as Wenro cast a gentle glance towards her elder brother, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Brother, do you have feelings for Su? That shouldn't be the case." When Wu Xia, tall and graceful, straightened his back and closed his folding fan, lightly tapping Wenro's forehead. "Mind your own business regarding adult matters," he admonished, pausing briefly before speaking in a grave tone. "Did I not already instruct you to keep your distance from the second prince?" Regardless of his intentions, the formidable Qin Guifei behind him is not to be trifled with. Wenro winced as she touched her forehead, her expression dimming slightly. "He came of his own accord. I cannot allow him to act recklessly and ruin grandmother's birthday celebration." When Wu Xia shot her a sidelong glance, "Regardless of the circumstances, you must not entangle yourself with him any further." Wenro lowered her gaze to her toes, responding in a subdued tone, "I understand." When Wu Xia sighed softly as he regarded his sister, "Aro, the second prince is no virtuous man, born into royalty. He undeniably possesses certain capabilities, yet ultimately remains underdeveloped. His maternal lineage is excessively powerful, even in the absence of the crown prince. His Majesty would never select him as heir. Furthermore, the crown prince is wise, discerning, and has witnessed the brutalities of the battlefield under the emperor's guidance since childhood. Being the legitimate firstborn, in terms of status and talent, he far surpasses the other princes. Even though the empress currently favors her youngest son, the officials remain loyal to the crown prince. The ambitions harbored by Qin Guifei are nothing more than the fantasies of a deluded mind. Gentle and natural, she could not help but feel a slight shadow darken her gaze. From the moment she learned of his identity, she understood. The bathing water had been prepared early by Songji, and Su headed straight to wash up, preferring solitude while attending to her ablutions. She dismissed everyone and remained alone on the second floor. Just after emerging from behind the screen, freshly bathed, she was startled by a commotion. Su raised her eyes towards the door, her silver needle poised and ready. "Who goes there?" "It is I." Qinghu supported Rongza as he entered the room. Clad in dark brocade, his lips stained with blood, and his appearance marred by the ravages of a fierce ordeal. Numerous wounds adorned his body, and the jade ring at his waist was shattered, reduced to mere fragments. It was evident that before arriving at her abode, this master and servant duo had endured a brutal battle. Yet, this was the imperial capital, and he was the crown prince of the Great Way, a favored figure among the court officials. How could he have fallen to such a state? He had seemed perfectly well just hours before, but now, in less than 4 short hours, he appeared in this deplorable condition. Su retracted the silver needle and rushed towards Rongza, taking hold of him. She raised her hand to feel his wrist, her brow furrowed as she looked at Qinghu, her tone laced with indignation. How could there be another surge of deadly poison within him? Does he not realize that the toxins have already permeated his very being? Were it not for his profound inner strength suppressing the poison spread, he would have long since reported to the underworld. She utilized the ancient fire spirit fungus as a remedy, dispersing the toxins within him, preparing to extract them completely. Yet, on the eve of detoxification, how had he fallen into such a state again? A moment's negligence could lead to irreparable consequences. Su deftly inserted the silver needle into the boy's heart point, causing him to emit a muffled groan of pain. The girl cast a cold glance at Qinghu, her eyes reflecting disbelief. She could not fathom that he was someone so lacking in vigilance. Qinghu raised his gaze to meet Su's, his voice heavy with difficulty. "Today is the Empress's birthday, and there is a banquet in the palace. The wine was offered to His Highness by the Empress herself. He cannot refuse the wine poured by his mother, especially on her birthday." Chapter 65. He misses her. Susu's brow furrowed at the implication. Did the Empress wish to kill him? If it were the deposed Empress, she could understand. But the Empress was his biological mother. How could a mother harbor such murderous intent towards her own child? Qinghu lowered his head in silence. This boy, known for his formidable martial prowess, had never appeared so wretched in Susu's memory. Just then, Rongzhe struggled to open his eyes, his gaze warm as he looked at Susu, weakly stating, "The wine is not poisoned." He was no fool. Not everyone would consume poison simply because it was offered. Susu raised her hand to touch his wound. Her tone matter of fact. The wine may be free of poison, yet it contains a toxin that, when combined with Su He Xiang, becomes lethal. Furthermore, the blade has been tainted with blood-sealing poison. The conjunction of these two deadly toxins, coupled with the assassin's lethal techniques, indicates that the one behind this is resolute in their intent to kill you. A faint smile graced Rongzhe's frail countenance, his entire being seemingly suspended upon her. "I knew you could save me." Susu produced a crimson pill, presenting it to Rongzhe's lips. "What if I cannot?" Rongzhe swallowed the pill. His youthful brow tinged with crimson, the flush at the corners of his eyes rendering him especially fragile and delicate. His voice was but a whisper, imbued with a hint of contentment. "To behold you before my demise, that alone suffices." In his previous moment of despair, his mind had been engulfed in hopelessness, feeling indifferent. For in this world, few cared for him. Those he cherished would be provided for by his father, who would find a suitable successor, ensuring the safety of the realm and restoring peace to the Central Plains. That was enough. Yet this time, as he approached the precipice of death, a sense of attachment emerged. He thought of her. Qinghu turned his face aside, his typically steadfast and aloof demeanor finally betraying a change. Tears glistening in his eyes as he gripped the sword in his hand. Should the prince fail to overcome this ordeal, he would unsheath his sword and deal with the fourth prince, presenting his head at the Empress's bedside. However, before he could contemplate the route to the fourth prince's residence, he heard Susu's sharp rebuke. "What are you dawdling for? If you wish to prevent your master from perishing, hasten to the apothecary for medicine." Qinghu's head snapped up, surprise illuminating his eyes. "Can you save the master?" Susu regarded him coldly. "What else could it be? Do you intend to drag him to death and then rush to the palace for vengeance, only to be turned into a pincushion by the imperial guards? Both master and servant meeting in the underworld?" The girl spoke without mercy, her words imbued with an aura of menace that startled the golden retriever downstairs. In the stillness of the night, the few barks from the dog resonated with unusual prominence. Susu casually tossed a few sweet treats towards it, successfully silencing the incessant barking. "What medicine do I need to buy?" Qinghu, filled with urgency, grasped Susu's arm with such force that he nearly fractured it. Susu pushed him away, gently assisting Rongzhe to sit down, and picked up a pen from the table to jot down several prescriptions. Handing the paper to him with a grave tone, Rongzhe leaned heavily against Susu, struggling to speak. "Be cautious. Do not let anyone discover this place. Regardless of whether I survive, I cannot implicate you." Qinghu nodded, then, with a swift motion, leapt from the second floor and vanished into the enveloping darkness. Susu once again inserted the silver needle into the boy's vital point, eliciting a muffled groan from him, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, and fresh blood oozing from the corner of his lips. Chapter 66. Enigmatic allure. The girl reached out to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, a faint scent of medicine lingering in the air. Rongzhe looked up at her, his usually meticulous hairstyle in disarray, his beautiful eyes tinged with crimson veins. Yet the blood-stained corner of his lips bore a hint of a smile. In that moment of torment, he appeared hauntingly captivating. When the poison struck, I truly believed I would not survive. Susu tenderly brushed aside the strands of hair falling across his forehead and softly promised, "Do not worry. I will not allow you to die." The toxins within Rongzhe's body were in utter disarray, far too numerous. In an effort to minimize the damage to his physique, Susu had carefully administered the Jade Purity Pill for nearly a month, aiming to extract the toxins when his body was in optimal condition, thereby mitigating side effects and bodily harm. However, now, with the old toxins still lingering and new ones added, there was no time to be overly cautious. These toxins were excessively aggressive, rampaging within him. Had it not been for his robust constitution and the formidable suppression of his inner strength, he would have succumbed long ago. The crimson pill was exceedingly potent, and with Su-Su's silver needles penetrating into his vital acupoints, it was akin to seeking life amidst death. As the medicinal effects took hold, Rongzhe was engulfed in pain, cold sweat cascading down his body, while the accumulated toxins wreaked havoc within him. The antidote's potency surged simultaneously, causing him to expel several mouthfuls of blood. Su-Su's hands remained unyielding, persistently inserting the silver needles into his acupoints. The young man was already so pained that he had lost all strength, biting down hard on his lips, the veins on his forehead protruding as he emitted muffled groans from time to time. He leaned heavily against Su-Su, utterly incapacitated. Lacking even the strength to lift a finger, relying solely on the girl's embrace, greedily inhaling the faint fragrance of medicine emanating from her. Rongzhe believed that this fragrance was his salvation in this lifetime. Su-Su turned to Qinghu, demanding, "Give me the medicine." Qinghu clutched the cloth pouch tightly, a crack appearing on his icy demeanor. "Are you reliable?" Though she had written a conventional prescription, what Bai Chaodang provided was entirely composed of toxins. Su-Su regarded him with a cold gaze, stating, "If you wish for your prince to perish, you may continue to hold onto those items. In the face of life and death, one would think that the principle of trust in others would be understood." Qinghu gritted his teeth and handed the cloth bag to Su-Su. Su-Su promptly donned a glove, unceremoniously tossing the live scorpion into the bathtub, followed by the extraction of blood from a toad. After an hour of tumultuous medicinal bathing, Su-Su finally exhaled, retrieving Rongzhe from the tub. Qinghu cast a glance at Su-Su. His eye twitching slightly, Su-Su regarded him with a look that suggested he was a fool. "I am a doctor," she said. "If he is not here, how could Rongzhe have entered the bath? Surely, with his minuscule intellect, he could ponder that. Not to mention, during the month of his unconsciousness, how could I have treated him while he was clothed? A medical professional, regardless of gender, has dissected more than 100 male corpses." Qinghu was left speechless. The esteemed crown prince had stooped to stealing clothes. Were it to circulate, hardly anyone would believe it. With all his wounds meticulously bandaged and thoroughly cleansed, Rongzhe had long since succumbed to a state of half-consciousness after the ordeal. Chapter 67. Su-Su, I feel unwell inside the room. Su-Su lit a calming incense, while Qinghu stood by the bed, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a worried wife tending to her ailing husband. He frequently touched Rongzhe's forehead, glancing at Su-Su with an expression of profound concern, on the verge of tears. "Why does His Highness have such a persistent fever?" Su-Su yawned and replied, "He bears too many old ailments within, and the clash of old toxins with new ones, coupled with the potent medicines I have employed, will inevitably harm his foundation. A fever is to be expected." Qinghu gritted his teeth. Then why employ such sinister methods? Such perilous maneuvers, with the slightest misstep, could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, she had audaciously informed him that he had already sustained injuries to his very foundation. Su-Su cast him a sidelong glance, questioning his intelligence. Qinghu, perplexed, failed to grasp her meaning. Why was she reprimanding him? With a resigned exhale, Su-Su scoffed. "If I had not employed drastic measures, he would have perished long ago. Inflicting harm to this foundation is, regrettably, the best possible outcome. Though injured, she could still provide him with care. If he were to die, could she truly descend into the underworld to retrieve him?" With Su-Su's sharp retort, Qinghu finally fell silent. If he could manage to break his fever tonight, it would be a blessing. Su-Su reclined on the nearby rice bed, pulling a blanket over herself with a languid motion. After a moment, she spoke, prompting Qinghu to leap from the second floor once more. With the idle onlookers finally dispersing, Su-Su closed her eyes to rest. After a brief interval, her unease compelled her to reopen them. She rose and approached the bedside, gently touching Rongzhe's forehead. A soft sigh escaped her lips, revealing her vexation. "Why do so many wish to see you dead? In such a short span, barely half a year. How has it come to this? In this world, none are more suited for the position of crown prince than he, a nation's heir apparent. Yet, his ability to protect himself is woefully inadequate. As the heir, Why does she consistently find him in such perilous predicaments? This appears to starkly contrast with the public's perception. At that moment, as her fingertips traced the contours of his face, the youth's tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, revealing bloodshot sclera. He grasped her hand with astonishing force. Their gazes locked, and Su watched as a tear, which should have been filled with joy and vitality, traced down the youth's face. It was uncertain whether he was truly wounded or merely suffering from the chaotic turmoil of the poison within him. Su, I am in pain, he murmured, his voice a haunting whisper, tinged with hoarseness. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his eyes were devoid of their usual luster. The surge of strength he had displayed was fleeting, and soon his hand fell limply to his side. Su instinctively grasped his hand, gently wiping away the tear from the corner of his eye, and offered him a soft smile. Rest for a while. When you awaken, everything will be all right. The youthful exuberance that once sparkled in his phoenix-like eyes was now overshadowed by exhaustion and confusion. Su tenderly caressed his brow, reassuring him, "Do not worry. I will ensure your safety." The girl whispered her promise, "Once you endure this night, I will find a way to grant you longevity." A faint smile broke through the pallor of Rongzhe's face as he lifted a hand to gently tease her nose. "You must keep your word." In that moment, the 17-year-old boy endured the torment of poison coursing through his body, feverish and intermittently coughing up blood, as if he might transcend to another realm at any instant. And Su remained steadfast at his bedside. Truth be told, this was the most formidable challenge she had encountered since embarking on her journey as a healer. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, she could not guarantee his survival. The venom was too potent. Any remedy employed would risk pushing him closer to the brink of death. The elimination of the toxin demanded time, a lengthy duration that only he could withstand. Overindulgence in medication would do little to benefit his fragile state. Thus, Su resorted to the most rudimentary method, swapping out one damp towel after another upon his forehead. As dawn's light began to filter in, Rongzhe's fever finally subsided, and his pulse grew steadier. Yet, in Su's eyes lay a veil of bloodshot fatigue. She had not cared for another in such a manner for a long time. Nor had she experienced such anxiety over someone's life and death. As a physician, she had witnessed countless farewells and partings, having long since grown indifferent to such matters. However, for the first time, she found herself harboring a sense of attachment towards her patient. Perhaps it was due to the plight of the common people, she mused. After decades of turmoil, the realm had only just begun to settle, enjoying a fleeting peace that had scarcely lasted a few years. Once the struggle for succession commenced, it would inevitably incite chaos in the provinces, bringing suffering upon the populace. Over the years, she had witnessed immense hardship, cities ravaged by war, civilians thrown into disarray, barren wastelands devoid of life, corpses strewn about, blood flowing like rivers, and the desperate resorting to cannibalism. Compared to the other princes, he ought to become a benevolent ruler in the future. After a moment, Qing Hu entered the room, holding a medicine jar in hand. With an impassive expression, he regarded Su, stating, "There is something amiss with your medicine." Su raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Did you sleep well last night?" Qing Hu paused, pointing the hilt of his sword at her, accusing, "Did you intentionally poison me?" During his first visit, the apothecary had handed him a large assortment of venomous snakes, toads, and centipedes. On his second visit, the concoction he was given was entirely different. As it simmered, it released an unusual fragrance, and before he could comprehend it, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, only a bowl of the potion remained, perfectly brewed. The potion contained calming herbs, which would emit a fragrant aroma during preparation, causing those with insufficient vigilance to faint. Su stifled a yawn and, after waiting for a brief moment, roused him to drink it. "This room is temporarily yours. My lord, I shall take my leave to rest. Do not disturb me unless necessary." With that, the young lady turned and exited the room. Having not closed his eyes all night, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. He intended to nap for half an hour before joining Madame Su for dinner. Less than 15 minutes after Su departed, Rongzhe opened his eyes, propping himself up, only to be met with the sight of Qing Hu. He scanned the surroundings but did not find the person he sought. "Where is she?" he inquired, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Qing Hu." Observing the redness in Rong Zhe's eyes upon awakening, poured the remaining potion into a bowl. "She has gone to rest, Your Highness. Please consume the medicine first," she added. "Miss Su instructed you to take it." Chapter 69. She adored him, so Rong Zhe accepted the potion and drank it in one gulp. The bitterness was intense, seeming to linger from his throat deep into his heart, causing the young man to involuntarily shed tears. As he turned his head, he noticed a piece of candied orange on the bedside. He picked it up and placed it in his mouth. The sweet, citrus flavor blossomed on his tongue, the fragrance overshadowing the bitterness in his throat. "What is the situation within the palace?" The gaze of Qing Hu instantly turned icy. Yesterday, His Majesty had stayed in the Queen's palace, and the time for court was swiftly approaching. At this moment, the palace remained eerily tranquil. Xing Huayan had already discovered the lifeless body along the road from the palace to the Eastern Palace, and it was likely that this would come to light during morning court. Rongzi closed his eyes, allowing Su Yunxing to proceed according to their plan. He had granted his mother ample opportunity. It was her obstinacy that led to this. A life had been sacrificed multiple times. Even considering the debt of gratitude for raising him, he had repaid enough. Qing Hu, bending to bow, responded, "Yes, Your Highness." A sense of satisfaction and anticipation stirred within him. He had finally awaited this day. As his words fell, Qing Hu darted away once more. Rongzi propped himself up, sitting upright, gently leaning against the bedside. Turning his head, he noticed a book hidden beneath the pillow, left by Su Su. The colorful cover revealed a page, and curiosity compelled Rongzi to pull the book out, revealing its title, "The Overbearing Prince Falls in Love with Me?" The youth read the words uncertainly, a faint blush rising to his ears. It appeared his affections were not one-sided. She too cherished him. Was this a guide on how to win the heart of a prince? A smile danced in Rongzi's eyes as the shadows cast by yesterday's assassination dissipated, and he eagerly began to turn the pages. Meanwhile, during morning court, Jing Zhao and Xing Huayan would report the discovery of the assassin's corpse along Chang'an Road. Simultaneously, news of the prince's disappearance spread, most notably on Chang'an Road. A shattered half of the prince's jade pendant lay abandoned. In an instant, the court was thrown into turmoil. The emperor's fury ignited. Within the imperial city, beneath the sovereign's feet, someone had the audacity to attempt the assassination of the crown prince. Truly a brazen act. What, pray tell, were the imperial guards doing? How could such an atrocity transpire? Your Majesty, the weapon left at the scene of the crown prince's assassination bears the markings of a recent batch produced by the armory. Xing Huayan, clad in resplendent crimson court attire, stood tall and saluted the emperor. The fact that weapons intended for the front lines had been leaked suggests either gross negligence or collusion from the head of the armory. The armory is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Works, and the deputy minister is none other than the current favored concubine's brother, Chen Ong Xing Huayan. You speak baseless accusations. Chen Ong erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Xing Huayan, before bowing deeply to the emperor. Your Majesty, all weapons produced by the armory are meticulously documented and have long been dispatched to the front lines. Even if I possessed the audacity, I would never dare to smuggle weapons, let alone conspire to assassinate the crown prince. You claim to lack the audacity? Yet how could the armory's weapons have been leaked? Even if the assassination of the crown prince is unrelated to you, you cannot escape culpability. Guards, arrest Chen Ong and dismiss him from his post. Xing Huayan stood resolute. I give you 3 days to locate the crown prince and uncover the truth, the emperor declared, his piercing gaze sweeping the room. Moreover, control your tongues. Should news of the crown princess assassination spread, do not blame me for punishing your entire clan. Chapter 70. The shattered jade porcelain cup. As the crown prince faced an assassination attempt, a pall of fear descended upon the court, especially concerning certain ill-intentioned individuals. Xing Huayan was commissioned to investigate, yet the matter of the crown prince's disappearance could not be publicly disclosed. After all, the assassination and subsequent vanishing of a nation's heir in the capital would inevitably incite panic among the populace and become a source of ridicule. Chen Ong was imprisoned, accused of trafficking in arms, and upon hearing this news in the imperial harem, Consort Qin of Yuhua Palace was so startled that she dropped her jade porcelain cup, shattering it into countless pieces. Despite being in her 30s, Consort Qin was impeccably maintained. Just moments ago, she had been preparing tea with vermilion-tinted lips. Yet now her eyes were filled with dread as she clutched her trusted aide tightly. How could her brother, who had always operated with such discretion, suddenly be known to the emperor? Consort Qin felt as if she were plummeting into an abyss. Could it be that the emperor's recent attentiveness towards her was but a fade, a covert strategy against the Qin family? Her father remained in the Western territories. Would he too become embroiled in this turmoil? With her brother abruptly incarcerated, how much did the emperor truly know? Her confidant, Mu Feng, gently reassured Consort Qin, suggesting that the matter was likely unrelated to the Western regions. According to information relayed from the previous dynasty, the incident stemmed from the crown prince's assassination, whose fate now hung in the balance, and the weapons used by the assailants were from a recent shipment dispatched by the armory, hence her uncle's imprisonment. He was not confined in the Ministry of Justice, but in the jail of the Jingzhou Inn. Upon hearing this, Consort Qin gradually regained her composure. The assassination of the crown prince bore no direct relevance to them. Even if the emperor uncovered something, her father in the Western territories was beyond the emperor's reach. It was prudent to observe the situation quietly and devise a means to obscure this incident. Concubine Qin spoke, rising to her feet, her expression now grave. Mu Feng, prepare the ink. I must pen a letter to my father. Ensure it reaches the western frontier. Mu Feng nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Highness. Barely an hour had passed since the letter's dispatch when it fell into the hands of Rongza, who opened it before it could reach its intended recipient. Upon entering the room, he was met with the sight of a nearly lifeless Rongza, engrossed in the letter. Su Su approached, checking his pulse. If you wish to survive, drink the medicine and rest properly. Rongza offered a faint smile, reclining slightly. I was merely perusing the letter. Su Su shot him a glance, her attention caught by a few words, her brow arching slightly. Concubine Qin? Did not Qinghu mention yesterday that it was the empress who sought to end your life? Rongza handed her the letter, a hint of amusement gracing his features. The assailants who attempted to take my life yesterday employed weapons from the armory. Overseen by none other than Concubine Qin's brother, Chenong Su Su cast her eyes over the letter, her delicate brows furrowing. I did not anticipate the Qin family's audacity. While ostensibly engaged in a war against the Shirong, they dared to conduct clandestine dealings with the enemy, smuggling arms. As a prominent general, how could one stoop to such unscrupulous acts? When did you become aware of this matter? She turned her gaze to Rongza, pondering the severity of the situation and the cost he might have incurred for such knowledge. The assassination of the crown prince has stirred considerable turmoil. This incident is not only tied to the assailant, but also threatens to erode the emperor's trust. A year ago, in Chapter 71, The Queen's Taboo, news of Qin Ang's imprisonment reached Kiwagong, yet the queen remained unperturbed, her gaze fixated on a small garment in her hands. Her son, the one she carried for 10 months, the tender child who once nestled in her embrace and called her mother, was gone. Qingwei observed the queen, tears streaming from her eyes as she sat upon the couch, and sighed softly at the sight of such a heartless mother. The queen lifted her gaze, closing her sorrow-laden eyes, and summoned her son. Qingwei dared not speak further and bowed in acquiescence. The matter concerning the crown prince has always been a taboo for the queen. It is a subject no one may broach. Yet, her restraint is remarkable. On the second floor of the snow courtyard, Su Su offered her assessment of Rongza. The trafficking of arms, particularly with the Western Rong people, is a crime tantamount to treason. As the heir apparent, it is astonishing that he has remained silent for so long before finally acting. Even if it was under the guise of his own assassination that he revealed this slight lead. Rongza met Su Su's gaze and spoke slowly. The realm has only just regained its peace. We cannot afford further chaos. If we cannot strike with certainty, how can we act recklessly? A smile graced the youthful face. Yet his voice, still weak from his recovery, was barely above a whisper, though the aura he exuded commanded attention. Su Su remained silent, yet her heart expressed agreement. Indeed, acting rashly might startle the snake in the grass, which would not bode well for the Great Way. However, by intercepting Consort Qin's letter, did you not fear to provoke the vigilance of Duke Qin? The court's reach is limited. As long as her father holds military power, Chen-ong cannot perish, and she will remain unscathed. Rongzhe wore a faint smile, akin to a cunning fox. Moreover, the news of Chun-ang's assassination attempt on the crown prince and consort Chin's subsequent fall into disgrace had already spread to the northwest, and her plea for help was undoubtedly on its way. With the imperial children in peril, how could he, a meritorious minister commanding troops outside, remain at ease? Su lowered her gaze, fixing her eyes directly upon his. "Is this all you have done?" she questioned, disbelief evident in her demeanor. Such a life-and-death matter could not simply be resolved so easily. Since he was aware of the dealings between Consort Chin and Chen-ong, he would naturally be immune to their schemes. Thus, it must imply Su cast her eyes downward. If it were her, even if her own parents sought her demise, she would never submit without a fight. No one would. Rongzhe's gaze fell, memories of his childhood flashing in his mind. Once, before his father wed Empress Yun, his mother had been gentle. The three of them lived in harmony. He could not fathom why, later on, his mother came to despise him, even wishing for his death. Perhaps it was the emergence of Empress Yun, as his father sought to seize the Central Plains, taking another wife and leaving his mother to suffer. Or perhaps the arrival of Consort Chin and Rong-yi made her feel that the love she had steadfastly upheld was merely a cruel jest. Or perhaps, there's Rong-hang. Chapter 72. The young lady has been captured. It seems that the Empress truly loves the Emperor too deeply to harbor any hatred towards him. Instead, she can only redirect her resentment towards Empress Yun and onto him. In truth, he has forgotten much of his childhood, yet the memories resurfaced when his mother presented him with that cup of wine last night. He recalled the times he fell ill, and how his mother vigilantly stayed by his side throughout the night to cool his fever. He remembered the days when their household lacked funds, and his mother humbly knelt before his grandfather, pleading for him to summon a physician. There were countless memories like these. Before marrying the emperor, his mother was an innocent girl, unacquainted with the harsh realities of life. But eventually, she endured too much suffering and faced too many injustices. Yet, in the end, everything changed, and the world became a different place. In a moment of impulsiveness, recalling those childhood memories, he drank the wine, only to regret it afterward. Especially when her smiling face flashed through his mind, leaving him with profound remorse. Rongzhe remained silent, and Su also kept her silence. After a brief pause, Su began to usher him away. "When will you leave?" Upon hearing the soft voice of the girl, the melancholy in Rongzhe's eyes was replaced by a gentle smile. "Currently, the entire city is searching for me. If you send me away now, would that not render all my efforts futile?" Su raised an eyebrow, and Rongzhe continued, looking rather pitiful. "Moreover, I have yet to recover fully. I may be in peril at any moment. Would you truly wish to see me perish without reason? The ever-present danger has no correlation to an ambiguous demise." Su, unwilling to engage further, turned to leave, only to have her wrist grasped firmly by Rongzhe. "Su, you promised to accompany me. She mentioned it last night." Su lifted her gaze, inquiring, "Weren't you unconscious?" Rongzhe's eyes sparkled with mirth as he replied, "Indeed, I was unconscious, yet I could still hear your voice." Not wishing to continue the argument, Su turned and seated herself on the side bed, leaning back to rest her eyes. His condition was undeniably perilous. It was prudent to remain vigilant. Rongzhe observed Su, who was half reclined on the side bed, a smile gracing his features. Su glanced at Rongzhe, filled with anticipation for the surprises this prince might unveil. The emperor had departed for Kiwagong Palace but was swiftly expelled by the empress. Meanwhile, the Minister of Justice, Sheng Huayan, was tasked with an investigation, yet, in secret, no one was actively seeking the whereabouts of the prince. The political landscape at court had suddenly become tumultuous and unpredictable. Neither of them bothered to conceal their conversation from Su. Following their brush with death the previous night, Qing Hu, the usually stoic figure, had undergone a significant transformation in his demeanor towards Su, although his expression remained as impassive as ever. The news brought by Qing Hu had already been anticipated by Rongzhe. He simply inquired when Sheng Huayan would uncover the truth regarding Duke Yunan. Chun Ziyu had already disseminated the information, and evidence would be presented to His Majesty by the morrow. Su Su, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them at the mention of Duke Yunan, the current empress's brother, and the prince's maternal uncle. It appeared he was preparing to strike back. Before Rongzhe could utter another word, someone entered, announcing, "Miss, Yinshi Pavilion has sent new fabrics, and the madam requests you to select some in her courtyard." As she was speaking, she suddenly noticed a man lying on her mistress's bed, while another man, wielding a weapon, stood beside their mistress. Her mistress was being held hostage. Just as she was about to cry out, she was rendered unconscious by Qinghu's swift hand strike. Su Su sat up, and Qinghu turned to her. Holding Songji in one hand and a sword in the other, looking innocently at Su Su while hastily shifting the blame. It was she who was about to shout. If she did, they would surely expose themselves to the prince. Su Su cast him a sidelong glance and strode over. Instinctively, Qinghu stepped back 2 paces while still holding Songji, his face betraying a hint of fear. Despite being a small girl whose height and strength were inferior to his, and whose frailness he could crush with a mere finger, for some inexplicable reason, his instinctive reaction puzzled even Qinghu himself. Rongzhe found this quite intriguing. He had never before seen such an expression on Qinghu's face. Qinghu, afraid of Su Su? Their Su Su was soft-spoken, gentle, and considerate. What was there to fear? Su Su approached Qinghu, took out a vial of medicine, and placed it beneath Songji's nose. Qinghu wished to stop her, but lacked the courage. So he could only grit his teeth and ask, "What if she wakes up and screams, bringing everyone over?" Su Su lifted her gaze to Qinghu, and, in a soft voice, countered, "Then can't you just cover her mouth?" Qinghu. Su Su's medicine took effect swiftly. Before long, Songji regained consciousness. Before she could utter a sound, Qinghu's hand swiftly covered her mouth, leaving the young girl with a flushed face. "Do not cause any trouble, or I shall end you." Qinghu threatened awkwardly beside her ear, causing Songji's eyes to widen in alarm, the veins in her neck distinctly visible. "If you keep that up, you might suffocate her." Su Su interjected. Upon meeting Su Su's gaze, Qinghu's mind failed to react in time, and her hand was released. Songji collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, frantically crawling over to grasp Su Su, shielding her protectively. "Miss, are you unharmed? These brigands are utterly ruthless. How dare they act so boldly beneath the emperor's gaze?" Due to her earlier breath-holding, a lengthy stream of words tumbled out, leading the young girl into a fit of coughing. "I must tell you, cough, cough." She barely managed a few words before being choked by her own saliva, her face flushed and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Qinghu observed the myriad of expressions flitting across the young girl's face with a hint of curiosity. How could someone so fragile still muster the audacity to threaten others? Such expressions were remarkably vivid. Su Su gently soothed Songji, urging her to speak slowly, assuring her that they were not brigands. Gasping for breath, Songji suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief. "Not brigands?" She glanced between the fierce-looking Qinghu and the strikingly handsome Rongzhe lying on the bed. The young gentleman was extraordinarily good-looking. She had never encountered a man of such exquisite beauty, surpassing even that of the second young master. The young girl timidly spoke. "Miss, do you know each other?" Su Su nodded, her large eyes blinking in a state of confusion. Rongzhe lazily replied, "I have known your young lady since our time in Namling. I would never harm her." Instantly, Songji's demeanor shifted, and she placed her hands on her hips, pointing at Rongzhe. That does not justify your unauthorized entry into the young lady's chamber, nor does it excuse you for lying on her bed." As she spoke, the girl's face flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 74. Thrown into the well to soak the pig's cage, she was aware that the young lady had once been lost and raised in the countryside. In rural areas, girls might be betrothed as early as 12 or 13. She had never heard the young lady share tales of her past, and it seemed the young lady was reluctant to mention it. Before Su Su could respond, Songji had already conjured an elaborate scenario in her mind. "Miss, you should go to Madam's courtyard to choose some clothes and jewelry. Rest assured, I will handle this. I promise not to let this young master be known by a fifth person." Su Su was somewhat bewildered by Songji's sudden transformation, so she glanced at Rongzhe. He smiled at her and said, "You may go first. She's just a little girl. I can manage. Su turned and exited the bedroom. With her big eyes darting about, Songji looked at Rongzhe and inquired, "How long have you known our young lady?" Rongzhe leaned back lazily, revealing a smile, and fabricated a tale without hesitation. "About 2 or 3 years, I suppose. A couple of years ago, their young lady was merely 12 or 13 years old. It is utterly outrageous. Allow me to inform you that previously, our young lady was naive and allowed others to dictate her actions, rendering those decisions inconsequential. However, now she stands as the sole legitimate daughter of the Omping Marquis, and marrying the crown prince to become a princess would indeed be fitting for her status." Song Ji glared at Rongzhe, her expression reminiscent of a covetous and disdainful matron. "But when you were in Namlang, you must not so carelessly appear in our young lady's chamber. Do you comprehend the detrimental impact this could have on her reputation? Should word of this leak, our marquis would undoubtedly have you bound and thrown into the well in the backyard as a punishment." Qing Hu, overhearing, let out a disdainful snort and retorted, "With the Omping Marquisate standing, their daughter is hardly suitable to be the crown princess. At best, she might be a noble consort." Song Ji shot him a glare, exclaiming, "What nonsense! What do you, a rustic brute, know about such matters?" Qing Hu felt a surge of indignation but restrained himself from retorting to protect his identity, rolling his eyes multiple times instead. This was perhaps the most expressive day he had experienced in his 18 years of life. Meanwhile, Rongzhe cleared his throat forcefully, adopting a feeble demeanor. "The young lady is correct. I have indeed acted thoughtlessly. However, I only arrived in the capital yesterday with my attendants, and my old ailment has flared up. Were it not for Su's kindness in sheltering us, I fear I would have lost my life here." Song Ji regarded him with a dismissive curl of her lips. "What sort of ailment do you suffer from? If you are merely a sickly wretch, it would be best to find a way to send you off. No matter how beautiful, it cannot substitute for sustenance." After enduring the weariness of travel and a touch of the cold, the young man, Rongzhe, refrained from exaggerating the situation, merely expressing his misfortune. "Yet, my tireless journey day and night was solely for the chance to behold Su once more. To see her again would render my life worthwhile, even if it meant my demise." As the crown prince uttered these words, he painfully closed his eyes. In this lifetime, to share a bond with Su would be a fulfillment of his destiny. The sight of this enchanting youth, so deeply enamored, touched Song Ji's heart, although the young girl had not entirely lost her reason. With hands on her hips, she inquired of Rongzhe, "If you cherish our young lady so dearly, why did you abandon her to fend for herself?" Chapter 75. Disdain for the poor, love for the rich. Su Yunin found her alone and destitute. For when our noble young master discovered her, she had been reduced to sweeping floors in a medical clinic to survive. Strangely, she became known as an apprentice, and later, as a mere errand worker in the establishment. Indeed, in a time of chaos, the likelihood of a frail woman ascending to become a renowned physician was far less than that of laboring in a clinic. Consequently, people naturally leaned toward believing the latter, offering their remarks and sighs. In stark contrast, Song Ji's heart brimmed with compassion for their young lady. Despite her humble beginnings and financial struggles, she had been taken in by the Su family, and under Madame Su's care, she had never truly experienced hardship. Madame Su's daughter, her own flesh and blood, should have been the cherished legitimate daughter of the Omping Marquis, yet she endured so much suffering outside. Thus, the young girl, undaunted by the fierce bandit Qing Hu, confronted Rongzhe. "You profess your love for our young lady, yet where were you when she stood alone?" Rongzhe, feeling wronged, coughed repeatedly in agitation, startling Qing Hu, who hurried over to offer him water. "It is not that I abandoned your young lady. I found myself in the South Ridge due to a flood. It was Su who rescued me. We were once deeply in love, united as husband and wife by the banks of the Weishui River. I was a humble teacher, while she made a living by cultivating medicinal herbs. However, a few months ago, your eldest master, Su Yunan, took advantage of my absence while I was teaching in the county and abducted Su. When I confronted him, he assaulted me, declaring that I, a mere scholar of lowly status, was unworthy of his sister." As Rongzhe spoke, tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. "As a scholar, I was no match for him. Although Qinghu possesses some skills, he could not contend with your family's young general, and I could do nothing but witness my wife being taken away. You speak nonsense, Songji exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Our eldest master is not that kind of person. By heaven and earth, I swear. Rongza raised 3 fingers, his face a mask of outrage. A scholar speaks no falsehood. As Songji gazed into Rongza's earnest eyes, uncertainty began to creep into her heart. From the perspective of the eldest son, the marriage of a destitute scholar, lacking any substantial means, to his own sister is akin to dooming a lifetime. What value does good looks hold if one merely attracts the attention of others? Indeed, it is rather unreliable. Songji's large, expressive eyes darted about inquisitively. Do you possess any evidence? Rongza produced the remaining fragment of his ancestral jade pendant. This is a treasured heirloom of my family, which I have long cherished. It was shattered during a dispute with your family's eldest son. As Songji contemplated the substantial piece of jade in her hand, she remarked, My family's eldest son has always been endowed with extraordinary strength. Breaking this pendant would not pose a challenge for him. At that moment, Su Yunan, stationed at the cavalry camp, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose, saying, The weather has turned frigid rather abruptly. Could this be a case of catching a cold? Chapter 76. Believing the truth, a single jade pendant had completely ensnared Su Yunan, leading the young girl to believe in it further. In the bedroom, Qinghu remained silent, her expression cold. However, Rongza, with a sorrowful demeanor, recounted his love story with Su Su to Songji, narrating it with such vivid detail that, had the truth not been known, Qinghu might have been convinced. Upon hearing the tale, Songji appeared deeply moved, her eyes glistening with tears. Young Master Yun, rest assured, I shall certainly keep your secret from the young lady. It turned out that she had misjudged the situation. Young Master Yun had never wronged their lady. Indeed, he was a good man, albeit somewhat impoverished. How could their eldest son have been so impulsive? Then I must thank you, Miss Songji. With a face full of gratitude, Rongza expressed his thanks. Miss Songji, rest assured, once I have recuperated, I shall take my leave. My family has some estates in Yunjing, and as a scholar, I intend to invite my elders to formally propose to you after the spring examination, with all the proper rites and ceremonies, to marry Su Su once again. Songji nodded repeatedly, her emotions nearly spilling over in tears. It was indeed wonderful that young Master Yin harbored such thoughts. Their young lady certainly deserved the very best. Meanwhile, Su Su, who was in Madame Su's courtyard selecting garments and jewelry, remained blissfully unaware that the little maid she had left behind had already arranged her lifelong commitment with another. As soon as Su Su stepped through the door, Madame Su eagerly grasped her hand, her face alight with joy. Come, Su Su, take a look at this. These are the latest styles favored by the young ladies of Yunjing, sent by Yinchang Pavilion. See which one you like best. As she spoke, she held up a vibrant red gown against Su Su, adding, My son rarely adorns himself in such vivid hues. At your tender age, you ought not to be clad in such drab colors. You should wear more brightly colored garments. The already flamboyant hue, complemented by the large peonies embroidered in gold thread on the hem, appeared extraordinarily splendid. While continuing her remarks, Madame Su noticed Su Su's hair, simply tied with a silver ribbon, and sighed. She folded the gown and placed it aside, retrieving a few gold hairpins from another box to adorn Su Su's hair, stating, I have told you, do not always dress so plainly. Su Su brushed her hair, feeling fatigued from the previous night. Thus, she rose in the morning without allowing Songji to style her hair elaborately. A simple silver ribbon sufficed for her convenience. Madame Su firmly inserted a golden hairpin into Su Su's coif while also tidying the loose strands at her forehead. Observing her daughter adorned with the golden pin, she nodded in satisfaction. Although her daughter was indeed beautiful, the young girl ought to wear more exquisite jewelry. Su Shu, wearing a smile, remarked with a tone of regret about Su Su arriving late and missing the opportunity to try on the Zhuchai hairpin. Yet, her words subtly criticized her biological daughter for merely going through the motions of accompanying her mother for a meal without dedicating more time. In contrast, her adopted daughter seemed to share a closer bond with her. Chapter 77. A heart full of filial piety. Madame Su, with her meticulous thoughts, would inevitably feel a pang of disappointment upon realizing that her biological daughter had remained distant after years apart, dousing her exuberant maternal love with a chill of reality. Unfazed, Susu smiled lightly and replied, "I was merely anxious. Yesterday, my grandfather requested that I attend the academy for my studies and even took the time to write a letter. Despite my humble talents, I would not wish to bring shame upon my grandfather, so I seized any opportunity to read and practice my writing, ensuring that I would not become a target for ridicule upon my arrival." With her unassuming words, she deftly shifted the blame entirely onto the venerable Lord Wynn. After all, who could fault her grandfather for valuing reputation? Who indeed could blame her for being a mere rustic girl, lacking in erudition? It takes time to adorn oneself suitably, ensuring that one does not bring shame upon one's grandfather. This is a reflection of filial piety. But what gives rise to such devotion? Naturally, it stems from treating grandfather and Lady Sue as family. Upon hearing this, Lady Sue smiled, her spirits lifted as if invigorated by a surge of enthusiasm. She selected several boxes of jewelry and placed them upon a tray, praising, "Our Susu is the most obedient. However, do not forget to present yourself beautifully even while studying at the academy. For a young girl of 14 or 15, looking lovely and being cheerful is paramount. As for studying, there is no need to rush. It is better to take one's time. There is no need to fear disappointing your grandfather, should the heavens fall. Your mother shall bear the weight." Yet, our Susu's eagerness to learn is commendable. Shu, be sure to learn well from your sister Susu. However, today she expressed concern about disappointing grandfather, indicating that she holds this family dear in her heart. She wishes to excel further, helping Susu integrate into this household more swiftly. As Lady Sue spoke, she retrieved a soft measuring tape from the nearby tray and said, "Yinshu, dear." As she noticed her daughter slightly lowering her gaze, her hands beneath her sleeves curling slightly. In her past life, these two pieces of shoe brocade belonged to her. Lady Sue noted Susu's measurements and arranged for the garments and jewelry to be sent to the snow courtyard. Observing Susu's diligent efforts, Lady Sue felt a deep sense of satisfaction. At the same time, she discerned that Su Yunshu's emotions were not quite right. She comforted her, saying, "Dear Shu heir, this shoe brocade is a gift from your second brother to Susu. Shall I seek out other silks for you?" Su Yunshu forced a smile on her face. The original text mentioned that Su Yuning had quarreled with Su Yunshu before embarking on her studies abroad, but she had forgotten the specific reasons. The Long Night Never Ends is an extremely lengthy book, particularly the latter volume, which weaves together numerous stories. In her eagerness to discover the conclusion, she had hastily skipped ahead. Thus, she only recalled that in the end, Su Yuning, the sole survivor of the Su family, perished, pierced by countless arrows from Ronghong, while attempting to rescue Su Yunshu from the palace. In her despair over her brother's death, Su Yunshu succumbed to her grief and leapt from the city walls. Ultimately, the emperor, Rongheng, possessed a vast realm but was engulfed in profound solitude. Chapter 78. Deceiving Fool's Mother? Have I been too willful in the past? Will my second brother dislike me now? Lady Sue chuckled upon hearing this. What are you thinking? Your second brother has always cherished you since childhood. How could he possibly be angry with you? Su Yushu beamed in response, snuggling against Lady Sue's arm. I knew you would understand, Mother. You are the best. Lady Sue affectionately ruffled Su Yunshu's hair, her eyes sparkling with laughter, yet her heart sighed. If only Su could also express her affection in such a manner. In this world, are there other outsiders like you? 009 danced in her consciousness, and Su pondered thoughtfully. Do you not feel that the current Su Yunshu differs greatly from the one in The Long Night Never Ends? In the book, Su Yunshu, in her youth, was audacious and flamboyant, exuding a vibrant and assertive spirit. Even after enduring such torment in the palace, she remained dignified and possessed an indomitable spirit. In contrast, the current Su Yunshu, despite her talent for poetry, is imbued with an air of pettiness in her actions. She perceives that, as depicted in the narrative, Su Yunshu ought not to engage in such petty provocations. Lingling 9 exuberantly interjected, suggesting that the likelihood of an external invasion was minimal, yet not entirely implausible. Moreover, The book-long Night Not Yet Over unfolds from the heroine's perspective, offering scant descriptions of her early years, which could lead to discrepancies. Presently, the host is confronted with the formative period of the heroine's youth, during which she is cherished by the Su family. The arrival of the host might instill a sense of unease in the young Su Yunshu, potentially catalyzing a transformation. Su furrowed her brow, harboring doubts about this possibility. Could it truly be so? After contemplating, she lifted her gaze forward, dismissing the thought. Regardless, time is abundant. Answers shall be unveiled gradually. It is indeed preposterous to concoct such nonsense. Surely, it must be that the prince's residual poison has not yet been purged. Or perhaps yesterday's grievous injuries have rendered him susceptible to such folly today. Qinrong instructed that all of Su's clothing and jewelry be placed in the hall on the first floor before bowing to bid her farewell. Su nodded in gratitude, and Qinrong, with a smile, remarked, "Miss Forth, there is no need for such formality. This is merely my duty." Su, smiling, replied, "Aunt Qinrong, you need not be so modest. You have been my mother's companion since childhood, and she places her utmost trust in you." Qinrong raised her gaze slightly, her eyes shimmering with tenderness as she regarded Su. Since the young lady had spoken, Qinrong felt emboldened to venture a few words herself. Chapter 79. The inevitable reckoning. Su maintained a gentle smile on her face and softly encouraged, "Please, Auntie, continue." Thus, Qinrong spoke with a composed tone, noting that it was not a significant matter. However, in comparison to how the fourth young lady addressed the matron as mother, it seemed that the matron might prefer the fourth young lady to call her mother in a manner akin to the fifth young lady's affectionate address. Su lowered her gaze slightly, her expression dimming as her voice softened. "Auntie Qinrong, I too have pondered this. Yet I cannot help but feel that my relationship with mother lacks the intimacy and ease that exists between her and sister Yunshu." Qinrong sighed softly. "Fourth young lady, you have endured much these past years. And what of the matron? Is she not also burdened? Let us entrust it to time." With a gaze filled with affection, Qinrong looked at Su. "Fourth young lady, the matron holds you dear in her heart." Su lifted her gaze toward the begonia tree in the courtyard, a smile gracing her lips, warming her eyes. "I understand. Auntie Qinrong, I can feel mother's intentions. Yet, for Su Madam, every child is cherished equally, especially Su Yushu, who had been raised in the Su family for many years, their bond as mother and daughter deeply profound. One's nature cannot be altered in an instant." While she harbored no desire to compete with Su Yunshu, the persistent provocations would inevitably lead her to confront her one day. Naturally, Su did not articulate these thoughts, but merely exchanged a few pleasantries with Qinrong, thereby conveying her unwavering sincerity towards Madame Su. As Su ascended the staircase, Songji stood vigil at the door, her demeanor fraught with tension, apprehensive that an unwelcome visitor might disrupt their plans. When Su opened the door, she startled Songji, nearly causing her to topple the candlestick beside her. Fortunately, Qinghu reacted swiftly, securing the candlestick in her grasp to prevent any significant disturbance. Downstairs, Baya, who was tidying up, paused to glance upward upon hearing the commotion. Upon spotting Songji's silhouette, she muttered a few words under her breath. She struggled to maintain her focus on her tasks, perplexed as to why Madame had chosen Songji to be the chief maid to the young lady. "Miss, you cannot imagine the peril I encountered just now. Baya was about to enter to clean, but thankfully I managed to send her away," Songji reported. A smile graced Su's face as she replied, "You have worked hard." Songji shook her head repeatedly, insisting, "It is no trouble at all. It is merely a servant's duty." She paused momentarily, casting a glance towards the direction of Rongzhe and his servant. "However, miss, it is not prudent for young Master Yun to remain in our household indefinitely. Should he be discovered, it could tarnish your reputation. It would be wise for me to venture out tomorrow and temporarily arrange for young Master Yun to stay at an inn," she added, seemingly to reassure that she would not neglect her mistress's beloved. Would the Yinming building suffice? The environment there is pleasant and more conducive for young Master Yun's recovery. As Rongzhe listened, he hurriedly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, casting a weak glance at Su. Miss Songji is right, Su. After today, I will. Cough, cough, move out. Songji stared wide-eyed at Rongzhe, who appeared half alive. Wasn't it just a mild cold? How could he be coughing like this? Could it be tuberculosis? Qing, who also turned to look at his master, thinking that this performance was rather excessive. Su walked towards Rongzhe, taking his wrist to check his pulse. The warmth of her gentle fingers brought a subtle comfort to his heart. Rongzhe raised his gaze to meet Su's serene expression and managed a smile. I am fine. Su retrieved a pill from the vial and placed it in his mouth. If you wish to live, set everything aside for now and lie down to rest. Having just escaped the clutches of death, he was in such a hurry to overexert himself. It seemed he had no regard for his own life. Her warm, soft fingertips brushed against his lips, sending a tingling sensation through him. The sweet pill melted on his tongue, spreading warmth throughout his being. Rongzhe let out a comfortable sigh, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. He looked at Su with a smile, saying, All right, I will listen to you. Qing, who awkwardly turned his head away, while the request made by Songji was naturally overlooked. It was not impossible for Rongzhe to move out. Su didn't particularly wish for him to stay, but she did not want her efforts to go to waste. She is most acutely aware of his physical condition, whether it is in the realm of performance or pretense. He is, after all, a person who has just been pulled back from the brink of death. At present, he is exceedingly weak, and even the slightest hint of danger from the outside world could lead to his untimely demise. Therefore, until he is entirely out of peril, she must keep him under her watchful gaze. In the days that followed, one wished to remain and recuperate, while the other sought to keep him close to monitor his progress. Consequently, the disappearance of His Highness in Yunjing stirred a tempest in the city, even causing the emperor within the palace to become somewhat restless. Yet, the second floor of the snow courtyard remained bustling with activity. On this particular day, Rongzhe took advantage of Su's absence as she accompanied Madame Su for a meal to attend to official matters. It was not that he wished to conceal anything from Su. Rather, she, concerned for his health, allowed him only half an hour each day to peruse official documents. However, the scheme he had devised could not simply be abandoned. Unable to defy Su's wishes, he was left with no choice but to attend to his duties in secret. What is it? Su inquired of her. Baya stammered in response, and Su raised an eyebrow. A mouse? Where did you see it? In the storeroom, Baya replied, her gaze evasive. With a mere glance, Su discerned that she was lying, but chose not to confront her. Instead, she spoke coolly, Then you should go. I do not appreciate having mice in my courtyard. Her seemingly casual remark sent a shiver down Baya's spine. Yes, miss, I shall go at once and ensure that the mouse is caught or poisoned. Su glanced in the direction Baya hurriedly departed before ascending the stairs. As Songji approached, before she could utter a word, she heard Su say, Baya went to buy rat poison. You should see what she is truly up to. Songji paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation. A surge of anger rising within her. How could Baya harbor ulterior motives after Miss had treated them with such kindness? Indeed, Miss. She was determined to discover the intentions of this little minx. Chapter 81. Miss Su hides a man within the chamber. Rongzhe reclined against the side couch, resting with his eyes closed. After several days of recuperation, the prince's complexion had noticeably improved. Qinghu had seemingly been dispatched elsewhere for work. During these days, the little attendant had been unrelenting. Su had taken the pulse of the esteemed prince, finding it to be steady, and the remnants of poison within him had been purged. With proper care, he could likely enjoy an additional 2 or 3 decades of life. Thus, Su began to usher others away. You may take your leave. Rongzhe opened his eyes and smiled at her, candidly stating, I shall depart shortly, but I wish to stay a moment to bid you farewell. His health was nearly restored, and it was time for him to attend to his responsibilities. Su crossed her arms and replied coolly, It is truly an honor for a humble servant. Do remember to repay your outstanding medical fees soon. Rongzhe pondered for a moment. He had just returned the previous sum of 10,000 taels of gold, and now he found himself in the position of owing yet another debt of gratitude. The young man met Su's gaze with earnestness and asked, Are you truly not considering offering yourself in return? Susu promptly declined. I am not considering it. My assistance in detoxifying and restoring your health is a paid service. If one were to consider his selfless devotion, could it not mean that she would forego any compensation? A losing venture is not one she would entertain. However, Long Zhe let out a sigh and clenched his fist. Very well. The young man's romantic pursuit had once again met with failure. Yet, after a fleeting moment of despondency, he lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his features. One day, I shall make you willing. Susu raised an eyebrow, addressing him with a hint of mischief. Your Highness, do take care. No need for formalities. Overthinking, indeed. In the Furong courtyard, Baya cautiously glanced around before hastily stepping inside. Songji, observing Baya's entry into the courtyard, gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath, You, Baya. How ungrateful. Miss has treated you so well. Just look at that sneaky demeanor. Clearly, you are up to no good. I once thought Miss Yunshu was a good person, but it seems that good bamboo bears ill shoots. The lady's careful teachings have resulted in someone keeping an eye on her own sister's courtyard. Truly disgraceful. Inside the Furong courtyard, Baya was promptly led into the main room by Tingyu. Today, Su Yunshu donned a splendid pink garment, adorned with a hibiscus hairpin, and wore a jade ring at her waist, exuding elegance. She was practicing her calligraphy when she noticed Baya's arrival. She slightly raised her head and spoke with a calm demeanor. What is it? Do you require something? Baya immediately knelt down, her expression grave. Miss, I have discovered that Miss Su has concealed a man on the second floor of the snow courtyard. What did you say? Su Yunshu, caught off guard during her practice, lost her composure. Su, hiding a man. Do you understand the consequences of lying to me? Su Yunshu slammed her brush onto the table, her gaze sharp. Baya bowed deeply, affirming that all she had said was indeed true. For the past few days, Baya had sensed that Song Ji was surreptitiously delivering food to Miss Su's chamber, even offering another portion despite Miss Su having already had breakfast. The quantity of food had recently doubled compared to previous days. Furthermore, Miss Su was not particularly fond of sweets, which struck Baya as suspicious. She intended to investigate on the second floor, but Song Ji staunchly barred her from ascending. Today, however, seizing the opportunity while Miss Su was absent and Song Ji had gone to the small kitchen to fetch food, Baya ventured upstairs, only to discover a man lying in Miss Su's bed, a hidden man, concealed within her own boudoir. This Miss Su was utterly shameless. Chapter 82. A game with her Su Yushu was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that this Su could commit such scandalous acts. Regardless, if this matter were to be exposed, her mother would undoubtedly be disappointed in her. Do you dare swear that what you have said is entirely true? Su Yushu asked, fixing her gaze upon Baya. With utmost seriousness, Baya swore, if I speak falsely, may thunder strike me dead. Hearing this, Su Yunshu waved her hand slightly, prompting Tingyu behind her to toss a bag of silver to Baya. Baya caught it, her eyes sparkling with delight, and immediately performed a deep bow, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi. While Su Yushu wore a smile, her voice remained icy as she continued, keep a vigilant watch, and should anything unusual occur, report back at once. Baya nodded in acknowledgement. In the snowy courtyard, Su learned from Song Ji that Baya, instead of procuring rat poison, had gone to Su Yunshu's quarters, which elicited a sigh from her. Song Ji glanced at her mistress, and Su shook her head. What good would inflicting severe punishment do? Even if she confessed, it would merely amount to trivial matters. Could they possibly bind her and confront Su Yunshu in her mother's courtyard? Such an action would likely place her in a difficult position. After all, a mere maid holds little sway, and Su Yunshu has always been adept at performance, though her acting may be somewhat lacking in the eyes of Lady Su, who has nurtured her for decades. Her flaws are hardly discernible. Parents often view their children through a forgiving lens. Upon hearing this, Song Ji immediately grasped the situation and nodded in understanding. What could Baya possibly report to Su Yunshu? Perhaps she had inadvertently caught a glimpse of young Master Yun. It was indeed unfortunate that she had allowed that little vixen to spy on her. However, now that young Master Yun had departed, there was naturally nothing to fear for her and her mistress. They could simply deny it. Who could provide proof? Song Ji. Emboldened by this, began scheming ways to hasten Su Yunshu's downfall, contemplating whether to share some gossip to expedite the process. Su, keenly aware of the young maid's disposition, began to strategize. The intrigues within the inner chambers were indeed rather tedious, yet to ensure a brief respite for Su Yunshu, she was willing to engage in a little diversion. The following day, while Su was absent and Songji busied herself in the kitchen preparing pastries, Baya seized the opportunity to sneak into Su's chamber and, as expected, once again caught sight of the hem of a man's garment hanging down. In a state of panic, Songji hastily closed the door, pulling Baya into a corner. Baya, still shaken, gazed at Songji, who returned her look with equal trepidation. "Did you see anything?" Baya gradually steadied her nerves and stammered, "Miss, why? Why is there a man in the room?" Songji glanced around cautiously and warned Baya, "You must not speak of this recklessly, or I shall certainly inform the miss and have you sold away." Startled, Baya feigned composure and replied, "Do not worry, Sister Songji. I will keep silent. However, it is certainly improper for the miss to harbor a man in her chamber." Chapter 83. Lack of decorum. Upon hearing this, Songji sighed deeply. Her expression filled with melancholy. She carefully surveyed the surroundings and lowered her voice. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. If the madam were to find out, I cannot imagine how she would regard the Mississippi. Baya nodded earnestly, placing her hand on her chest. "Rest assured, Sister Songji, I will not utter a word." Yet, within a mere quarter of an hour, the news reached Su Yunshu's ears. Listening intently, she frowned, pondering how the fourth miss could be so lacking in decorum. If he were her fiancé, she could have consulted the madam for approval. But how could she take a man into the inner courtyard without permission? For an unmarried noblewoman to bring a rustic villager into her boudoir, even if he is her fiancé, is utterly disgraceful. Su Yunshu set down her teacup with a scoff. A woman from the countryside, what decorum can one expect of her? It seemed that this Su had a past of her own. She was curious to see how her mother would react upon discovering this matter and how she would continue to feign innocence. However, if her elder brother were to learn of Su's disgraceful actions, what would his thoughts be? Su Yunshu, cautious yet recognizing the rarity of the opportunity, decided to follow Su into the snow courtyard on the morning of the third day after paying her respects to Madame Su. "Having heard that my sister has been diligently practicing poetry, calligraphy, and literature lately, might she allow her younger sister the pleasure of appreciation?" Su Yunshu spoke cheerfully at the entrance of the snow courtyard. Su, standing at the door with a smile, replied, "I am feeling unwell today. Let us postpone this." Yet, the more Su resisted, the more suspicious Su Yunshu became, prompting her desire to enter even further. "Dear sister, your complexion is rosy. How could you possibly be unwell? Perhaps we should have you fetch Dr. Chiao to examine you?" Su Yunshu suggested, attempting to step inside. While Su remained resolute at the threshold, the more Su resisted, the more Su Yunshu's suspicions solidified. The standoff continued until Su Yunshu decided to push her way in. "What do you mean by this, Su Yunshu?" Su's expression turned cold. Observing Su's change of demeanor, Su Yunshu felt a sense of relief, her smile unwavering. "I merely wish to engage in a discussion about poetry with you." Su reiterated coldly, "I have stated that I am unwell today. Let us speak another time." Just as Su Yunshu was about to force her way in, Su Yunan arrived, having taken the day off. He had just finished paying his respects to their mother and was preparing to head out when he caught the sound of their dispute from a distance. Su Yunshu is his sister, as is Su. Instinctively, he wished to avoid any conflict between them. Moreover, Su Yunshu had been spoiled by their mother since childhood, and he certainly did not want Su to feel wronged. "Ashu, what are you doing?" Su Yunan exclaimed, observing the aggressive demeanor of Su Yunshu. However, Su Yunshu was rather pleased by Su Yunan's arrival, for such grand occasions required a witness. If her elder brother were to witness it firsthand, it would be far more effective than calling him after she had already discovered the situation. In Chapter 84, she added 10 more times, "Elder brother, I am trying to counsel Sister Su." Upon seeing Su Yunan, Su Yunshu instantly adopted a different demeanor, her eyes veiled in mist, appearing fragile as if she might faint at any moment. Su Yunan furrowed his brow, perplexed by her theatrics. Su Yushu then spoke directly, "Elder brother, I saw a man's silhouette on the second floor of the snow courtyard. Though the customs of the Great Way were relatively liberal, they had not yet reached the point where men and women could share a room. Thus, Ashu wished to advise her sister against actions she might later regret." Su Su coldly retorted, "I return that statement to you word for word." Su Yunshu huffed in response, yet her conviction only strengthened. "The truth will reveal itself once we enter." "Enough." Su Yunan bellowed, "Ashu, where did you hear such rumors? As a young lady of the esteemed Omping Marquis, you should not carelessly spread such slander. Have your studies gone to waste?" Su Yunshu was taken aback by Su Yunan's wrath. The courtyard of the legitimate daughter of the Omping Marquis' residence is not a place where one can simply conduct a search at will, as you suggest. Su Yunan's expression was stern as she continued, "Bring the fifth miss to the ancestral hall and have her copy the family teachings 10 times. She shall not eat until the task is completed." Su Yunshu's face turned pale with fear. She recalled that her elder brother had never before expressed such fury towards her. "Brother, please protect her." Su Yunshu sobbed in accusation, a surge of resentment swelling within her. It was all because of this Su Su that her life's trajectory had been altered, robbing her of her loved ones. The appearance of Su Yunan was indeed unexpected for Su Su. However, Su Yunshu's punishment was entirely anticipated. After all, she was still the fourth miss of the Su family, the only legitimate daughter of the Omping Marquis. Furthermore, both Madame Su and Su Yunan harbored a sense of emotional debt towards her. Where there is emotion, matters become considerably easier to resolve. Su Yunan, the eldest son of the Su family, had been a young general accompanying the army since childhood. Now, in his youth, he already held the position of a major in the valiant camp, and within the household, there was no one who dared to oppose him beneath the Marquis of Onping. As Su Yushu was led away, she cast an indignant glance at Su Su and gritted her teeth, declaring, "Brother, you will regret this," with a cold countenance. Su Yunan replied, "Add 10 more times." Regardless of the circumstances surrounding Su Su, it was utterly foolish for a family to create such a ruckus over her. Su Su stood still, taken aback by this unexpected side of Su Yunan. Once Su Yunshu's punishment was dispensed, Su Yunan turned to Su Su, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Su Su, your elder brother will not allow you to suffer any injustice." Ashu, in days gone by, had always exhibited such behavior from the very beginning. He found her excessive enthusiasm rather suspicious. Little did he anticipate that just a few days later, such a troublesome affair would arise. Su Su raised an eyebrow, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Did her elder brother harbor any doubts about her? His trust in her was quite profound. Su Yunan sighed, gently patting her head. "Silly girl, do I not know you? Though your temperament may be somewhat carefree at times, you would never engage in any outrageous conduct." His sister was certainly not the sort to flout propriety. Moreover, Ashu's actions were remarkably foolish. Su Su lowered her gaze, yet a smile gracefully curved her lips. The sensation of being unconditionally trusted was undeniably delightful. Thus, she spoke. "What Su Yunshu said is indeed correct." Su Yunan was momentarily taken aback. Meeting Su Su's gaze, "What did you just say?" Chapter 85. The apology. Su Yunan looked into Su Su's eyes, and in that moment, he perceived a flicker of anxiety within her own. In truth, he had long suspected that there was something amiss. After all, Ashu would not act without provocation. His sister was not so naive. Yet, she was not particularly astute either, for her hasty attempts to retaliate upon discovering a slight weakness were, frankly, unwise and easily discernible. Su Yunan remained oblivious to the secrets concealed within Su Su's attic, but he refrained from inquiring as long as she chose to remain silent. Punishing Su Yunshu was merely a consequence of her own foolish actions, a lesson intended to instill some sense of caution. As for Su Su, he held an unwavering trust in her, confident in her discernment and assured that she would never act inappropriately. However, Su Su remarked, "What Su Yunshu said holds true. This girl, indeed, harbors a man. This simply cannot be. She may indulge in other pursuits, yet at her tender age, she must not be tainted by the frivolities of romance." Su Su turned to enter the room with a light tone. "Elder brother, let us converse inside." This action inevitably caused Su Yunan's heart to race. while Song Ji held her breath in anticipation. Surely, it could not be that the young lady intends to confront the eldest son. If he were to discover that she secretly cherishes young Master Yin, who has come all the way to the imperial capital to pursue her, it would surely lead to a disastrous intervention. Do not be foolish, young lady. Such matters cannot be resolved merely by reciting family precepts. Left anxiously outside, Songshi fretted, while Su Yunan followed Su Su upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he saw nothing amiss, only his sister seated and beginning to brew tea. Rubbing his temples, Su Yunan inquired, Su Su, what is the meaning of this? Speak plainly. Your elder brother's heart is not robust. Su Su poured the steaming tea into a cup, presenting a bowl of apology tea, her demeanor quite obedient. Elder brother, please drink this tea of mine, she urged. With arms crossed and a huff, Su Yunan remarked, you have indeed considered this thoroughly, having drunk this tea. I can no longer hold any grievances against you. Su Su raised the tea cup with both hands, arching an eyebrow and lifting her tone slightly. So, will elder brother drink, or not? After finishing the tea, he gently set the cup down on the wooden table, gazing at Su Su with a calm expression. Speak. Her willingness to be honest with him about her actions signifies a remarkable progress. Therefore, he need not impose further demands. Recently, indeed, there was a man concealed here. Su Su confessed. However, Su Yunan's heart could scarcely bear the revelation. She inhaled deeply, her voice involuntarily rising. Did you truly bring a man into your chamber? Su Su nodded, then shook her head. Yes, but also no. Su Yunan studied her, the smile on his handsome face fading, his hands on his hips. His expression becoming increasingly stern, as though he were on the verge of erupting in anger. He came on his own. Even so, you cannot hide him in your room. Su Yunan retorted through clenched teeth, before sensing an unsettling shift in the conversation. He paused slightly. Whom did you hide? If it were merely a man, it would be one thing, but do not involve yourself in any treacherous matters. Su Su parted her lips gently. The Crown Prince. Su Yunan's breath caught at once. The Crown Prince. Chapter 86. If he were to perish again, could I save him? 7 days prior, the Crown Prince was assassinated and subsequently vanished. Concurrently, the Deputy Minister of Works, Chen Ong, was imprisoned due to his involvement in the loss of military armaments, while the imperial concubine was placed under house arrest. Sheng Huayan took charge of the investigation into the Crown Prince's assassination and the military arms case. However, the Crown Prince remained elusive. The quantity of missing armaments was significant, even involving crossbow schematics. Yet, the investigation unearthed the corruption of Duke Yunan. Consequently, this Duke Yunan, the brother of the current empress, also found himself imprisoned, sharing a cell with Chen Ong, who was likewise a royal uncle. To this day, His Highness the Crown Prince has yet to make an appearance in the court. Su Yunan exhaled deeply, forcing a smile as he thought, Su Su, are you deceiving your elder brother? His little sister, who had been lost to the world since childhood, could not possibly know the Crown Prince. This had to be a fabrication. Yet, Su Su lifted her gaze to him and spoke slowly. 3 months ago, I saved his life at the foot of Tsongyan Mountain in Nailing. The soft, melodious tone of the young girl left Su Yunan utterly astonished, momentarily breathless. Indeed. 3 months prior, the Crown Prince had been ambushed and subsequently disappeared in Nanling. The Emperor had dispatched secret agents from the Xianying Division to search for him, even employing the elite cavalry to scour the riverside, yet all efforts had yielded nothing. The only lead that led them to Su Su was due to a comrade from the cavalry recognizing a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to their mother. Little did they know that it was Su Su who had hidden the Crown Prince. You saved His Highness the Crown Prince? Su Yunan gazed at Su Su in disbelief. She nodded and replied, yes. Taking a deep breath, Su Yunan asked, then where is the Crown Prince now? He had never imagined that Su Su would be entangled with the Crown Prince. Amidst the political strife within the court, and with the Emperor still in his prime, the Omping Marquis lacked sufficient influence and had never taken a side, remaining loyal solely to the Emperor. Thus, subconsciously, Su Yunan had wished to avoid any association with the princes, especially regarding his sister. Su Su shook her head and replied, he left the day before yesterday. Su Yunan fell into deep contemplation. He pondered, He left the day before yesterday? Yet, no news of the crown prince had reached the court since then. After a moment, Su Yunin lifted her head to look at Su Su, her expression serious. This matter must not be disclosed to a third party. Although saving the crown prince was indeed a significant favor, matters concerning the royal family are unpredictable. Moreover, as the eldest daughter of the Onping Marquis residence, she need not seek such accolades. Su Yunin wished to keep her younger sister uninvolved in such perilous affairs. Her only desire was for a life of tranquility. Su Su had been waiting for these very words from her sister. After all, her position within the Su family as a young lady rendered her circumstances somewhat inconvenient, especially with Su Yinshu constantly watching for an opportunity to create trouble. Thus, Su Su nodded obediently, responding, "I understand, elder brother." Su Yunin furrowed her brow, advising, "In the future, try to keep your distance from His Highness the Crown Prince." After all, it was not ideal for an unmarried noblewoman to engage too closely with a man. Su Su blinked and inquired, "But what if he is in dire straits and seeks my help? Can I save him? After all, a healer's heart is one of compassion, dedicated to saving lives." Su Yunin replied, "Isn't the crown prince said to be wise and valiant? Why does he always seem to be on the brink of death?" Requiring Su Su's assistance? Chapter 87. The Jade Link. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, a young man clad in a brocade robe of deep black, adorned with a dragon pattern, stood with a majestic green dragon coiling across his chest, vividly depicted. The golden threads that edged his garments further highlighted his exalted status. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to the youth, dressed in a dark brocade robe embroidered with a five-clawed golden dragon, symbolizing imperial authority, compared to the youthful Rongza, the seasoned Rongjing, now reigning at the pinnacle of power, exudes an unspoken authority, tempered by the passage of time. The case of Yunzhonghao, now imprisoned, has been entrusted to your capable hands for further investigation. Upon the news of Yunzhonghao's incarceration reaching the palace, the empress stormed into the imperial study to confront the emperor, resulting in a commotion that the emperor managed to suppress. However, the whispers of the court have inevitably reached his ears, hinting at the emperor's ulterior motives. In the nascent days of the Great Wei dynasty, the emperor conferred titles upon his loyal subjects, and Yunzhonghao, being the brother of the empress, was granted lands in the Yunming's region. This arrangement suits the emperor's ambitions perfectly. Rongjing gestured with his hand, signifying his assent. "Let us proceed as you suggest." Rongza nodded and then spoke again. The illustrious and formidable Wei Wuti, twirling a jade ring on his thumb, wore an inscrutable expression. "This matter shall be entirely your responsibility." With these words, he tacitly acknowledged Rongza's dominion over the fate of the Qin clan. It is not that he cannot accommodate loyal subjects. Rather, treasonous acts warrant severe punishment. "Yes, your highness, the esteemed crown prince, your decree has been received." Rongjing exhaled softly, massaging his temples. "If there is nothing else, you may leave. In the coming days, do not overexert yourself. Take good care of your health." No sooner had he departed than two imperial physicians were sent to attend to him, ostensibly to aid in his recuperation. 2 days later, Su Su received a token of gratitude from Rongza, a blood jade carved into a linked ornament, imbued with the essence of phoenix blood, warm to the touch and worth a fortune. Qinghu brought a message from Rongza, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she spoke. "His Highness mentioned that the East Palace is quite impoverished, and there are no extra funds to cover the lady's medical fees. So please accept this jade bracelet as a form of payment." Su Su raised an eyebrow at the jade bracelet. Is the East Palace truly that destitute? With such a formidable underground organization like the Xinjing Division, how could they be so lacking? If it were in my hands, I would have profited immensely by now. Upon hearing this, Qinghu's ears turned red again. Regardless, His Highness's message and the item have been delivered. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she leapt away gracefully. All of this was witnessed by Su Yunin. As an official, he naturally recognized Qinghu and promptly appeared on the second floor of the academy, irate as he called out to Su Su. "Did I not instruct you to keep your distance from those of the East Palace?" Su Su looked at Su Yunin, raising the jade bracelet in her hand with an innocent expression. "Brother, I am not close to them. Qinghu came to settle the medical fees. However, Upon seeing the payment in Su Su's hand, Su Yunan nearly suffered a heart attack. The information from yesterday had already been overwhelming, and now, who on earth pays medical fees with a jade bracelet? Can such a bracelet be given so casually? That is indeed a token of engagement. Has the Eastern Palace fallen to such depths? He believes in his own delusions. This item cannot be accepted. Su Yunan's stance was resolute, insisting that the crown prince exchange the jade bracelet for silver notes. If that fails, then a promissory note must suffice. General Su Yunan proposed this idea. Ultimately, the jade bracelet must not be accepted. After much coaxing, Su finally managed to appease the situation. Meanwhile, Lord Wen was not lacking in efficiency. Within just a few days, he had arranged for Su's enrollment, promptly sending Wen Wuxia to deliver the school decree, informing Su to attend classes. In the classroom, Madame Su looked at her distinguished nephew with satisfaction. A gentleman as refined as orchids, as gentle as jade, he resembled his father, effortlessly grasping knowledge and possessing a striking appearance. She then turned a glance at her own graceful daughter, with tender skin and bright eyes and unparalleled beauty. They truly made a perfect pair. Ever since Lord Wen's proposal, Madame Su increasingly believed that Wen Wuxia was the best candidate for her son-in-law, well-acquainted and handsome. After graduating, with her father and brother paving the way, combined with his own talent and intellect, he would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. If Su were to marry him, the Wen family's teachings would ensure that she would never face injustice in her life. Madame Su's thoughts were clearly written on her face, and both Su and Wen Wuxia, being astute individuals, could easily discern her sentiments. Su could hardly be bothered with Wen Wuxia from the very first glance. She had deemed him an old fox. With a serene demeanor, Wen Wuxia gazed at Su with a smile in his eyes. His lips parted gently as he said, "I shall come to escort my cousin to school tomorrow. Do remember to bring your ink and brushes." Su smiled demurely, her expression sweetly obedient, replying, "Thank you for the reminder, cousin. I appreciate your kindness." Wen Wuxia chuckled softly, his voice low and melodious, imbued with subtle meaning. "I am but an idle individual. Unlike some young nobles in the capital who are already holding official positions at such a tender age. I hope my cousin does not find me a burden." The elders listening perceived Wen Wuxia's self-deprecation, but in light of Su's recent remarks at the Wen household about comparing goods, there was a hint of irony. This Wen Wuxia, appearing as a modest gentleman, was, in truth, rather petty-minded. Su tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and responded, "Cousin, there is no need for such unwarranted humility. That you may not measure up to others, in my mother's eyes, you will always be her most talented nephew." While her words held no falsehood, it was worth noting that Su Madam had only 2 nephews, the younger of whom was but 10 years old. Thus her words served as a veiled jibe at him. Chapter 89. The remarkable Su the following morning, when Wuxia arrived punctually at the Su residence to fetch Su. Initially, Su Madam had intended for Su Yunshu to accompany Su to learn the principles of education, while Su Yunan hoped to encourage Su Yunshu to read more and become wiser. However, unbeknownst to them, Su Yunshu stubbornly refused to go, insisting on gaining admission through examination. Mingda Academy, established in the previous dynasty, boasts a history of over a century, exclusively enrolling female students, predominantly from noble families in the capital. Admission requires passing an entrance examination, typically held in March of the new year. Apart from this, Mr. Mingda, the founder of the academy, left behind a riddle, regardless of whether one is a princess of the imperial city or the daughter of a commoner. Solving the riddle grants direct admission into the academy, thus obtaining the protection of Mingda Academy. When Mingda Academy was established a century ago, it was during the reign of a female emperor. Intended to select female officials for the court, those admitted could participate in the imperial examinations. However, after a century of upheavals and numerous political changes, the regulations allowing women to partake in the examinations have been abolished, and Mingda Academy has merely become an ordinary women's institution. Within Mingda Academy, there are only 4 classes, named after the concepts of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, each class accommodating merely 12 students. In this world, opportunities for women to pursue education are scarcer than those for men. Thus, the women within Mingda Academy are predominantly talented and virtuous individuals, possessing a certain degree of pride. For someone like Su Su, who has connections, many regard her with disdain. When Wu Xia facilitated Su Su's enrollment and engaged in a brief conversation with the current principal, Lu Chongheng, addressing him as uncle in a manner reminiscent of a gallant gentleman before gracefully withdrawing. Su Su, meanwhile, was guided by a servant to the Xuanji class with her enrollment document in hand. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Wenro waving at her. Su Su, come here. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in her mind. You have entered Mingda Academy. Please accumulate reputation points and swiftly complete the side quest. Ignoring it, Su Su made her way to the vacant seat beside Wenro. Mingda Academy boasts the 6 arts of a gentleman: poetry, literature, etiquette, music, equestrianism, and archery, and is renowned as the female equivalent of the Guozijian. Unfortunately, she arrived just in time for her first class, which was poetry. Confucius Gu Wenqing, the top scholar of the 29th year of the Tianqing era, found himself thwarted by political turmoil, ultimately being recruited by the headmaster to teach at Mingda Academy. Following the establishment of the Great Wei dynasty, the current Emperor Wu, recognizing talent, wished to summon him to serve in the court. However, Gu Wenqing, fearing the intrigues of court life, preferred to remain in his tranquil position, imparting knowledge to his students, and the emperor acquiesced to his wishes. During one lecture, Su Su felt drowsy, mechanically tracing the symbols from the gathering spirit seal onto paper. While she had been preoccupied with guarding Rongzhe, she had also devoted time to studying the gathering spirit seal, particularly after successfully employing a special ink to create a binding talisman that immobilized a Huang for the duration of an incense stick's burn. Su Su ventured to practice with other talismans. She even attempted the withered tree spring talisman, which she had previously dismissed, yet found herself unable to manifest it. The talismans she produced bore no efficacy whatsoever. However, upon shifting her focus to another talisman, the concealment talisman, she discovered it to be effective. A standard ink drawing of the concealment talisman could render De Huang invisible for 3 breaths, while the concealment talisman crafted with the dragon blood ink from the system allowed for invisibility lasting half an hour, akin to the one dropped by the system that day. This prompted the spirits 009 to cheer exuberantly, marveling at their host's formidable abilities. Yet, in this low-tier romantic world, her power to craft such potent talismans was remarkable. One could only imagine the prowess she would wield in a more fantastical realm. Chapter 90. A desire for closer bonds with sister. After all, apart from her slight laziness, this host was equipped with unparalleled capabilities. Unbeknownst to Su Su, 009's admiration was profound as she continued her talisman drawing in solitude. On the adjacent desk, Wenru, who was perusing a book, noticed Su Su engrossed in her cryptic drawings. She slightly lifted her head to glance over. On the yellowed rice paper, the young girl wielded her brush with a firm grip. Yet, what was she attempting to depict? Master Gu harbored a deep disdain for students who failed to pay attention in class. Fearing that Su Su might attract Master Gu's ire, Wenru discreetly transcribed a poem and passed it to her. Upon receiving Wenru's cue, Su Su paused her drawing, while simultaneously, the voice of her system, 09, echoed a warning in her mind. Please, host, focus on your studies to achieve commendable results and smoothly enter the Honya Poetry Society. Su Su thought to herself, one moment I'm to draw symbols, and the next I'm to study poetry. What a convoluted system, with so many redundant side quests. Why can't I simply pursue the main storyline? This system is utterly useless. It's a waste of time. With Wenru's reminder and 09's admonition, Su Su ceased her artistic endeavors and began to pay earnest attention to the lesson. Gu Wenqing was a striking figure in his 30s, with a refined countenance, draped in a loose robe, and a small tuft of beard adorning his chin. While lecturing, he absent-mindedly stroked his beard, exuding an air of scholarly grace without appearing aged. His teaching was engaging enough to keep Su Su's drowsiness at bay. The class swiftly drew to a close, and upon Master Gu announcing the end, the students of the Xuanzi class rose to bow in respect. Su Su followed suit, and Gu Wenqing, glancing at her, slightly nodded and remarked, "Miss Su, your calligraphy is commendable. It possesses a certain elegance." With that, he exited the classroom. When returned to Su, noting that Master Gu seldom offered such praise, with a smile gracing her features, Su playfully remarked, "I must say, I feel truly honored." When Ro gently raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What were you up to just now?" Not paying attention in class. Her grandfather had placed Su in the Xian class specifically for her to keep an eye on her. "Would you like to learn how to draw symbols, cousin? I can teach you." When Ro felt a peculiar sense about her cousin at times. "Hey Ro, a new theater has opened on East Street. Would you care to attend a performance later?" The coursework at Mingda Academy was not overly burdensome, allowing students to study for only half the day, with the remaining time left for personal pursuits. Amongst these noble young ladies, the pastimes they relished most were sipping tea and enjoying operas. Upon catching sight of Su, Song Chenchuan's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Ah, is that not my dear sister Su?" As soon as the words left his lips, he seemed to lose all rigidity, leaning closer. Today, the young beauty wore a light blue gown adorned with cloud patterns, her wide sleeves flowing gracefully. Her hair was styled in a flying cloud bun, embellished with a gold-inlaid jade hairpin, radiating beauty beyond compare. With just a glance, Song Chengxian felt as though he might be entranced. Su swiftly evaded him, while when Ro subtly positioned herself in front of Su. "Song Chengxian, are you so famished that you can hardly stand?" Taking advantage of the moment, Song Chengxian leaned against her, lifting a hand to caress Wen Ro's chin, teasingly saying, "Hey Ro, what are you talking about? I merely wish to be closer to Sister Su." Wen Ro scoffed softly, responding coldly, "There are plenty of sisters you can get close to. Don't just cling to the first one you see." Chapter 91. The Secret in the Tavern. Su gazed at Song Chengxian, her eyebrows raised in playful curiosity, suddenly finding him rather intriguing. Observing his physique, he did not seem like a typical man, yet his demeanor resembled that of a debonair playboy. In the waning years of the Great Shu, propriety had eroded, and the allure of romantic entanglements between men flourished. Even the reigning emperor was so infatuated with a man that he neglected his court duties. The brothels of Yunjing were ubiquitous, catering to those women who preferred same-sex companionship, though such inclinations were nowhere near as rampant as the love between men. Following the establishment of the Great Way, the emperor issued decrees to restore propriety in music, firmly prohibiting such relationships among men. However, there were no explicit regulations concerning bonds between women. Song Qingxuan's demeanor suggested a possibility of a tender affection among women. At the earnest invitation of Song Chengxian, Su and Wen Ro accompanied him to a newly opened tea house to enjoy a performance. The stage presented the well-worn tale of "Farewell, My Concubine," which seemed to captivate Song Chengxian, who periodically cast flirtatious glances towards Su. Wen Ro, seated between them, acted as a shield, as she did not wish her younger cousin to fall prey to Song Chengxuan's advances. Halfway through the performance, an unexpected message from Ling Jiao echoed in her mind. Side quest activated. The Secret in the Tavern. Please, esteemed host, explore the third floor of the tavern to uncover key information. Upon completion of the quest, a random drop of special ink or divine herbs will be awarded based on the host's attributes. Su, who would have thought that merely attending a performance could trigger a quest? It appears that staying at home might be the more prudent choice in the future. In order to avert yet another humanitarian disaster warning, Su devised an excuse to venture outside. However, no sooner had she stepped out of the private room than the voice of 009 echoed in her mind. Routine inquiry. To enhance task completion rates, will the host utilize a simulation experience card or expend 100 prestige points for a simulation? In such a vast establishment, who could possibly know where to explore? Su affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, the simulator commenced its projection. You ascended to the east side of the third floor of the tavern, inadvertently missing the covert meeting between Rong Heng and his informant. As the task failed, you were discovered by the cloaked conspirators plotting rebellion. You attempted to resist with a binding talisman, yet your combat prowess was regrettably insufficient, resulting in your demise at their hands. Simulation concluded. The host may choose one reward from the following options. Floating life brush, available in two forms, either rigid or pliable, enhances array drawing and talismans. Script, Volume 2 of Long Night Unending, The Emperor's Lament. Having perused the first volume of Long Night Unending, which contained not a shred of useful information, Susu promptly selected the floating life brush for its talisman-enhancing properties. The bronze brush knife, approximately 4 to 5 inches in length, landed in her palm, adorned with intricate, incomprehensible engravings. With a deft motion, she transformed it into a brush with a bronze shaft, finding it rather intriguing. A glimmer of excitement danced in Susu's eyes as she twirled the brush on her fingertips, reverting it back to the knife, which she then concealed within her sleeve. 009, taking the form of a luminous orb, bounced joyfully on her shoulder. Host, let us hasten to the 3rd floor to seek Ronghang. The protagonist's location must hold vital clues. The collapse of the previous world, aside from the sudden madness of Rong-yi, was significantly influenced by the male protagonist, Ronghang. At this moment, the female lead, Su Yunshu, has completely veered off course, leaving no hope for redemption, yet Ronghang remains. In Chapter 92, titled Phoenix Blood Jade, according to the timeline, he has begun to secretly plot and has discreetly amassed some power. Of course, these forces are utterly inconsequential in the presence of the robust emperor. In the narrative, he seizes the opportunity to contend for the throne following the untimely demise of the crown prince, while the prominent families disdain him, opting instead for the newly elevated Anping Marquis, who commands the military in the northern territories. Throughout his path to usurpation, Su Yunan, the leader of the Imperial Guard, plays a considerable role. Alas, Su Yunan ultimately meets a tragic end on the battlefield, wrapped in a horse blanket, suffering a fate far from glorious. Susu neatly stows away her penknife and descends the stairs. Ah, dear host, Ronghang cannot possibly be on the 1st floor. Though his birth mother held a modest status, he is, after all, a prince. How could he be found in the main hall? Ignoring this, Susu proceeds down to the 1st floor, seeking the proprietor in the back hall. She recalls hearing from Rongzhe that this theater was recently opened by the secret division of the Su in Jiang South on East Street. To be precise, most theaters and taverns in Yunjing are operated by the secret division. Upon her arrival, she finds Chun Ziyu in the back hall, joyfully reviewing the financial ledgers. The theater is thriving. Having just opened, it is already generating half the revenue of the Jinyu Pavilion. If this continues, it is likely to serve not only as a hidden stronghold, but also as a veritable treasure chest. Noticing a commotion, Chun Ziyu lifts his gaze, a flicker of astonishment dancing in his eyes. A stunning young woman caught my eye. She seemed vaguely familiar. Is she not the 4th miss of the Anping Marquis, who purchased an extravagant array of items at the Golden Jade Pavilion? What brings her here? Might she have some matter to attend to? Chun Ziyu approached with a beaming smile, while Susu, without exchanging pleasantries, produced the jade ring that Rongzhe had entrusted to her, inquiring, "Please investigate who reserved the private box on the east side of the 3rd floor." Upon catching sight of the blood-red jade ring, Chun Ziyu's smile faltered, replaced by disbelief as he stared at the exquisite piece, his eyes widening in shock. Slowly, he turned to Susu, exclaiming, "How did this come into your possession?" "And it's been carved into a jade ring. The prince's blood phoenix jade. Isn't this a waste of such a precious material?" The blood phoenix jade was a gift from His Majesty on the day of the prince's ascension, a singular piece passed down since antiquity. "When did he have it sculpted into a ring?" Susu glanced at him, stating, "It was given to me by your master, who mentioned this item could invoke the full resources of the suspended mirror bureau. To see the jade ring is to behold him." Chun Ziyu took a moment to compose himself. Indeed, seeing the blood phoenix jade was akin to seeing the prince himself. However, he had never heard of their prince being enamored before. He cautiously stole a couple of glances at Susu. Recognizing her exceptional beauty, she surpassed even the renowned beauty of the Liyang princess, often hailed as the most exquisite woman in Yunjing. Daring not to press further, Chun Ziyu retrieved a ledger, flipping through its pages before looking back at Susu. "It is the eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Yibin." "Which Chen family?" she inquired. "There are 2 prominent Chen families in the capital. The one of concubine Chen," Chun Ziyu replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers as he uttered those words. "The eldest son of the Chen family, that is to say, Chun Ang's firstborn. Not long ago, Chun Ang was imprisoned due to matters concerning military equipment, and concubine Chin has yet to be released. Su Su's gaze darkened slightly as she sought someone to monitor Chen Yibin and ascertain whom he was meeting. The young lady possessed extraordinary beauty, yet due to her tender age, her face still bore a hint of baby fat, soft and delicate, her voice gentle. But her words were not to be disregarded. Chapter 93. The useless system. Chen Ziyu was exceedingly adept at reading the room. Given Su Su's resolute demeanor and the recent troubles plaguing the Chen family, he promptly dispatched spies from the dark department to keep watch. Upon learning of the situation, Chen Ziyu intended to inquire further of Su Su, when he suddenly recalled that, on the day at Mingyu Building, their prince had exhibited peculiar behavior. Initially, he had assumed his concern stemmed from the sudden emergence of a rogue organization. However, it now seemed that was not the case. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he heard Su Su request, "Please investigate further whether Prince Rue, Ronghong, has been seen at the tea house." Holding the Phoenix Blood Jade, Chen Xiang dared not defy her command and promptly perused his records, stating, "He is in box 1 of the 3rd floor. Keep an eye on him as well," Su Su instructed. Additionally, identify anyone accompanying him. A prince would not appear at a tea house without reason. In the book The Long Night Unending, there is little of substantive value to glean. The only certainty lies in the character of Ronghang, who is profoundly introspective and inherently suspicious. Every action he undertakes is imbued with purpose, whether in his initial decline, skillfully cultivating allies in the shadows, or later, upon ascending the throne, skillfully manipulating the previous dynasty and the imperial harem against one another, ultimately consolidating his power with unwavering authority. He is certainly not a leisurely prince who delights in idle entertainment. In mere moments, he is assigned a role as if she had truly become the master of the clandestine department. However, Chen Ziyu hesitates to speak further. For this woman possesses the blood jade of their esteemed prince, intricately carved into a jade pendant symbolizing longing. Even with 1,000 audacious thoughts, he dares not defy this formidable ancestor. Thus, Su Su can fulfill her mission without placing herself in peril. Yet, at this juncture, an alert from the system echoes in her mind. "Dear host, the side quest has a triggering mechanism. If you do not personally attend, it may remain untriggered, and the mission is likely to fail." In other words, she cannot simply delegate the task to another. She must embark on the journey herself. Su Su retorts, "This rubbish system still requires me to take risks? Have Qinghu informed me of any developments?" With that, she turns and departs, leaving Chen Ziyu in a contemplative state. He gazes at Su Su's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "Goodness, the crown prince has long been a barren tree. And yet, what is the true nature of this lady? She has given away the Phoenix Blood Jade, a symbol of the crown princess's status, without a hint of commotion? She did not wish to raise alarm. Yet how could she trigger the so-called side quest to obtain clues?" Meanwhile, within the private chamber, 2 gentlemen were engaged in a game of chess. The one playing the white pieces was Ronghang, with striking features and a countenance that exuded grace. Adorned in a pale blue brocade robe embroidered with cloud patterns and outlined in gold thread, he wore a jade crown atop his head. In contrast to the composed and reserved crown prince, this Prince Rue appeared more relaxed and indifferent. Opposite him sat a similarly youthful gentleman, seemingly just past his coming of age, possessing delicate features and a high bun. Clad in white garments and wielding a jade fan, he emanated an air of nonchalance and charm. Mu Shaoling spoke with a smile, remarking on the uncommon skill displayed in this chess match. "Your strategy is indeed deeply concealed, Your Highness. It seems I shall find no advantage today." In the grand dynasty of Wei, he had only heard of the crown prince's wisdom and decisiveness and of Prince Yi's valor and martial prowess. Yet little was spoken of this Prince Rue. From this game, however, he discerned that Prince Rue was indeed extraordinary. How could matters of the royal family be judged solely by the events of the moment? Ronghang placed his white piece on the board, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Mu, you are too modest. Today's match has been quite taxing for me as well." Though he spoke such words, his demeanor remained composed and unruffled. As the two continued their game, a servant suddenly knocked and entered the room, announcing, "Gentlemen, Your refreshments have arrived." Just as Rong Hang had released his piece, he raised his gaze to meet that of the servant and in an instant, sensed something amiss. In the next moment, the servant hurled the teapot towards Rong Hang. The scalding tea was soon followed by a short dagger, aimed directly at his heart. Simultaneously, Rong Hang rose swiftly to evade, kicking a nearby wooden stool at the servant while seizing a jade fan to parry the attack. Every movement flowed seamlessly, a testament to countless assassination attempts etched into his very bones. Mu Xiaoheng reacted just a fraction too late. By the time he comprehended the situation, the servant had already been sent flying by Rong Hang's kick. As Su Su approached room number 1, the wooden door was suddenly smashed open by a figure, who then charged towards the back door. In her mind, the system's warning echoed once more. "Warning, key figure Rong Hang has been poisoned. Host, please take immediate measures for treatment." Su Su thought, another poisoned individual? Moreover, saving Rong Zhe was one thing. But does this mean I must ensure Rong Hang remains alive until the grand conclusion? Raising her gaze, Su Su locked eyes with Rong Hang, who, in turn, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. The young woman, clad in a pale blue garment adorned with cloud patterns, her hair styled in a cloud-shaped bun and decorated with begonia ornaments, exuded an air of ethereal beauty. How could she possibly be in Yinjing? Noticing the astonishment in his eyes, Su Su was likewise momentarily stunned. Logically, Rong Hang should not recognize her. During their last encounter at Qingyan Temple, he had been gravely injured and unconscious, unable to have seen her face. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the servant had scrambled to his feet and fled. Ku Ronghong, wielding his jade fan with finesse, effortlessly sent it sailing through the air. The fan grazed Su Su's sleeve before embedding itself into the bend of the young servant's leg. With a resounding thud, the servant collapsed onto the corridor floor. In swift pursuit, Mu Xiaoheng followed closely behind. Realizing escape was futile, the servant prepared to bite down on the poisoned pouch in his mouth. Ah, a true assassin indeed. "Your Highness, do you wish for him to live or die?" Ronghong cast a casual glance at the servant and replied in a measured tone. "I would appreciate it if Mr. Mu could hand him over to the Jingzhao Yin for proper handling." Entrusting the matter to the Jingzhao Yin indicated that he was aware of those who sought to assassinate him. Mu Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow. Having known Ronghong for 2 years, he had long sensed a cunning nature beneath his seemingly fallen exterior, an aura of imperial dignity subtly emanating from him, prompting their friendship. Chapter 95. The Rebirth of Ronghong Commoner at Your Service. Mu Xiaoheng smiled, swiftly procuring a length of rope to bind the servant, while also stuffing a cloth from the table firmly into the servant's mouth. Once he completed the task, he lifted his gaze to Su Su, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. What a stunning young lady. Ronghong too turned his attention to Su Su, politely remarking, "My lady, you appear startled." Su Su glanced at Ronghong, then at Mu Xiaoheng, and finally at the incapacitated servant on the ground, silently lamenting her state of shock. Just moments ago, she was contemplating ways to approach these two individuals, and now a sudden altercation had unfolded before her. Who wouldn't be startled? Accepting the invitation of this wretched system was undoubtedly the gravest error of her life. This statement, delivered with a semblance of gentility, might initially suggest that the speaker possesses considerable grace. However, it subtly inquires about her identity. Unperturbed, Su Su boldly introduced herself. "I am Su Yunlang, daughter of the Anping Marquis. This is my first visit to this theater, and I seem to have lost my way." Upon hearing this, Rongheng furrowed his brow. Ever since his awakening, he had been engrossed in the power struggles of the court, diligently placing his pawns without paying heed to the affairs of Yunjing. As he regarded Su Su, he repeated her name in contemplation, Su Yunlang. He was aware that the Su family had a daughter who had been lost to the world. Yet, in his previous life, Su Yunlang had never surfaced. She had perished 3 years prior during the plague in Nanling. In his recollections, the Anping Marquis boasted only one daughter, Su Yinshu. However, in this reincarnation, the capital had undergone significant transformations, not least the emergence of her kind. Indeed, the Rongheng before her was no longer the same as he once was. He was now the reincarnation of Wei Xian Emperor, who had once ascended to the throne after experiencing a previous life in his former existence. Following the tragic demise of the crown prince, and with the support of concubine Qin, Rongyi had seized military power in the northern territories. In a bid to partake in the spoils, he had allied with the Anping Marquis through Su Yushu. The empress was not to be outdone. The fourth prince, Rongsun, leveraging his status as the legitimate heir, entered the court to participate in governance. The two factions engaged in relentless conflict, while the emperor hesitated to designate an heir. Employing strategies and alliances, he meticulously plotted for years, ultimately seizing the imperial throne. Yet, he had never anticipated that his intricate schemes would ultimately be thwarted by a woman named Su Yunshu. Throughout his life, he contended with emperors, imperial consorts, powerful ministers, and noble families, skillfully manipulating everyone at his fingertips. Yet, he never anticipated being outmaneuvered by Su Yunshu, a woman he had never regarded with any seriousness. Even in her final moments, she could not rest peacefully. She dared to poison him, ensuring that his brief tenure of power would culminate in an untimely demise, leaving behind no heirs. Rongheng rubbed his temples, seemingly recalling the injustice of his previous life, a surge of heat engulfing his chest, leading him to spit blood. Su, meticulously timing her observations, caught sight of Rongheng's bloodied state just as it occurred. She had discerned his poisoning the moment he arrived. The poison, originating from the southern border, soul-devouring powder, had likely been surreptitiously infused into his tea by the attendant. Although Rongheng had not sustained any physical injuries, he had inevitably absorbed some of the tainted liquid. Once the poison made contact with his garments or mixed into the hot water, it began to emit smoke, making it exceedingly easy to inhale. The resulting effects manifested similarly to what Rongheng was experiencing now. Chapter 96. A frog at the bottom of the well. Mu Shaoang, startled by Rongheng's sudden blood loss, abandoned the task of escorting the bound attendant and rushed over to assess his injuries. Su swiftly caught the collapsing Rongheng, not out of a desire to meddle, but because the urgent warnings from her system echoed incessantly in her ears. It seemed that if she lingered idly any longer, she would once again face the dire threat of humanitarian annihilation. Unlike the prior occasion when he was gravely injured and unconscious, this time Rongheng was conscious. The faint scent of medicinal herbs wafted from Su, momentarily merging with the memories of his previous injury-induced dreams. He struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Su as if searching for someone beyond her, yet after a prolonged moment, he gleaned no answers. Su lowered her gaze and raised her hand to touch his pulse. Fortunately, the poison was not too deep, making it far easier to save him than last time. Before Mu Shaoheng could fully comprehend the situation, he saw Su swiftly place a pill into Rongheng's mouth. Alarmed, he rushed to stop her, demanding, "What did you give him?" The warning voice in her mind finally subsided as Su looked up at Mu Shaoheng, her crimson lips uttering two words, "Antidote." Thus, could she inquire about a consultation fee from Rongheng this time? Mu Shaoheng immediately pushed Su aside to check Rongheng's pulse. Indeed, the prince had been poisoned with the soul-biting powder from the southern wilderness. Although the toxicity was not severe, it remained difficult to resolve. Fortunately, the substance she administered was indeed the antidote. He regarded Su with a gaze tinged with suspicion, asking, "Who exactly are you? How do you possess the antidote for the southern wilderness soul-biting powder?" Su stumbled back a few steps from Mu Shaoheng's shove, nearly losing her balance. But she managed to steady herself by grasping the nearby railing. However, as she lifted her head, she was met with the sight of a blade approaching her neck. She remained still, her long hair billowing in the sword's wind, while the blade halted just half an inch from her throat. A young man, who had appeared from nowhere, pointed his sword at her, exuding an aura of deadly intent. The girl raised her eyes, a chill settling within her gaze, and spoke coolly. "Are you two planning to repay kindness with malice?" Rongheng coughed twice, blood staining the handkerchief he held, weakly standing in the background as he admonished the young man. "Wuyo, you must not be rude." Rongheng then inclined his head to Su, his demeanor composed, exhibiting the grace of a gentleman. "I am Rongheng, and I thank you, miss, for your timely rescue." Su spoke softly. "Your Highness, there is no need for such formalities. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then 3,000 taels of gold would suffice to compensate for the antidote. Before Rong Hang could respond, Mu Xiaoheng erupted. 3,000 taels of gold? Are you robbing me? I have never been as unscrupulous as you. Su Su cast him a sidelong glance. The antidote contains the essence of a millennium-old snow lotus and a 10,000-year-old snow lily, along with dozens of rare herbs that nourish and detoxify. Moreover, had it not been for this antidote, the condition of His Highness the Rue Wang would not be so optimistic. Since she had already consumed the medicine, whatever it contained was at her discretion. Once it took effect, her word would be law. Mu Xiaoheng chuckled derisively. I have perused the medical texts of the world, yet I have never heard of such cold substances as the Tianshan snow lotus being able to counteract the soul-biting powder. Although I cannot ascertain where you acquired this antidote, I can confidently conclude that you are nothing but a fraud. Quite suspicious indeed. Perhaps your reading has not been extensive enough. Having learned a modicum of medicine does not grant you the authority to declare the entirety of the world to be as you perceive it. A frog in a well cannot fathom the vastness of the sky. Chapter 97. He owes her 2 lives upon hearing this. Mu Xiaoheng was nearly incensed to the point of apoplexy. How dare she assert that his knowledge was insufficient? How dare she accuse him of being narrow-minded? A mere woman of the inner chambers had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Very well. I have yet to enter the court. My salary is meager, and there are no excess funds in my household. The only item of value I possess is this jade pendant, which has accompanied me since childhood and is worth several thousand taels. May I offer this to the young lady as compensation? He said, producing a sheep-fat jade pendant and extending it to Su Su. Su Su gazed at the jade pendant in Rong Hang's hand, a piece crafted from exquisite sheep-fat jade, undoubtedly worth several thousand gold. Yet, was it possible that the princes of the Great Way were so impoverished? Could they not even produce 3,000 gold? What purpose did she have for possessing so many jade pendants? They could hardly be exchanged for silver. Perhaps it would be better to wait until His Highness received a sufficient stipend. A smile adorned Su Su's face as her tone lifted slightly, reminding him, Your Highness, you owe me a life today. A smile graced Rong Hang's upright countenance as he bowed to Su Su, expressing, Miss Su, your immense kindness shall be eternally etched in my memory. What he owed her was not merely 1 life, but surely 2. The commotion in the corridor swiftly attracted the attention of the personnel arranged by Chen Ziyu. Aside from the owner of the tea house, who appeared flustered, Rong Hang remained composed as he instructed his men to dispose of the troublesome young servant. An assassination attempt on the esteemed King Rue during the opening day of his humble tea establishment was no trifling matter. The owner immediately offered profuse apologies and exempted Rong Hang and the startled Su from their tea bill. The news soon reached Rong Zhe, who was at that moment engaged in reviewing documents at the suspended Mirror Ministry. Within a fortnight, he would arrive in Yunjing. This affair had been entrusted to him by the emperor himself, encompassing numerous matters requiring careful attention, especially with the unexpected emergence of the Rakshasa Pavilion in recent days. As he perused the documents, a messenger arrived. Your Highness, Miss Su has gone to the tea house on East Street. A young servant knelt before Rong Zhe and whispered. Rong Zhe lifted his gaze, pondering. Is she there to listen to a performance? Has she not always disdained such mundane entertainments? Chen Ziyu's tea house offered the same few theatrical performances day after day, which were exceedingly dull. The young servant lowered his head, affirming that he was indeed with Song Taishi's legitimate daughter, Song Qingxian, and Wen Yushi's granddaughter, Wen Rou. Rong Zhe listened, his heart comprehending. Today marked her first day at school, likely accompanied by Song Qingxian and Wen Rou. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the servant continued. Miss Su Su has lost her way on the 3rd floor, and the slain Rue Wang was also mentioned. Furthermore, on Miss Su's suggestion, our eldest son of the Qin family has been in contact with those from the Linen Wang. Rong Zhe paused slightly, his fingers drumming on the desk. Had someone attempted to assassinate Rong Hang? Where was he? Was he still alive? The servant replied, Rue Wang has not entered the court, holds no official position, and his household guards are few. Thus, he can only report to the authorities. Let Su Junxing find someone to investigate the situation at Jing's Hoyan and determine who was sent. With that, he stood and spoke coolly. Keep a close watch on Lin and Wang and Qin Yibin. Avoid alarming them. Understood, the servant replied, bowing in obedience. While Rongzhe stepped away from the Xianjing office. Chapter 98. Shadows and Pairs. The esteemed crown prince wore a simple light blue garment today, adorned with gold-threaded cloud patterns. The waist sash fitted snugly, his hair meticulously tied high, while the strands cascading behind him fell gracefully. The evening sun's remnants spilled into the room, casting a golden hue upon him, as if enveloping his entire being in a radiant glow. The youth lifted his gaze, his exquisite features revealing an unrestrained fervor. Yet, he believed he concealed it well. Did you meet Ronghang today? His voice was low, imbued with a sense of languid ease, quite enchanting. Su took the book of scripts from his hands and casually remarked, "What if I said I merely went to listen to the opera?" Rongzhe lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. "If you say so, I shall naturally believe you." Su pondered for a moment, feeling the necessity to elucidate the events of the day, yet found herself at a loss for words, particularly since the matter regarding that troublesome system must remain undisclosed. The girl's long, raven-like lashes fluttered slightly, veiling her striking, captivating eyes. She possessed a face of mesmerizing beauty, yet having dwelled in the countryside for several years, she bore a hint of aloofness, often feigning profundity in various matters, and her retorts were notably sharp. Rongzhe observed the girl's increasingly perplexed expression and smiled, gently tapping the tip of her nose with his finger. His voice was warm as the spring breeze of March. "If you cannot find the words, then do not speak. Regardless, I believe you." Su met Rongzhe's gaze, their eyes locking. The youthful amber depths of his eyes radiated sincerity as he added, with a slight lift in his tone, "I shall consider my Su to be a celestial being come to aid me. Thus it would not be excessive for her to know everything." Su regarded his eyes, pouting slightly. "Your words are indeed sweet. When did she become his?" The esteemed and precious prince leaned back slightly, propping his head on his hand, tilting it as he gazed at her. "If you wish, I shall spend my life speaking sweetly only to you." The autumn breeze danced its way through the window, lifting the inky locks of the youth behind, while the delicate azure garments of the maiden fluttered gracefully. The last rays of the setting sun cast shadows of couples upon the ground. Su did not respond to his words. Instead, she turned the pages of the script, diverting the conversation. "With whom is Qin Yibin attending the performance?" Rongzhe did not conceal his answer, "The Prince of Linen." Su's brows knitted in contemplation upon hearing this. "The Prince of Linen?" In the establishment of the Great Way, aside from the Emperor's own sons who have been granted princely titles, there are only 2 princes. Now that the world is settled, should there be treason, this Prince of Chu would hardly possess the capability. Yet, what could the Prince of Linen's people desire from Qin Yibin? Chapter 99. The True Master of Qinghu. What could the Prince of Linen's people want from Qin Yibin? Su expressed her skepticism. Surely, it cannot be to forge an alliance with the second prince through the Qin family? The current Qin family is indeed a hot potato, quite perplexing. "I have already dispatched someone to keep watch," Rongzhe reassured her, gently stroking Su's hair, a smile gracing his lips. "Do not worry. As soon as there is news, I will have Qinghu inform you." He then playfully tapped Su's nose with his finger, his tone turning low and somewhat grave. "And keep your distance from Ronghang. My third brother is not as carefree as he appears. Especially after the incident at Qingyan Temple, his thoughts run deep." Su caught his hand in mid-motion, her fingers brushing against his pulse. Rongzhe's gesture was unexpectedly halted, replaced by the softness of her touch. "I am well aware," she replied. Su's voice was soft, her fingertips brushing against the pulse thrumming on the man's wrist. With a gentle tone, she remarked, "As for you, if you wish to extend your years, you must rest properly each day, retire before the hour of the high, and rise at the hour of the Qin. Taking the medicine I have prepared for you punctually." Rongzhe gazed at Su, his expression laden with sorrow. "I am currently under constant surveillance by Qinghu, adhering meticulously to your instructions." Indeed, Qinghu was vigilantly monitoring him daily, following her directives to the letter, even coming to report on him from time to time. which led him to momentarily perceive her as the true master of Qinghu. Su lazily lifted her eyelids and replied, "Your life was preserved through considerable effort on my part, so you must comply with my wishes." After all the trouble she had gone through, she certainly did not wish for his demise. Meanwhile, in the royal residence of the Rui Wang in the study, Rong Hang was practicing calligraphy when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before him. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Your Highness, do you not consider our master's proposal?" Rong Hang raised his eyelids slightly, responding, "My humble status may disappoint your expectations." The middle-aged man chuckled softly, observing Rong Hang. "A hero does not inquire about one's origins, especially since you are a dragon's son." "Oh?" Rong Hang lifted his gaze, intrigued. "I am quite curious as to why the Lu Sha Pavilion would choose me." Regardless of his past life or this one, he found it perplexing. If the Lu Sha Pavilion sought redemption or a change in narrative, they could select anyone, be it the crown prince or the second prince, who would undoubtedly possess far greater advantages than he. The middle-aged man cast a meaningful glance at Rong Hang, recognizing him as the fated one chosen by the sovereign. Fated? Rong Hang harbored no belief in destiny. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the throne in his previous life. Since his awakening, more than half a month had passed. After all, the crown prince of this life had not perished, and despite the support of the Qin family, the emperor predominantly valued the crown prince. Yet, how could one who had tasted the power of emperorship resign themselves to the role of a subject? Rong Hang drew a circle on the rice paper, enclosing the name of Rong Zhe. Then, thoughts of Su crossed his mind. In his previous life, she too had not existed. However, he had seen her, or rather someone resembling her. It was not quite right to say it was her. She bore an uncanny resemblance to that woman, yet she was not the same. Although both possessed an ethereal grace, she was distinctly different. Su Yulang exuded the warmth of human existence, while that woman seemed like a celestial being untouched by the earthly realm. Rong Hang encircled Su's name once more. The Wen family. He uttered those two words softly, then inscribed the character for cloud on the rice paper. In a moment of scattered thoughts, Su Yunshu came to mind. In his previous life, he had used Su Yunshu as a conduit to win over the entire Su family, gaining partial military power in the northern territories and standing toe-to-toe with Consort Qin. In this life, however, he was reluctant to rely on that woman again. She had proven neither wise when needed nor foolish at the right moments. As if recollecting something, the tip of his wolf hair brush traced a circle, pointing towards the name Su Yunlang, recalling the faint scent of medicinal herbs. A hint of amusement flickered in Rong Hang's eyes. He was filled with curiosity about what had precipitated such a transformation in his life. If it were she, what plight would she endure trapped within such a cage? Meanwhile, in the Su family, while Rong Hang harbored ulterior motives, Su Yushu was diligently organizing her poetry and prose. She refused to rely on the connections of the esteemed Lord One to gain admission to Mingda Academy. She aspired to differentiate herself from Su Yunlang, striving to enter solely through her own merit, thus avoiding the disdainful gossip of the noblewomen in Yunjing. In contrast to Su Yunshu's industriousness, Su reclined comfortably on the side couch, perusing her book. Only after bidding farewell to Rong Zhe did she dare to retrieve this novel. Scrutinizing the portrayal of Rong Hang amidst the endless night, the so-called author glorified a tale of tormenting love, yet the more Su read, the more she perceived that no genuine affection existed between Su Yunshu and Rong Hang. Their relationship resembled that of a ruler and a pawn. After all, who would inflict such harm upon a beloved? Later on, Rong Hang's power in the court was undeniably solidified, yet his harem appeared as a prison of his own making, with the concubines resembling caged birds. Within their confines, it would have been effortless for him to ensure the comfort of the one he favored. Yet he chose not to do so. Instead, he exacerbated the situation, remaining aloof and observing Su Yunshu's tribulations from the shadows of the mist. As Su pondered this, a notification from the system interface echoed in her mind. Rong Hang's favorability, 50. Su mused, twice saved from peril, and this is all. 009 once again transformed into a luminous orb and emerged. Wow. Congratulations, dear host. You have once again gained the favor of a crucial character. Shall we initiate the mode? Su turned a page in her script and inquired with a hint of indifference. What does that mean? 009 nestled against her shoulder and explained, in essence, it involves enhancing the favor of various key individuals, winning their affection. There is even the potential to unlock the harem mode. As 009 calculated the possibilities in its mind, Su remained unfazed, merely uttering, boring. Once again disheartened by the host's lack of enthusiasm, 009 transformed into a ball of light, rolling about on the side bed. Shortly thereafter, a notification from the system interface chimed in. Congratulations, host. Side quest completed. Please collect your reward. Guardian Spirit Jade Talisman 1. A blank jade talisman, which can be used to inscribe protective charms. A jade tablet, approximately the size of an infant's palm, landed in Su's hand. The Guardian Spirit Talisman is capable of preserving the soul of a dying person, ensuring the safety and well-being of the protector. 009 erupted into a series of exclamations. Woo! Host, quickly learn this charm. The Guardian Spirit Talisman can only be inscribed on the Jade Talisman, and once the charm is complete, it is akin to gaining an extra life. From now on, there will be no need to fear the accidental demise of the host. Chapter 101. Grandmother returns after 2 days of researching the Guardian Spirit Talisman. Su successfully inscribed it onto the Jade Talisman using her floating life brush. As the final stroke of the protective talisman was inscribed, a powerful surge of spiritual light burst forth, accompanied by a fierce autumn breeze that sent the fallen begonia petals swirling outside the courtyard, blanketing the small den of De Huang in a carpet of blossoms. Wow, host, you are truly formidable, completing it in a single stroke, exclaimed 09, unable to contain its excitement and showering compliments liberally. This technique, indeed, was perfectly suited to its beloved host. The chosen one, it seemed, was not only diligent but also possessed an abundance of skill points. With fair skin, breathtaking beauty, and exceptional intellect, she was a paragon of talent. 09 truly had an eye for selection. As the begonia petals drifted down, the long wind stirred, heralding the coolness of late autumn, awakening De Huang from its midday slumber. It barked a few times. Woof, woof, woof. It's time for a meal. Su glanced out the window, picking up a plate of sweet treats before descending the stairs. Beneath the begonia tree, De Huang feasted heartily, and Su added a serving of pineapple sweet and crispy meat from the small kitchen, for after all, being a dog, too much vegetarian fare was not good for its stomach. As De Huang munched happily, it nudged Su affectionately, its tail wagging with delight. This Yunjing, truly worthy of being the imperial capital, offered delicacies far superior to those in the previous county town. While Su stroked De Huang's head, a voice suddenly called from outside, the arrival of Su Yunan. Upon entering, Su Yunan spotted Su clad in a pale green simple garment. Her long hair loosely gathered with a hair tie, cascading casually behind her as she crouched by the fence, feeding De Huang. Why have you left your hair down today? Su Yunan approached, lifting Su effortlessly and playfully, urging her inside. Songji, come here and help the young lady with her hair. The hairpin styled in a pine branch is undoubtedly exquisite, yet rather cumbersome. Today, she has taken a break from her studies and, with no need to venture outside, she casually gathers her hair in a manner that brings her comfort. What is the matter? Just moments ago, Su, bewildered, found herself thrust before the bronze mirror, having been unceremoniously urged along. Yunan instructed Songji to assist her in arranging her hair while she spoke. Grandmother? Su blinked in confusion, realizing she was to meet the elder. Unlike her previous visit to the venerable Lady One, this occasion felt distinctly different due to the bonds of blood. She felt an innate warmth towards the matriarch. However, regarding the Lady Su, what kind of person is she, and what qualities does she admire in her descendants? For a fleeting moment, the fearless Su felt an inkling of trepidation. She glanced at Su Yunan, her eyes reflecting uncertainty and helplessness. Su Yunan reassured her. It's all right. Grandmother is quite open-minded. Just dress beautifully for the occasion. As she spoke, she also instructed Songji to style the hair more elaborately. aiming for an appearance of demureness. Songji nodded, exuding confidence as if to say, "Leave it to me." The young girl, skilled in her craft, fashioned a flowing cloud bun for Susu in less than a quarter of an hour, with a face that could rival a flawless pearl. Unadorned by makeup yet radiant as fresh snow, her naturally rosy lips and eyes like autumn waters rendered her simply breathtaking. Chapter 102. The lecture. Su Yunin scrutinized Susu from head to toe, and upon observing her attire, he slightly furrowed his brows. Songji nodded in acknowledgement, proceeding to the inner chamber to retrieve the dress, freshly completed and delivered just the day before, with the maid having already pressed it. As she spoke, she glanced at Susu. With a grand gesture, Su Yunin commanded, "Let the young lady put it on." Such a lovely girl, in the bloom of youth, ought not to don such plain colors daily. She should wear something vibrant and beautiful. Consequently, Susu was once again ushered into the inner room to change. When Susu emerged, clad in her new attire, Su Yunin was utterly astonished. His sister was breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even their mother in her youth. Her delicate face bore no trace of makeup, yet her brows resembled distant mountains. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her lips were naturally crimson. She appeared as though a celestial being had descended from the heavens. The striking red gown she wore only amplified her radiant allure. Su Yunin stood, momentarily speechless, before exclaiming, "Did I not say so? Why must a young lady dress so plainly every day?" A few days prior, he had acquired several bolts of exquisite fish silk, which he intended to have made into a gown for her. Songji eagerly chimed in, "I share your sentiment. With such beauty, the young lady should adorn herself splendidly. It is merely her reluctance to be bothered that leads to such simplicity. Otherwise, I have even more exquisite hair ornaments here." Hearing this, Su Yunin turned to Songji with a flourish, declaring, "If we lack jewelry, let us take the young lady to the Jinyu Pavilion to select some. Simply charge it to my account." As Su Yunin spoke, he tugged Susu along with him. Before she could even react, she stumbled forward in his wake, the jade bell at her waist chiming melodiously in the autumn breeze, while the fallen begonia petals brushed through the girl's long hair, gently cascading to the ground. Su Yunin continued to chatter on as they walked. "You are merely a young girl in your teens. Aside from attending lessons at the academy, you have been cooped up at home. Where is the vivacity typical of children your age? When you have free time, you ought to call for a shoe or your third sister to join you for some opera, a stroll, or a little shopping. If you find no joy in their company, you could always invite our gentle cousin. At the very least, your elder brother could accompany you. Do not confine yourself to the small courtyard. You are still young. In a few years, if you marry, such carefree days will be but a memory." Throughout their journey, Su Yunin lectured her. Susu blinked at him and replied, "Brother, mother said that with cousin to support me, I have nothing to fear." She had no intention of marrying in the first place. Even if life in the capital became unbearable, she could always rely on the Wen family. Su Yunin snorted disdainfully. "Do you think Wen Wuxia is a decent person? That fellow is quite devious. The farther away you stay from him, the better." Upon arriving at Rongshu Courtyard, they found the Lu family from the second branch, as well as Su Yushu, Su Yunqing, Su Yunluan, and Madame Su all present. Seated at the head of the table was an elderly woman, exuding a demeanor of kindness and dignity. She was slightly plump, with her long hair meticulously pinned up, though strands of white had begun to appear at her temples. The passage of time had etched numerous wrinkles upon her face, a testament to the trials she had endured. Yet she radiated a serene composure cultivated over the years. Upon a mere glance, Susu felt an immediate warmth towards this venerable lady. Beside her stood a frail old man clutching a birdcage, sporting a grizzled goatee and eyes that sparkled with vitality. As Susu entered, he shifted his gaze from the cage to her, regarding her with the curiosity one might reserve for an intriguing new toy. Upon hearing the old man's remark, the elderly lady's expression darkened instantly. She swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his forehead, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses, Su Dingshan? Behold, this is your granddaughter." At her words, Susu was reminded that, aside from the old matriarch, the Su family still had the venerable patriarch alive. The Su family had long been devoted to both agriculture and scholarship, with the old gentleman having once been an educated man before the establishment of the Great Wei dynasty. However, due to the upheavals of war, his fortunes had waned, and after marrying the old matriarch, he had attempted the imperial examinations multiple times. Yet, in such tumultuous times, the path to success in examinations was fraught with challenges, especially in rural areas rife with the corruption of selling positions and titles. As a result, the old gentleman had lived a life of suppression until his son joined the military, which ultimately restored the family's fortunes and allowed them to relocate to the capital. Upon the gentle strike of the old Madame Su, the old Master Su momentarily froze before regaining his composure. He lifted the birdcage and gazed at Su Su, a smile dancing in his eyes. "You must be the fourth daughter," he remarked, truly a sight to behold. At this moment, the old Master Su exhibited the refined demeanor of a cultured gentleman. Su Su knelt before the esteemed couple, executing a grand gesture of respect with grace and propriety. Having already made the acquaintance of her grandfather and grandmother. Observing Su Su, the old Madame Su chuckled softly and hastily rose to assist her, saying, Come, rise quickly. Our family has no such rigid customs. Let your grandmother see you." Su Su complied and seated herself beside the old Madame Su. The old Madame appraised Su Su with a warm smile and then glanced at the Madame Su, exclaiming, "This child bears a striking resemblance to you in your youth." The Madame Su smiled in return, yet she felt that Su Su was even more enchanting than she had been at that age. The second Madame, Lu, chimed in with a laugh. "Sister-in-law and Su Su are practically cut from the same cloth. The pupil surpasses the master." Nearby, Su Yuro observed Su Su and then her mother, noting the uncanny similarities. She then turned her gaze to Madame Lu, recalling that her own mother had once been a renowned beauty in her youth, still captivating even without a hint of makeup, her complexion fair as snow, with large eyes and well-defined brows. Why, then, did she bear no resemblance to her mother? Instead, she seemed to have inherited her father's features. While not unattractive, her complexion was significantly darker, and no amount of powder could rival Su Su's natural fairness. In a fleeting moment, Su Yuru cast a somewhat resentful glance at her mother. "Mother, why are you and I not cut from the same cloth?" This remark not only elicited laughter from Lady Lu, but also brought smiles to the esteemed Su old lady and her husband. The old gentleman chuckled heartily, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, playfully teasing Su Yuru, "My dear third daughter, your two elder sisters have undoubtedly inherited their mother's delicate beauty. How can you blame your mother for your own appearance?" Su Yuru pouted, conceding, "All right, I'll blame my father." "Ah, now that makes sense." The old gentleman stroked his beard, approving of Su Yuru's perceptiveness. With a downcast expression, she nestled behind her mother. Lady Lu, rarely expressing genuine amusement, affectionately patted her daughter's head and whispered, "In my eyes, my little Yuru is the most beautiful." At these words, Su Yuru's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, her melancholy evaporating in an instant. This transformation of expression was akin to the dramatic face-changing art of Sichuan opera, inciting laughter from those present. Meanwhile, Su Yunshu observed the unfolding scene with a subtle tightening of her hands hidden in her sleeves. A twinge of envy stirred within her for Su Yuru, who, regardless of her shortcomings, received unconditional indulgence and support from Lady Lu. In contrast, she found herself navigating the complexities of the Su household with utmost caution. Noticing Su Yunshu's distraction, Su Yunin called out to her, "What troubles you, Shu?" "Oh, nothing, elder brother. Perhaps I left the window open while sleeping last night and caught a chill. I feel a bit lightheaded now." Upon her utterance, coupled with her pallid complexion, Su Yunin furrowed her brow. How could this Tingyu be so incompetent as to fail at such a trivial matter? As these words escaped her lips, Su Yunshu's face grew even more ashen, swaying precariously. She lamented, "It is not my elder brother's fault, but my own shortcomings." Observing this, Su Yunin sighed, gently caressing Su Yunshu's head. With great effort, Su Yunshu nodded, leading Tingyu away from Shochong courtyard. Madame Su noticed Su Yunshu's departure and turned to inquire, "What troubles my dear Shuer?" Su Yunin replied, and Madame Su paused, reflecting on the earlier joviality that had now dissipated. Meanwhile, old Madame Su absorbed the scene in silence. While old Master Su grumbled, "Wasn't he this girl always in good health? Why has she fallen ill so easily?" Lady Lu, wishing to avoid entanglement in the affairs of the Su family's main branch, feigned ignorance of the situation. Only Su Yunshin genuinely expressed concern for Su Yunshu's ailment, seizing the opportunity while their grandparents conversed with Su to slip away. In Furong Courtyard, Su Yunshu indeed felt unwell. Tingyu attended to her side, burdened with guilt, lamenting, "It is entirely my fault for neglecting to close the window yesterday, which allowed the young lady to catch a chill." "It is not your fault," Su Yunshu replied, shaking her head, her gaze fixed upon the desk before her. Lately, she felt an unsettling turmoil within, as if no matter what she did, she could not prevent Su from being favored within the Su household. Meanwhile, she found herself increasingly marginalized. If this continued, it seemed likely that there would be no place left for her within the entire Su family. Even if she were to enter the academy, it would likely prove insufficient. It would merely serve as an additional bargaining chip in the matter of marriage. Yet, what does it matter if she were to wed into a prestigious family? Without personal strength, she would find herself in a predicament akin to that of Su Yunshu from the tales, where her very life would not be her own. She must grow stronger, acquiring both leverage and capability. As she raised her gaze, Su Yunshin entered, concern etched upon his face as he looked at Su Yunshu. "Shu, what troubles you? Are you still unwell?" Seemingly recalling something, Su Yunshu grasped Su Yunshin's hand and spoke, "Third brother, could you assist me with a favor?" She remembered that an opportunity was at hand. The great victory in the West had prompted the Western Rome people to send a marriage delegation, seeking to establish amicable relations with the Great Way. In that pivotal moment, the current emperor swiftly opened trade routes for the purpose of fostering friendship. The silk and tea of the Great Way were extensively introduced to the Western Rome, causing prices to soar. Rong Heng seized this opportunity, instructing his subordinates to commence trade, strategically placing his agents within the Western Rome. Consequently, this would lead to the tragic demise of the Su family's army on the battlefield. That monumental conflict was meticulously orchestrated by Rong Heng, who colluded with the Western Rome to ambush nearly 50,000 troops of the Su family. Among them were the esteemed Marquis Anping and the one who had once cherished her most, Su Yunan. It is indeed utterly absurd for an emperor to conspire with the Western Rome against his own soldiers. She possessed foreknowledge of the narrative, granting her an intrinsic advantage, allowing her to capitalize on these significant events in advance. Thus, regardless of whether she aligns with any particular faction or seeks self-preservation, she possesses the capability. She is a well-educated modern individual, and her aspirations should not be confined to the domestic sphere. Just then, Songji rushed in like a devoted maid, chattering incessantly, "Miss, why have you undone your hair again? With such beauty, how can you neglect your appearance?" Su turned a deaf ear, allowing Songji to fuss about. Meanwhile, a system notification flashed in her mind. Entering the side quest, Western Union Marriage. Please investigate the truth behind the Western Rome people's marriage proposal. Accompanying this were 2 character cards. Tuoba Ling, the third princess of Western Rome, 16 years old, adept with the whip, the central figure in this marriage proposal. Huyen Xie, Tuoba Ling's bodyguard, a prominent figure in the Western Rome tribe, highly skilled in martial arts. The host is advised to exercise caution. Su mused. Is it possible to decline? 09 hopped around excitedly, transforming into a glowing orb. It's not feasible, host. This side quest is a pivotal moment in the original narrative. Rong Heng, through this marriage, captures Tuoba Ling's heart, while inciting the emperor to open trade routes with the West, thereby profiting immensely and extending his influence into the Western territories, laying the groundwork for the future unification of Shisho. Listening intently, Su raised her gaze and remarked, "It seems this Rong Heng is quite a capable emperor." 09 remained non-committal, for it had seen little, merely knowing that this fellow was a complete scoundrel, a despicable rogue. No woman who loves him has ever met with a favorable outcome. Indeed, host. 09 seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly brimming with excitement. "Host, We can seize the opportunity as the Western territories open up trade routes and make a fortune, subsequently laying our foundations and establishing our own power. Su Su, upon hearing this, merely lifted her eyelids. Opening trade routes will undoubtedly incite fierce competition among various factions, not to mention the entirety of Dawei. Even just in Yunjing, how many merchants and affluent individuals are waiting to partake? Do you think it is so simple to lay the groundwork? Those without backing will only be eliminated in the initial wave of competition. As a woman accustomed to the confines of the inner chamber, how could she claim that establishing power was an easy endeavor? 09, momentarily dispirited, suddenly perked up again. I possess a marvelous recipe for brewing. We could introduce the wines from the western regions to Yunjing. They would surely sell like hotcakes. Boring, Su Su replied curtly. She held little interest in business ventures. 09, frustrated, retorted, Host dear, do you not aspire to become a formidable heroine who dominates a realm? Su Su replied, not at all. Chapter 106. Wings fully grown, Su Su declined 09's proposal and lay on her bed, her thoughts wandering. Before departing, her master had imparted many instructions. First, to remain hidden from the world and avoid the imperial capital. Second, to steer clear of the conflicts surrounding imperial power throughout her life. Su Su found herself puzzled, wondering why such matters were intertwined with her fate. Even if her background were to be considered outrageous, it could hardly compare to the extraordinary circumstances of Chu Qingqing. But why is it that the master is most concerned about her? Or could it be that her father is not an ordinary man? The autumn breeze sweeps through, causing the leaves of the trees in Yunjing to begin their descent into a golden hue. With the gusts of wind, they start to drift away. Aside from her decision to suspend her studies, Su Su spends her days shuttling between the academy and her home. Occasionally, she visits Madame Su and the elder Madame Su to pay her respects and share a meal, leading a rather contented life. Meanwhile, Su Yunan, with ample leisure time, sends a plethora of garments and jewelry to her courtyard, seemingly eager to fill it to the brim. Recently, Rongzhe has been rather occupied, visiting Su Su infrequently. However, he has consistently entrusted Qing Hu to convey any messages she seeks. Thus, although Su Su resides in the inner courtyard, she remains well informed about matters of the court. The treachery of Duke Qin colluding with the Western barbarians has been uncovered, and he possesses a considerable amount of evidence. Yet, due to the ongoing war between the two nations and the current state of peace, it is not prudent to expose him directly. So this matter must be kept under wraps until the opportune moment. Unfortunately, the organization known as the Rakshasa Pavilion has led the Jingying Division to trace the clues to the western borders. The marriage envoy's arrival in Yunjing coincides with the end of October. On this day, the esteemed crown prince finds himself unusually idle and once again makes his way to the snow courtyard. Su Su gazes at Rongzhe, tilting her head slightly, pondering why the emperor would prevent him from attending such a significant event as the marriage envoy. Could it be that he has fallen out of favor? Leaning against the soft couch, Rongzhe raises his eyelids to glance at Su Su, wearing an expression of unfulfilled ambition. If I were to fall out of favor and be cast aside, would Su Su come to despise me? With a smile gracing her face, Su Su reassured, rest assured. I will not allow you to be rendered powerless. Rongzhe raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Does my Su Su possess a plan? Su Su lifted her gaze towards the courtyard, where the coal ball was competing with the large yellow dog for food. She had named it Coal Ball, which also relished the taste of pineapple pastry. Rongzhe observed Su Su in silence as she spoke, her voice melodious like a mountain spring. As long as you remain alive, you cannot be deemed useless. Rongzhe arched an eyebrow, and Su Su turned to face him, declaring, I will not let you die. Within a decade, the emperor should be unable to strip him of his title. After all, the crown prince had committed no fault. If one were to consider the issue of favor and dismissal, such actions were the mark of a tyrant. The current emperor had already indulged his personal desires once, and the officials of the censorate would not grant him another opportunity. Moreover, this crown prince was no fool. Over the next 10 years, regardless of whom the emperor chose to support, he could leverage that to strengthen his own power. Even now, he had already amassed considerable influence. Should another decade pass, if the emperor wished to dismiss him, a coup could very well ensue. Su contemplated this. The turmoil within the palace walls was far preferable to unrest across the realm. Rongzhe silently regarded Su for a long while before breaking into a smile, vowing, "As long as I, Rongzhe, draw breath in this life, I shall ensure Su's safety and well-being." Chapter 107. Am I important to you? Su lowered her gaze, tossing a jade talisman into Rongzhe's hands, softly stating, "Carry this with you. In critical moments, it may very well save your life." At the moment the jade talisman was relinquished, 09 emitted a piercing scream. "Host, have you lost your mind? That is the jade talisman. It is your second life. How can you so carelessly give it to that despicable man? The folly of love is utterly unwise. Just look at the fate of Su Yushu. It serves as a bloody warning. Host, please regain your clarity." However, Su paid no heed to 09's frantic cries. This matter had little to do with the foolishness of love. Her feelings for Rongzhe were not yet so profound as to disregard her own life. She acknowledged that she harbored some affection for him, primarily due to his striking appearance and the unwavering trust he placed in her. Yet, she felt they had not reached that level of intimacy. After weighing the pros and cons, she concluded that his life held greater significance. As a mere speck in this vast world, she had little attachment to it. Her utmost desire was merely to uncover the identities of those who had pursued her in the past and the motives behind their actions. In truth, it mattered little if she could not ascertain these truths while alive. She could just as easily seek answers from her master in the afterlife. Her master would surely possess the knowledge she sought. But Rongzhe was different. He was the crown prince of the Great Way. The dynasty had been established for barely over a decade, and peace in the realm had yet to last for long. The Qin clan harbored ambitious designs, while Prince Rong eyed the throne with predatory intent. Even Ronghang, the wise prince, was not to be underestimated. And the empress and favored consorts within the palace were all seeking to stake their claim to the position of heir. Only if Rongzhe remained alive could he secure his place, preventing the upheaval of the crown prince's status and averting turmoil within the court. In the years spent following her master, she has witnessed a plethora of turmoil. Amidst the ravages of war, the ground has been littered with corpses, and rivers have run red with blood. In the lands afflicted by floods, the dead lie scattered, and the desperate populace resorts to cannibalism, with infants barely a month old cast into pots as sustenance. Even the innocently naive children, just beginning to understand the world, have perished from hunger. Some youths, throughout their entire lives, have never tasted the luxury of white rice. The spirited aspirations of scholars have been reduced to mere pawns in the political game, deemed insignificant by those in power. Such tragedies continue to unfold in the remote regions far from the imperial capital. She yearns for peace to return to the realm, desiring a transformation of the world as it is. Thus, the life of Rongzhe assumes paramount importance, for he possesses the potential to realize these aspirations, perhaps more swiftly than anyone else. Can you ensure my survival? At this moment, Rongzhe remains oblivious to Su's thoughts. He simply holds the jade talisman with a smile, his tone slightly elevated. Having entrusted me with such a significant treasure, do you not consider me important? The gentle sunlight cascades through the window, enveloping the youth in a golden glow. The autumn breeze, laden with coolness, dances through the open window, causing Su's long hair to flutter. She gazes at Rongzhe and nods, affirming, yes. Rongzhe is momentarily taken aback, his face tinged with a faint blush. And for a brief moment, his eyes reflect a flurry of confusion. He had once imagined that there would come a day when Su would express her feelings to him. Yet he never anticipated that such a day would arrive so swiftly. Overwhelmed, he takes a leap, departing with a swift motion, leaving Su momentarily bewildered. As she watches him vanish from sight, a sense of perplexity washes over her. What could be the cause of his sudden change? Chapter 108. A different purpose. The envoy from the Western barbarians has arrived in Yunjing, not solely for the purpose of peace negotiations. It is likely that they harbor ulterior motives. In the coming days, I may find myself rather occupied and unable to visit you frequently. 2 days hence, the emperor is expected to issue a decree for a hunting expedition in the western outskirts. during which the families of officials and military leaders of the third rank and above will also be in attendance. The Western barbarian princess will be present as well. She is not to be trusted, so do exercise caution. After speaking, Rongzhe suddenly leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Su Su's forehead, whispering, "You are very important to me, extraordinarily important." Once his words were uttered, he vanished from sight, soaring away. Su touched her forehead, still somewhat taken aback. She, too, is of great significance to him, extraordinarily so. Su is not naive, on the contrary, her mind is exceedingly perceptive. Does this blind youth have feelings for her? Oh no, he is no longer that blind boy. He is now the crown prince of Dawei. However, Su does not have an affinity for princes, yet she finds herself somewhat drawn to Rongzhe. Meanwhile, the young man whom Su admires, Rongzhe, strides confidently into the Xinning division. A bright smile adorns his face, a smile that is unmistakable to all. At his waist hangs a jade token, inscribed with incomprehensible runes, and it is attached with an exceedingly unattractive red cord, a stark contrast to the demeanor expected of a crown prince. Yet, Rongzhe treasures it dearly. This token of affection was gifted to him by his Su, and it may very well have been a token she sought from a temple. The mere thought of that sharp-tongued, skeptical girl who would kneel devoutly before the Buddha to beseech for his safety filled Rongzhe's heart with uncontainable joy. Meanwhile, Su tilted her head as she gazed in the direction Rongzhe had departed. In her mind, 09 sprang forth once more, transforming into a glowing orb that collided with the railing. Su glanced down at 09, questioning, "What are you attempting to do?" It lacked a physical form. So what purpose did it serve to crash against the railing? 09 sulked online, indignantly retorting, "I want to find a block of tofu to smash myself against." Its host, perfect in every regard save for diligence, was, to its dismay, hopelessly infatuated, willing to cast aside its own life so nonchalantly. After all, it was a resurrection item. With this thought, 09 persisted in its futile attempts to strike the railing. Su raised an eyebrow. "Have you forgotten what your mission entails?" She couldn't shake the feeling that this system was rather dim-witted. Could such a contraption truly save dimensions and liberate the masses? Were it not for the gifts it had bestowed upon her, she would never have placed her faith in it. Upon uttering this sentiment, 09 halted its futile assault on the railing, pivoting its luminous form toward her, defiantly proclaiming, "Of course. It is to save this dimension and uncover the reasons behind its collapse. Yet, you, of all people, have given your resurrection item to someone else. That is undoubtedly the gravest error." Su raised her brow nonchalantly, coldly uttering a single word, "Oh." Having said that, the girl turned and walked away, leaving 09 in a state of disarray. "Woe is me, wretched host," sob. The question she had just posed to 09 had also served as a reminder to herself. It seemed her objectives diverged from its own. She yearned for a world of tranquility, where the seas and rivers lay calm, free from turmoil. Yet, they remained indifferent to the fate of Rongzhe in the upheaval in the court, as long as the trajectory they deemed essential did not falter. To them, the most significant concern was the cause of the collapse of that timeline. However, for her, it was a different matter altogether. Chapter 109. A family. The courtyard was strewn with the petals of begonia flowers, and even the wind seemed to carry a sense of desolation, particularly for Su, who had yet to meet her nominal father. In truth, her visit was also motivated by the desire related to the Marquis of Anping. As she lowered her gaze, Su's mind conjured images of the tattoos and totems on the assassins who had once pursued him. Rongzhe had uncovered evidence that they were undoubtedly assassins from the Rakshasa Pavilion. Yet, their attire resembled that of cavalry under the Marquis of Anping. And judging by their agility, they were not mere assassins, but individuals who had genuinely served in the military for several years. Was this merely coincidence? Or was there a deeper secret at play? Just as her thoughts drifted, the Marquis of Anping appeared at the doorstep of the Su family. Upon seeing her husband, Madame Su could hardly contain herself, rushing into his embrace without a trace of her usual composure. The Marquis firmly held his wife in his arms and gently reminded her, "My dear, the children are watching. Susu lifted her gaze to meet the Marquise. His appearance starkly contrasted with the gentle beauty of Madame Su. Towering at nearly 2 meters, robust in stature, with thick brows and spirited eyes. His skin bore the sun-kissed hue of one who had long endured the harsh winds of the front lines. Clad in armor, he exuded an imposing presence, while his wife appeared delicate and petite, akin to a rabbit in comparison. As Susu observed the Marquis, he too regarded her with interest. As soon as Lord Onping beheld her visage, a wave of joy washed over him, and a benevolent expression graced his countenance. He spoke while retrieving a small jade rabbit from the hidden compartment at his waist, presenting it to Susu with a tone reminiscent of a gentle caregiver. "Look here. Do you like it? Your father has also brought you some delightful treats." Susu's long lashes fluttered as she accepted the warm little rabbit crafted from mutton fat jade, its comforting warmth enveloping her. Su Jingqi lowered his gaze upon his diminutive daughter, resembling the very rabbit he had just given her, and at that moment, his heart softened inexplicably. It was undeniable that he bore a profound sense of guilt towards this daughter, having lost her when she was but an infant, a responsibility he could not evade. As she caressed the intricately carved rabbit, Susu lifted her eyes to Su Jingqi, a smile illuminating her features as she sweetly uttered, "Thank you, father." The mere sound of father melted Su Jingqi's heart further with joy, prompting him to wave his hand grandly, declaring, "What is there to thank for? Not merely a small rabbit. If my Susu desires it, I would procure the entirety of Yunjing for you." Upon hearing this, the smile in Susu's eyes deepened. However, in the background, Su Yunshu's gaze dimmed with a trace of melancholy as she looked down at her toes. It dawned on her that no matter her efforts, she remained an outsider. They were the true family. Regardless of her actions, she could never truly belong to this household. As a foster daughter, how could she ever measure up to a biological daughter? In the past, her father had favored her the most, yet today, he barely cast a glance in her direction. Turning to his wife, Mrs. Su merely shook her head. Although Su Jingqi is a military general, he possesses a rather delicate sensibility and quickly comprehends the situation. It appears that he has been excessively focused on Su, leading to a bout of jealousy from the child, Xiaoshu. In Chapter 110, titled "A Little Temper," Ting Yu promptly pours a cup of tea for her. Ordinarily, the young lady of their household shares an exceptionally close bond with the Marquis. Su Yinshu shakes her head, biting her lip as she confesses, "Father has changed. His fondness now lies with Su Yunlang. She is his biological daughter, while I am merely an adopted child." Ting Yu listens with her head bowed for a moment before leaning down to gaze at her mistress. Yet, no matter what, Su cannot be compared to you. Su Yinshu shakes her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Ting Yu, you do not understand. Su should never have existed. In this world, she ought not to be here at all. My father, mother, and brothers should have prioritized me. But now, everything has shifted because of Su. She is the one who should never have appeared." Observing her mistress's expression, Ting Yu sighs softly, her brow furrowed in concern. However, Miss Su is still the daughter of the Madam and the Marquis. "Madam, has Xiaoshu been acting a bit strangely lately?" Ting Yu inquires. Hearing this, Madame Su lets out a soft sigh of exasperation. "You too? How can you only focus on bringing gifts for Su and forget about Xiaoshu?" Su Jingqi, upon hearing this, exclaims in surprise, "How can this be my fault? I have also brought gifts for Xiaoshu. I shall deliver them to her shortly." He did not intentionally ignore her, did he? "Madam, for the past year, little Shu has been increasingly indulged by you. It was one thing to tolerate her antics with her brothers, but today is particularly concerning, as it is Su we are discussing. From her infancy, she has faced the trials of being lost and has endured countless hardships during her years away from home. Why is she behaving so childishly?" Listening to this, Madame Su shook her head, saying, "Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall have a proper conversation with little Shu." Su Jingqi, filled with indignation, puffed out his cheeks and glared, but Madame Su shot him a stern look. "Be silent." Su Jingqi wore a look of grievance, and upon seeing his expression, Madame Su's demeanor shifted as she began to help him out of his clothing. "Did we not agree that you need not go to the front lines? Why did you recklessly charge ahead? Is it possible to engage in warfare without advancing?" Su Jingqi mumbled, unfastening his clothes as he spoke. Madam, please assist me in changing my dressings. Madame Su helped him remove his garments and, observing his back, remarked, But this is already healed over, hasn't it? Where is the wound? Su Jingqi pointed to his chest, saying, The injury is here. Chapter 111. The Princess of Shirong. Su Yunshu hardly touched her lunch. Remaining sequestered in the Furong courtyard, casting aside her previous ambition to gain admission to Mingda Academy. In this unfamiliar era, she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and fear. Madame Su prepared some dishes in the small kitchen and brought them to her room. Su Yunshu gazed at Madame Su before speaking softly, Mother. Madame Su let out a sigh and instructed someone to set the meal on the table. She then took a step forward and spoke, You are already frail. How can you neglect your meals? Su Yunshu lowered her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Madame Su approached, seated herself before her, gently caressing her head. From her sleeve, she produced a small jade carving of a lion and placed it in Su Yunshu's palm. As Su Yunshu gazed at the delicate figure, she lifted her eyes slightly, a tear escaping, and she suddenly collapsed into Madame Su's embrace. I'm sorry, Mother. Madame Su gently patted her back, speaking softly. Eschew. Su has been lost due to the negligence of her father and mother. She has endured hardships for over 10 years outside. Your father and I owe her a debt. Do you understand? Su Yunshu raised her gaze, tears still shimmering in her eyes. If father and mother care for Su, will they also care for Shu? The emergence of someone who should not be present now loomed over her. Would they usurp everything that rightfully belonged to her? Indeed, Madame Su replied, affectionately stroking Su Yunshu's head. Shu will forever be the daughter of her father and mother. Su Yunshu remained nestled in Madame Su's embrace, her eyes still glistening with tears, yet in the unseen corners of her heart, her expression hardened. That is not the case. Despite her daily rituals of greeting her mother at dawn and dusk, engaging in conversation, and practicing embroidery, she understood that her mother's true yearning was for Su to come to her courtyard and share meals with her. The moment Su stepped through the door, all of her mother's emotions were stirred by her biological daughter, while she had always remained an outsider. Madame Su believed she had successfully pacified Su Yunshu, sending an array of exquisite items into the Furong courtyard. However, Su Yunshu gazed upon these gifts with an increasingly frigid demeanor. Look, even the offerings delivered to her were merely the remnants chosen by Su unbeknownst to Su. The peculiar treasures sent by Su Jingqi found their way into her small courtyard, where she stood in a daze. In this initial encounter, she perceived Su Jingqi as rather commendable, at least in the capacity of a father. Yet, beyond that, much remained to be debated. After all, many appear virtuous outwardly, yet behave like scoundrels in secret. Su's fingers circled the wooden table twice before a thought struck her, prompting her to rise and step outside on the bustling streets of Chang'an. Carriages traversed the lively thoroughfare. Due to the arrival of the Shirong envoy, a considerable crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Su lifted the carriage curtain, observing the cacophony of voices outside, when suddenly, the carriage jolted and halted in the middle of the road. Following this, a haughty voice rang out, Who dares to obstruct this princess's path? Su lowered the curtain and turned to disembark. At that moment, the street of Chang'an had become a gathering place for many, with her carriage positioned squarely in the center. Opposite her stood the bold young woman who had just spoken. The coachman, Uncle Zhou, calmly shielded Su behind him, while the pine branch at his side emerged alongside Su, arms akimbo, confronting the audacious individual. This road is wide enough for everyone. Why must you insist that others cannot pass simply because you wish to? Su raised her gaze to the front, tacitly acknowledging Songji's words. A young maiden adorned in exotic blue attire sat astride a horse, her brows shaped like curved blades, her eyes resembling glazed jewels, and her long hair cascading in gentle waves, with a serpent skin whip elegantly coiled at her waist. Upon hearing Songji's voice, the maiden's expression shifted to one of restrained fury, and she immediately lashed out with her whip towards him. Such attire, accentuated by her accent and tone, could belong to no other than the recently arrived Western Rong princess, Tuoba Ling. However, as a member of a peace-seeking delegation. This princess exhibited an audacity that was somewhat excessive. Zhou Shuiying, ever vigilant, swiftly seized the Western Rong princess's whip. Su Su met Tuoba Ling's glazed eyes and spoke softly, reminding her that they were in Yunjing, not Western Rome, and implored the princess to temper her actions and refrain from resorting to violence in public. Upon arriving in Dawei, one must abide by its customs. As Su Su regarded Tuoba Ling, the latter scrutinized her in return. The young woman, clad in modest green, adorned with few golden hairpins, was indeed quite beautiful, yet it was a pity that she was the daughter of Su Jingqi. During the battle at Yixia Pass, it was Su Jingqi who orchestrated the ambush that led to her third brother's tragic demise. Su Jingqi had presented her brother's severed head to the Emperor of Dawei to claim glory, treading upon the blood and bones of her kin. Now, as the ceasefire was a calculated decision by her father, she was determined that the Su family must pay the price. She yearned to flay and torment this daughter of the Su family, sending her down as a plaything for her brother. And she would ensure that the entire Su clan followed suit. While her father urged patience, she found her resolve waning. Even deep within Dawei, she would seek vengeance for this deep-seated blood feud. Thus, even upon her recent arrival in the grand realm of Wei, upon sighting the carriage adorned with the insignia of the Anping Marquisate, she could not help but gallop forward to obstruct its path. Into Tuoba Ling's eyes, Su Su discerned a deep-seated animosity, a palpable hatred. Indeed, the Anping Marquis, Su Jingqi, was her father, the very man who had slain her brother. Such hatred was warranted, yet it was regrettably too unrestrained. Tuoba Ling regarded Su Su with a haughty tilt of her chin, proclaiming, "I am here as an envoy of marriage, a bearer of peace between the Great Wei and the Western Rome." How dare you lecture this princess? After all, the Great Wei yearned for an end to the conflict. Enduring years of internal strife, compounded by the relentless military campaigns at the borders, the realm could no longer bear the burden of warfare. Su Su maintained her composure, asserting that as a land of propriety, should the princess wish to wed into the Great Wei, she ought to adhere to local customs. This implied that her manners were lacking, rendering her unworthy of the title of imperial consort in the Great Wei. Tuoba Ling gritted her teeth, seeming on the verge of striking once more. Yet, the faint smile on Su Su's face remained ever present. Just as another confrontation seemed imminent, a male voice interjected. Su Su raised her gaze to see Rong Hang, clad in deep azure brocade. At this moment, Rong Hang appeared somewhat different from the dashing young noble she had encountered days prior at the tea house. Adorned in lavish attire, with a composed demeanor and a subtle smile gracing his lips, he exuded an air of mystery. Although he appeared to be conversing with Tuoba Ling, his gaze was steadfastly fixed upon Su Su. Chapter 113. A devotion of body and soul. Su Su stood her ground, unperturbed by the myriad of scrutinizing eyes. Upon encountering the strikingly handsome Prince Rui, Tuoba Ling's demeanor softened momentarily, though she shot a fierce glance at Su Su. Muttering to herself that today was merely her lucky day and hoping she would not cross paths with the girl again. With an air of elegance, Rong Hung graciously escorted the Western princess away before galloping towards Su Su, adorned in resplendent attire, embodying the essence of a gentleman. "Where might Miss Su be headed? Would you allow me the honor of sending you on your way?" he inquired. Su Su lowered her gaze and smiled gently, replying, "There is no need to trouble His Highness. I am merely out for a leisurely stroll today, so I shall take my leave." A hint of a smile graced Rong Hang's lips as he circled around to the side of her carriage, lifting the curtain with a graceful gesture. Observing him, Su Su raised her tone slightly. "Your Highness, such an action seems rather inappropriate." Rong Hung looked intently at Su Su and, after a brief pause, declared, "In truth, I am a few months older than the Crown Prince." This revelation momentarily left Su Su speechless. He continued in a hushed tone, ensuring only she could hear. "In a month, I shall reach the age of maturity." Su Su gazed at him, waiting for his next words. With a serious expression, Rong Hang met her stunning gaze and earnestly asked, "Thus, would you, Miss Su, consider becoming my wife?" Su Su was taken aback. To marry him? Surely he did not intend to evade his debts, for such a proposition seemed far too advantageous. Is this truly the intention behind your words, Your Highness? The girl's voice turned cold, yet Rong Hang appeared earnest, gazing intently into Su Su's eyes. His tone was gentle, his expression sincere. Miss Su Su, I have pondered deeply on how to repay the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. However, it was that fleeting glance that captured my heart at first sight, and thus, I wish to dedicate myself to you. Su Su replied, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. She spoke earnestly. Even if your stipend is insufficient to repay my costs for medicine and treatment, there is no need to fabricate such tales to deceive me. Money must be repaid. To offer oneself in exchange would leave me at a disadvantage. Rong Hang regarded Su Su, pondering, what if I were sincere? He genuinely held affection for her. Such a temperament, such beauty, was unparalleled among the 3,000 in his harem when he ascended the throne. Su Su raised an eyebrow playfully. Your Highness, I am equally sincere. I do not harbor feelings for you and shall not marry you. Rather than contemplating marriage, you would do better to consider when you will repay the debt you owe me. With that, she called out to Uncle Zhou, let us depart. The curtain of the carriage was drawn, and Rong Hang watched as Su Su vanished from his sight. Had he just been rejected? He raised an eyebrow in amusement, observing the departing carriage before he too took the reins and rode away. There was ample time ahead. Perhaps, one day, she would find herself fond of him. Su Su lowered the curtain, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. After a considerable time, the carriage came to a halt before apothecary. Su Su opened the door and stepped inside with purpose. In the apothecary, an elderly man was meticulously calculating accounts at the counter. As Su Su approached, the old man raised his gaze to meet hers, moving aside the medical bag on the counter while inquiring, What seems to be troubling you, young lady? Grandfather Yi, I am not here for a consultation, Su Su replied. I wish to ask you a few questions. The old doctor, lifting his head, wore a gentle smile and remarked, My dear girl, could it be that you have mistaken me? My surname is Nan. Resting her fingers on the counter, Su Su tapped the surface of the willow wood table with her index finger. Grandfather Yi, there is no need for pretense. I am Su Su. The esteemed head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, Yi Chang'an, was believed to have perished in that catastrophic fire. Few could fathom that he had orchestrated a clever escape, establishing a modest clinic right here in Yunjing. Truly, the great often conceal themselves among the ordinary. This was certainly more comfortable than the arduous travel she endured with her master in the countryside. Yi Chang'an, intrigued, leaned in closer to scrutinize Su Su, then donned his spectacles with a thoughtful expression. You've grown so much. He reached out to pinch her cheek and gently ruffled her hair, noting, You remain as radiant as ever, even more so than when your mother was young. No wonder someone had brought that prescription twice recently. He had assumed it was from Nangong, not realizing it was this young lady. Observing her attire, he mused that she seemed to be faring quite well. But wait, where is your master? Yi, suddenly recalling something, regarded Su Su with a look of curiosity. What brings you to the capital? Had Nangong Jin still been alive, he would undoubtedly have prevented her from coming to the capital. Su Su lowered her gaze slightly and spoke softly. My master passed away 3 years ago. Upon hearing this, the esteemed Dr. Yi gently closed his eyes and sighed. In my lifetime, he was my only true friend. I never imagined he would depart before me. After a moment of silence, Dr. Yi raised his eyes to Su Su, tenderly stroking her head. Since your master is gone, you shall accompany me from now on. It had been over a decade since he last saw this young girl. The first time she visited Yunjing, she was merely 3 or 4 years old, soft and delicate like a little dumpling. Yet, as the saying goes, one can discern a child's future from their early years. This little girl had always been rather formidable. An unsettling premonition began to stir within Dr. Ye's heart. He suddenly recalled the gloomy day when a youth, clad in the garments of the Royal Secret Guard, had come to his clinic for medicine. He was struck with alarm. Could this young girl possibly be entangled with the royal family? This was absolutely unacceptable. Su girl, tell me the truth. What brings you to Yunjing? Dr. Ye's expression darkened. Su Su pressed her lips together and replied, 3 years ago, My master and I encountered a group of assassins in the Nanling region. The moment they saw me, they attempted to kill me. Wearing the uniforms of the troops under the Marquis of Anping and bearing tokens from his camp. Had it not been for those assassins, my master would not have succumbed to illness. Dr. Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he listened, and then? The Marquis of Anping was merely a military general who had fought alongside the Emperor of Dawei to claim the throne. Su lifted her gaze and spoke softly. Upon my investigation, those individuals are assassins from the Rakshasa Pavilion. I believe your master has briefed you on this matter. Suddenly, Elder Yi raised his eyes to meet Su's, his voice grave. This matter must not be pursued any further. Su held his gaze and articulated each word with conviction. Why? Her master forbade her from probing deeper, and so did he. Su scrutinized Elder Yi, convinced he was privy to the truth. What secrets lay beneath the surface? The young woman's tone was icy and resolute. I once questioned why my master prevented me from approaching the imperial capital. He was well aware that my mother was the eldest daughter of the Wen family. Yet he never allowed me to come near this place. Even before my departure, he expressed his concerns, instructing me not to venture into the capital unless absolutely necessary, and to avoid entangling myself with the imperial power. I once thought it might be due to my unique identity, possibly related to the previous dynasty. But upon researching the events of that time, I found no connections to anyone from the former era. No one in my lineage could possibly match my identity. I am unrelated to the former dynasty. So, why the insistence on steering clear of imperial affairs? Su gazed intently at Elder Yi, pondering why those assassins were so eager to eliminate her upon sight. And why did her master prohibit her from investigating or seeking vengeance? What interconnections existed within these circumstances? Though she wished to avoid dwelling on her origins, the continuous revelations compelled her to confront the reality of her situation. Dr. Yi pressed his fingers against his forehead, troubled by a headache. Why had Nangong Jin taught this young girl to be so astute? Would it not have been better to let her remain somewhat naive? It was as if my parents had never perished. Suddenly, Su raised her gaze to Dr. Yi and voiced her conjecture. They must wish to end my life. Only in this manner could her master have forbidden her from pursuing the truth or seeking vengeance. Moreover, her master had no enemies, having dedicated his life to healing. With her words striking true, Su's assertion only intensified Dr. Ye's discomfort. Do not speak nonsense. Your mother cherishes you dearly. How could she desire your demise? He retorted, casting a disapproving glance her way. Stop your fanciful thinking. It must be my biological father who seeks to kill me, Su replied, arching an eyebrow as she seized the conversation. Dr. Yi gritted his teeth, insisting, your father has long since passed. He bears no responsibility for this. The ones pursuing you are likely either enemies of your master or are targeting Chu Qingqing. Disregarding Dr. Ye's words, Su maintained her gaze, probing deeper into his eyes. If my father has indeed died, does that imply my mother still lives? Dr. Yi, in a fit of agitation, slammed his hand on the table. You troublesome girl. Are you trying to trap me in your words? How stubborn this girl was. Yet, Su regarded the elder with an unnaturally calm demeanor. Though she was merely a girl of tender years, her obsidian eyes seemed to harbor an unfathomable abyss within them, leaving one feeling lost in its depths. Doctor, Yi observed Su, his temples throbbing with frustration. How had Nangong Jin reared such a child? Once merely a troublesome little girl, she had now grown into someone remarkably difficult to manage. As Su gazed at the expression of the esteemed Dr. Yi, she suddenly felt that she had obtained the answer she sought. Deep within her heart, she understood that further inquiries would yield little more. Thus, she gracefully bowed to Dr. Yi, her voice soft and melodious. Grandfather Yi, I have matters to attend to today. I shall visit you again in a few days. Dr. Yi, with a pained gesture to his temples, called out to Su. Wait a moment. Su halted her steps, turning to face the elderly gentleman with a beard speckled with gray. Dr. Yi rummaged through a nearby drawer and tossed a sachet towards Su, somewhat irritably instructing, carry this with you. It will aid in your cultivation and well-being. This child, appearing so demure and composed, harbored a deep-seated bitterness. It was truly baffling how that Nangong Jin had raised her. Chapter 116. A love across 3 lifetimes. Susu received the sachet and bestowed upon Dr. Yi a gentle smile. Thank you, Grandfather Yi. Dr. Yi rolled his eyes in response, and from now on, address me as uncle. Am I truly that old? Such a title elevates me to the same generation as my own master. With a playful arch of her brow, Susu turned to leave. Outside, Song Ji rushed forward. Miss, where have you been? Are you feeling unwell? Please do not conceal anything from me. Susu remained noncommittal, her gaze drifting towards the royal city, and spoke to Song Ji, who appeared utterly perplexed. Just as she was about to enter the carriage, a thought struck her. It was the time when Su Yunlin would be finishing school. She promptly revised her plans. Uncle Zhou, first, let us stop by Xingji to purchase some sweet pastries. And then we shall head to the Guozijian to fetch Shaolin. Uncle Zhou listened attentively and promptly altered his course towards the direction of Shangji. In a short while, they arrived at Shangji, where Susu alighted to purchase some fruits. At this hour, there were not many people around, so she managed to procure a box without much effort. However, as she turned around, she fortuitously encountered a familiar face. Mu Xiaoheng, clad in white garments reminiscent of morning attire, waved his jade fan and regarded Susu with an air of charm, exclaiming, "It has been a while, Miss Su." Susu lifted her gaze to him, her heart tinged with a hint of suspicion. Was this not the very individual from the long night unending? The personal physician to Su Yushu and the sycophant of Ronghang? The one whose talisman had the power to save lives? She had previously instructed Rong Zhe to investigate him, yet regrettably, no true identity could be uncovered. The records merely indicated he was the son of a minor gentry from a remote town in the western borderlands, somewhat affluent, with a scant education, and having come to the capital to partake in the imperial examinations after the new year. Nevertheless, Susu was unconvinced. She harbored a lingering suspicion that Mu Xiaoheng concealed something of significance beneath his facade. Moreover, she believed that the so-called spring examination scholar was likely a fabricated identity. It has indeed been a long time, yet I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name, sir. Are you here to assist His Royal Highness in settling my medical expenses? Susu responded with remarkable composure. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoheng's smile deepened, nearly causing him to lose his composure with laughter. Miss, you are truly the most intriguing woman I have ever encountered. He, Ronghang, a dignified prince of the realm, blessed with imperial favor, never anticipated that he would be preoccupied with a young lady's concerns over medical bills. Mr. Mu is also the most fascinating gentleman I have ever met, Susu replied, her tone light and playful. Mu Xiaoheng's delight grew. Is that truly so? Susu lowered her gaze, naturally. After all, using talisman paper to save others is indeed quite intriguing. He claimed to have studied the art of spirit gathering? Or perhaps he too was possessed by something akin to a system. Susu had inquired about this matter with 09, but alas, the system proved to be utterly useless, completely oblivious to anything beyond the confines of the book Changle Weiyang. As the hour approached, Susu, feeling rather discontented, wished to refrain from further idle chatter with Mu Xiaoheng. She inclined her body to offer a bow and said, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she proceeded forward, having made her intentions clear to Mu Xiaoheng. Mu Xiaoheng watched Susu's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a sense of curiosity. Yet, all the signs indicated otherwise. The poise that enveloped this woman was unmistakable. One glance was sufficient to discern that she was no ordinary country girl. Moreover, the technique she employed to detoxify Ronghang. How could it possibly be within the capabilities of a mere apothecary's assistant? Chapter 117. Unworthy of great responsibility. Without nearly a decade of medical experience, it would be utterly impossible to achieve such proficiency. Most importantly, from the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he sensed something amiss, prompting him to cast her fate. The revelation was alarming to Mu Xiaoheng, an entanglement of 3 lifetimes and 3 worlds. Though this young lady possessed an exquisite beauty, her words revealed a sharpness that was unmistakable. Such a character was far from the ideal of a dutiful wife and mother he desired. Unbeknownst to Susu, Mu Xiaoheng had pondered these matters to such an extent. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, the carriage arrived punctually at the gates of the Guozijian. In the next moment, The petite figure of Su Yunlin rushed towards Su Su. Fourth sister. The usually stoic little adult's face lit up with joy upon seeing Su Su, and she embraced him with delight. Su Su, with a smile in her eyes, playfully pinched Su Yunlin's chubby cheeks. This young lad often presented himself with the demeanor of a mature individual, yet there remained a hint of childish innocence in his brows, no matter how precocious he was. He was still a child at heart. Su Su felt a deep affinity with this boy. Fourth sister, did you not attend the academy today? Su Su effortlessly lifted him onto the carriage, finding the monotonous recitation of tedious verses rather dull, preferring instead to indulge in a bit more sleep. Suddenly being scooped up by Su Su took Su Yunlin by surprise, and though he initially resisted, he found himself standing on the carriage board, his ears tinged with a faint blush. He had always considered himself a young man, already in his teens, and being cradled like a child by his slightly older sister left him feeling somewhat shy. However, upon hearing Su Su mention skipping class, his little face grew serious. Sister, one must address their weaknesses. The more disinterested you are in something, the more you should strive to learn it. Most importantly, if grandfather were to discover that you skipped class, he would undoubtedly be displeased. Su Su playfully flicked Su Yunlin's forehead and replied languidly. In this fleeting life of merely a few decades, why should one force themselves to engage in activities they do not enjoy? She pondered where this little fellow had acquired such a rigid mindset. The Duke Omping did not appear to be a rigid individual himself. Su Yunlin, with a serious expression, remarked, when heaven is about to bestow great responsibility upon an individual, it must first temper their mind, labor their body, and starve their flesh. It is merely an unpleasant academic task. Dear sister should not shy away from it. However, Su Su, disinterested in engaging in a debate, casually placed a piece of osmanthus cake into Su Yunlin's mouth and nonchalantly retorted, Sister is a woman. She is unfit for such burdens. If you expect her to suffer, it is utterly out of the question. For a moment, Su Yunlin was at a loss for words. He understood that his sister was far from incapable. On the contrary, she was both graceful and knowledgeable, albeit somewhat indolent. Just as the young adult pondered how to alter his sister's perspective, a cacophony of voices suddenly erupted from outside the carriage. Ha ha ha, little brat, keep chasing if you can. If you catch up to me, I shall take your surname. The boisterous voice was not only infuriating but also strikingly familiar. Su Su raised an eyebrow in amusement, while a frown etched itself onto Su Yunlin's face. Uncle Zhou, your timing is impeccable. I shall share my monthly allowance with you next month. A youthful, exuberant voice rang out, followed by the entrance of a boy, drenched and caked in mud, clutching a bundle. Chapter 118. Su Yunshin's lame incident. Both Su Su and Su Yunlin turned their gazes towards the boy, who halted mid-step at the doorway. With wide eyes, Songji blinked and inquired, Third young master, did you go play in the mud? Su Yunshin blinked several times, contemplating retreating, but was met with Uncle Zhou's raised riding crop, prompting him to stumble forward. Inside the spacious carriage, Su Yunshin's expression was one of dismay. Damn it, Uncle Zhou, don't think I'll share my monthly allowance with you for buying wine. Su Yunshin bellowed. Su Su regarded him with indifference, aside from the mud splatters. His leg appeared to be quite injured. This third son of the Su family, when compared to Su Yun and Su Yunlin, certainly seemed somewhat lacking in both literary and martial prowess. What are you staring at? Su Yunshin glared at Su Su, feeling an intense animosity towards the girl. Su Su chuckled derisively. What's wrong? Did you get into trouble again and end up tossed into the water? Su Yuncheng gritted his teeth. Bah, that bunch of scoundrels couldn't possibly harm me. Su Su cast a sidelong glance at his leg. And how did you come to be injured? Su Yuncheng shot her a fierce look, vehemently denying it, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaping up in protest. Who was injured? Don't spread falsehoods. His expression twisted in pain, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. He glared at Su Su. Did you have a hand in this? Third brother, I have been seated here without moving at all. Don't slander me. Before Su Su could respond, Su Yunlin interjected sternly. Baseless accusations are tantamount to defamation. Upon hearing this, Su Yuncheng was infuriated. Whose brother are you, anyway? Su Yunlin glanced at the mud-covered Su Yuncheng and smirked. I am naturally my sister's brother. although reluctant to admit it. He was also the third brother's sibling. This elder brother, indeed, lacked a certain cleverness. Su Yunqing gritted his teeth and glared at Su Yunlin. Just as he was about to speak, Su Su placed a hand on the side of his broken leg, eliciting a mournful wail from the carriage. "What are you doing?" In truth, he harbored a certain fear towards Su Su. After all, he was the little tyrant of Yunjing, and he had suffered greatly at her hands. Ignoring him, Su Su merely lifted her hand and tore his pant leg, stating nonchalantly, "If you wish to keep this leg, it is best that you remain still." It was truly baffling how he managed to leap onto the carriage. After breaking his leg, he still managed to drag himself over such a long distance, clearly underestimating him. Tears glistened in Su Yuncheng's eyes as he crawled over to grasp Su Yunlin's pant leg, pleading, "Little brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please save me." Despite being his elder brother, upon hearing Su Su declare that his leg was severely injured, Su Yunlin felt a twinge of concern. He leaned forward, clasping Su Yuncheng's hand, his tone softening. "Do not worry, third brother. With sister here, nothing will happen." However, Su Yuncheng's face was a mask of despair and indignation. What capability does a mere cleaning maid of a medical clinic possess? "Little brother. Do not be deceived by our elder brother." Su Yunlin pressed his lips together, replying, "Third brother, sister is certainly not just a maid. It is you who should not be misled by those rumors." It was during this exchange between the two brothers that Su Su precisely located the side of Su Yuncheng's broken leg and proceeded to set it. Chapter 119. The Hero Saves the Beauty. The wails from the carriage echoed once more, drawing the attention of the scant few pedestrians on the street. Uncle Zhou maintained an air of calm as he continued to drive the carriage, seemingly oblivious to the sounds emanating from within. Inside the carriage, Su Yunqing was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively curling his legs, but before he could move, Su Su had pinned him down with a silver needle. The youth stared in terror at the needle in Su Su's hand, inhaling deeply as he stuttered, What do you intend to do?" Su Su retracted the needle and drove it directly into his calf bone, inflicting a grievous injury that would require a month of recuperation at home, during which he was forbidden from engaging in any martial activities. At that moment, Su Yunqing could no longer believe the rumors that painted Su Su as merely a lowly errand girl in a medical establishment. Fearfully, he recoiled, his hair disheveled from the earlier commotion. Su Yunluan, observing Su Yunqing, inquired, "Third brother, where have you been? Attending the academy only to return covered in mud and with a broken leg? Clearly, that is not the case." Su Yunqing attempted to divert the conversation, but Su Yunluan's words swiftly silenced him. "If you do not speak the truth, I shall relay today's events to mother, word for word." Upon hearing the threat of informing their mother, Su Yunqing quickly raised his hands in surrender. "No, no, no, please don't." The two pairs of eyes fixated on the disheveled youth, now resigned, Su Yunqing had no choice but to lay bare the entirety of the situation. Today, the academy concluded its classes early, and perceiving that the hour was still young, I ventured to the eastern part of the city to catch fish in the Xiaoming River. In the exuberance of youth, at the tender age of 15 or 16, Su Yunqing, who revels in merriment, arranged to join the third son of the Chengyang Marquis, Liang Hao, for this aquatic escapade. However, fate had other designs en route. They encountered the young son of Princess Fengyang, Xiao Tingfeng, accompanied by a band of dandy youths who were brazenly harassing respectable young maidens. Although Su Yunqing relished in playful pursuits, his sense of justice burned brightly within him. Without hesitation, he stepped forth as a gallant hero to rescue the damsel in distress, urging Liang Hao to escort her to safety. In that moment, he thought himself to be a descendant of martial heroes, unlike the feeble Liang Hao. Yet, he soon discovered that he was outnumbered in this skirmish. His legs, though weary from the fray, found resolve. Having recently honed his swimming skills after a rigorous encounter with Su Su, he swiftly navigated the waterways and spotted his family's carriage, leaping aboard with alacrity. To his dismay, he found Su Su already there. Initially, he had considered bribing Uncle Zhou for discretion, but now that hope lay in ruins, a sense of despair enveloped him as he gazed imploringly at Su Su and Su Yunlin, You both promised to keep my secret. Su cast him a sidelong glance. But before she could respond, Su Yunlin interjected, "Third brother, do you truly believe that your injured leg can remain concealed?" Desperation in his eyes. Su Yunqing turned to Su. "You are a physician. Surely you possess a remedy." Su raised an eyebrow. "I do have a solution. But why should I assist you?" Their relationship was far from amicable, bordering on the antagonistic. Su Yunqing recalled the matters he had previously sought assistance with, quietly turning his head away. "Speak. What are your conditions?" "As long as you ensure my secrecy, I shall acquiesce to your requests," he declared, adding with a hint of jest, "except when it comes to dealing with Ashu." Su could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Even at this moment, he was still thinking of his sister Ashu. However, Su Yunlin frowned. "Elder sister stands tall and upright. Fourth brother, cease your incessant ramblings. Our sister has witnessed the chaos of war and has devoted herself to saving lives in plague-stricken areas. Her vision is far too expansive to be constrained by the petty squabbles of the inner chambers." Chapter 120. Missing you in that instant. The youthful aura of the boy overshadowed the dirty, injured youth before him. Once Su Yunqing realized he was at the mercy of another, he pouted and softened his tone. "Tell me, what must I do for you to assist me?" Su curled her lips in a smile. "At present, there is nothing. I shall let you know once I recall something. Additionally, the consultation fee is separate." She had no habit of offering her healing services free of charge. Moreover, this Su Yunqing was rather bothersome. Very well. To avert any possibility of Su retracting her agreement, Su Yunqing gritted his teeth in compliance. Meanwhile, Su Yunlin adopted the demeanor of an exemplary younger brother. Since Su had consented, he would naturally refrain from speaking further. Healing Su Yunqing was not a daunting task. As the youth had a solid foundation, with proper care over a few days, he would likely recover significantly. Su Yunqing feared his elder brother above all, followed closely by his father. De Huang, having long since had his fill, lay lazily beneath the begonia tree, a dog so indolent that he was likely unparalleled. Su gently patted the coal-black dog's head, offering him a piece of meat-flavored cat treat, before carrying him upstairs. As the late autumn wind swept in, the young man effortlessly entered her small attic and prepared tea using her exquisite tea set. Su, cradling a coal ball, settled before him. Her tone slightly lifted with curiosity. "What is the matter? Have you truly fallen out of favor?" Their esteemed prince had visited her twice in a single day. Rongzhe lifted his gaze to meet Su's eyes, gently pouring the brewed tea into a cup and offering it to her, his voice barely above a whisper. "I missed you." He genuinely longed for her. Ever since she gifted him that jade pendant, her image had lingered in his thoughts, her every smile and frown captivating his heart. Su gazed at him, her butterfly-like lashes fluttering as she accepted the teacup and took a sip, remarking softly, "This tea is brewed quite well." Rongzhe, observing her eyes, smiled and added some water to the teapot, leisurely stating, "Indeed. My tea brewing skills were taught by my mother." Su paused at this revelation. "The Empress?" Rongzhe shook his head, his expression serene and gentle. "It is Empress Yun. Since the age of 3, he had been raised in the military alongside his father, with little recollection of his birth mother." He continued, casting his gaze back to Su. "My mother possesses a gentle demeanor and brews excellent tea. I believe you would find a kindred spirit in her." Su took the tea scoop, beginning to arrange the tea leaves. "I actually do not particularly enjoy brewing tea, but my master said that it cultivates character and helps one temper their temperament, which is why I began to learn the art of tea brewing." The curled tea leaves unfurl in the scalding brew, releasing a steamy fragrance that wafts gently, refreshing the spirit. Rongzhe paused to listen, then smiled and remarked, "The Empress Mother has said such words before." This was during the time when his father had just arrived in Yunjing, settling everything, and brought his mother, Consort Shin, and several younger brothers from the rear. Although he had been raised beside Empress Yun, he still retained memories of his childhood. Yet, upon reuniting with his mother, her gaze towards him felt strangely unfamiliar. In that moment, observing her affectionate look towards his younger brothers, alongside her estrangement and resentment towards him, left him momentarily bewildered. It was during that time that Empress Yun had taught him the art of tea brewing. Chapter 121. The ominous one. The autumn wind rustled outside, bringing a chill that swept in. Su Su's long hair fluttered slightly behind her, and Rongzhe draped his cloak over her shoulders. Su Su lifted her gaze to him and said, "The Empress Mother treats you well, does she not?" Yet, after arriving in the imperial capital, with the nation firmly established, human ambition magnified, many eyes were fixed upon his position. Even his father, once so transparent, had become inscrutable. Rongzhe remained noncommittal, a faint smile gracing his features. "If I were to affirm that, would you deem me ungrateful, an unfilial son?" After all, his biological mother was not Empress Yun, into the world. She was but a later arrival. Su Su adjusted the cloak around her, reminiscent of her days in the Nanling, casually leaning against the cushion behind her. She slowly shook her head and softly replied, "A child, helplessly shuffled about. Where is the room for choice? When His Majesty, the Emperor, wedded Empress Yun, he was but a mere child. Was he not merely 3 years of age? From the tender age of 3 to 12. The boy's memories were almost solely entwined with those of Empress Yun. Yet, this was not a choice of his own making. It was a decision imposed upon him by the reigning emperor. What could he possibly alter? 9 years had elapsed, a span long enough for the world to transform entirely. In the eyes of Su Su, from the day the current empress turned against him, all maternal bonds had vanished. Certain matters ought not to be laid at his feet. Yet the empress chose to do so regardless. Rongzhe raised his hand to gently tousle Su Su's hair and remarked, "You appear to be in a rather foul mood today." It was evident, as a hint of irritation lingered upon her brow. Su Su lifted the teacup to her lips and took a sip before suddenly declaring, "I am not the fourth miss of the Anping Marquisate." Rongzhe, taken aback, straightened his posture and replied, "Yet, you bear a striking resemblance to Madame Su." Su Su tilted her head slightly. "Yet you are the crown prince, are you not? Are you unaware that besides her, Madame Su has an elder sister, Miss Wenqing, from the Wen family? Madame Su is the second miss of the Wen family. My mother, the eldest daughter, is Wenqing, the biological sister of Madame Su," Su Su explained, looking directly at Rongzhe. "Is this the reason behind your current discontent?" Given her demeanor, it was clear she had long been aware of her true lineage. Rongzhe regarded Su Su thoughtfully and poured her another cup of tea, inquiring, "Is it because of your father? There are no other reasons, I presume." He leaned in slightly closer and shifted toward the window to shield them from the gusts of wind. Su Su propped her head with her hand and let out a faint sigh. "I suppose I am an ill-fated person." Rongzhe shot her a disapproving glance and immediately retorted, "What nonsense! You are not ill-fated. You are the fortune of my life." A gentle smile graced Su Su's face as she shook her head slightly, yet the emotions swirling within her were difficult to articulate. She had likely already surmised the truth. Given the expression of the old Dr. Yi, it was nearly a certainty. What was initially intended as a mere probe had turned out to be an accurate guess. If not for her mother's situation, then it was related to her father, yet why would her father wish to harm her? This entangled her with an organization like the Rakshasa Pavilion, which was likely beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It seemed that only the few noble families concealed within this land could be involved. Typically, such families would not impose excessively harsh demands on a woman, leaving only a scant number of possibilities. Chapter 122. Only the father emperor can be wrong. Su Su had always been astute, having eliminated all other possibilities. Deducing the identity of the person responsible was not particularly challenging. She raised her gaze through the window towards the western horizon. It was likely that her master had long been aware of her true identity, as well as the repeated attempts on her life. Thus, he had deliberately taught her these skills, medicine, literature, and strategy, all for her self-preservation. Su Su closed her eyes, and Rongzhe settled beside her, leaning his shoulder against hers. In a soft voice, he said, "Su Su, if you are in distress, you can confide in me." He paused momentarily before continuing. "If you wish, you may always place your trust in me. I shall forever remain by your side." The voice of the youth was soft, dissipating with the wind. Su Su opened her eyes and gazed at him. "Do me a favor," she said. "Help me investigate the Yun family of the western region and Murong." Su Su spoke gently. Upon hearing these two surnames, Rongzhe paused slightly, nodding in agreement. All right, he replied, seemingly recalling something. He looked at Su Su and continued, tomorrow. The Western Princess will enter the palace for an audience. My father will host a banquet at the Western Suburbs Palace, and all officials of the third rank and above, along with their families from Yunjing, will accompany her. The Marquis of Anping will also be among them. Su Su listened, her gaze lifting slightly. The Western region's visit to the capital should not solely be for trade routes, she mused. The Western region had suffered a crushing defeat. The most esteemed third prince had perished on the battlefield, the first prince was in decline, and the second prince was rising with aspirations to seize the throne. The Western princess is allied with the first prince, and her arrival in Dowei is undoubtedly to seek refuge. Rongzhe spoke with a slight smile. Furthermore, with Beidi watching closely, the Western region is beset with internal and external troubles, already at the end of its tether. Su Su couldn't help but chuckle softly at the thought of forming an alliance with the beleaguered Westerners, leveraging the power of Beidi to further interfere in their internal affairs, thus swallowing the entirety of the Western continent without the loss of a single soldier. This was indeed the aim. Rongzhe's eyes sparkled with amusement. My Su Su is the wisest. Su Su raised an eyebrow. The most effective means of alliance is through marriage. Typically, a crown princess is the most reliable way to secure loyalty. Rongzhe lifted the teacup and took a sip. Speaking with an air of nonchalance, as the crown prince, I have yet to reach the age of maturity. Thus, this heavy responsibility must be entrusted to my father. Su Su interjected. Is the emperor aware of his son's arrangements? Rongzhe, however, felt that his father was in the prime of life, well preserved, and that the Western Rong princess was not at a disadvantage. In the realm of political maneuvering, those within the royal family become mere pawns, devoid of bargaining power. While she may resist, her elder brother, far away in the west, would be in peril. She had come with a mission. If she could not marry him, then her only option would be her father. After a brief conversation with Su Su, Rongzhe prepared to take his leave, recognizing that it was inappropriate for him to continuously stay at her residence. Before departing, he cautioned Su Su. The third prince of Western Rong met his demise at the hands of the Marquis of Anping. Tuoba Ling was closest to the prince, and during tomorrow's banquet at the palace, she may vent her frustrations upon you. At that time, do not feel compelled to endure, act as you wish, and I will support you. Su Su raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that true? Rongzhe smiled. As long as no lives are lost, everything is a trivial matter. Naturally, even if a life were to be lost, it wouldn't be a grave issue. It would merely complicate the annexation of the West. Nonetheless, I trust that Su Su is not one to engage in wanton slaughter. Chapter 123, Autumn Hunt at the Palace. The sunlight cascaded upon the expansive tree canopy, illuminating the golden leaves that appeared particularly brilliant in the autumn air. Su Su, accompanied by Madame Su, arrived at the Western Suburb Palace. The palace was vast. Though termed a palace, it was essentially situated within an expansive hunting ground. In previous years, the hunting expeditions typically commenced in early October. Now, as we find ourselves in the midst of the month, the chill has arrived later than usual this year. Moreover, the busy affairs of the court have conveniently delayed our outing until today. After all, the Western territories are abundant in grasslands, and this Western princess must surely have been raised upon horseback. Su Su accompanied Madame Su into the palace, adorned in a striking red gown. The bodice fitted snugly and embellished with intricate embroidery. A jade pendant of exquisite quality hung at her waist, while her long tresses were elegantly gathered at the back, accentuated by a gilded hairpin, adding a touch of brilliance to her already breathtaking features. Though she had wished to maintain a degree of modesty, Madame Su was insistent. Su Su mused that since the Duke of Anping was a celebrated hero at the front lines, donning something more vibrant for a mere hunting excursion was of little consequence. After all, with her unparalleled beauty, she would attract attention regardless of her attire, so she acquiesced to this ostentatious ensemble. The invitation had been sent from the Duke of Anping's residence, and naturally, Su Yunshu was to accompany them. It seemed that all, except for the young Su Yunlin, were to attend. Unfortunately, Su Yunqing had sprained her ankle the previous day, rendering her unable to join, while Su Yunan was already engaged in court duties and would not accompany the women. Throughout their journey, Madame Su diligently reminded both young ladies of the court's etiquette, anxious about any potential missteps. Su listened attentively, yet she noticed Madame Su's fingers occasionally curling within her sleeves, betraying a hint of her own apprehension. Indeed, Madame Su was somewhat nervous. After all, it had been many years since she had last entered the palace. Since her marriage to Su Shang, her interactions with the nobility had become infrequent. Meanwhile, Su Yunshu gazed ahead at the towering palace, lost in thought. In her past life, she had been excessively timid, choosing to evade rather than confront. In this lifetime, she aspires to be the sovereign of this place. She recalls her past life, where a similar scenario unfolded, and Rong Hang had once drawn near to her. Alas, during that time, her timidity led her to feign illness, thus evading the royal audience and the potential of rekindling her connection with Rong Hang. However, in this present life, she is determined not to flee again. Within the pages of the book, Rong Hang and Su Yunshu experience a fateful encounter at Qingyan Temple, followed by a heart-stirring reunion during the autumn hunt in the palace, culminating in a private vow of lifelong commitment. Even if she cannot capture Rong Hang's heart this time, she must ensure her presence lingers in his memory. Upon entering the palace, Su's mind was greeted by the system's notification: Branch Quest Autumn Hunt in the palace is about to commence. Su raised an eyebrow, surprised by the prompt arrival of the quest. As she stepped into the palace, Su and Su Yunshu parted ways with Madame Su, guided by palace attendants to another chamber. Upon their arrival, they found Song Chengxian seated in a small pavilion, indulging in wine. Noticing Su's approach, he beckoned her over. "Come here, little beauty," he called. Today, she adorned herself in a striking red garment, enhancing her beauty. His gaze swept over her elegant neck and collarbone, deepening the mirth in his eyes. Su Yunshu, unwilling to engage further with Song Chengxian, turned and departed to another location. Chapter 124. Sister will teach you. Unfazed, Song Chengxian pulled Su along to share in the revelry. Su settled onto the stone bench before him, as he placed a wine cup in front of her. "Why did you arrive so late?" he inquired. Su glanced around, questioning, "Why are there so few people here?" Song Chengxian, with a languid expression, gestured towards the backyard, where the majority were the female relatives of the literati, gathered in the garden composing poetry. Indeed, at court gatherings, the evident cliques formed by these groups were quite pronounced. Su raised her gaze towards Song Chengxian, recalling, "If my memory serves me right, you two belong to the circle of literati's women." Song Chengxuan's father held the esteemed position of the crown prince's tutor, emerging from a scholarly background. She arched an eyebrow, reclining casually, expressing her disdain for the endless soft and mushy poetry, deeming it rather uninteresting. A bunch of young girls, always preoccupied with flowers or the moon. How dull. Su refrained from commenting, pausing momentarily before inquiring, "What of our gentle cousin?" Song Chengxian glanced towards the southeast, remarking nonchalantly, "She has been ensnared by a madman. Had I known, I would not have brought her along." Su understood immediately, surmising it was once again Rongyi. This narrative thread was indeed intriguing, yet regrettably, Chang Luwei Yang remained merely a book, while she inhabited a world of its own. The limitations of this system were all too apparent. Suddenly, Song Chengxian set down her wine cup and grasped Su's hand, exclaiming, "Come, I shall take you to a place of amusement." Su, caught off guard, was swiftly led away, and before long, they arrived at an open area equipped with bows, arrows, and horses. Song Chengxian slung a quiver over her shoulder, seized a bow, selected a horse, and with a leap, mounted it. She turned to Su, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Can you ride?" Su crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. With a single motion, she hung the quiver on her horse and effortlessly grabbed a bough before mounting, her movements fluid and graceful, the crimson fabric of her attire billowing in the wind. Song Chengxian was somewhat taken aback. She had initially intended to share a mount with her, but alas, The emperor had entrusted the affairs concerning the western Rome to Rong Hang, which left Rong Zhe with little to do. He was occupied with receiving intelligence from the Duke of Qin's side, while discreetly placing spies in the hunting grounds. It was not until Qing who brought news of Su Su and Song Qingxian entering the hunting arena that the young man finally furrowed his brow. Song Qingxian? The daughter of that renowned scholar from the Song family? Others may have been oblivious, but Rongzhe was acutely aware of the implications. Previously, the esteemed scholar had often confided in him about his daughter's rebellious and unique nature. This was perilous. Su Su's association with her posed a threat. With this thought, Rongzhe rose and made his way toward the hunting grounds. Meanwhile, Song Qingxian and Su Su ventured into the mountains. She drew her bow and aimed at a nearby gray rabbit. Unfortunately, her aim was slightly off, and the rabbit escaped. TSK. It had been too long since she last practiced. Her precision was lacking. She had intended to impress. But as she glanced at Su Su with a smile in her eyes, she proposed, "Would you like me to teach you archery, sister?" Su Su casually took an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and aimed at a distant target. However, before she could release the arrow, a long dart suddenly whistled through the air from behind her. Song Qingxian quickly shouted, "Be careful." At the same moment, Su Su pulled on the reins of her horse and swiftly evaded. The long arrow was embedded in a tree not far from her. Its tip fully plunged into the wood. Had she not evaded it, death or grievous injury would have been inevitable. Chapter 125. Murder in the Dense Forest. Tuoba Ling appeared behind her, gazing at Su Su with narrowed eyes, once more knocking the long arrow onto the bowstring. Song Qingxuan's expression shifted slightly as he admonished, "Tuoba Ling, do you intend to commit murder within the borders of Dawei?" Tuoba Ling aimed the arrow at Su Su, her eyes brimming with malicious hatred. Yet her voice was laced with feigned cheerfulness. "This princess is merely hunting. Why such accusations, Miss Song?" She had long since acquired information about the noble figures within Yunjing, aware of Su Su's arrival in the palace from the outset. There was nothing else she desired but for her to perish. She yearned for and Ping Ho to experience the anguish of losing a loved one. Meanwhile, Su Yushu, who had come in search of Rong Hang, concealed herself behind a tree, quietly observing the scene with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Her hands tightly clenched beneath her sleeves, holding her breath. At that moment, with the memories of 2 lifetimes to guide her, she was certain she could preserve the Su family. All it required was for Su Su to die. Su Yunshu fervently wished and prayed for this. But suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression shifted. In the original narrative, it was Tuoba Ling who harbored resentment towards An Ping Ho for the death of her third brother, seeking to eliminate Su Yunshu to make An Ping Ho endure the pain of losing a close relative. Subsequently, Rong Hang appeared in the woods and rescued Su Yunshu, leading to their fateful union. However, now Su Su had taken her place. Could it be? Su Yunshu's hands clasped tightly together, cold sweat trickling down her back. No, it mustn't be. Was Su Su's arrival intended to usurp her? As the moment arrived, when Tuoba Ling drew her bow, Su Su also knocked an arrow aimed directly at her. Rong Hung concealed himself nearby, observing this farcical scene unfold. He could have intervened. Yet Su Su's actions compelled him to remain still. He was intrigued to see what further surprises this Su Yunlang might reveal. Song Qingxian panicked. She had merely wished to bring a girl out for amusement, yet she found herself confronted by such a lunatic. Beside her, Su Su showed no inclination to move. And with no other choice, Song Qingxian gritted her teeth and drew her own bow, targeting Tuoba Ling. The autumn winds howled, carrying an air of impending danger. In that fleeting instant, an arrow flew from Tuoba Ling's hand, while Su Su's arrow let out a resonant twang, hurtling towards the incoming projectile. Though her master was primarily a physician, she hailed from a noble lineage and had been raised under her tutelage. Despite her congenital malady that rendered her unable to practice martial arts, she was well versed in the 6 arts of a gentleman: poetry, literature, rites, music, equestrianism, and archery. The arrows met in midair, with Su Su's shot cleaving through Tuoba Ling's arrow, hurtling directly towards her. Simultaneously, Song Qingxuan's arrow struck Tuoba Ling's projectile in half, embedding itself firmly into a nearby mulberry tree. Meanwhile, Susu's arrow grazed Tuobaling's hairpin, ensnaring a tuft of her hair and securing it to the tree behind. Tuobaling's elegantly styled hair was suddenly disheveled, her beauty momentarily marred. However, Susu remained undeterred, drawing forth another arrow and gently pulling back the bowstring. Aiming once more at Tuobaling, the arrow grazed the delicate wrist of the princess of Shirong, the humming fletching striking the bow from her grasp. In pain, Tuobaling relinquished her hold, glaring at Susu with fury. How dare you attempt to assassinate this princess? Chapter 126. Does His Highness Rui Wang intend to remain a mere bystander? A faint smile played upon Susu's lips. Was it not said that the people of Shirong were raised upon horseback, each a master of riding and archery? Judging by the princess's current predicament, such claims seemed to bear an element of exaggeration. Song Qingxian observed Tuobaling's disheveled state, then glanced at the two arrows embedded in the tree, each protruding nearly an inch, before turning his attention to Susu, whose calm demeanor belied the sharpness of her words, each one striking like a dagger. What delusion had led them to believe this young girl was merely a soft and compliant beauty? Who had asserted that a country girl would be easily deceived? Who had labeled her as a mere empty-headed beauty? She was, without a doubt, both eloquent and formidable. Yet, in the next moment, Tuobaling clenched her fists, brandishing the whip at her waist, leaping into action. I shall not waste words with you. Prepare to die? This Tuobaling truly sought to take a life. Song Qingxian, lacking martial prowess, instinctively looked toward Susu. Concealed behind the trees, Su Yunshu anxiously clenched her fists. Just a moment away, just a moment away. Meanwhile, Susu sat calmly astride her horse, the mountain breeze lifting the edges of her garments, her hair flowing gracefully in the wind. With an air of indifference, she spoke. Your Highness, the Duke of Rui, will you truly continue to turn a blind eye to this? Upon hearing her words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Rongheng's eyes as he raised his hand, signaling for a hidden guard to advance towards Tuobaling. Before Tuobaling could unleash her whip, she found herself struck aside by Rongheng's hidden guard, coughing up a mouthful of blood. She lifted her gaze to Rongheng, disbelief flooding her eyes. You actually struck me? She thought, astonished. He clearly. Rongheng looked down upon Tuobaling with a serene smile. Princess, one should not allow oneself to become so disheveled while hunting. As he spoke, several hidden guards emerged behind him, swiftly apprehending Tuobaling. Tuobaling cast a penetrating glance at Susu, realizing that under Rongheng's watchful eye, she would likely not be able to eliminate this individual, and thus, she could only grit her teeth and endure. After all, she had an even more pressing mission at hand. As Tuobaling regarded Susu, the latter was also observing her. If she were the princess of Shirong seeking peace, she would undoubtedly not be solely concerned with personal vendettas. It appeared that there were deeper secrets behind this alliance. Not far away, Su Yunshu absorbed all of this, her mind racing. She recalled that in the original narrative, Tuobaling had entered the capital to assassinate the emperor. Rongheng had successfully protected the emperor and uncovered the conspiracies of the Shirong within the Dawei, subsequently gaining significant favor. The original tale featured her, and now she had become Susu. As the cold sweat trickled down her back, Su Yunshu was certain that Susu had come to take her place. Soon enough, a swarm of serpents would emerge from the west, advancing menacingly towards the crowd. Susu would plunge off the cliff, and then Rongheng would leap after her. Beneath the precipice, their feelings would blossom. Su Yunshu's heart raced as she pondered whether she should intervene in this unfolding drama, and if she even had the power to do so. Chapter 127. The Black Serpent. While Su Yunshu was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, Susu sat atop her horse, seemingly indifferent, observing the captured Tuobaling below. If she were Tuobaling, amidst the turmoil besieging her nation, she would never provoke such chaos in a foreign land, allowing herself to be vulnerable to her enemies. Unless Tuobaling was utterly unencumbered, caring little for her own life, or even the fate of the entire Western Rome. Indeed, this negotiation harbored deeper secrets. As Susu contemplated, Rongheng regarded her with a gentle smile in his eyes. Truly remarkable, setting aside all else. Her equestrian and archery skills rivaled those of the finest soldiers in the cavalry. After dealing with Tuoba Ling, Song Qingxian finally exhaled in relief. Just as she turned to speak to Su Su, she suddenly spotted a flicker of green light not far away. At that moment, hidden beneath the trees, Su Yinshu let out a piercing scream. Ah, there are snakes. Tiny serpents emerged from the branches, while a massive black python coiled downwards, flicking its crimson tongue directly towards Su Su. Song Qingxian tightened her grip on the reins and shouted, "Su Su, run!" Su Su swiftly turned her horse around, retreating, ready to unleash a few arrows at Tuoba Ling with effortless precision. Yet, in the face of such a formidable opponent, she was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Rong Hang, disregarding any attempts at caution, drew his bow and aimed at the dark serpent. However, the moment the arrow grazed the serpent's vital point, it merely broke through a layer of skin. The serpent swiftly redirected its head, unleashing a piercing shriek in Rong Hang's direction, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Yet, it did not fix its attention on Rong Hang. Instead, with a single, prolonged wail, it surged after Su Su. In her mind, the entity known as 09 cried out in panic. The primary mission of this world was to save the people and prevent Rongyi from ascending to power, while the secondary task was to rectify the timeline. Thus, the host's life was paramount. The host must not perish. She was devoid of martial skills, and Ronghang certainly could not risk his life to protect her. Song Qingxian was merely proficient in rudimentary combat techniques. Therefore, if she wished to survive, her only recourse lay in the talismans in her possession. As the immobilization talisman was cast, Su Su locked eyes with the serpent, and for a fleeting moment, she perceived a flicker of excitement within its gaze. How could a beast possess such intelligence? Yet the immobilized dark serpent maintained its earlier expression, its greedy eyes fixated on Su Su. Feeling a chill run down her spine under its gaze, she swiftly unleashed the poisoned silver needles from her hands, targeting the serpent's eyes, and without hesitation, spurred her horse to flee. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. She feared that the immobilization talisman might fail at any moment. Thus, she rode back along the path she had come, determined to exit the mountains without delay, lest unforeseen troubles arise. As the unease grew ever more pronounced, a serpent's hiss erupted from behind, filling the air with a foul stench. Su Su raised her hand to form a seal, intricate hand gestures emanating from her palm, glowing with a crimson light, and shot forth. At the moment the serpent's head made contact with the seal, a powerful surge of red light burst forth, and within moments, both man and serpent were propelled backward by more than 10 meters. Chapter 128. Does it hurt? Ah, the Blood Fiend seal. Is this not a forbidden technique? When did you learn it, dear host? The air was thick with the scent of blood, infused with a chilling aura of death, as leaves fell in disarray. Su Su spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to regain her footing. She had studied this technique solely for the sake of survival, bypassing the more trivial lessons to focus intently on this one. Little did she expect it would prove indispensable today. Yet, despite its seemingly straightforward nature, the cost was rather steep. At this moment, her internal organs felt as though they were in turmoil, making it difficult for her to breathe. Cold sweat dripped down her back, and the horse she had been riding moments ago had been reduced to a mist of blood from the backlash. To make matters worse, after rolling several times, the black serpent slowly lifted its head, inching closer to Su Su. As it approached, the serpent's head suddenly rose, poised to attack. Su Su lifted her gaze, her crimson attire fluttering in the wind, blood staining her lips, yet her fingers resolutely formed the seal once more. In her mind, 09 cried out in alarm, "No, host. With your current physical condition, you cannot possibly sustain a second seal. The blood curse seal is a forbidden technique, conceived by a madman at the inception of the Taoist sect. It demands not only an extraordinarily high level of comprehension but also requires the sacrifice of one's own vital blood as an offering. The host, being merely immortal without any spiritual power or authentic martial arts, is utterly incapable of sustaining a second seal. Yet, Su Su finds herself devoid of alternatives. Performing the seal may offer a chance of survival, while refraining from it would inevitably lead to death. This beast has developed a semblance of intelligence and seems to have fixated on her. But what could she possibly possess that would pique its interest? Su has no time to ponder this further. Her only desire is to continue living. For now, she does not wish to meet her end. In the tranquil forest, the only sound comes from the wind, contrasting the towering black serpent, nearly 10 meters high, with the diminutive girl. Suddenly, the black serpent lashes its tail directly at Su, just as she is about to complete the seal. In that fleeting moment, a figure materializes before her, intercepting the serpent's full-force strike. Trees around them shatter, sending clouds of dust swirling as the serpent is violently hurled away. A young man, stained with blood, stands protectively in front of Su. As she gazes at the young man, she notices the intricate golden dragon embroidered on his flowing black robe, fluttering fiercely in the wind. This is the first time she has witnessed him in action, and she is astonished by the depth of his internal power. What he achieves is beyond even the blood-cursed seal. Just as the final gesture of the seal falters, the crimson hue dissipates from Su's palm. She stands quietly behind Rongzhe, observing this prince who had perished in 2 lifetimes. Rongzhe turns to face Su, gently wiping the blood from her lips. Does it hurt? Su nodded slightly. Indeed, there was a twinge of pain, perhaps more than just a mere discomfort. The colossal black serpent raised its head once more, fixating its gaze upon Su, flicking its tongue ominously. Chapter 129. The Xiantian Python. Rongzhe positioned himself protectively in front of Su, steadfastly shielding the young girl behind him. Focusing his inner energy, he manifested a sword intent. His gaze icy as he observed the black serpent that had suddenly lifted its head to strike. In his haste, he had come without any weaponry. Su, noting the serpent's flesh marred by silver needles, wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. She transformed the floating life brush in her hand into a blade and tossed it to Rongzhe, instructing him to aim for the creature's eyes. This beast was acutely aware of its vulnerabilities. Its 7-inch phosphorescent armor was exceedingly tough. Its sole weakness lay in its eyes. Rongzhe nodded, hesitating not a moment. As soon as Su's words fell, he leaped towards the black serpent. Upon catching sight of Rongzhe, the black serpent appeared even more exhilarated, opening its gaping maw wide and lunging directly at him. The backlash from the blood-fiend seal had drained Su considerably, and she could not suppress a cough of blood. Leaning against a tree for support, she retrieved a pill from her sleeve and swallowed it, gasping for air. Although Rongzhe was a prince accustomed to luxury, his agility was strikingly adept. After dodging a few strikes, he plunged the floating life brush straight into the serpent's left eye. In an instant, blood erupted, staining the young man's deep azure robes. The black serpent let out a long, anguished wail, its cries echoing to the heavens as its massive body twisted and retreated in disarray. Meanwhile, Su cast her final binding talisman, and in an instant, the serpent's body became immobilized. Rongzhe was momentarily taken aback, but it was only for a fleeting moment before he plunged the penknife in his hand into the underjaw of the black serpent, severing its head. Blood gushed forth like a torrential waterfall, splattering across Rongzhe's half-immersed body. Strangely, the serpent's blood did not exude the typical stench associated with serpents. Instead, it emanated a peculiar fragrance that enveloped the entire forest. However, Rongzhe had no time for contemplation as he hurried to Su's side, supporting her. Su lifted her hand to touch the serpent's blood that stained Rongzhe's face, her long lashes fluttering in astonishment. What on earth was this? Although she had perused countless volumes and witnessed numerous wonders, she had never encountered anything so bizarre. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. 009, filled with excitement, howled, "Host! This is the Xiantian Python. We struck gold." Su clutched her chest, racked with a painful twist in her insides, drenched in cold sweat. Struck gold? She had nearly been killed by that serpent moments ago. Wasn't it just a moment ago that it had been screeching in fear? It vanished without a trace in times of danger, only to reappear, capering about, now that the threat had passed. Truly a useless system. As Su Su lamented the uselessness of 09, it finally began to demonstrate some utility, elucidating the nature of the black serpent. The Xiantian python is believed to be a creature from a low-magic realm, with the aspiration of evolving into a dragon, typically found in lower-tier immortal fantasy worlds. However, due to the existence of Taoist sects in this realm, it is plausible for such a being to manifest here as well. Most importantly, it is likely that this is the sole specimen in existence, representing the pinnacle among spirit beasts. Yet, this creature was slain by its host. The host, dear one. This entity is replete with treasures. Its skin, its flesh, and most critically, its gallbladder, all of which are invaluable in the crafting of potions. Indeed, let us not forget the serpent's blood, a powerful tonic. 09 incessantly chattered on, resembling a scavenger unaccustomed to the world. Chapter 130. She is the source. Su Su was gravely affected by the backlash, and upon hearing 09's incessant prattle, her head throbbed painfully. Straining to utter a single sentence, she managed, "Leave the serpent. I desire its gallbladder." No sooner had the words left her lips than darkness engulfed her, and she fainted. The young girl collapsed softly backwards, and Rongzhe swiftly caught her in his arms. Glancing at Su Su, he had no time to ponder the strange stillness of the black serpent. He quickly felt her wrist, noting the faint pulse and the backlash affecting her heart. What had she done moments ago? Without a moment's hesitation, Rongzhe retrieved the gallbladder and cradled Su Su as he departed. She needed to see a physician immediately. Su Su's consciousness had become hazy. She merely felt an overwhelming pain, akin to needles piercing through her meridians. The surge of blood malevolence had already claimed a significant portion of her life, and had that last stroke been completed, her demise would have been inevitable. Fortunately, Rongzhe had arrived. In that fleeting moment, a sense of grievance welled up within her. Who, from the moment of her birth, had so thoroughly marred her meridians, rendering her frail and incapable of martial cultivation? Despite years of nurturing, her body remained woefully weak. How could it be that, after a single instance of not accompanying His Highness, such a calamity had unfolded? Rongzhe's face was etched with urgency. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Qing Hu, you must personally go and bring all the attending physicians here. Qing Hu, obeying the command, hastily rushed out, for this woman could not afford to fall into peril. The life of His Highness still rested in her hands, and his health required her careful tending. In truth, after years of power struggles within the court, his impression of this so-called elder brother had grown somewhat indistinct. Oh, but upon reflection, Rongzhe could hardly be deemed his elder brother, for he was the rightful firstborn of the current emperor, albeit born of a mother of humble status, a consequence of the emperor's youthful indiscretions before his marriage. To conceal this from his wife, the emperor had audaciously claimed him to be 2 years younger. In reality, he was the emperor's true firstborn. Rongzhe, on the other hand, had merely accompanied their father due to his legitimate birthright. Born as a legitimate son, even when his mother was relegated from wife to concubine, he remained at the emperor's side, nurtured by the legitimate empress herself, who personally guided his upbringing. In his memories, the emperor had always held a particular fondness for Rongzhe. Had he not met an untimely demise, he would have never had the opportunity to ascend to the throne, let alone contend with the likes of the absurd Chun Guifei. Yet, in this life, he surprisingly survived. He pondered over the myriad possibilities that could have led to such a transformation. Now, he believes he has unraveled the mystery. It is Su Yunlang. With her remarkable medical skills, rescuing the gravely injured Rongzhe would likely pose no challenge. Ronghong lowered his gaze to conceal his ulterior motives. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. However, having once tasted the heights of power, how could he resign himself to bowing in submission? Meanwhile, Su Su lay in bed, her complexion alarmingly pale. Qing Hu yanked a physician into the room to examine Su Su's pulse. How is she? Rongzhe, clad in blood-stained finery, had not yet changed his garments. His eyes fixated intently on Su Su. The elderly physician stroked his beard, letting out a slight sigh. Chapter 131. A request for marriage from Father Emperor. What do you mean she has only a few years to live? You must clarify this for me. With a fierce grip, Rongza seized the physician, his eyes ablaze with anger, his voice icy. She must survive. The physician, trembling with trepidation, knelt before him. Your Highness, forgive me. I shall prepare medicine for this young lady immediately, ensuring she recuperates. Perhaps she may improve. However, her heart's pulse is severely compromised, indicating she may require prolonged convalescence. Even if she survives, she cannot endure cold or exertion. She has lost a significant portion of her vital essence, which is a dire omen. Should she fail to recover, you shall accompany her in death. The cold words from Rongza only intensified the physician's dread. In an instant, a palpable crisis enveloped the imperial hall. He had never witnessed the crown prince in such a state of fury. Who could this young lady possibly be? The physician, trembling with trepidation, knelt and performed a profound bow towards Rongza, pledging, "Yes, I shall exert every effort to treat this young lady." A series of bitter medicinal concoctions were administered, yet Su Su found them intolerable, unable to muster the strength to open her eyes. Each day, she could only listen to Rongza's murmurs at her side, sometimes discussing state affairs, at other times relaying news from the Western territories, and occasionally deliberating on the fate of Tua Baling. Surprisingly, Tua Baling had not been relegated to the inner palace, but was instead betrothed to the esteemed Rui Wang, Ronghang. This development seemed to disrupt the original timeline of events. In her state of unconsciousness, Su Su received notifications of failure regarding her system's side quest. Yet she lacked the strength to act, only yearning for the moment she could awaken and reclaim her body. Meanwhile, as Su Su remained in a deep slumber, Rongza descended into a state of frantic desperation, sequestering her within his palace, which caused the Ping Ho family to confront the emperor directly. The troubles posed by the Western Rong and the Qin family were already considerable, and unexpectedly, his usually composed and dignified son added to the chaos. The Ping Ho's face flushed with anger. Had it not been for the constraints of their royal roles, he might have resorted to his military prowess to confront Rongza. The emperor turned to the crown prince, whose countenance betrayed no emotion. Feeling somewhat perplexed by the unfolding events, though he had yet to reach the age of maturity, he was no longer a child. The empress had introduced him to several candidates, yet this son had always shown little interest in such matters, devoting himself entirely to state affairs and court responsibilities, which provided considerable reassurance. He had typically been indifferent to such pursuits, so what had prompted him to suddenly seize another's daughter? He was the crown prince, not a brigand. Within the grand hall, Rongza firmly planted himself, kneeling without hesitation. His voice rang clear, each word echoing throughout the chamber. Your humble son has fallen deeply in love with Miss Su Si, and I humbly request your blessing for our union. Upon hearing this, the emperor inhaled sharply, a vein throbbing at his temple. A blessing for marriage? Love at first sight? A marriage? He is the crown prince. How can such a matter be approached so recklessly? The Marquis of Onping felt a surge of indignation. He had not anticipated the crown prince's sudden declaration. However, under the weight of imperial authority, he could not voice his anger openly, so he gritted his teeth and spoke. As he knelt, he bowed his head to the ground with a resounding thud. Moreover, how can one simply claim another's daughter? I beseech your majesty to decide on this matter. Chapter 132. To marry only Su Su. The Marquis's argument was sound, and the emperor was no tyrant. He turned his gaze to Rongza, feigning anger. After a brief pause, he spoke in a cold tone. Even if you desire to wed the daughter of the Su family, it must be done according to proper customs. The Marquis was correct. Even if he wished to take a daughter of the Su family as his bride, it must adhere to tradition. Such brazen acts of abduction were unbecoming of the crown prince. How did this differ from the actions of a common thief? The emperor paused briefly before speaking again. Onping Ho, listening intently, clenched his fists slightly beneath his sleeves and bowed once more. My daughter, raised in the countryside since childhood, is perhaps unworthy of your highness. He was acutely aware that his status was insufficient, even with the title of Marquis earned through military merit. His family's background could not compare to those of esteemed noble families. Su Su's marriage into the Eastern Palace as a concubine was already a considerable elevation. Yet, a concubine, despite its pleasant title, was merely a secondary wife. Moreover, once one enters the palace, it is a deep, treacherous sea. His daughter could not endure such indignities. Rongzhe, kneeling, lifted his gaze to the emperor seated above him and bowed once more. Miss Su risked her life in the mountains to save me. Only the imperial physicians can provide the necessary care. I implore your majesty to allow me to keep her. He continued, glancing toward Anping Ho. Once Miss Su's health is restored, I shall personally ensure she is returned to your residence unscathed. However, at this moment, it is not possible. Anping Ho, gritting his teeth, remained skeptical of Rongzhe's words. Nevertheless, he believed that having Su remain in the prince's presence would ultimately tarnish her reputation. How could an unmarried daughter coexist in a room with a man for an extended period? Even if Su were to marry him and become the prince's concubine, what would that matter? Not to mention the loss of her freedom, the mere whispers of gossip could drown her. He already felt a profound sense of guilt towards his daughter. How could he bear to see her mired in such a predicament? Even if it meant risking his life, he would implore the emperor for a marriage arrangement. Rongzhe lifted his gaze to the emperor, raising his arms and bowing deeply, articulating each word with precision. I, Rongzhe, wish to take Su as my wife, and in this lifetime, I shall marry no other. This declaration was not only for the benefit of the Marquis of Anping, but also a proclamation to the emperor that Su would not be relegated to the status of a concubine. She would be his sole spouse. The emperor regarded Rongzhe's expression in silence for a considerable time, perplexed by the realization that his son had developed an affection for a daughter of the Su family. In his view, a daughter from the Su family was not an ideal choice. Firstly, there was her lineage, and secondly, she was the daughter of a military general. Despite the Marquis of Anping's military achievements, he remained a soldier, and this young lady from the Su family had been raised in the countryside. The emperor harbored reservations about this union. However, he knew his son well, having raised him. He understood the earnestness reflected in his serious demeanor and the persistence with which he had sought his approval. After a prolonged silence in the grand hall, the emperor finally spoke. Are you truly resolved? Will you not regret this decision? Rongzhe met the emperor's penetrating gaze, responding with conviction, I have made up my mind, and I shall not waver. Ultimately, he had already chosen Su for his life. Perhaps she would be displeased with his actions upon awakening. But in order for her to remain by his side with due propriety, such measures were necessary. Otherwise, he could not rest easy knowing she might be taken away by anyone else. Chapter 133. A plea for mercy on behalf of the young lady. The emperor observed Rongzhe, remaining silent for a lengthy period. Ultimately, he found himself at a loss. This was the first time his son had earnestly requested anything of him. Therefore, he rose and took a few steps toward the Marquis of Anping, assisting him to his feet. My dear minister, you must have heard. The crown prince harbors genuine affection for your daughter. He seeks no one else but her. Since the child has sustained an injury, let him recuperate there for the time being. I shall promptly draft a decree to grant marriage to the two of them. Henceforth, we shall be in-laws. The emperor uttered the final sentence with a gentle smile, yet every word carried an undeniable authority. The Duke of Anping was drenched in cold sweat. The situation had progressed to a point where he had no choice but to comply. The crown princess, the future empress, such a union was beyond their reach. Despite this, he was unwilling for his daughter to wed into the royal family, thereby losing her freedom forever. The promises made in youth proved untrustworthy. At this moment, the crown prince had only met Su once, yet boldly declared his intent to marry her. One could only imagine how unreliable such vows were. The Duke of Anping harbored doubts about Rongzhe's words, yet if he were to refuse, it would likely lead to his family's ruin before he even crossed the threshold. Rongzhe bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude to the emperor for his benevolence. The emperor surveyed those present with a discerning gaze and spoke calmly. If there are no further matters, you may all leave. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the Duke of Anping's residence to propose on behalf of the crown prince. Once Miss Su has reached the appropriate age, the marriage will proceed. He discerned the Duke's reluctance, but felt compelled to acquiesce to the crown prince's wishes. The Duke's opinions were of little consequence. After all, It was the crown prince who took the initiative, and given the duke's military achievements, the emperor could not be bothered with such trivialities. With a wave of his hand, he departed alone. The Duke of Anping stood frozen in place, his face a mask of defeat. What did it matter that he was a man of valor, having fought tirelessly on the battlefield to repel invaders? He remained powerless to protect his own daughter. Anping Ho turned to Rongzi, the general who had never sought anyone's favor in his life, and knelt down with a rugged face full of entreaty. There are countless noble young ladies from the Yunjing aristocracy. Why must your highness insist on my daughter Su Su? The general lamented. Su Su was born in the countryside and would not thrive under the constraints of the palace. I implore your highness to spare my daughter. With that, he bowed deeply toward Rongzi. Rongzi lowered himself to assist Anping Ho, casting his gaze downward as he spoke. However, with the general's arrival, matters have escalated, compelling me to seek this marriage contract. Otherwise, how shall the world view Su Su under such circumstances? Anping Ho was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. According to your highness, is it my fault? Should my daughter be confined within the palace at your highness's whim? Subjected to humiliation without any standing? Rongzi lifted his gaze and sighed softly. Su Su is quite safe in the East Palace. You need not worry. Anping Ho inhaled deeply at these words. Rongzi continued, Indeed, I understand she resents confinement, which is why this marriage decree shall await her awakening, allowing her to make her own choice. Chapter 134, Tuobalai. The betrothal was his request, and should Su Su be unwilling, he would find a way to let the matter pass quietly. He casually placed the imperial edict aside and approached the bed, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen over the young girl's face. Su Su, you have slumbered for so long. It is time for you to awaken. In that moment, Rongzi felt a twinge of self-reproach. Had he arrived a little earlier, Su Su might not have sustained such grievous injuries. Alternatively, if he were also versed in the healing arts, he might be able to revive her. Before long, Qing Hu entered from outside and reported to Rongzi, Your Highness, the Duke of Chun clandestinely met with the Crown Prince of Chu yesterday. And what of Tuobaling? Rongzi inquired, suppressing the warmth he had just exhibited. It was a well-established fact that the Duke of Chun colluded with the Western Rome, and the evidence was irrefutable. It was indeed peculiar that Tuobaling had no dealings with him. Qing Hu furrowed his brow. Since Tuobaling's self-bestowed marriage, he has remained secluded in the relay station. Rongzi's expression darkened slightly. The internal strife within Western Rome was fierce, and the death of the third prince on the battlefield was, in fact, a betrayal by the second prince. The first prince's indecisiveness would likely jeopardize his claim to the throne. Keep a close watch on the royal city of Western Rome. Report any news at once. As they were conversing, Chun Ziyu hurried in, his countenance grave. Your Highness, a report from the Western Front. The second Prince Tuobalai executed a bloody coup in the palace half a month ago, suppressing the news and ascending to the throne, while the first prince is already deceased. The struggle for the throne of Western Rome was divided into two factions, one led by the first Prince Tuoba Chu and the third Prince Tuoba Yu, and the other by the second Prince Tuobalai. Tuoba Chu was inherently weak. Had it not been for the protection of Tuoba Yu, he would hardly have remained in the line of succession. With the death of Tuoba Yu in battle, Rongzi had anticipated that Tuobalai would take action. Chun Ziyu placed a hand on his chest, stating, It seems we must expedite our arrangements in the Western territories. This news has arrived far too late, and if it lingers, it may jeopardize our grand plans. With the Emperor's opening of trade routes, he could take full advantage of this favorable wind, covertly accumulating some capital. Rongzi glanced at the intelligence report, and thus the situation became comprehensible. It was likely that by the time Tuoba Yu met his demise, the Western Rome Palace was already under the control of Tuobalai. Furthermore, Tuobaling, being Tuoba Yu's sister, undoubtedly shared a deep emotional bond, which explained her reckless pursuit of vengeance against Su Su. He resolved to keep a close watch on the inn, observing whom Tuobaling would associate with upon her arrival. This second prince of Western Rome was certainly not to be underestimated. Chun Ziyu sighed, acknowledging the tumultuous times. Everything seemed to converge at once. and each matter was intricately linked to the others. The Prince of Linen, as a royal, should have enjoyed his privileges, yet he meddled in military affairs. Then there was the Duke of Chun, whose insatiable ambition led him to risk alliances with enemies, blatantly transgressing a grave taboo. Listening intently, Rongzhe suddenly lifted his gaze toward the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. There is no rush. We shall address each matter in turn and settle accounts gradually. Chun Ziyu raised an eyebrow, questioning when His Highness intended to cast the net. If we wait any longer, it may lose its significance. However, Rongzhe merely regarded the distance with a calm demeanor, replying, "There is no rush." Chapter 135. Damage to the Soul and Body. The old Taoist of the Ma-I Rongzhe folded the intelligence report, crushing it to powder, which the wind then scattered away. Patience is key. One must cast a long line to catch the big fish. One cannot achieve an instant victory. Instead, one must grasp all possibilities within their hands. He is reluctant to act impulsively. Susu's consciousness remains alert, absorbing all that transpires around her, yet she cannot awaken. Days turn into weeks, and to the physician, it appears that Susu is beyond salvation. Nevertheless, Rongzhe persists, administering her medication daily, ensuring her surroundings are immaculate and aesthetically pleasing. Each day, he whispers to her the trivialities of life and occasionally shares a few folk tales to elicit a smile. As winter arrives, the entity known as 09 reemerges in Susu's mind, engaging her in conversation. Within the realm of her consciousness, 09 manifests as a diminutive sphere of white light, seemingly diminished compared to before. Observing 09, Susu perceives its weakened state. It lands gently in her palm, rolling about before explaining that the blood fiend seal consumes not only vital essence, but also spiritual energy from the ethereal realm. The host has yet to harness this spiritual energy for cultivation. Hastily attempting to seal, twice resulted in a backlash against her soul. Although the system has preserved her consciousness, both her soul and corporeal body have suffered considerable depletion, rendering her unable to awaken for the time being. However, due to the existence of the system, the host remains conscious and can sense all occurrences in the external world. With a lowered gaze, Susu inquires, "When will I awaken?" The mere presence of 09 signifies a glimmer of hope for her revival. The host must now cultivate her soul, unblocking her meridians to restore her essence as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, she may never awaken again. The host is indeed formidable and audacious. Without a foundation in basic cultivation to gather spiritual power, they dare to practice the most challenging forbidden technique, the blood seal. What else more? This individual possesses an extraordinary talent, managing to successfully form the seal without any spiritual energy foundation. It is simply terrifying. 009, too, spoke up, suggesting another possibility. Perhaps a transcendent being has appeared to assist the host in repairing their soul. Relying solely on the internal energy of this world is futile, unless a practitioner of the Tao emerges. Susu furrowed her brow upon hearing this. The likelihood of such a practitioner appearing in this world is exceedingly slim. Just as she was about to open the spirit-gathering seal to begin mending the soul, a distinguished guest arrived outside the palace. Approaching the end of November, snow blanketed the city, enveloping Yunjing in a silvery shroud. A Taoist in a coarse robe, leaning on a wooden staff and wearing a bamboo hat, appeared amidst the pristine white. The snowflakes fell gently behind him, covering the footprints he left upon his arrival. The Taoist slowly raised his head, his bearded face breaking into a smile. After traveling for half a month, he finally reached his destination. With that, he stepped forward, intending to enter the palace. However, the guards at the gate stopped him, warning him to keep his distance from this heavily fortified royal area. The old Taoist, unfazed, raised his staff and gently pushed the guard aside, chuckling, "Young man, do temper your temper. I have journeyed long and far merely to enjoy a cup of warm wine from your master. Such behavior is quite impolite." Chapter 136. Enough chit-chat. Let's get to action. The guards stationed at the city gates, upon hearing the old beggar's words, were ready to draw their swords. "Who do you think you are, old beggar? Get lost, or we shall lock you away in the Jiaoyu prison." In an instant, dozens of soldiers brandished their long spears, aiming them at the tattered figure of the Taoist priest. The old Taoist chuckled softly to himself, waving his hand dismissively. "Never mind. I have pressing matters to attend to today, so I shall not hold it against you." No sooner had he spoken than the soldiers who had gathered in formation were sent sprawling backward. The old Taoist brushed off the frayed edges of his tattered robe and blew away the snowflakes that had settled before him, before striding gracefully into the palace. Moments later, he appeared in the hall where Rongzhe was residing. At that moment, Rongzhe had just concluded his discussions with Lu Xian regarding state affairs and was making his way outside. Meanwhile, Su Su was unable to move, prompting Rongzhe to remain within the palace. The matters under his purview were being delivered to the palace by the personnel from the Su New Jerseying office. As Rongzhe stepped out of the main hall, having briefed Lu Xian on the affairs at hand, they were still engaged in conversation when their eyes fell upon the old Taoist, who stood at the foot of the steps, leaning on his wooden staff. Though the palace was not as fortified as the imperial palace, it was nonetheless guarded by many skilled individuals from the Su New Jerseying office, along with the Eastern Palace guards. Yet, this figure had managed to appear here unnoticed. In the present realm, there were scarcely two individuals capable of infiltrating the palace with such stealth. In an instant, the azure herons behind him assumed a combat-ready posture, while Rongzhe, maintaining his composure, raised his gaze with a subtle smile. "You have come uninvited. May I inquire about your purpose?" The old Taoist let out a chuckle, his words imbued with a carefree spirit, as he naturally intended to assist His Highness in overcoming his predicament. As he spoke, he suddenly lifted his gaze, revealing a pair of piercing eagle-like eyes. However, before proceeding, he wished to test His Highness's prowess. Having heard of this noble's strategic acumen and martial skills, cultivated since childhood alongside the current emperor in the military camp, the old Taoist admitted his ignorance regarding civil governance, but felt confident in assessing martial abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the old Taoist cast aside his cane and launched an attack on Rongzhe. Simultaneously, the swordsman Qing, who drew his blade. The old Taoist, unfazed, effortlessly parried Qing Hu's strike with his bare hands. In less than 10 exchanges, Qing Hu found himself at a disadvantage. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, Lu Xian joined the fray, only to be unexpectedly immobilized by an unidentifiable object the old Taoist had conjured. After 10 exchanges, Qing Hu was soundly defeated, swept outside the surrounding wall like snow, with the old Taoist commenting, "The young lad's swordsmanship is commendable, yet regrettably lacking in inner strength. It relies solely on reckless methods, resulting in a subpar performance." Despite being a disciple of the Sword Saint and the foremost martial artist in the Su New Jerseying S, Qing Hu was deemed inferior by the old Taoist. Upon finishing his remarks, the old Taoist turned to Lu Xian, saying, "The youth lacks martial ethics. Is he unaware of the customary decorum among elders during combat, where one must engage one at a time?" As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Xian found himself able to move again. He swiftly advanced while maintaining a respectful distance, seeking to reason with the old Taoist. "Might I inquire the purpose of your visit? Why instigate turmoil within this royal residence?" The old Taoist, however, was not swayed by his reasoning, raising an eyebrow as he leaped forward, declaring, "Enough of this chatter. Let us engage." Lu Xian found himself at a loss, compelled to press on despite the overwhelming odds. However, he barely endured 10 exchanges before this promising young general was sent flying by the old Taoist, who sighed, "The foundation is decent, yet the internal energy is insufficient, and the techniques lack precision and ferocity, far inferior to that lad from earlier." Chapter 137. Are you satisfied? Lu Xian landed amidst a thick pile of snow, his anger boiling as he listened to the old man's critique, nearly spitting blood. His skills, while not as exceptional as those of the Dark Guard Qing Hu, were nonetheless among the best in the army, yet he was belittled to such a pitiful state. Rongzhe observed the entire scene, gaining a clearer understanding of the old Taoist. In that moment, a glimmer of hope surged within him. Perhaps Su Su would soon awaken. Rongzhe's gaze remained fixed on the old Taoist, who, in turn, regarded him with interest. In such a dire situation, to remain composed and unperturbed. This crown prince displayed remarkable poise. A faint smile graced the old man's lips, and in the next instant, he launched an attack at Rongzhe. Aware of his own limitations, Rongzhe had no intention of conceding. Having witnessed Qing Hu's exchanges with this man, he discerned that the old Taoist movements were indeed peculiar, and his internal strength formidable. Yet, in terms of technique, he was not necessarily superior to Qing Hu. After over 10 exchanges, the old Taoist missed 9 out of 10 strikes, while Rongzhe refrained from countering, instead opting to evade. As the crown prince, should he adopt the role of a timid turtle in the face of imminent danger? The old Taoist, unable to catch Rongzhe, called out to provoke him. His voice low and hoarse, sending a chill down one's spine. Yet, Rongzhe merely lowered his gaze and smiled lightly, knowing full well that a formidable enemy loomed while they were at a disadvantage. Thus, how could he act recklessly? The concept of yielding to strength seemed to provoke the old Taoist in the yellow robe, who suddenly unleashed a powerful beam of yellow light, transforming it into a multitude of over 10 radiant streams that encircled Rongzhe entirely. Caught off guard by the intensity of the beams, Rongzhe's eyes flickered with surprise, as if he had encountered something familiar. In the next moment, the light severed his escape route, and the Taoist assault was imminent. How unbecoming for a prince to shrink back like a turtle. A manic grin danced across the old Taoist's lips as he exclaimed, "Child, receive this staff from the old man." The indomitable force descended with the wooden staff from above, as if it sought to suffocate him. With no option to retreat, Rongzhe seized the moment, channeling his true energy into a sword, and met the oncoming attack head-on. The clash of the sword's energy against the wooden staff erupted in a shower of sparks, filling the snowy landscape with glistening embers. The old Taoist staggered back 3 steps, then burst into laughter. "Come again." Feathery snowflakes continued to swirl down from the heavens, enveloping the scene in a shroud of white. Against this backdrop, the Taoist and the young man clad in dark attire faced each other. The staff exuded a palpable spiritual essence, while the sword energy danced through the air, transforming the falling snowflakes into crystalline shards that swiftly morphed into fine powder. Within mere moments, the two had exchanged over 10 blows. Rongzhe could distinctly sense the profound depth of his opponent's internal power, far surpassing his own. If they continued to engage, his defeat was inevitable. Yet, trapped in the palace, victory was imperative. With a piercing gaze, the youth lifted his eyes, the coldness in his phoenix-like gaze accentuated by his long brows. As the wooden staff met the long sword, in that fleeting instant, Rongzhe pivoted, and in the next heartbeat, his sword grazed the Taoist's neck, severing a strand of silvery white hair. The Mai Taoist stood frozen in place, his wooden staff in hand. Had he lost? Rongzhe turned, sheathing the sword forged from his true energy, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Elder, are you satisfied?" Chapter 138. Divination. The Taoist's expression faltered. He had come here to seek that young girl, and, coincidentally, to test the skills of the crown prince. With confidence in his abilities, who would have thought that a moment of carelessness would lead to defeat? Fortunately, the Taoist was accustomed to losing in the martial world. With his robust health, he had persevered until now, achieving a status unmatched in the realm. His mindset remained resilient, and he quickly regained his composure. Turning to face Rongzhe, the Taoist smiled and inquired, "Having traveled far, may I beg your highness for a bowl of wine?" Rongzhe, composed, replied, "Qing Hu, prepare the wine." Thus, a quarter of an hour later, in the side hall, a small red clay stove crackled with warmth, and fresh green ant wine was served. The Taoist shed his raincoat, revealing his tattered Taoist robe, greedily inhaling the aroma of the wine. Indeed, the finest things in the world resided within the palace. Even a simple bowl of wine surpassed countless treasures of the mortal realm. After savoring a bowl of wine, the Taoist closed his eyes in bliss. When he opened them again, he met the deep, dark gaze of Rongzhe. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through him. Surely, wouldn't he have poisoned the wine? The wine was exquisite, yet the palace was rife with strange and potent poisons. Oh dear, how careless. Would he, Huang Yunfei, truly meet his end here today? The Taoist was overthinking. Rongzhe lifted a bowl of wine to his lips, casting a glance at the Taoist priest, who had yet to articulate his intent. Oh, he was inquiring as to the reason for his presence. Had not the old Taoist already spoken? With a mischievous chuckle, the venerable Huang revealed that it was, of course, concerning the distress of His Highness. Rongzhe regarded the old Taoist, his words deliberate and emphatic, implying that the priest could indeed save the one who resided in his heart. The old Taoist nodded in response, stroking the few remaining strands of his beard, affirming the notion. He continued, casting a glance at Rongzhe, remarking that today the prince had outwitted him, and as he had vowed, whoever could best him would be granted a glimpse into the celestial realm. From the tattered folds of his sleeve, Huang produced several copper coins, placing them upon the table as he chanted incantations. Today, he proclaimed, he would bestow a divination upon His Highness. Rongzhe observed in silence as the coins spun in the old man's hands, soon coming to a halt. In that instant, it seemed as though both he and Rongzhe had entered a most peculiar state, though he had always held skepticism towards the supernatural. The old Taoist's presence today rendered him somewhat mystified. With a sudden intensity, the old Taoist fixed his gaze upon the coins, his eyes widening in alarm. "This is troubling," he exclaimed. Rongzhe, perplexed, questioned the priest's words. How could this be? The divination he had cast encompassed the celestial and the infernal, capable of deciphering all matters within the realm of cause and effect. Yet, it seemed this prince, destined to be devoid of fate, was also fated to be estranged from the throne. His life star was intertwined with that of Su, the young lady. Under the weight of destiny, would Su indeed perish for him? In a fleeting moment, the old man Huang felt he had miscalculated. He had distinctly assessed Su Yada's fate. Although her destiny was indeed resilient, it promised longevity. Aside from a few romantic entanglements in her early years, there was nothing amiss. Yet upon closer inspection, how could things have suddenly changed so drastically? Chapter 139. Disbelieving Fate. The old Taoist felt a pang of anxiety. Trembling, he murmured incantations under his breath, insisting to himself that something must have gone awry, and he needed to recalculate. How could it be possible for a crowned prince to lack the divine mandate for the throne? This was inconceivable. Once more, the old Taoist placed his fingers upon the coins, preparing to rearrange the divination. At that moment, however, Rongzhe firmly grasped the old man's hand. Raising his gaze, the youth spoke solemnly, declaring that in this lifetime, he would not submit to fate. If the master truly wished to bestow something upon Rongzhe, could he not assist in saving a life? Meanwhile, in the side chamber, Su lay quietly upon the bed, her breathing steady, her complexion rosy. Yet for reasons unknown, she remained in a deep slumber. This caused Rongzhe to feel a burgeoning regret, lamenting his lack of medical knowledge, which prevented him from healing Su. At this moment, he found himself powerless, merely facing a group of inept physicians from the Imperial Hospital, devoid of any solutions. The old Taoist, upon catching sight of Su, was momentarily taken aback. He sensed the ominous aura of blood seals and performed a divination, which revealed that the girl's life was hanging by a thread and that his intervention was necessary. Moved by a sense of obligation, he had come. Little did he know, this blood seal originated solely from her own hand. The old Taoist released Su's wrist, his rugged brows furrowing in contemplation, puzzled. Where had this reckless girl learned such arts? Nangong Jin had assured her that he would not teach her such things, had he not? After a prolonged silence, Rongzhe discerned that something was amiss with the old Taoist Huang, positioning himself between Huang and Su. "Master, do you possess a solution?" After a considerable pause, the old Taoist let out a faint sigh, conceding, "Very well, I shall save her." Rongzhe regarded Huang with a grave expression, inquiring, "Is there something unspeakable troubling you?" "Master?" He was no fool. He had observed the old Taoist's demeanor moments ago and could hardly entrust Su to him without reservations. Huang recalled the divination he had just performed and turned his gaze to Rongzhe, stating, "If I were to declare that this girl brings ill fortune, your highness would surely not believe me. However, if it concerns the welfare of the world, would you be willing to distance yourself from her?" Rongzhe paused. then responded with a gentle smile. The well-being of the populace is contingent upon the virtues and capabilities of those in power, not upon a single woman. Even if there were a connection, Su harbors a heart for the world, practicing medicine to benefit the people. Her actions are indeed advantageous to the realm. The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback, his voice growing somber as he countered. But your highness must understand, some individuals are born under a malignant star. Rongzhe chuckled lightly, his expression serene, yet his words firm and unyielding. I have already stated that I do not believe in fate. The notion of being born under a bad omen is utterly preposterous. The old Taoist, flustered, hastily connected his claim about the ill fate with Su, exclaiming, "What if she brings misfortune upon you?" Rongzhe calmly reiterated his previous assertion, "I have said it before, I do not believe in fate." Huang Laodao, realizing there was no other option, could only rush to save the girl. However, witnessing the wariness in Rongzhe's eyes nearly shattered his composure. The sight of this precious youth standing protectively before him, eyeing him with suspicion as if he were some nefarious villain, was almost too much to bear. Did he truly believe that if Huang Laodao harbored ill intentions towards her, he could prevent it? Moreover, he had promised Nangong Jin that as long as he drew breath, he would safeguard his cherished disciple. What madness was this? Chapter 140. Same origin. Su was originally immersed in her cultivation of the spirit-gathering seal within her sea of consciousness, flipping through the pages when she suddenly caught the sound from outside. The moment Huang Laodao's voice resonated, she recognized it instantly. Coincidentally, having turned to the page detailing the restoration of the soul, Huang Laodao relentlessly channeled his soul power through the meridians into Su's body, gritting his teeth as he gazed at the girl lying on the bed. How audacious this reckless girl was. With not a shred of spiritual energy, she dared to perform a blood ritual. This was costing her soul's vitality. Were it not for his continued existence to assist her, she might never awaken again. Furthermore, he needed to thoroughly interrogate this foolish girl about where she had learned such forbidden and twisted techniques. Lost in thought, he was startled when, in the next moment, the little figure on the bed opened her eyes, gazing up at him with two large, innocent orbs. Huang Laodao softened his grip, regarding Su with a cold stare. Upon seeing Su awaken, Rongzhe's face brightened with joy. Su, you've awakened. Su took a moment to gather herself, attempting to prop herself up. However, she truly lacked strength. Glancing at Rongzhe, she softly requested, "Support me." Having been ill for so long, her voice was faint and delicate. Rongzhe promptly stepped forward to assist Su, gently placing a cushion behind her waist. He inquired, "Are you hungry? Is there anything you wish to eat?" Su touched her abdomen and expressed a desire for shrimp and tofu soup. Old Huang, overhearing, interjected coolly, "Shrimp is cold in nature. It is unsuitable for consumption right after awakening. Prepare her a nourishing chicken soup with extra goji berries." Su retorted, "Who asked for your opinion? I don't want it. I am a doctor." Frowning, she declared her disdain for chicken soup. Old Huang gazed at her with a critical eye, stating, "A physician cannot treat themselves. Were it not for my intervention, would you have awakened?" Rongzhe found himself at a loss, uncertain whose counsel to heed. Yet, he recalled that during their 3 months together, Su had never favored chicken soup. Turning to her, he cautiously suggested, "How about lotus root and pork rib soup?" Su hesitated for a moment, then decisively added, "And 1 fried shrimp ball." Rongzhe chuckled, ruffling her hair, "Only 1, steamed. You cannot indulge in fried food just after waking." Ultimately, Su relented, while old Huang sought to find a reason to dismiss Rongzhe. Naturally, Rongzhe sensed his intentions and glanced at Su, who nodded in agreement, prompting him to exit the chamber. Witnessing this, old Huang huffed in irritation, his displeasure evident. Only after watching Rongzhe exit the palace did he turn to Su, prepared to inquire about her blood fiend seal. Yet, before he could utter a word, he heard the girl softly speak, "Why do you claim that I am an ominous person?" The old Taoist was startled but refused to concede. "When did I ever say that?" Su, with an expressionless face, replied, "Just now. I heard it." The old Taoist. Before he could respond, the girl's voice continued, You also mentioned that I would bring misfortune to Rongzhe. The old Taoist glanced at Su Su, sighed, and began to weave a half-truth. You may not be aware, but when your master found you, I cast your fortune. It is because you possess a fate tainted with calamity that your parents abandoned you. Thus, when you are with your destined sovereign, you will influence his imperial fortune. Chapter 141. Your fortune-telling skills are not particularly accurate, the old Taoist rambled on, ultimately asserting the severity of her fate. Su Su listened in silence until he finished, then calmly remarked, You and I share the same soul essence. If I am inauspicious, how can you be fortunate? The old Taoist. How on earth does she know this? Su Su lifted her gaze to the old Taoist, her eyes narrowing slightly, and suddenly stated, Your surname is not Huang. It is Yun. Yun Fei. Huang is merely the monastic name of a Taoist priest. Yun Fei is your true name. The old Taoist gasped in disbelief. How could she possibly know this? Nangong Jin had claimed he would not reveal anything to her, yet now, gazing at the frail Su Su leaning against the bedside, Huang Yunfei found himself at an impasse, neither interrogating nor silencing her. Do not divert me. Old Taoist Huang, gripping his wooden cane, prodded the ground and fixed his serious gaze upon Su Su. Where did you acquire the blood evil seal? When did you learn it? Naturally, Su Su would not divulge the truth. She merely raised her eyes lazily and replied nonchalantly, My master taught me. I learned it long ago. Hearing this, old Taoist Huang inhaled deeply and forced out 3 words through clenched teeth. Impossible. Nangong Jin had promised him, as well as Wen Qing, that she would lead a life of tranquility and simplicity, free from these entanglements. Even if Nangong Jin were to deceive him, he would undoubtedly honor his commitment to Wen Qing. As a thought struck him, old Taoist Huang turned to Su Su, his demeanor fierce. Did your master leave behind any manuscripts? Have you audaciously dared to sneak a glance at them? This clever girl was certainly capable of self-study. Su Su truly had no knowledge of any manuscript regarding the seals left by her master, but with the conversation taking this turn, she chose to remain silent, neither confirming nor denying, allowing the old man to speculate at will. As she observed old Taoist Huang pacing frantically, her mind was busy contemplating the notion that this gathering spirit seal did not originate from the other world, as 09 had mentioned, but rather from the very realm she inhabited. These matters were intricately linked to her lineage, and both her master, old Taoist Huang, and even her mother wished for her to remain distanced from such things, to never come into contact with them throughout her life. The master hid things well and taught her many lessons, yet never mentioned these matters. Huang Laodao was infuriated, lamenting, Nangong Jin, how could you, despite your brilliance, be so negligent towards your disciple? Since their encounter over a decade ago, he had known that the stubborn girl would never adhere to their plans and would inevitably stir up trouble. So, why do you claim I am ominous? Su Su gazed at Huang Laodao with a melancholic look. You even assert that I would bring misfortune to Rongzhe. Such an accusation is indeed quite weighty. Huang Laodao glanced at Su Su, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. In my divination, Rongzhe is destined to be devoid of the imperial fate. Su Su listened, then looked up at Huang Laodao and murmured, Your divinations have never been particularly accurate. Why should I be concerned? Last time, he had also mentioned her having a peach blossom calamity, deeming superstitions entirely untrustworthy. Huang Laodao nearly gasped in disbelief, exasperated by Su Su's insolence. How could this girl forget who had just saved her? In Chapter 142, Becoming Your Crown Princess, the exchange between the elder and the youth yielded little useful information for Huang Laodao, while Su Su gleaned a wealth of insights. Huang Laodao belonged to the Yun family, just as she did, and her master was not only adept in medicine but also knowledgeable in talismanic arts. Yet, in this moment, he was compelled to bear the blame. With a deep breath, Huang Laodao warned Su Su, This time, I shall not hold it against you. But remember this, my dear girl. You are henceforth forbidden from studying anything related to the law seal, nor are you to delve into the affairs of the Yun family. From this moment onward, you shall solely be the 4th Miss of the Anping Marquisate, with no ties to the Yun family of the Western region. Do you understand? The elder Huang's words were unequivocal. Given her countenance, If she wished to conceal her identity, her only path lay within the Su family. After all, the wife of the Anping Marquis, Wen Yi, shares a twin bond with Wen Qing, and Su Su bears a striking resemblance to her. Su Su never intended to become embroiled in the Yun family's troubles, were it not for her desire to investigate those who had pursued her in Nanling. She would have had no dealings with them whatsoever. Su Su nodded, affirming that as long as her life is not in peril, she would refrain from utilizing any matters pertaining to the Law Seal. If her life is not threatened, she harbors no inclination to wield such trifles. The elder Huang, listening, nodded in response and said, "Are you not betrothed to the prince? Then remain as his princess consort and allow him to send someone to protect you. As long as you behave and do not stir trouble, everything will be manageable." Although this girl has some issues with her fate, she has been raised by Nangong Jin, and her character is sound. Su Su raised her gaze to meet the elder Huang's, inquiring, "So, if I agree to these conditions, can you reveal to me who seeks to take my life?" The elder Huang's expression grew somewhat frosty. "Child, do not overreach. I am here to save you." Su Su met his gaze steadily, pursing her lips. "I do not wish to live in ignorance. In other words, I would prefer to die with clarity." The elder Huang believed that Su Su would not easily relent, thus he provided an ambiguous response. "Your existence poses a threat to the Yun family. They will not tolerate your presence." In truth, it was the Yun family that sought to eliminate her, or more accurately, the one who held power within that family. Su Su understood this clearly, and Huang spoke once more. "The fate of your master was sealed 2 decades ago. It is merely the cycle of cause and effect. You need not hold the Yun family accountable for this, nor should you entertain thoughts of vengeance. Even if you were to master the blood seal to its utmost limit, it would still be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree." Su Su lowered her gaze, and Huang regarded her intently. "The elder saved you once a decade ago, fulfilling a debt owed to your mother. Today, I save you for your commitment to your master. Should there be a next time, I may not come to your aid." With that, Huang turned and vanished from sight. Upon noticing that Su Su was alone in the chamber, Rongzhe looked around and inquired, "Where has that elder gone?" Su Su scoffed. "He left. That old man, always trying to intimidate me. Is this the first time he has spoken so harshly?" Rongzhe felt a tinge of regret as he listened. "He saved you, and I wanted to express my gratitude, yet he departed so abruptly." Su Su chuckled softly. "There's no need for your thanks. He will reap his own rewards." Chapter 143. I have something to discuss with you. Rongzhe found it difficult to believe Su Su's words. He felt that, regardless of how one perceived the elder, he was undoubtedly a person of extraordinary prowess. How could he possibly take for himself? As Su Su's words fell, Huang Laodao had already appeared in the storeroom of the palace, rummaging through various items. His gaze was immediately drawn to a black fox fur, which he draped over himself. Subsequently, he noticed a scepter adorned with a ruby the size of an adult's fist, seemingly a tribute from the western regions. Huang Laodao caressed the golden staff, its surface intricately carved with lavish golden patterns, while the ruby gleamed, as if reflecting his own image. With a peculiar chuckle, he emerged from the storeroom, transformed from the humble figure of the old Taoist in coarse robes into a prosperous landowner clad in luxurious black fox fur. Meanwhile, Rongzhe remained oblivious to the happenings within the storeroom. It was not until half an hour later, when the guard over the storeroom, who had been knocked unconscious, came to report, that he became aware of the entire affair. Fortunately, nothing of great value had been lost. It was merely the scepter, a gaudy tribute from Persia. At the time of its arrival, both he and his father had deemed it excessively ostentatious, its pure gold craftsmanship reminiscent of nouveau riche extravagance, and the bright red ruby rather plebeian, lacking any semblance of nobility or grace, which is why it had been discarded. To awaken Su Su was worth far more than that wretched golden staff. Even if he were to give her everything from the storeroom, it would matter not. Su Su consumed a small amount of food, but due to her prolonged unconsciousness, she could not eat much. Furthermore, Rongzhe had prepared the meal rather blandly. Su Su was not pleased. Soon, however, Rongzhe found himself with a headache, for this little ancestor was quite picky with her food. In the days when she resided in her modest bamboo cottage, Daily meals were prepared by her, and he merely regarded her as somewhat indolent, as her culinary repertoire was limited to a few dishes. Fortunately, having accompanied the military for many years, he had learned to adapt to circumstances and was not particular about such matters. Yet now, he discovered that this aunt of his was not merely lazy. Rather, she was quite selective, favoring those few dishes to the exclusion of all others, which she would not even glance at. Aside from this, Rongzhe faced another vexing issue, the matter of marriage. Without Su Su's consent, he had approached the emperor to request a union. This predicament was largely the fault of Marquis Anping, whose uproar had compelled him to act. Su Su reclined on the soft couch, leafing through the pages of a book. Noticing Rongzhe's repeated hesitations, she languidly spoke. If there is something on your mind, just say it. Rongzhe glanced at Su Su, lowered his gaze, and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Su Su, I have something to discuss with you. Su Su closed her book, turned her attention to him, and raised an eyebrow, asking, what is it? She was already aware of the pertinent matters that had unfolded in recent days. It seemed improbable that he would confess to having had a mistress or an intention to take a concubine, particularly after having just declared his affection for her and shown such eagerness. Su Su remained quietly observant, awaiting his revelation, her curiosity piqued. Meeting her gaze, Rongzhe cleared his throat slightly and began, please do not be angry with what I am about to say. Chapter 144. She had already considered her escape. Su Su cast a curious glance at him, yet she remained guarded. You speak first, she insisted. What if he truly had a secret lover? Wouldn't that leave her feeling foolish? Her inquisitive gaze rested upon him, the usually confident and formidable crown prince, who now appeared anxious, his eyes downcast. In a hushed voice, he confessed, I have sought my father's permission for marriage. Su Su did not consent, and he had not discussed this matter with her beforehand. Such unilateral decisions made him apprehensive about her reaction. As she absorbed his words, understanding dawned upon her. He was unaware that she was privy to these developments. Oh, she responded, a hint of realization in her tone. Rongzhe looked at her, leaning forward slightly. You are not angry? Su Su met his gaze. Do you wish for me to be angry? He shook his head vigorously, vehemently denying, of course not. The abruptness of the situation left him worried that she might be upset. Moreover, he had already devised a plan to attribute the matter to the Duke of Anping, along with numerous justifications. Su Su's calm demeanor caught him off guard. In that moment, the crown prince felt a surge of joy. Perhaps Su Su truly harbored feelings for him, so much so that she would consider marrying him. Perhaps she was even willing to relinquish her freedom and enter the confines of the palace for his sake. Thus, he resolved to treat her with utmost care and to strive relentlessly to ensure her happiness and freedom throughout their lives together. Unbeknownst to him, Su Su was oblivious to his thoughts. She merely contemplated that marrying him was not so troubling, for she genuinely liked him, though she questioned whether her feelings would endure in the future. At this moment, affection flourished. Given this sentiment, an engagement seemed a natural progression. Su Su had always approached such matters with remarkable candor. Moreover, considering the customs of the Great Way and his own circumstances, he boldly approached the emperor to request a marriage. A wife and a concubine are not the same. A wife is destined to share the storms and sunshine of life with him. Bestowing upon her such a title was a testament to the depth of his affection, far more substantial than the sweet nothings he had whispered in her ear during these days. She cherished those who cherished her. Contemplating this, Su Su suddenly turned to Rongzhe and spoke. However, I have something to convey. Rongzhe's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed at her, urging, speak. With utmost seriousness, Su Su began, I am willing to marry you because I like you, and I am aware that your desire to wed me stems from your affection. However, should there come a day when your feelings wane, I shall not impose. You may marry whomever you wish, but I must not be neglected. My needs must be met. She insisted that her quality of life should remain unaffected. You are the crown prince and may one day ascend the throne, surely. You are not lacking in resources. Upon hearing this, Rongzhe nearly choked and was immediately filled with indignation, exclaiming, I would never like anyone else. Su Su shook her head, responding with clarity, It is impossible for one to love but a single individual throughout their lifetime, especially considering your status as crown prince. In truth, she could have refrained from uttering such thoughts. After all, once affection fades, the promises made in its glow become mere illusions. The words spoken in love hold value only while love persists. Thus, she harbored no excessive desires, content with simply having her needs met. She had vowed to ensure a prosperous life for De Huang. One must not break their word. If she were to marry him, her monthly allowance as a queen would be substantial, though it pales in comparison to the fees she earns from saving lives. Yet, her earnings lack a place to be spent. Within the palace, one can savor the culinary delights crafted by the finest chefs in the world. The thought of the intrigues depicted in the novels only adds to her amusement. Observing the rivalries among the concubines is far more exhilarating than any storybook could convey. However, she must diligently practice the gathering spirit seal, for should a more formidable opponent arise, she must be prepared to gather her savings and depart from the palace with her beloved dog, De Huang, in search of new experiences. Su Su believes she is not greedy, yet the consequence of her so-called modesty is that Rong Zhe storms off in anger. Su Su finds herself perplexed by this turn of events. Meanwhile, Rong Zhe feels that she harbors no trust in him, and perhaps does not even hold any affection for him. A typical woman would surely warn her husband against developing feelings for others, declaring that should he dare entertain such thoughts, she would not hesitate to break his legs. Yet, Su Su exhibits no trace of possessiveness towards him. He is willing to wager that she has already envisioned her escape route should his affections wane. Rong Zhe seats in silence for quite some time, disappearing for nearly half a day. It is only in the evening, just before Su Su drifts off to sleep, that he appears before her bed, filled with a desire to pinch her nose. However, the moment Su Su opens her eyes, she startles him. Her ebony-like pupils lock onto him, ignited with a simmering fury. For a moment, they regard one another in silence. The great hall is so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and as time ticks by, Rong Zhe begins to feel a sense of anxiety. Su Su gazed at Rong Zhe, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Are you already impatient with me? It seems you do not care for me enough." She thought to herself that her suspicions had been correct. It was wise to prepare for the future. Rong Zhe's eyes revealed a deeper sense of alarm. Yet, he felt a flicker of dissatisfaction as he tilted his head back and remarked, "But you are always contemplating your own escape route. I have shown you nothing but my complete openness, while you constantly think of your own retreat. How can you claim to care for me, yet not allow me to feel upset?" Su Su, incensed by his words, retorted, "You think it's acceptable to run off for an entire afternoon? Imagine if you had a harem. You'd be absent for months, perhaps never to be seen." Rong Zhe's argument faltered, his voice losing its strength. "I should not have left for an entire afternoon. But did you not err before that?" He did not claim to be blameless. After all, he had come to acknowledge his fault. Su Su pondered for a moment. Had she been in the wrong? Observing Rong Zhe's expression, puffing up his cheeks in indignation as he fixed his gaze on her for quite a while, she found it astonishing that she felt no guilt. Doubt began to seep into her mind. Was she truly at fault? After a prolonged silence, Rong Zhe moved closer, enveloping her in his embrace. In a muffled tone, he declared, "One day, I will ensure that you willingly expose your heart to me without reservation." Resting her forehead against his shoulder, Su Su was momentarily taken aback and murmured, "Didn't you say that feelings should be expressed with restraint?" Rong Zhe scoffed softly, a hint of pride in his voice. "You are now my betrothed. What harm is there in a simple embrace? Things are different now. In the past, intimacy was deemed as clandestine and unmediated connections. Yet now, they possess both status and recognition, bound by parental decrees and matrimonial arrangements. What harm could there be in a moment of closeness? It is but a natural occurrence." Su Su, not averse to this, found herself still recovering. Her spirit weary, she soon succumbed to slumber in Rong Zhe's embrace. He gazed down at the small figure nestled within his arms, unable to resist the urge to caress her cheek with his fingertips, and then leaned in to plant a gentle kiss. The youth spoke softly, his gaze imbued with determination, as if stars twinkled within his eyes. "Su Su, I shall love only you. in this life and the next, and I will earn your affection in return. Chapter 146. Idleness as days turned into nights. The year-end approached with increasing haste. Susu's health had improved considerably. She had even gained a few pounds during her stay in the palace, her cheeks more rounded than before. Meanwhile, Rongzhe lay beside her, his fingers entwined in her lustrous black hair. Susu's hair had grown longer, cascading down to the ground as she knelt, resembling a fine silk tapestry spread across the soft mat. Rongzhe, captivated, spun her hair around his fingers, playing with the silken strands. Susu cast him a sidelong glance. Am I to write your memorial while you indulge in leisure? Is it truly so indulgent? Rongzhe replied, propping his head with one hand, smiling at Susu. He continued with a teasing tone. Are you not concerned that I might stray after our marriage? This is but a demonstration of my loyalty. He presented her with a vermilion brush, declaring, should I ascend to the throne and dare to select concubines, you may take my place. The youth gazed at Susu with a pair of affectionate eyes filled with longing. How about now? Can you trust me a little more? He yearned for her praise. Susu scoffed, impervious to his charms, and, raising her pen, marked a red dot on Rongzhe's face. She bluntly expressed her desire to shirk responsibility, shifting the burden onto him while pretending to be innocent. Hearing this, Rongzhe sighed, striking a pose reminiscent of a lovesick figure, shaking his head as he declared, I am truly sincere. It was well known that the heir of the king of Linen was not entirely above reproach. Nevertheless, the old king of Linen and the current emperor shared a fraternal bond. Over the years, he had amassed considerable land, establishing himself as a local tyrant. However, due to the numerous losses of old acquaintances, the emperor harbored a unique affection for the last remaining king of Linen. The emperor had already spared the old king multiple times, perhaps due to age and the ties of blood that influenced his judgment. Susu turned to Rongzhe and asked, what do you think? Rongzhe gently shook his head. In the governance of a nation, the welfare of the people must come first. The law of the land must not be violated. The old king of Linen has committed too many wrongs and deserves punishment. Since that day when Rongzhe expressed these sentiments, he had taken no substantial action against the old king of Linen. Instead, he intensified his pressure on Duke Chun, who had long been allowed to operate freely. At last, this young prince began to tighten the net, nurturing ambition, gathering evidence, and preparing for a decisive reckoning. He executed his plans with remarkable fluidity, to the extent that Duke Chun had not even realized the situation before being encircled by the imperial guards and escorted to the dungeons of the suspended Mirror Bureau. He had been under the impression that the Chun family's crisis had been surmounted. With Tuoba Ling's engagement to the royal family, the favored consort's reinstatement, and his son restored to his former position, he believed that all would soon be well, as he had been appointed to the Ministry of Justice by His Majesty. Little did he know, a torrent of unforeseen events would soon unfold, leading to the swift decline of the Chun family. Rongzhe acted with great alacrity. Within 3 days, he had thoroughly cleared the remnants of the situation, and remarkably, the vacancies created were promptly filled. Chapter 147. Chui Wanwan. Do not be so conceited. Moreover, he had an urgent reason to expedite this matter. Susu's health had improved, and the justification for keeping her in the palace was dwindling. He needed to resolve everything before her departure. Otherwise, should the Chun family seek retribution, he would be filled with trepidation. Thus, before Susu slipped from his sight, he must eradicate all potential threats. As Duke Chun was imprisoned, the recently reinstated favored consort knelt in front of Ganlin Palace, unable to rise. When Empress Chui sought the emperor, she paused upon witnessing the favored consort, clad in white, appearing utterly pitiable as she knelt on the ground. Hearing the noise, the favored consort turned her head, her tear-streaked face suddenly breaking into a smile. You have come to witness my misfortune, have you not? She had always preferred to seclude herself within her residence, behaving as if she were mourning her deceased father, maintaining an air of lofty indifference, never deigning to visit Ganlin Palace to seek the emperor. Empress Chui, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. What else could it be? Indeed, she was there to revel in her misfortune. 11 years have passed since she entered the palace, and from the moment she witnessed their mother and son rise to prominence. She has awaited this day. Consort Chen suddenly laughed. Chui Wanwan, do not be overly pleased. Perhaps today, as fate for me, will be the very outcome you shall face in the future. As for Rong Jing, he is devoid of heart. I have accompanied him for so many years, bearing him children. Yet, he holds not the slightest affection for me. All our past, merely an illusion. Empress Chui chuckled disdainfully, bending down to grasp Consort Chun's chin, her delicate nails grazing the side of the consort's face. What a pity! Regardless of my future fate, you shall not witness it. Chui Wanwan, I shall await you below. Consort Chen smiled, her eyes glinting with sarcasm, her voice piercing. I shall relish in seeing your endeavors come to ruin, watching as your lifelong affections amount to naught, witnessing your demise at the hands of your own children, as they vie and struggle against one another for survival. Regardless of the outcome, your fate shall be far more tragic than mine. Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived. The Emperor paused, his brush suspended in midair. Why does she not enter? The palace attendant hesitated. It appears the Empress has come specifically to see Consort Chen. The Emperor rubbed his temples, instructing her to enter. He had anticipated that her long absence from Chiwu Palace would surely lead to some disturbance upon her emergence. The attendant nodded and took a few steps, but the Emperor called her back. Never mind, I shall go personally. Alone, I fear I cannot summon the Empress. Should a dignified queen confront the favored consort at the entrance of the Ganlin Palace, one cannot predict the turmoil that may ensue in tomorrow's court. Before the Ganlin Palace, Consort Chen provocatively taunted Empress Chui. With a gaze imbued with frost, Empress Chui was on the verge of raising her hand to strike the consort. Reflecting a similar coldness, Consort Chen's eyes glimmered with defiance. In that fleeting moment, the Emperor appeared, interposing himself between the two women. Empress Chui turned to him, her beautiful eyes filled with icy disdain. Will you restrain me once more? The Emperor remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Consort Chen. If you remain docile, I shall ensure you live out your days in the cold palace in peace. But should you stir up trouble again, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Consort Chen lowered her gaze, feigning vulnerability as she clutched the Emperor's garment, her eyes brimming with tears. Is your Majesty truly so heartless towards me? The Emperor did not deign to look at her, speaking instead in a measured tone. Chapter 148. He is not my son. Observing the Emperor's demeanor, Consort Chen felt as though she had plunged into an ice cavern. Allowing the palace attendants to assist her to her feet, she fell into a prolonged silence before suddenly bursting into mocking laughter. After years of marriage, all that awaits is a desolate existence in the cold palace. Turning to Empress Chui, she continued, Behold, Chui Wanyuan, this is the man you adore. When in need of you, he lavishes you with affection, yet when you become obsolete, you are discarded like a worn-out shoe. With her words, the Emperor's expression grew increasingly frigid, prompting the attendants to hastily silence her and escort her away. For many years, the formidable Consort Chen, once holding a status equivalent to that of a vice-queen, has now fallen from grace, stripped of even a semblance of dignity. The Emperor entered the Ganlin Hall accompanied by Empress Chui, while the surrounding guards and palace maids discreetly averted their gazes, as if nothing were amiss. Upon entering the hall, Empress Chui regarded the Emperor in silence for a considerable time. The Emperor, breaking the stillness, advised her to limit her interactions with Consort Chen. Empress Chui, without responding directly, simply observed the Emperor and remarked, Qin Ingsheng foretold that my fate would be far worse than hers one day. The Emperor frowned at her words, dismissing them as mere nonsense. Empress Chui lifted her gaze to meet his, her tone devoid of emotion. Then you should declare Sun'er as the crown prince and depose Rongza. The Emperor, exasperated, pressed his forehead and replied, Zaire is also our child. What distinguishes him from Sun'er? Moreover, Zaire has been raised in the army since childhood, and as the eldest legitimate son, he is far more suited to be emperor, both in status and capability. He could not fathom her unwavering insistence. In response, Empress Chui let out a cold laugh and forcefully pushed the Emperor away, declaring, He is no longer my son. He ceased to be long ago. From the moment she arrived in Yunjing and encountered that unfamiliar and indifferent young boy, she realized that he was no longer the child she bore. The current Rongze was merely born from her womb, a child of Rongjing and that wretched Yin Shuyu. He is not her child. Her only remaining child is Sun'er. As if struck by a sudden realization, Empress Chui became agitated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet a smile lingered upon her lips. Rongjing, you speak of legitimate lineage and seniority? Rongze is merely a secondary son. In terms of age, setting aside my Qing'er, even the child born of that wretched maid, Rongheng, is older than Rongze. Rongze is nothing but. Enough. The emperor closed his eyes momentarily, grasping Empress Chui's shoulders. Wan, can we not let the past remain in the past? Tears cascaded down Empress Chui's cheeks, yet she managed a bitter laugh. The past? How am I to let it go? Do you remember the promises you made to me in our youthful days? You vowed that in this lifetime. It would be but the two of us, a singular pair for eternity. But what came of that? You ventured to Yangzhou on some trivial errand, only to allow that wretched maid to conceive, and her child was born alongside my Qing'er. Rongqing, our first child. Do you have any inkling of the joy I felt at that time? But what became of him? He perished. He was scarcely 3 years old, taken by smallpox. And you? For the military might of the Qin family, you took in Chun Ingxue. Empress Chui spoke through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. Do you know how I endured when you embraced your new love? Chapter 149. The Emperor Spits Blood. 1. I have wronged you. The Emperor felt a pang of guilt as he contemplated reaching out to touch Empress Chui's shoulder. However, the circumstances of that time were indeed dire. The soldiers at the front were hanging by a thread, fighting valiantly in Yi City, while the supply lines were critically insufficient, with only the Chun family possessing the means to assist. Their stipulation, however, was the marriage to their daughter, Chen Ingxue. Reluctant to betray a promise, he found himself without alternatives. This was the swiftest and most efficient means to resolve the supply crisis at the front. Yet, Empress Chui recoiled, her eyes filled with hatred. But what happened afterward? When you took Chen Ingxue as your wife, my heart had already perished. The death of Qing'er and your change of heart left me wishing for an end to my existence. Yet, in that moment, I discovered I was with child. Bearing Rongze, Empress Chui bit her lip, tears cascading down her cheeks, as she violently shattered a nearby vase, the echoes of breaking porcelain reverberating through the grand hall. Did you think I was heartless from the very beginning? It was through him that I endured. He was nothing like Qing'er, frail and tempestuous. He was obedient and robust. From the age of 3, he brought me joy and demonstrated remarkable understanding. But what followed? You married Yun Shuyu, demoting your wife to a concubine. You turned me into a laughingstock and took my Zhe away, raising him under her name. It was you who tore us apart, severing the bond between mother and son. Empress Chui pointed an accusatory finger at the emperor, her voice dripping with scorn. Do you know how heart-wrenching it was for me to arrive in the imperial capital and see Rongze, a stranger to me? For a mother, the notion of allowing her child to grow close to another woman, to refer to that woman as mother, is utterly intolerable. Originally, it was a union blessed by heaven, a match made in paradise. Yet what transpired afterward? She became his concubine. The mother bore witness to her husband ascending to the heavens with another woman, celebrating their union in grand ceremonies, and even proclaiming himself emperor. She watched in despair as her once cherished child, who was once so obedient, now gravitated towards the woman who usurped her place, calling her mother. And what remained for her? Nothing but a cruel jest. Thus, from that moment onward, she could never forgive neither the emperor nor Rongze. Rongze was no longer her child. She wished for his demise. The depths of hatred glimmered in Empress Chui's eyes as she addressed the emperor, each word dripping with venom. Rongjing, if it were possible, I would rather have perished, lost in the Fengyang Mountains, devoured by wolves, than to have crossed paths with you. With that, Empress Chui hurled a gilded cloison vase at the emperor. He deftly sidestepped, and the vase shattered upon impact, scattering into countless shards. Immediately thereafter, a wave of iron sweet bile surged in his throat, and the emperor violently expelled a mouthful of blood. When news of the emperor's bloodshed and subsequent fainting reached Rongze, He was occupied playing with Su Su at the sand table. The news took him by surprise, and he hastily made his way to the palace. The emperor's collapse was no trivial matter. As chronicled in the book Chong Lu Wei Yang, during the reign of the Wu Emperor, he had enjoyed robust health for over 15 years. Yet in the last 2 years, his condition had suddenly deteriorated. The narrative unfolds following the ascension of Rong Heng to the throne. Glossing over the intricate power struggles that led to his claim, presenting them merely in a cursory manner. There is little elaboration on the martial emperor, who is described solely as a sagacious and formidable ruler. He single-handedly concluded nearly a century of turmoil, rectified the corruption of the previous dynasty, alleviated taxation, and fostered a period of recuperation and reform. Within a mere decade, he facilitated a renaissance of prosperity unprecedented in centuries for the common people. Building upon the foundation he established, Rong Heng continued to advance reforms after his ascension, implementing a series of policies that ultimately propelled the Great Wei into an era of flourishing as he approached his 30th year. However, Su Su harbored a keen interest in the circumstances surrounding the demise of the martial emperor. It is implausible for an individual to succumb to such rapid physical decline within a span of merely 2 years. The signs must have been evident much earlier. Moreover, the martial emperor had only just turned 30 upon his ascension, and even after 15 years, he would have been merely 45, a vigorous man in his prime. "I shall accompany you," Su Su declared, gripping Rong Zhe's arm. Very well. Due to her unmarried status, which contravened royal decorum, Su Su donned a simple attire. Serving as Rong Zhe's personal attendant, bearing the title of Crown Prince, she navigated the palace with ease. As they beheld the unconscious emperor, Queen Shui's expression remained devoid of any discernible emotion. When Rong Zhe arrived, the imperial physician had just completed administering acupuncture to the emperor and had withdrawn, leaving the emperor still in a state of unconsciousness. Rong Zhe instructed everyone to step aside, while Su Su approached the emperor to take his pulse. The moment her fingers met the emperor's wrist, Su Su furrowed her brow. It was indeed a case of excessive stress affecting the heart. Yet the body had already been ravaged by chronic poison. However, within the palace resided the finest physicians from across the realm. As long as the slow-acting toxin could be halted, and with the best medicinal herbs available for proper recuperation, there was a likelihood of prolonging his life for another 3 to 5 years. "What do you think?" Rong Zhe inquired eagerly, revealing the bond of affection that still lingered between father and son. After a brief silence, Su Su replied, "At most 5 years." "What did you say?" Rong Zhe was taken aback, for he recalled his father's previously robust health. Just then, the emperor regained consciousness and fixed his gaze upon Su Su. After a moment's contemplation, Su Su spoke, "Your Majesty, the poison afflicting you is of the same variety as that which previously afflicted your body. Therefore, it is likely that the perpetrator behind this poisoning is the same individual." Rong Zhe stood momentarily stunned by her words. The emperor, realizing the implication, turned his weakened gaze to Rong Zhe and murmured, "Zhe, have you also been poisoned?" Su Su gently released the emperor's wrist and reassured him, "Your Majesty, do not fret. The poison in the Crown Prince has already been resolved." Rong Zhe turned to Su Su. "Can you cure the poison afflicting my father?" Su Su shook her head. "The precious Bai Yu Ling Sui exists in but a single remaining specimen, and I have already utilized it to save you. Your survival was not merely due to the tactic of poisoning the poison. Rather, it is due to the profound internal cultivation within him and a strong survival instinct, allowing him to suppress the toxins with his inner strength. Furthermore, being young with a solid foundation, coupled with the 2 months of nurturing provided by her and the chance acquisition of a spirit essence herb, contributes to his resilience. Moreover, the poison afflicting His Majesty is far more severe than the one you initially faced." Su Su pursed her lips and remarked that the poisoner showed mercy towards Rong Zhe, yet exhibited no such leniency towards the emperor. Upon hearing this, the emperor suddenly chuckled, as if recalling something, and turned his gaze toward Rong Zhe, inquiring, "Is this the girl from the Omping Marquette?" Chapter 151. The Jade Seal. Rong Zhe nodded in response, affirming, "Indeed." The emperor glanced at Su Su and remarked, She is quite beautiful, though I find her countenance somewhat familiar. Rongzhe interjected. Su bears a striking resemblance to the Marquis's wife. Perhaps His Majesty has encountered her before. The Emperor shook his head, feeling uncertain, yet did not delve deeper into the matter. Instead, he turned his attention to Su, posing a question. Due to his illness, the Emperor's voice was somewhat subdued. However, he exuded an undeniable regal presence in every gesture. After all, having bathed in the blood of battle and subsequently enacted new policies that commanded respect in the court, the essence of his noble and formidable demeanor was ingrained within him. You and Rongzhe must have known each other for quite some time, he stated. Su nodded, unreserved in her acknowledgement. The Emperor, seemingly struck by a thought, suddenly chuckled softly and murmured, "A life-saving grace warrants a pledge of devotion. It is only fitting." He spoke, grasping Rongzhe's hand, his voice husky. "Zaya, if you ascend the throne in the future, you must never let Su down." Rongzhe nodded in agreement, vowing, "In this lifetime, I shall certainly not betray Su." The Emperor, listening, closed his eyes momentarily, a hint of choking in his throat. "And do not blame your mother. Her current state is entirely the fault of your father. It is he who has wronged her. He failed to fulfill his promises. He is at fault." Rongzhe paused for a moment, then nodded in response. "All right." The Emperor, hearing this, shut his eyes once more and waved his hand dismissively. He continued, tossing the jade seal in his hand towards Rongzhe, his voice rough. "To see the jade seal is to see me in person. Consider this a meeting gift for your wife." Rongzhe accepted it and bowed, saying, "Your son thanks you, father." The Emperor needed to rest and urged them to leave. As Rongzhe and Su exited the Hall of Sweet Rain, the path beside them was filled with the desolate chill of winter. A gust of cold wind swept by, prompting Rongzhe to drape his fox fur cloak over Su's shoulders, simultaneously handing her the jade seal. This jade seal, bestowed by father, holds the power to command the Imperial Guard. By giving this to you, I acknowledge you. The jade seal warmed in her hands, crafted from exquisite materials and intricately hand-carved, bearing delicate patterns. The artisan who carved the seal had poured great care into it. Rongzhe lowered his gaze at the jade seal, remarking, "This was personally carved by mother." Su lifted her gaze to Rongzhe, hesitating for a moment. The one who sought to kill His Majesty must also be the Empress, right? The Queen harbored intentions not only to eliminate Rongzhe, but also the Emperor himself. Rongzhe held Su's hand, gently caressing her palm to warm it, and softly remarked, "In the past, I believed my mother cared deeply for my father and harbored resentment towards me, thus seeking my demise. Little did I realize. She loathed my father as well and wished to see him dead." Su paused in contemplation, understanding the Queen's desire to assassinate the Emperor as a natural response. The young couple, once passionately devoted to one another, now found their love reduced to a farce amidst the complexities of the imperial court. The promises and vows of yesteryears had vanished, along with the notion of singular devotion. Even dignity and status had been stripped away. Were she in the Queen's position, she might have acted with even greater resolve. Yet, from the Emperor's perspective, circumstances left him with no choice. In times of chaos, survival was paramount. The study of sages and the understanding of worldly matters had inevitably burdened him with immense responsibility. A true man should live for the greater good, establish principles for heaven and earth, and uphold the destiny of the people. Chapter 152. A deadlock. While strategies and military tactics are undeniably crucial in rallying troops to defend the kingdom, the perilous obstacles and besieged cities are constructed upon the blood and bones of countless soldiers. Casualties and sacrifices are unavoidable. When cities fall, bones pile high, and rivers run red with blood. Those fallen soldiers are not mere statistics. They are living beings, husbands to wives, fathers to children, the sole offspring of aged parents. Furthermore, in times of war, the toll is not limited to soldiers alone. In impoverished regions, heavy taxation persists, and children cry out in hunger. Yet farmers have long since run out of provisions. In many locales, even tree bark has become scarce for sustenance, and the entire village resorts to consuming earth to stave off starvation. If one could exchange personal sentiments for the swift cessation of chaos in the world, such a transaction would indeed be worthwhile. In the grand tapestry of existence, the fate of the multitude rests upon the shoulders of a singular individual. This predicament between Emperor Wu and Empress Chui is fated to culminate in a stalemate. In truth, I have an elder brother. Rongzhe cast a glance at Su Su and spoke. However, he succumbed to smallpox, a plight orchestrated by the Qin family. The emperor was aware of this circumstance. Yet he was compelled to wed despite the shadow of vengeance looming over him. Su Su inquired, "Does the empress know of this matter?" Rongzhe shook his head. "Father has kept this from mother, fearing she might be unable to bear it." Su Su raised her gaze to the crimson wall shrouded in white snow, pondering that perhaps the empress could not endure more than this singular sorrow. Having just endured the anguish of losing her child, she was now faced with the betrayal of her husband. For a woman, such treachery during these trying times is utterly devastating. Rongzhe lowered his gaze, his demeanor darkening with a heavy breath. Mother was consumed by depression, her will to live waning, yet at that moment, she discovered she was with child. As a mother, she rekindled her hope for existence, all for him. However, shortly after my birth, father embarked on yet another campaign. Su Su discerned the reasons behind Rongzhe's allegiance to Empress Yun and spoke slowly. The empress was, after all, the primary consort. Following your birth as the eldest son, the prospect seemed bright. Yet, the Duke of Ding held significant influence within the court, likely forging an agreement with His Majesty. Even if the emperor wished to protect Empress Chui, the turmoil of war rendered the Chui family weak. In contrast, the Qin family had repeatedly achieved remarkable feats, compounded by the presence of the powerful Duke Ding. A mere fragile woman like Empress Chui could hardly ensure her own safety. Moreover, she had not accompanied the troops and remained isolated in Fengyang. In such favorable circumstances, it was inevitable that some would forsake their principles and begin to vie for power and profit. Rongzhe let out a faint sigh, aware that his father understood that if he were taken away, his mother would likely perish from grief. Thus, he had been maneuvering with Duke Ding, wary of the Qin family. Although his mother had once brought him to Fengyang, the estate was, in fact, surrounded by layers of concealed guards. It was not until he was nearly 3 that he fell ill with the same kind of smallpox that had claimed the life of his deceased brother. No matter how meticulously one planned, vulnerabilities would inevitably emerge. Subsequently, Rong Sun was born. His father struck a bargain with Duke Ding to ensure that he would be taken to Empress Yun, with the condition of safeguarding her and Rong Sun's well-being. Eventually, his father ascended the throne, crowning Lady Yun as empress and Qin Shui as a noble consort. Once the realm stabilized, the palace witnessed much intrigue. And it was not until 2 years later that his mother was brought from Fengyang. Naturally, by that time, she was reluctant to come, disappointed in his father. She wished to avoid him, yet her longing to see him prevailed. Thus, she arrived. Chapter 153. A dilemma. The winter wind howled fiercely, and the sun hung high in the sky, seemingly devoid of warmth. However, at that moment, I had not seen my mother for so long that I could not recognize her at first glance. Rongzhe spoke slowly, his words tinged with regret as he addressed Empress Yun as mother. As he turned, he found the empress standing behind him, accompanied by the nearly 5-year-old Rong Sun. Rongzhe's heart brimmed with regret. The utterance of mother severed the bond between him and the empress. He still vividly recalls the transformation of her once beautiful visage, now pallid and her gaze hollow, filled with an overwhelming stillness. Tears fell to the ground, melting a few snowflakes, only to freeze instantly. That day, much like today, was characterized by a tempestuous snowstorm, and the sun appeared as frigid and devoid of warmth. The bluestone pavement had turned icy, rendering it perilous. The empress nearly stumbled several times, while little Rong Sun emitted soft, childish sounds, flanking her side. He stood in place for an extended moment, feeling as though he had lost something precious. It was only later that he comprehended the true cost of that fateful remark. On that day, his usually benevolent father, the emperor, lost his temper for the first time, punishing him and sending him to Chiwu Palace to apologize to the empress. Yet, he could not even cross the threshold of Chiwu Palace. The empress refused to see him henceforth. Unbeknownst to him, Tears began to stream down Rongzhe's cheeks. With a choked voice, he lamented, Su, I truly realize my mistake. I should not have hurt Mother's heart. But alas, it is too late. That remark had indeed inflicted deep wounds upon his mother. She had come to Yunjing, to this imperial capital, for his sake, yet he had disappointed her. Su embraced Rongzhe, gently stroking his head. It is not your fault, Rongzhe. The late empress had her own struggles, but you, too, were never given a choice. What does a 3-year-old child truly understand? How many memories can one retain at that tender age? And what wisdom does a 7- or 8-year-old boy possess? Even in precociousness, how can one fathom the entanglements of the previous generation? It is indeed peculiar. Though the girl barely reaches his chin, she now embraces him, resting his head upon her shoulder, as if infused with an endless reservoir of energy. In truth, the mere recollection of those bygone years fills Rongzhe with profound regret. From a young age, he had never been particularly close to Empress Yun. Although it appeared that he was nurtured under her care, his affairs were primarily overseen by his father, the emperor. Throughout his upbringing, he was often by his father's side. However, upon entering the palace, there were times when his father, preoccupied with state matters, would neglect him, while he himself was enrolled in the academy, tasked with learning the intricacies of governance, whereas Lu Xian had become a companion reader in the palace. With the world initially stabilizing and unable to withstand any upheaval, he, as the crown prince, naturally bore the weight of the responsibilities that were his to shoulder. During that period, the rigors of his studies were immense. In those 2 years, the volume of knowledge he was required to absorb was overwhelming. Even after court sessions, his father would scrutinize his progress, often leaving him exhausted to the point of slumbering at his desk by night. At that time, the Empress Yun, as the matriarch of the harem and his nominal mother, would occasionally take note of their well-being. His tutor had imparted that as a crown prince, one must comprehend propriety and etiquette. Hence he had always referred to Empress Yun as Mother Empress. Naturally, she treated both him and Lu Xian with great kindness. In fact, she was benevolent to everyone within the palace. Thus, Chapter 154, What do I have to fear? Rongzhe gently closed his eyes, his tone laced with bitterness, as I search for Mother. I find it impossible to remain estranged from Empress Yun. Naturally, Mother will be even more sorrowful upon witnessing this. It is human nature, especially considering that he was merely an 8-year-old child at that time. Su found herself at a loss for words, cradling Rongzhe and gently patting his back. For the sake of this realm, the emperor has sacrificed much, and Empress Chui has endured countless tribulations. Such matters cannot be adequately conveyed in just a few words. The carriage glided slowly toward the eastern palace, leaving 2 tracks in the snow, soon to be concealed by the falling flakes. Within the palace walls, the snow continued to descend silently, the winter wind howled through the air, the sun dipped lower, and dusk settled in. Empress Chui, accompanied by her trusted confidant Qingyu, entered the once vibrant Yuhua Palace of Concubine Shin. This palace, once bustling with life, now stood desolate and in decay, devoid of any presence. The guards and eunuchs stationed at the periphery had all been reassigned by Empress Chui. As she pushed open the door, the dim light within the hall revealed a stark atmosphere. Concubine Chin, who had adorned herself with jewels and finery during the day, now appeared disheveled, sitting forlornly in the corner. Upon hearing the commotion, she lifted her gaze. Empress Chui, resplendent in her palace attire, adorned with a phoenix hairpin and exuding grace, stood in stark contrast to Concubine Chin's current state of disarray. Upon seeing her, Concubine Chin seemed to have anticipated this visit, displaying no surprise, only a fleeting glimmer of resentment in her eyes. With a mocking tone, she spoke, Chui Wanon, you have indeed come. Empress Chui responded with a soft smile, her demeanor calm and composed. Of course I had to come. How else could I personally see you off? Concubine Chin rose from her corner, chuckling ominously. See me off? Chui Wanwan, you have brought about my demise. Are you not afraid of the emperor's wrath? If she was not mistaken, the emperor had yet to deliver his final decree upon her. Within the court, there remained the loyal retainers of her father. Should she perish under such ambiguous circumstances, her reign as empress would meet its untimely end. After all, she had borne the emperor a son and a daughter. Moreover, her ascension to the position of empress was fraught with controversy. To execute her would invite the scorn of scholars and poets across the realm. However, Empress Chui appeared unfazed as she advanced, drawing forth the dagger from her hand and plunging it into the abdomen of concubine Qin. Chui Wan, how dare you? The dagger in the empress's grip twisted ominously, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. What is it that I cannot dare? She gazed at concubine Qin, her voice laced with growing malice. Chuning Xue, for the past 18 years, I have awaited this day. I have waited far too long. Concubine Qin's eyes widened in shock. You know? Empress Chui withdrew the dagger, blood gushing forth and staining her garments, splattering across her face. Of course I know, she spat through gritted teeth, seizing concubine Qin by the collar and thrusting her against the wall. Tears welled in her eyes as she enunciated each word. It was you who caused my Qing'er's demise. I have always known. Alas, in those days, Rong Jing had shielded her. She had been powerless to exact her vengeance. Otherwise, long ago she would have driven this dagger into her flesh. Chapter 155. Rong Sun is not your biological child. Concubine Shun, upon hearing this, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and then burst into laughter. She disregarded the pain in her lower abdomen, laughing wildly as if possessed. In the chilling darkness of this winter night, her laughter resonated with a haunting eeriness. So, you know everything, Rong Jing. Despite your relentless efforts to protect her and keep the truth hidden, it has all come to naught. It appears that the trust between her and Rong Jing has long since evaporated, leaving only suspicion in its wake. Consort Qin seemed to recall something. Her gaze fixed intently on the empress, a mocking smile gracing her lips, her voice husky. But there is one thing, Chui Wan, that you are unaware of. The once resplendent and dignified consort now clutched her abdomen with one hand and leaned against the wall with the other, her face smeared with blood, resembling a vengeful spirit. She chuckled softly again, proclaiming, I wager you have no inkling about this. With a smile, she leaned closer to Empress Chui's ear, whispering delicately, Rong Sun is not your biological child. The empress froze in shock, then swiftly retaliated with a slap, scoffing derisively, you have truly lost your mind. Consort Qin, undeterred by the pain on her face, her eyes glimmering with mirth, grasped the empress's shoulder, asserting, I am not mad. Perhaps you are unaware. Your child has long since perished. You speak nonsense. The empress pushed Consort Qin away, staggering back a few steps. Yet, Consort Qin continued to smile, her eyes brimming with sarcasm. How could I possibly speak nonsense? Although His Majesty dispatched numerous covert guards to protect you back then, the well water is connected to the river, and I had long since sent someone to poison it, an amount undetectable by physicians. Your child was destined not to survive. Have you never harbored any doubts? The fourth prince is so strikingly different, resembling neither you nor His Majesty. If he truly were your son, would not His Majesty, filled with affection, have conferred upon him a title long ago? You wish for him to be the crown prince, yet His Majesty has persistently refused. Oh, I almost forgot. It is not only His Majesty who knows. That maidservant by your side is also aware. In order to silence the truth, His Majesty has eliminated many. Concubine Shun, clutching her wound, began with hesitant words that grew increasingly fervent, her eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Did you truly believe that when His Majesty allied with the Duke of Ding and wed Yin Shuyu, who bore no children, the Duke would permit you to have so many? This is all a matter of mutual benefit. If Rong Sun were your biological child, how could the Duke allow you both to live in peace for so many years? Perhaps the death of this child is intertwined with the hands of many. Chui Wanquan. Oh, Chui Wan, Rong Jing's sincerity towards you is but a fleeting illusion. Like me, your life is merely a pawn in his grand scheme. Concubine Qin laughed maniacally, blood continually spilling from her throat, rendering her a ghastly specter. Empress Chui stepped back a few paces, as if recollecting something, her expression slightly disordered. At that moment, the favored consort Qin staggered to her feet, seizing a nearby vase and hurling it towards Empress Chui. Chui Yuan, let us perish together. Chapter 156. Your son is not dead. With a resounding crash, the vase shattered. Truly, one cannot change their nature. Consort Qin's eyes brimmed with disbelief. After battling for so many years, She had never known that Cui Wanyuan possessed martial prowess. The Empress drew out her dagger, and Consort Qin's body gradually weakened. She fixed her gaze intently on the Empress. Empress Cui looked down at Consort Qin, slightly bending her body, gripping her face, and scoffed, "What a pity for you." Rong Jing had displayed remarkable talent in martial arts since his youth. Having stayed by his side for so many years, she certainly harbored some skills of her own. Consort Qin's eyes were filled with unwillingness as she clutched the hem of the Empress's garment. Suddenly, she smiled faintly and spoke in a fragmented voice, "Cui Wanyuan. You do not know, do you? Your son is not dead." The feeble words reached the ears of Empress Cui, who abruptly halted, crouching down to seize Consort Qin's collar. "What did you say?" "Repeat it." Blood poured from Consort Qin's mouth, yet she appeared satisfied with the Empress's reaction, a smile flickering across her face. Though her gaze grew increasingly vacant, "Rong Qing is not dead, but you shall never see him again in this lifetime." Her voice gradually faded, and Consort Qin's expression became utterly vacant. However, her final words sent ripples through the air, stirring a tempest of emotions. "What are you saying?" Empress Cui shook the body of Consort Qin, but the latter could no longer utter a sound. Blood continued to seep from her abdomen and chest, yet her face bore a peculiar smile. Empress Cui stood frozen in place for an eternity. A mother is always inclined to believe in the good when it concerns her child. Even after all these years, with Rongqing absent from her side, she still hoped for her child's survival. But how could that possibly be? Empress Cui felt her fingertips grow cold, her heart aching as if suffocating. Her Qing'er had drawn her last breath in her embrace. If she were truly alive, then Rongjing, how many lies have you spun over these years? The lifeless body of Consort Qin lay in the grand hall of Yuhua Palace. She struggled to exhale deeply and turned to exit through the palace doors. Rongjing, untrustworthy. Consort Qin's body had been discovered before the morning court session. The guards of Yuhua Palace, astute as they were, swiftly sealed the information and reported it to Rongza. The emperor was gravely ill, and the crown prince was acting as regent. Upon hearing the news, Rongza merely sighed and gestured slightly, instructing that Consort Qin's body be handled discreetly, while temporarily suppressing the news. In a few days, they would claim that the consort, worried for her family, had succumbed to melancholy and illness. Meanwhile, the Qin family was implicated in treason and had all been imprisoned. The timing of Consort Qin's death was indeed unfortunate. However, if they were to dismiss it as a sudden demise, few would dare to investigate further. Eunuch Zhang nodded as he listened, raising his gaze to Rongza. "What shall we do about the second prince?" The passing of his biological mother indeed provides no rationale for preventing the son from engaging in matters of significance. Given the temperament of the second prince, it is highly probable that he would create quite a commotion. Rongze spoke softly, "Your Majesty is gravely ill. The other princes may not enter the palace without summons. Furthermore, the Yuhua Palace is to be sealed. Without my explicit command, no one is permitted to enter." Chapter 157. Ronghang enters the palace. Elder Gong Jiang, upon hearing this, nodded in acknowledgement and promptly descended to convey the orders. However, just as Rongze issued the decree restricting the other princes from entering the palace, Ronghang, the Rue Wang, stepped into the Ganlin Hall. He arrived fortuitously, just ahead of Rongze's summons. Upon entering Ganlin Hall, the emperor was preparing to take his medicine. Noticing Ronghang's presence, the emperor lifted his gaze and unexpectedly smiled at him. "What brings you here today?" Ronghang found his father difficult to comprehend. The emperor had always maintained a lukewarm demeanor towards him, appearing indifferent to his existence, almost as if it mattered little whether he had a son or not. It seemed more accurate to say that, aside from Rongze, the emperor regarded his other sons with equal indifference. Throughout both his past and present lives, the emperor's primary concern had only ever been for the crown prince, Rongze. This was hardly surprising, for Rongze, born of the emperor's beloved consort Cui, had been nurtured under his father's devoted care and thus received unparalleled affection. In contrast, Ronghang's mother was merely a lowly courtesan from Yangzhou, who conceived him during a night of intoxication. He was nothing more than a fleeting dalliance from his father's youth, a secret that his father was compelled to obscure regarding his own birth year. The emperor claimed he was born in May. Yet Rongheng retained no recollection of the exact time of his birth. He could only recall memories from the time of the late emperor of Chu. Counting the years. When his father ascended the throne, he should have been 9 years old. Yet, his father claimed he was 12. He was acutely aware that his birth mother hailed from humble origins and had spent many years away, rendering it impossible for her to claim the position of eldest son, or even that of the second prince. Despite his age, he was merely the third prince. Such was the nature of power. In his previous life, had it not been for Rongzhe's untimely demise, it is likely that his father would have never remembered him even unto death. Yet at this moment, Rongheng felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, as if his father, for just an instant, truly regarded him as his own child. This sensation had also surfaced at the time of the emperor's passing in his previous life. If the events of this life were to align with those of the last, his father likely had only a few years remaining. Rongheng stepped forward, accepting the bowl from the eunuch, and personally administered the medicinal soup to the emperor, lowering his gaze as he spoke softly. I have heard of father's illness and am deeply concerned, thus I came to check on you. Unfortunately, just as he entered the palace, Rongzhe had ordered that no one else be allowed in without summons, indicating that there was a matter that required secrecy. The emperor coughed twice and looked at Rongheng, acknowledging, "You are considerate." Rongheng replied, "It is merely my duty as your son." The emperor chuckled softly and said, "I have betrothed the princess of Shirong to you. Will you resent me for this? After all, I did not consult your wishes." Rongheng lowered his gaze. This was precisely within the scope of his own plans. He shook his head, acknowledging that the emperor had his own intentions. Within the residence of the Rui Wang, there was no shortage of a courtyard for the Western Rong princess. To be more precise, it was not the absence of this pair of chopsticks that mattered. Just as the emperor was about to speak, a palace servant rushed in, flustered, but upon seeing Rongheng, paused, hesitating to voice his thoughts. "If there is something to convey, please do so," he urged. Chapter 158. The gift of poisoned wine. The palace servant bowed his head and spoke softly, "Your Majesty, Consort Chen has passed away." The emperor, upon hearing this, rubbed his temples in frustration, while Rongheng raised his gaze towards the servant. In a previous life, Consort Chen had persistently engaged in fierce competition with Empress Chui. Naturally, this presupposed that the Chen family had not fallen. In that past life, Rongzhe had died young, and shortly thereafter, the emperor fell ill, struggling to manage affairs, leaving him no time to deal with the Qin family. However, this lifetime had seen drastic changes. With the downfall of the Qin family, given Empress Chui's disposition, she would likely hasten to claim Consort Chen's life. The servant hesitated before continuing. It was the Empress. He refrained from detailing the gruesome manner of the consort's death, which had been tragically brutal, with blood nearly drained from her body. The emperor exhaled slowly, pressing his temples, and coldly declared, "Proclaim my decree. Consort Chen shall receive poisoned wine." Rongheng was taken aback. Even in death, she was to be granted poisoned wine. It was clear that the emperor intended to shield the empress from any trace of bloodshed, placing the burden of this act squarely upon himself. After all, maintaining the dignity of the royal family was paramount, and the Empress Chui had never been one to regard such matters. In a previous life, after the death of Rongzhe, the empress was engulfed in sorrow for a time before hastily striving to elevate the fourth prince to the throne, engaging in a protracted struggle against Consort Chen. Regrettably, her maternal family was left with only an unlearned younger brother. Moreover, Rongsun was still too young, having never weathered any storms, thus proving unsuitable for the role of heir. The only support she had was perhaps the affection of the emperor, love, rather than mere favoritism. Rongheng perceived clearly that the emperor held a deep fondness for Empress Chui, even after the passage of many years. Having ascended to a high position and with the world of women at his fingertips, Empress Chui remained in his heart an irreplaceable presence. To ensure a better future for Empress Chui, the emperor would rather abdicate in his favor, aiding him in eliminating the Qin family and extinguishing Rongyi. Even in his final moments, he repeatedly instructed him to honor Empress Chui as the Dowager Empress and to treat her well. Unfortunately, within less than a month after the emperor's departure, Empress Chui also took poison herself. It seems that these two were perhaps in love. Alas, in his past life, he never had the chance to savor such a sentiment. In the palace chamber, the emperor sat in silence for a prolonged period, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts. Rongheng understood that the emperor was not in the mood for conversation, thus sought an excuse to withdraw. Unexpectedly, the emperor called out to him, "Do not rush to leave. Stay and play a game of chess with me." The emperor propped himself up, and Rongheng hurried to assist him. "Father, your health is still fragile. It is unwise to exert yourself." The emperor waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. I am still able to manage a game of chess." Rongheng could not fathom why the emperor insisted on playing chess at such a moment. Yet he had no choice but to comply. The news of Rongheng entering the palace reached the Eastern Palace, followed closely by the emperor's decree to present poisoned wine to concubine Chen. Initially, it was intended to suppress this matter, but with the emperor's actions, it is likely that the scholars will seize the opportunity to accuse him of being heartless once again. However, as long as a ruler is wise, such trivialities are of little consequence. Yet, one cannot help but ponder, how did Rongheng manage to enter the palace? His demeanor, upon arrival, seemed markedly more assertive than before. Is there anything unusual on the side of the Rui Wang? At a nearby desk, Chun Ziyu, engrossed in writing, lifted his head. In recent days, he had visited the post station several times, escorting a princess from the Western Rome through Yunjing. Just yesterday, he had been to Changchun Tower to listen to music. However, it appeared the Western Rome princess did not quite grasp the nuances of our great ways operas. Tuoba Ling poses no real threat. The troublesome one is the meticulous Rongheng. Previously, Rongza had paid little attention to his third brother, perceiving him as taciturn and average in his studies, with a tendency to shun social interactions. Yet, it seems that the reality is far more complex than it appears. Is there more? Rongza inquired calmly. Chen Ziyu's eyes sparkled with mirth as he replied, "Yesterday, I encountered Wang Yi, but alas, he was too preoccupied with rescuing his maternal grandfather to engage in any discourse with the Rui Wang." As he spoke, Chen Ziyu glanced at Rongza and continued, "Your Highness, we have gathered sufficient information. What is your plan regarding the second prince? To be candid, in terms of talent, the second prince is not lacking. The downfall of the Chun clan led to the demise of consort Chun within the palace walls. The truth cannot remain concealed indefinitely. And Rong, you will inevitably uncover the circumstances surrounding his mother's death. Moreover, he is not only her son, but also one who has aspired to the position of heir. The most straightforward course of action would be to eliminate all potential threats." Rongze paused slightly before speaking with a calm demeanor. As long as he does not overstep his bounds, he remains a prince of the Dawei dynasty, and any other matters will be addressed by his father, the emperor. It is not his place to intervene. The emperor has entrusted the handling of the Chun family to him, yet has not mentioned Rong Yi. Chen Ziyu, overhearing this, let out a scoff. If the emperor were to take action, the consequences would likely be far graver. The crown prince possesses many admirable qualities, yet lacks the ruthlessness and ferocity required. In his view, failing to eradicate the roots of the problem ensures its revival with the arrival of spring. If he is so terrified by these minor issues that he cannot maintain control and hastily eliminates all threats, what purpose does he serve as the crown prince? Oh, my poor Susu, how burdensome your fate seems. However, Susu herself does not perceive her life as particularly tragic. Rather, the weight of the Onping Marquis is somewhat overwhelming. Behind her, Su Yunan hesitated to speak, and upon meeting his gaze, Susu playfully blinked at him. Su Yunan, feeling a surge of frustration, shot a glare at Susu. He had long been aware of her clandestine connection with the crown prince, yet suddenly, they were betrothed. A union bestowed by the emperor himself. He desperately wished to confront Susu for clarity, but with their parents and even grandparents present, he found it difficult to broach the subject. Had he known, he would have preferred to have been betrothed to Wen Wuxian instead. Regardless of the outcome, at least that would have been a matter among family, making any future dissolution of the engagement far easier to navigate. The Marquis of Onping, Su Sheng, wiped away the tears from his face and stood up with great determination. Yet, in the next moment, the cane in the hands of the old matriarch Madame Su, was accurately hurled at him, striking the head of this robust man who stood nearly 8 feet tall. In pain, with tears still glistening in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Mother, why must you strike me so harshly? I am nearly 40 years old. After all, I am a hereditary marquis. How can you still hit me?" Chapter 160. A favorable match. Madame Su offered no semblance of mercy to the Marquis of Anping, berating him loudly. "Isn't it because you were so inept? If you had simply stated that Su was engaged from the start, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. You think it easy to retract a royal engagement? Does your mind truly belong to the child I bore?" The old patriarch, Su Laotai, was taken aback by Madame Su's outburst and quickly shrank back, hastening to massage her shoulders. Fueled by anger, she turned and scolded Su Laotai as well, saying, "Look at what you have produced. I cannot help but wonder how this eldest son of ours could be so foolish. How did he manage to win battle after battle on the battlefield? Has it truly been all mere luck over the years? He was such a clever child in his youth, yet he seems to grow more foolish with age." Su Laotai, feeling the weight of her words, shrank back and remained silent. Was he truly the one responsible for raising him? It was evident that he had emerged from her womb. How could she place the blame solely on him? Madame Su then turned her gaze towards Su, tempering her fury. "My dear girl, what transpired that day at the palace? How did you come to encounter the crown prince?" In an instant, not only did elder lady Su turn her gaze, but also the members of the second branch of the Su family, Madame Su, Su Yunshu, and Su Yurua, all focused their attention on her. Su looked towards elder lady Su and spoke slowly, recounting the day at the imperial palace when she encountered Song Qingxian, the sole daughter of the esteemed Song Taifu. "She had taken me to the hunting grounds, where we crossed paths with the Western Rong princess." Pausing momentarily, she continued, "The Western Rong princess sought to slay me, claiming it was revenge for her brother." At this point, Lord Anping smacked his forehead, realizing it was his fault. The Western Rong princess was likely holding a grudge against me since I had shot her cherished third prince of Western Rong to pieces. Elder Lady Su frowned upon hearing this and impatiently urged Lord Anping to silence himself, allowing Su to continue her tale. Meanwhile, Su Laoyi, watching the spectacle, felt a sense of glee. Despite his elder brother's military achievements, he was still akin to a wilted eggplant before their mother. Su resumed, stating, however, that the Western Rong princess was not to be feared, for His Royal Highness the Rue Wang arrived just in time to intervene. The tale of the Rue Wang's clandestine meeting with the Western Rong princess, along with his gallant rescue, had long been the talk of the town. Otherwise, His Majesty would not have bestowed marriage upon them. Yet, calamity struck when a black serpent suddenly emerged from the thicket and bit me. Su frowned, her gaze lowering as she confessed, "The subsequent events are a blur to me. The serpent was venomous, and I lost consciousness, only to awaken at the platform." Without hesitation, Su placed the blame squarely on Rongzhe. Moreover, it was inconceivable for elder lady Su to confront Rongzhe regarding the intricate details of the matter. Madame Su gazed at the distress and melancholy etched upon Su's countenance and let out a soft sigh. "My dear girl, what troubles your heart so?" Indeed, this young lady possessed an extraordinary beauty, a visage that could rightfully be deemed captivating enough to enchant a city. It was inevitable that someone of noble stature would take notice of her. Thus, in recent discussions with the Wen family, it was proposed that she be betrothed to her maternal cousin, Wen Wuxia. This young man was well acquainted with her background and was also exceptionally handsome. Should they develop feelings for one another, it would be a most fortuitous match. Moreover, being family, even if Su were to marry him, she would remain close at hand. It was, indeed, a promising union. However, who could have anticipated that during a mere visit to the palace, she would capture the attention of the crown prince? Madame Su sighed once more, acknowledging that even if Su were to become the crown prince's consort, the intricacies of royal affairs were unpredictable. Su had endured years of hardship away from home, and the Su family felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards her. Furthermore, they had never aspired to leverage their children's marriages for the sake of climbing the social ladder. Thus, what appeared to be an unexpected stroke of fortune to outsiders was not so for the Su family. After a moment of silence, Su spoke. The imperial decree has been issued, grandmother, leaving me with no choice. With the decree in place, I must comply with His Majesty's wishes. To defy it would be to commit a grave offense, punishable by death. Madame Su, upon hearing this, gently closed her eyes and murmured, "My dear, the Su family has wronged you. I regret the burdens you have borne." Yet, Su wore a smile as she replied, "The crown prince is indeed handsome, and I feel no indignation." Indeed, the visage of Rongzhe was strikingly beautiful. The contours of her entire face bore a striking resemblance to the youthful handsomeness of the emperor, while her enchanting eyes mirrored those of Empress Cui. Both individuals, in their youth, were rare beauties. Thus their offspring possessed an equally exceptional charm. By a twist of fate, he conformed to Su's aesthetic standards. Siyuro leaned towards Madame Lu and whispered, "Mother, if Su marries the crown prince, does that mean we shall become royal relatives?" Madame Lu discreetly pinched her, causing Siyuro to wince in pain. "Mother, why did you pinch me?" Madame Lu reproached her softly, "Such beautiful thoughts you entertain. You can't even outshine Su Yunshu, yet you dream of being a royal relative? You would be the first to perish." Siyuro rubbed her elbow, tears welling in her eyes as she meekly replied, "I was just asking, why must you be so fierce, mother?" Madame Lu snorted disdainfully. "Do you remember my gentleness when I was not so severe?" Having given birth to 3 daughters, she found the first 2 to be reasonably clever. Yet the youngest was utterly dim-witted, lacking any semblance of her former grace. However, Su Erlao defended his daughter, rebuking Madame Lu. "Why must you resort to pinching Roer?" Siyuro tugged at her father's sleeve. "Father, have you lost your mind to scold mother?" In the old matriarch's courtyard, Madame Lu dismissed Su Erlao's concerns, coolly stating, "Indeed, I misspoke. The first to die would not be her, but you." It seemed she had finally recalled whose daughter she was. Su Erlao, incensed by her words, rolled up his sleeves. "Is it true that 3 days without a beating makes you bold?" As the couple appeared on the brink of a quarrel, the dignified Lady Su interjected calmly. The couple from the Su family's second household fell silent, daunted by her presence. Lady Su surveyed the individual reclining before her and waved her hand, signaling for everyone to disperse, save for the eldest son and his wife. With her command issued, the others felt it inappropriate to linger. Lady Lu and her husband, accompanied by their daughter, took their leave. Su also bowed in farewell, along with Su Yunan and Su Yunshu. In an instant, the hall was left solely with Lady Su and her husband, along with the Duke of Anping and his wife. Lady Su pursed her lips in silence. The Duke of Anping raised his gaze to his mother, inquiring, "Mother, what do you mean by this?" Lady Su lifted her teacup and took a slight sip before responding, "We must take stock of the family shops, lands, and the betrothal gifts presented from the palace. It is time to prepare a dowry for the young lady." Chapter 162, Preparing the Dowry, Preparing a Dowry? The Duke of Anping's expression darkened. Was Su truly to wed the crown prince? He had been contemplating withdrawing the engagement. What other course is there? Lady Su turned to him, her countenance grave. "Do you intend to defy the imperial decree?" The Duke of Anping fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Lady Su, hesitant yet resolute, finally spoke. "I shall persuade your father to counsel His Highness the Crown Prince. Perhaps there remains a possibility for negotiation." Madame Su shook her head, her murky eyes reflecting a clarity of thought. If there were any room for negotiation, the Crown Prince would not have been so eager to solicit a marriage decree from His Majesty, since the Emperor has granted the union and issued the imperial edict. It is a matter of irrevocable command, a golden word that cannot be retracted. Rather than squander time here, it would be prudent to prepare the dowry for Miss Su post-haste. After all, she is not marrying just anyone. Becoming the crown princess is no trivial matter. Today, Miss Su enters the Eastern Palace for the peace and stability of the Su family, a debt that the family owes her. As she spoke, her gaze swept over her eldest son. Had he not been so hasty in confronting the emperor, there might have been a chance for reconsideration. Yet now that a formal title has been established, they must resolutely proceed forward. The second son's family is engaged in trade and possesses some wealth, and Miss Ruan will not marry into an overly affluent household, thus requiring less. As for Miss Yunshu, having been raised by the Su family for so many years. There is no need for her to wed into a prestigious family either. A dowry in accordance with Miss Yuan's preparation will suffice. And any surplus from the shops and estates shall be added to Miss Su's dowry. Madame Su conveyed these thoughts while Madame Su was also contemplating the items in her storeroom, realizing she must prepare more personal belongings for Su Su. Meanwhile, Su, along with Su Yunan and Su Yushu, had just exited Madame Su's courtyard when they were greeted by a chorus of concerned voices. Sister, after being afflicted by snake venom for so many days, how is your health now? Are there still any discomforts? The delicate and feeble voice of Su Yushu emerged softly. Su raised her gaze lightly and replied, Thank you, sister, for your concern. I am much better now. A faint smile adorned Su Yunshu's face as she turned her attention to Su, saying, I have heard that His Highness the Crown Prince risked his life to save you that day, even declaring that if he could not cure you, he would have the entire Imperial Medical Institute accompany you to the grave. Su raised an eyebrow at this and replied coolly, Threatening to take lives is the act of a tyrant. Fifth sister, tread carefully with your words. Su Yunshu felt her smile falter at the corners, yet she persisted. His Highness the Crown Prince even dared to argue with His Majesty, insisting that you be made his primary consort. It must be that he truly harbors feelings for you. In the books, the Crown Prince was said to have died in the 11th year of the martial emperor's reign. Yet here they were, approaching the year's end, and he remained very much alive and vigorous. Now, Su had become the very consort that the Crown Prince desired. All of this prompted Su Yunshu to harbor suspicions, leading her to engage Su in conversation, hoping to glean answers from her reactions. Alas, she met with failure. Su displayed no signs of concern and instead regarded her with calm indifference, countering with, You imply that His Highness is disobedient, fifth sister? Disobedience is a grave offense, and speaking ill of a prince is a capital crime. Chapter 163. Fifth sister should read more books. Su found little inclination to engage further and was disinterested in feigning politeness. This individual was insatiable, and subtly, Su had begun to perceive her underlying disquiet. Recently, she had not been idle in her dealings with Rongzhe either. In addition to assisting him with certain political affairs, during her leisure time, she also perused the first volume of The Long Night Unending. The character Su Yunshu, though somewhat obtuse and naive, possesses a certain pride befitting the daughter of a military family, embodying the spirit of preferring noble sacrifice over ignoble survival. She was entirely exploited by Ronghang, leading her to that unfortunate juncture. After the tragic demise of her entire family, even when trapped within the depths of the palace, she did not relinquish her quest for justice. Upon discovering that Ronghang might be the perpetrator, she devised a plan for vengeance. Although her cunning paled in comparison to Ronghang's and their social standings were starkly disparate, she was resolutely resisting and seeking retribution in her own manner. From that frail woman, she gleaned an indomitable spirit, a fitting reflection of a woman nurtured in the Su family's environment. Lacking guile, she nonetheless possessed a remarkable integrity. Yet, in the present Su Yunshu, this integrity is entirely absent. What remains is a tangled web of inferiority and arrogance, a facade of cleverness belied by her underlying ignorance and foolishness. Indubitably, she possesses some talent. However, this talent is incongruous with her entire being, and more significantly, it does not resonate with the essence of Su Yunshu. The Su Yunshu of The Long Night Unending is skilled in the 7-string zither, composition, and chess. Yet, this current Su Yunshu has never been observed touching a zither, nor has she been seen playing or composing music. Given the existence of anomalies like 09, why could there not be apparitions of wandering spirits? Su has already ascertained that the Su Yunshu before her is not the same as the one in The Long Night Unending, and is likely one of the factors influencing the fabric of causality. However, how could a mere Su Yunshu influence fate and alter the throne of a nation, affecting all its people? Su remained perplexed by the reason behind it all, yet she understood that her current task was merely to observe the unfolding events. Su Yunshu was momentarily rendered speechless, not gleaning any useful information, her expression growing increasingly grim. Why must her sister be so confrontational? This Su Su was indeed a formidable challenge. Maintaining her composure, Su Su remarked, "Since my fifth sister has addressed me as sister, heed my words, such indiscretion will inevitably lead to disaster. If you find yourself with nothing to do, it would be wise to immerse yourself in literature and learn some principles." Upon hearing these words, Su Yunshu's countenance darkened further. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she slightly raised her head to glance at Su Yunin, appearing utterly pitiful. Yet, recognizing the inappropriateness of her earlier statements, she chastised. "Su Su is right. Ashu, you ought to exercise caution in your speech and actions. Some words should remain unspoken. What are you saying about funerary practices and marriage proposals? Is this the discourse befitting a young lady of a prominent family? Your chatter resembles that of the village matron of old." With that, Su Yunin took hold of Su Su and urged, "Come with me." Before Su Su could comprehend the situation, she found herself unceremoniously lifted off the ground, her feet dangling in the air, an occurrence that had not happened since she left the capital at the tender age of 4. Not even her master had ever treated her in such a manner. Chapter 164. You are voluntary on the second floor of the snow courtyard. Su Su and Su Yunin exchanged wide-eyed stares. She had been carried along the way, her feet suspended off the ground. It was as if she were being hoisted like a chick all the way. Ever since that childhood incident when a troublesome boy had bullied her, nearly dragging her by the collar onto the rooftop from which she almost could not descend, she had developed a profound aversion to being handled by others. Furthermore, at that time, she was merely a child without the opportunity to resist. But now, she was the esteemed inheritor of a renowned healer, a singular genius in the art of talisman crafting, and yet here she was, being carried along by him. Fueling her indignation, Su Su puffed out her cheeks, while Su Yunin gazed at her in astonishment. "Why are you biting me?" he exclaimed, utterly bewildered by his usually composed and graceful sister's unexpected display of aggression. Su Su huffed, "Who told you to grab my collar? Do I have no dignity? How many people witnessed that?" Su Yunin was momentarily speechless, inhaling deeply, choosing not to engage in an argument with her. Instead, he inquired, "Did we not agree to keep our distance? How did you suddenly become the future imperial consort?" "This is a decree personally drafted by His Majesty, granting the marriage." Listening to him, Su Su remained unfazed, taking a bite of the nearby golden silk pastry. "What does that have to do with me? This mess was stirred up by father, and the edict was requested by the crown prince. I was even unconscious at that time." Su Yunin scrutinized Su Su, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "Do you truly claim to know nothing?" After spending so many days together, he had come to understand his sister well. When this girl sought to conceal something, she would weave a web of lies with an unwavering demeanor, showing no sign of agitation, her expression as composed as the most seasoned charlatan in the realm. Su Yunin fixed his gaze upon Su Su for a considerable time, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. However, in this instance, she was indeed innocent. The wretched black serpent seized her, its potency waning with the 2 blood seals it had produced. After being in a state of unconsciousness for such an extended period, she found herself powerless, compelled to yield to Rongzhe. Deep within, she harbored no desire to become betrothed to him so soon. However, the sudden revelation of matters by the Marquis of Anping provided Rongzhe with the perfect pretext to pursue her. Su Yunin gazed at Su Su for an extended moment. Yet all he could discern in her clear, innocent eyes was a profound sense of guiltlessness. Could it truly be that this had nothing to do with you? Su Su looked back at Su Yunin, her expression filled with innocence. "Do you truly believe I am someone so eager to marry off, brother?" Upon hearing this, Su Yunin nodded slightly, conceding that this was indeed not the case. His sister, possessing exceptional medical skills and remarkable intelligence, had always lived a life of freedom and whimsy. She would never willingly entrap herself in the complexities of the palace. Moreover, although Su Yunin recognized that Su Su could sometimes be enigmatic, one thing was abundantly clear: his sister had no affection for power and would not marry for the sake of it. Therefore, Su Yunin turned to Su Su, inquiring about her thoughts on this engagement. Su Su raised an eyebrow playfully. "Does my opinion truly matter? After all, it is an imperial decree, How could one refuse? My question is, do you consent to this? Su Yunin regarded Su Su intently, asking, do you harbor feelings for the crown prince? If she were unwilling, he would undoubtedly find a way to resolve the matter. Yet, to his surprise, Su Su nodded and smiled candidly. I rather like him. Initially, I found this fellow rather intriguing. Chapter 165. Just enjoy it. Behavior and demeanor are often replete with intricacies. Even the act of drinking tea is laden with elaborate rituals. Clearly a product of a life steeped in opulence. Strangely enough, he is quite easy to please, exhibiting no fuss over food or drink. Despite the numerous formalities he observes, he never shows disdain or aversion. Even consuming the fried rice she prepares with an unwavering expression, elegantly wiping his mouth afterward. He savors his tea, allowing it to steep thrice before delicately sipping a small portion. When it comes to labor, he dutifully remembers to assist. Moreover, his optimism is remarkable. From the moment he awoke, unable to move, his body riddled with silver needles, he engaged her in lively conversation. Gradually, he progressed from limping to walking unaided. Yet, no matter the circumstance, he appears to accept everything with grace, seeking ways to confront and adapt to challenges. This tranquil composure piqued Su Su's curiosity about him, a remarkably optimistic blind youth, possibly connected to the fate of all humanity. At that moment, however, her intrigue was merely fleeting. Their paths crossed again upon arriving in Yunjing. At Qingyin Temple, his inexplicable and unwavering trust in her stirred a flicker of emotion within Su Su. After all, despite her extraordinary medical skills, she remained an innocent young girl, unexpectedly encountering a handsome youth who treated her with such kindness, making it difficult not to feel a stirring in her heart. Later, when his life hung in the balance, she realized, deep down, that she did not wish for his demise. Thus, she devoted herself entirely to saving him, which further ignited her curiosity about him. Her genuine affection blossomed during the encounter in the dense forest when a formidable black serpent attacked. In her moment of peril, he selflessly placed himself before her, resolutely guarding her with his own flesh and blood. With her physical form transformed into a lethal blade, she soared into action, unhesitatingly plunging the floating pin into the eye of the dark serpent. Yet, one cannot overlook the moment when the serpent coiled, poised to launch its final assault. The wind rustled the fallen leaves within the dense forest, and the foul stench from the serpent's maw assailed her senses. At the critical juncture, she braced herself for a fight to the death. Suddenly, Rongzi appeared, selflessly taking on the peril that loomed behind her. In that instant, Su Su gazed at the silhouette of the youth as he leaped into the fray, her heart stirred with emotion. She was certain of her affection for him. Later, as she slipped into unconsciousness, he would whisper to her daily about the events of their past, sometimes political matters, other times mundane anecdotes, and eventually, he would even devise ways to tell jokes. Thus, Su Su found herself increasingly enamored. Lowering her gaze, a smile graced her lips. However, Su Yunin felt a surge of frustration. After a prolonged silence, he could only exhale and mutter, as long as you like him. She had already developed feelings. What more could he do? Su Su turned to Su Yunin and inquired, does elder brother not like the crown prince? Su Yunin rolled his eyes, replying, it's not that elder brother dislikes the crown prince. He merely disapproves of your association with the royal family. Their acquaintance was limited to a few formal encounters as sovereign and subject. He would be mad to harbor animosity towards his superior. The truth was, he simply did not wish for his sister to wed into the royal family. That realm, though resplendent in gold and brilliance, concealed a multitude of sordidness beneath its opulence. A woman confined within that gilded cage would ultimately become nothing more than a captive. His sister, deserving of the finest gentleman in the world, possesses a vast expanse of freedom to soar. Chapter 166. The Discontent of Songji. As Su Yuanan spoke, Songji, who entered with a tray, harbored similar thoughts. Her young lady was worthy of the best man in the realm, with a heart that was truly unique. She cast a dissatisfied glance at Su Yuanan, inwardly grumbling that had it not been for the eldest young master's initial meddling, dismissing young Master Yun, her lady would be blissfully united with him. and the matter of the prince would never have arisen. That prince, whom her young lady had never even met, had the audacity to seize her at their first encounter, prompting the Marquis to seek justice from the emperor, truly outrageous. It was evident that he was smitten by her lady's unparalleled beauty, driven by lustful intentions. In Songji's eyes, the prince was nothing more than a tyrant who forcibly abducts innocent maidens. Consequently, her resentment towards Su Yuanan began to swell. Naturally, Su Yuanan sensed something amiss with Songji and looked at her in confusion. Songji, are your eyes unwell today? Su also turned her gaze towards Songji. Setting down the tray, Songji wore a feigned smile. Yes, I am feeling unwell, particularly when I see the young master in that garish green attire. The young lady has remarked that I should avoid such vibrant colors. Su raised her brow slightly, noting that those words were never spoken by her. Su Yuanan was now even more puzzled and turned to Su. This little girl is acting strangely. How audacious to speak to me in such a manner. Su merely shook her head. Songji made a gesture of invitation, and Su Yunan, upon hearing this, could not help but smile, finding it rather amusing. Oh, you little girl, what have I done to provoke you so? Why are you unable to contain your ire? Songji adamantly denied it, replying, young master is jesting. How could a mere servant harbor any resentment towards the young master? Su Yunan raised an eyebrow playfully, his clear, bright eyes fixed upon the young maid. For the sake of your mistress, I shall overlook this transgression, he declared, glancing at Su. I have matters to attend to today and must take my leave. Rest well at home. Since mid-October, it was now already the 12th month, and the year-end festivities were approaching. Mingda Academy had also closed for the winter break, halting classes. It was essential for Su to recuperate her health. She nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. As Su Yunan departed, Songji immediately huffed in the direction of his retreat. Su looked at Songji, her eyes filled with curiosity. What has my brother done to offend you? You have always been the most well-behaved of maids. Songji, with her head bowed, mumbled, if it were not for the young master disrupting the pair, the miss would have long since been with young Master Yun, and she would not have been seized by that tyrant prince and taken into the palace. Su, momentarily taken aback, queried, what did you say? Songji recounted the events in detail. Su was left speechless, pondering, is it a case of disdain for the poor and affection for the rich? Disrupting a couple? How dare you? She had previously been unaware of this Rongzi's remarkable talent for fabrication. The little girl is indeed quite gullible, with Qinghu's abilities. Does he truly appear to be an ordinary scholar? Just moments ago, the master and servant were discussing the frail and sickly young Master Yun, yet in the next instant, this very young Master Yun has gracefully alighted on the second floor of the snow courtyard. Chapter 167. Consuming a false death potion, Su turned her gaze, arching an eyebrow with a smile in her eyes. Now, young Master Yun, do enlighten us. Rongzi was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Enlighten about what? In the next moment, Songji's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, young Master Yun, has your health returned? As she spoke, the little girl recalled the matter concerning the crown prince and, filled with righteous indignation, added, it's all that crown prince's fault. Coveting the young lady's beauty and seeking to forcefully marry her. You and the young lady are surely fated to be apart. The little girl rambled on, and it dawned on Rongzi that previously, due to his injury, he had been residing here at Su's place and had concocted a fib to deceive this little girl. Songji continued her tirade, indignantly cursing the crown prince as a bully and such. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes lit up as she pushed Su towards Rongzi, saying, that's right, young Master Yun, you could elope with the young lady. Su turned to Songji and retorted, do you wish for the entire Anping Marquis' residence to face annihilation? The emperor has arranged a marriage, and yet you entertain thoughts of elopement? Truly a whimsical notion. Songji paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, although the eldest son may be somewhat unpleasant, the madam and the old madam have treated her well. How could we bring misfortune upon them? The young girl lowered her head, but after a brief moment, she lifted it again. Miss, are you not highly skilled in medicine? You could take the death-simulating drug. The storybooks say that such a drug exists, Once ingested, it induces a state of suspended animation. Then, when the time comes for burial, one could be unearthed, allowing you to avoid implicating the madam and the old lady while simultaneously being together with young Master Yun. Susu listened, her eyes blinking in surprise. A death-simulating drug? Indeed, she possessed such a thing. However, its consumption would inevitably inflict some harm on the body. Far less effective than the silver needles used for acupoint sealing. What do you think? Susu turned to look at Rongzhe, mischief dancing in her eyes. Young Master Yun? Rongzhe coughed lightly, not particularly. Songji widened her eyes in indignation, hands on her hips. Are you afraid of that prince? Unwilling to take Our Lady away? What a scoundrel! I misjudged him. Rongzhe retorted, of course not. Then why won't you take Our Lady away? Are you going to allow her to marry such a bully? Songji chirped like a sparrow. A bully? His Highness the Prince rubbed his nose and turned to Susu. Do I truly resemble a bully? Susu pondered for a moment before replying, tricking a young girl. Though not quite a bully, is not far removed from a street thug. At this juncture, Songji's mind momentarily froze. Rongzhe handed the lotus pastry he had been holding to Susu, gently saying, This is the lotus pastry I bought for you. Enjoy it while it's warm. Susu unwrapped the oiled paper and took a bite of the delicacy, savoring its flaky crispness and subtle sweetness. It was rather delightful. Rongzhe's brows unfurled in a gentle smile, and he remarked, Naturally, I knew you would enjoy it. Susu stuffed the entire piece into her mouth, while Rongzhe affectionately ruffled her hair and whispered. Susu nodded in acknowledgement, and Rongzhe departed once more, leaping from the second floor and vanishing from sight. Susu gazed in the direction of his exit, her expression tinged with a hint of conflict. Despite being the crown prince of a nation, he consistently chose to take unconventional paths. Was that truly appropriate? At that moment, Songji also realized the gravity of the situation and turned to Susu, horrified. She had just, in the presence of the crown prince, uttered a greeting to his ancestors. Oh dear, how had young Master Yun become the crown prince?